I was originally in a women's prison, as a heavy criminal serving 20 years. But upon my release, it attracted countless beautiful women throwing themselves at me. Even the prison warden wanted to marry his twin daughters to me. All they wanted was to become my disciples. Even the richest man in Longwa committed crimes just to see me. All because a few years ago, I was framed by my ex-girlfriend and a wealthy heir who pursued her, and ended up in prison. This caught the attention of a mysterious old man in prison. In just half a year, I learned all his skills. During my time in prison, in order to spread my master's skills, I casually guided a few destined individuals. The eldest disciple joined the army and defended the border, repelling 1 million enemies. The second disciple unified the world of assassins in just 2 months, becoming the king of assassins, feared by both sides. The third disciple entered the business world and within a year, his net worth reached trillions. He became the richest man in Longwa. The fourth disciple was dedicated to medicine. He traveled the world, helping others, and became a legendary doctor. I can't mention these rebellious disciples. Just thinking about them gives me a headache. I treated them like family, taught them skills, yet they coveted my position as a master. They even formed a team to overthrow their master, trying everything to win me over. Those rebellious disciples have gone too far. Some traitors even said that if 4 people fought and the master wasn't at a loss, does that make sense? Is the master that kind of person? Today I suddenly heard that a blonde criminal wanted to see me, in a passing moment. The blonde criminal knelt down and said, "Master, my name is Jachun, worth billions. I went to Thailand specifically to see you, spending 2.5 years studying ladyboy culture. Finally, I get to see you today. If you don't accept me, I won't be able to get up from this long kneel." Awkwardly scratching my head, Jachung, "This is not the right time for you to come. I just got out of prison today. Wait for me to be released before becoming my disciple." Saying this, I turned and left. But when I returned home, what I saw almost made me lose control. The once luxurious villa looked like a ruin. What made me completely lose control was seeing my mother's legs crippled, sitting sadly in a wheelchair every day. I learned from the butler. My girlfriend, while I was in prison, hooked up with a wealthy heir and took away all my property, leaving my mother crippled. Hearing this, how could I still endure it? I immediately wanted to avenge my mother. But my mother stopped me. "Son, you just got out. Mom doesn't want you to go back in. Mom doesn't have many years left. This is all in the past. Let it go." To avoid worrying my mother, I had to suppress my anger and decided to first help my mother heal her legs. Later, on the way to the pharmacy to buy medicinal herbs and silver needles, I was surprised to see wedding photos on the large electronic screens on the street. It's the couple who took away my family's property, the White Moonlight. Most likely they did this to taunt me, knowing that I'd been released from prison. They want to see me find out about this, then they want to get rid of them, but can't make them look incompetent. But now I'm not the same person I used to be. My female disciples, which one of them doesn't outshine their former girlfriends? I shook my head and quickened my pace towards the clinic, but I hadn't walked far when a luxury car stopped in front of me, and my ex-girlfriend and the 13th generation wealthy man got out with a few bodyguards. The 13th generation wealthy man's bodyguards immediately tried to disable my legs. However, in just a few breaths, the bodyguards were all unconscious. "I hadn't come to find you, yet here you are coming to me. Alright, do you dare to make a move? Since I can send you in, I can also make sure you never come out." The 13th generation wealthy man hadn't finished speaking. I was interrupted by the sound of a red sports car's engine. Then a stunning woman wearing sunglasses came down. "You think you're worthy of making a move against him?" At the sight of this woman, the 13th generation wealthy man forgot about the pain on his face in excitement. This woman is the richest woman in Huacheng, and Yi Qingcheng used to pursue her desperately. Could it be that she came for me today? Thinking this, the 13th generation wealthy man hurried to Yi Qingcheng and was about to speak. But then, there was a loud slap, and Yi Qingcheng slapped him. "You looked at me foolishly and asked if I was okay. Why did you come out early without telling me? You must not love me anymore." The clingy attitude is so unbelievable, it's hard to believe it's the same person. I shook my head, reassuring Yi Qingcheng not to worry. Although I can't remember how many disciples I've had, I will definitely not forget such an outstanding disciple like Yi Qingcheng. What's even more unforgettable is that Yi Qingcheng is also a member of the Push team, and belongs to the radical faction. As Yi Qingcheng spoke, she hooked her arm around mine and said, "Forget about them. I've booked a themed suite at the hotel. Let's go." Hearing my disciple say this, I immediately understood that this was to help me regain face and let off steam. I reached out and embraced my disciple's slender waist, then left in a luxury car in front of the 13th generation of the wealthy family. The 13th generation of the wealthy family was so angry that he fainted on the spot. After getting into the car, as I was about to drive to the clinic, Yi Qingcheng unexpectedly pounced on me. "Master, I missed you so much. Just give me a kiss," she said before smacking me and then looking at me pitifully. "Master, it's all because your disciple missed you too much. I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry. You can punish me however you want." I looked at my disciple in helplessness and had to change the subject. "Your master's leg injury hasn't healed. Let's hurry to the pharmacy." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng stopped making a fuss and we arrived at the pharmacy. A person rushed out in a panic, eyes filled with fear, looking completely at a loss, and told him to quickly call an ambulance. I am very sure that I entered a medical clinic, and the sign even specifically mentioned a famous century-old store. Yi Qingcheng went to the door, lifted the door curtain to take a look, and then took a few small steps back. Seeing her frown, I asked, "Do you know them?" Yi Qingcheng nodded and said, "Zhao Xiaodong, the top leader of the district, a top-level figure." The two words War King instantly piqued my interest. Although it's different from the war god, it also commands a formidable force. Stomping his foot, the entire Jiangcheng must obey the top figures. Whether it's the Chen family's abandonment of Mother Lin Lan, or dealing with the retaliation from the Fong family, I need someone to support me from behind, and the person behind the door is just right. So I quickened my pace and walked in. "This is not a place for you to come. Get out." Zhao's subordinates, upon seeing two people who didn't look like doctors enter, immediately pulled out a gun and warned. With swift action, I grabbed a silver needle soaked in alcohol from the side and flung it out like lightning. It hit the corresponding pressure point of the subordinate, immobilizing him. His attempt to pull the trigger was forcibly halted, his pupils dilated, realizing he couldn't control his limbs. "Can the master heal him?" Yi Qingcheng asked with concern. I casually mentioned, then grabbed a handful of silver needles from the alcohol tray. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen silver needles had pierced Zhao Xiao's body, targeting specific acupoints. Suddenly, Zhao Xiao opened his eyes, sat up, and vomited a large amount of dark blood to the side. This was the emergency relief left in his body. "Did you save me?" Zhao Xiao asked. I lay back and coldly uttered 3 words. Zhao Xiao was surprised. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him like that. But when he reacted, he realized that his body was unconsciously following what I had said. The words carried an irresistible dominance. Zhao Xiao was not angry. Instead, he found this young man somewhat interesting. On the other side, in a room as luxurious as a palace, a young man, upon learning that Zhao Xiao was not dead, couldn't help but swallow hard, and cold sweat broke out. More than Zhao Xiao's revenge, the young man was more worried about the blame coming from behind the scenes. "Find out who was obstructing our young master," a young man asked. "It's been investigated." A man stepped forward and handed over a photo. The person in the photo was me. The brat actually dared to ruin my Lord Situ's good things. Damn it! He was full of anger. "Disseminate the photo and mobilize everyone. I want this kid dead." "Whom do you want dead?" Hearing the voice of the unfamiliar woman, Situ Qing subconsciously tried to stand up. I felt a sharp, piercing pain in my abdomen, and when I looked down, I was horrified to find a poison dart embedded in my stomach. The flesh was rapidly rotting and festering, and even Situ Qing, as a unique young master, had never heard of or seen such a potent poison. As soon as the young master finished speaking, he sensed an additional presence beside him, and the man swiftly drew his sword and turned to strike. But before the action was completed, his entire arm was severed and fell to the ground. "Who are you? We have no grievances. Why would you resort to such treachery?" Situ Qing gripped the armrest tightly, his features contorted in fear, his face covered in cold sweat. "Lang Aoshua, as for why I want to kill you, it's because you are audacious enough to poison my master." After speaking, the woman bent down, picked up the crumpled photo from the ground, holding it in one hand and making a dreamy face with the other. "Oh my, no matter how you look at it, from any angle, the master looks so handsome." On the other side, the gate of the Public Security Bureau was suddenly kicked open by someone. Li Qingguan was about to curse, but when he saw the person in green military uniform, his expression immediately changed. "Approaching," he said, "please calm down. It was my fault for not recognizing you. I apologize to you here." But the man had no intention of wasting words and ordered to seize them. After being held up by 2 people, Li Qingguan panicked. "What are you doing? What gives you the right to arrest me? This is really annoying." One of them raised his hand and slapped Li Qingguan, knocking out half of his teeth. "What gives you the right to arrest me?" The man chuckled. "We have the authority of the God of Heaven." "You are soldiers of the God of Heaven." Li Qingguan trembled in fear, his face quivering. He couldn't figure out how he offended the God of Heaven. It's not that Li Qingguan looked down on himself, he just didn't have the qualifications. "What mistake did I make?" Even if I have to die, at least let me die with some understanding, Li Qingguang stammered. The person you planned to frame and send to prison 3 years ago is your mentor, the god of war. On the other side, we finished buying the medicine and returned to the rundown villa. As soon as we entered the house, my mother stared at Yi Qingcheng, thinking, where did this rascal bring such a beauty? Although Yi Qingcheng had dominated the business world for many years, she was still shy under such scrutiny. You can call me Yi Qingcheng, but you can just call me Xiaoya. Seeing the situation turning into a trend of meeting the parents of a daughter-in-law, I quickly gave my mother an injection. Unexpectedly, my mother grabbed Yi Qingcheng's hand and asked eagerly while I was applying the medicine. And Yi Qingcheng didn't miss this opportunity, making my mother so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Even when my mother stood up from her wheelchair, she still had a gentle smile on her face, occasionally glancing at me and Yi Qingcheng. Suddenly, she tugged at my ear and earnestly said, "Little rascal, Qingcheng is a good girl. If I find out you're bullying her, don't even think about coming back to this house." I was completely dumbfounded at her words. Yi Qingcheng was on the verge of bursting into laughter as she watched from the side. After that, at Yi Qingcheng's suggestion, Chen Fong planned to take Lin Lan with him to the Grand Hotel for a good meal. It just so happened that Zhao Xiao had forced a bank card with 1 million in it for himself, and specifically stated that this 1 million was an extra reward, a debt of gratitude. Since the other party was willing to give it, Chen Fong had no reason not to accept it. As the sports car only had 2 seats, Yi Qingcheng contacted the secretary in advance to bring a 4-seater sedan. It was the most stable one in the garage. After all, they had to take care of Lin Lan, who had just recovered from a leg injury. The 3 of them got into the car and arrived at the nearest 5-star hotel, named Tianhua Grand Hotel. After Yi Qingcheng presented the electronic reservation voucher, a female server came up warmly and said, "Please follow me." Chen Fong and the others followed her into the elevator, going straight to the top floor. The view here could be described as overlooking the mountains, with a 360-degree floor-to-ceiling glass that offered a wide view of the cityscape. And in the distance, under the sun, the sea sparkled like gemstones. They took their seats. Yi Qingcheng took the menu and said generously, "Master, Madam, please don't be polite with me. Today is to welcome Master and celebrate Madam's recovery from the leg injury. Feel free to order whatever you want." Since Qingcheng said so, "Mom, let's not be polite." Chen Fong echoed. It was evident that Lin Lan was having a hard time letting go. "Okay, let me see." Lin Lan agreed verbally, but her smile still seemed somewhat forced as she looked through the menu. Meanwhile, in another corner, a pair of eyes were secretly watching them. The man wore a name tag of the hotel manager on his left chest. After confirming the identity, the man took out his phone, found the name Lu Xiao in his contact list, and dialed the number. "Hello, is this Lu Xiao? It's Xiao Han Fei from Tianhua Hotel. We met at the banquet before. I'm calling to inform Lu Xiao that Miss Yi Qingcheng has come to our hotel, and..." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. When Han Fei looked at his phone, he realized that the call had been disconnected. The feeling of being ignored after making an effort was truly uncomfortable. Han Fei had done his duty. Whether Lu Wenyang would remember this matter or not, it was all up to fate. 7 to 8 minutes later. Ding! Accompanied by a prompt sound, the elevator door opened. A young man in a white suit, shiny leather shoes, and a slicked-back hairstyle walked out holding a bouquet of bright roses. Seeing this, Han Fei, the lobby manager, hurried forward to greet him warmly. "Welcome, Lu Xiao, to our Tianhua Hotel. You truly bring glory to our establishment. Stop the nonsense, where is Qingcheng?" Lu Wenyang never looked directly at Han Fei, his gaze anxiously searching between the seats. He found her. "Lu Xiao, she. Move aside." Lu Wenyang pushed Han Fei away and walked straight towards Yi Qingcheng, heading towards Chen Feng's table. Hearing the hurried footsteps of leather shoes tapping on the ground, Yi Qingcheng subconsciously raised her eyes and immediately frowned. Indeed, the more one tried to avoid something, the more likely it was to happen. And it happened to occur while she was having a meal with Master and Madam. Yi Qingcheng had zero goodwill towards Lu Wenyang, which now turned into negative. "Qingcheng, what a coincidence, I never expected us to meet in such a place. It seems that there must be a destined fate between us." This bouquet of roses is for you, it represents my love and longing for you. Lu Wenyang handed out the large bunch, which was sent in advance by his secretary to buy roses from the flower shop, totaling 999 flowers. I'm busy right now, can we talk later? Yi Qingcheng asked with a fake smile. If it weren't for considering the image in Chen Fong and Lin Lan's minds, given Yi Qingcheng's temper, she would have flipped the table long ago. She was fed up with Lu Wenyang's constant presence and his insistence on fate and destiny. Qingcheng, between us, we are destined to be a perfect match. Why are you always so cold to me? I have already cut off contact with all my female friends for you, isn't that enough to prove my sincere feelings for you? Lu Wenyang was deeply emotional, almost moved to tears. Yi Qingcheng clenched her fists, reaching her limit. She turned to Han Fei and said, "Does your hotel allow others to disturb guests during meals?" Han Fei approached, seeing this as a good opportunity to flatter Lu Wenyang. He advised Yi Qingcheng, "Miss Yi, please allow me to say sincerely that you and Mr. Lu are a perfect match made in heaven. No matter what Mr. Lu says, he is one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Jiangcheng, much more outstanding than a freeloader like someone else." Han Fei glanced unabashedly at Chen Fong while saying this. Perhaps Chen Fong didn't know that he was referring to him. Chen Fong. Lu Wenyang snorted lightly, appreciating Han Fei's words, and promised, "I am an old friend of your boss. I will give him a call later and speak highly of you. Being just a small manager is really beneath you." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Han Fei nodded repeatedly, grateful to Lu Wenyang. Yi Qingcheng, unable to bear it any longer, slammed the table and stood up angrily. "Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my master? Apologize to him within 3 seconds, or I swear, I will use all my connections to make sure you can't survive in Jiangcheng." "What? Yi called him her master?" Han Fei was shocked. He didn't expect Chen Fong to have such a status. Just as he was about to apologize, Lu Wenyang interrupted, "Master? Qingcheng, the current situation is not good, there are many scammers. Don't trust this little guy, he's still a naive child, what can he teach you?" Yi Qingcheng slapped Lu Wenyang in the face, forcefully cutting off his insults and slander towards Chen Fong. With anger burning in her eyes, she said, "You can insult me, but you cannot insult my master." Lu Wenyang tilted his head, slowly raised his hand, and touched his stinging cheek. Enraged, he shouted, "You wretch, how dare you hit my face? Not even my parents have hit me." Rejected and ignored by Yi Qingcheng in the past, coupled with this slap, ignited Lu Wenyang's explosive temper. He never expected that even when he was so submissive, Yi Qingcheng still didn't take him seriously. Since being soft didn't work, Lu Wenyang was determined to win Yi Qingcheng over, even if he had to be more forceful. Coincidentally, a friend had brought back a special pill from abroad recently, promising that once taken, even the purest woman would succumb. But before that, Lu Wenyang decided to return the slap to Yi Qingcheng first. Let her know that he was not to be trifled with. However, as he was halfway through the motion, Lu Wenyang was dumbfounded. His wrist was suddenly grabbed from the side, and before he could react, it was forcefully broken. The sound of bones cracking was crisp. "Ah!" Lu Wenyang's screams echoed through the entire hall, tears streaming down his face. The one who struck was none other than Chen Fong. Seeing how obedient and thoughtful Yi Qingcheng was as a disciple, how could Chen Fong, as her master, stand by and watch someone hit her face? Seeing this scene, Lin Lan sitting beside couldn't help but worry if Chen Fong would get into big trouble because of this. She remembered Han Fei mentioning that Lu Wenyang was a person of great influence. Chen Fong had just come out of prison, and Lin Lan didn't want to see him get arrested again for fighting. If she remembered correctly, a second time in prison in a short period would worsen his charges. This thought made her heart race. "Master, this is too much, so handsome." Yi Qingcheng behaved like a little fangirl, covering her mouth with excitement and wide-eyed. She couldn't hide her joy. Chen Fong perfectly matched her fantasies of a partner. In contrast, it highlighted Lu Wenyang's anger and ferocity. He gritted his teeth and said, "You brat. You're finished. You're completely finished. If you dare to disable my hand, I'll kill you." As long as you can see the sun tomorrow, I don't believe Lu. Ha, threatening him? You really don't know how to write the word death. Just as Lu Wenyang's voice fell, a domineering presence, mixed with the sound of high heels hitting the ground, clattered. Even without looking, you could feel the strong aura of this person approaching. However, at the moment, Lu Wenyang, whose mind was clouded by anger, didn't want to deal with this. He casually grabbed a glass vase from a nearby table and viciously smashed it towards Chen Feng's head. With a smirk on his face, excited expression, as if he could already anticipate the sight of Chen Feng covered in blood. This is good, otherwise how can he know how tragic the outcome will be for those who oppose him? Bang! Boom! However, with a loud noise, after a moment of dizziness, Lu Wenyang realized that he was now at least 7 to 8 meters away from Chen Feng and the others, with a tearing pain in his chest. His hand pressed on the broken vase, with many glass shards piercing through, blood flowing profusely. Yi Qingqing and Lin Lan saw it clearly. Lu Wenyang was kicked out by Chen Feng. Kicking such a big person 7 to 8 meters away, this person is a real freak. Who said he was a gigolo just now? Can your gigolo fight like that? So cool. So domineering. That's the type I like. Ahem, your husband is still sitting across from us. Chen Feng's kick attracted the surprise of many other diners. Hearing their female companion's admiration, the men's faces looked a bit unsightly. They felt a tinge of jealousy. Damn it! On the other hand, Lu Wenyang tried several times to get up, but failed each time. The pain in his chest kept intensifying, and he felt like he was falling apart. You have some nerve. How dare you seriously injure young Master Lu, you're finished. Smack! Chen Feng slapped Han Fei in the face. He had endured this guy for a long time. The force was so strong that Han Fei's face looked a bit crooked, a few teeth fell out, and a prominent bloodstain remained at the corner of his mouth. His head was even more dizzy, with double vision, and he staggered. At this moment, the woman who had just come out of the elevator strode over to Lu Wenyang with sharp steps. What do you want? Seeing the woman's gloomy face, Lu Wenyang had a bad feeling. Especially when he saw a cold smile appear on her face. The woman raised her foot and aimed at Lu Wenyang's open crotch, kicking fiercely. Ouch! Lu Wenyang immediately straightened up, fell down, hands covering his crotch, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't say a complete sentence, just stammering. Many male onlookers subconsciously crossed their legs. They thought, what a vicious woman. Chen Feng also noticed all this. It indeed matched the woman's aura of invincibility from head to toe. She stood tall, with beautiful curves and perfect proportions that were unforgettable at first sight. With a melon seed face, deep and spirited features, bright and clear eyes, a delicate and long nose, fiery red lips, elegant and graceful temperament, as if she could handle any situation with ease at any time. She and Yi Qingqing belonged to two different types, highlighting a variety of charms, alluring and captivating, making people involuntarily think of a fox spirit. Yes, a natural fox spirit. There are few men in the world who can resist this kind of charm. Yi Qingqing, on the other hand, leans more towards the ice. Called himself at this time, Han Fei had a very bad premonition. His heart couldn't help but hang high. With a very uneasy mood, he pressed the answer key. Hello, Chairman, are you looking for? Before he could finish, a voice on the other end of the phone immediately started cursing loudly. You bastard. Have you eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of Manager Guan? If you want to die, it's fine, but don't drag me down. With just one call, Han Fei was scolded mercilessly and dared not retort. Ding! As the scolding continued, the sound came from the direction of the elevator door. Han Fei looked over and hurriedly went forward to greet Chairman Qian. Smack! Get lost! Qian Wudi slapped Han Fei directly in the face, then kicked him away. Afterwards, he quickly changed his attitude, smiling as he approached Manager Guanya, took out a document bag, pulled out a stack of papers from it, and handed it over, saying, Manager Guan, this is the contract. Once you sign it, this hotel will be yours. This attitude, if someone said it was two different people, no one would doubt it. Even those unfamiliar with manager Guan could easily judge how terrifying her methods were. She could make Shen Wudi willingly sell the Tianhua Grand Hotel, one of the top 10 five-star hotels in Jiangcheng. Manager Guan simply agreed, took the contract with one hand, and then handed it to Chen Fong with both hands, saying, "Master, please sign." "Sign? How can you make me sign for the hotel you—" Felt a chilling sensation, bone-chilling cold. Turning around, he saw a flash of cold light pass by. When Lu Wenyang tried to speak, he found that he couldn't make a sound. The sharp pain on his neck became clear, crazily surging into his brain. Ah! Ah! Wiping his hand, it was covered in blood, his eyes wide open, and he fell down. "Trash like you, I don't know where you get the courage to attack him." Cold and arrogant, Snow's eyes were full of indifference, without a hint of emotion. She wiped the blood off the dagger, quickly cleaned up the scene, leaving no trace behind. Surveillance cameras? Snow took out her phone, easily hacked in a few seconds, destroyed the footage about herself, never to be recovered. This hacking technique was also learned from Chen Fong. 12 seconds. Snow seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. "If I could reach half of the master's level, it should be faster." Following that, her figure completely disappeared in the alley, leaving without a trace. In ancient times, she would have been the most famous assassin in the world. Just mentioning her name would make everyone tremble in fear. However, thinking carefully, it seems that she is almost the same now. Leaving the Tianhua Hotel, heading to Fashanju in the car. "Guanya, can you please behave yourself a little and not push the master so hard? Put your legs down. You're wearing a split cheongsam. Yi Qingcheng, do you have the nerve to accuse me? Clearly, you were the one attacking with a weapon." "Weapon?" Yi Qingcheng glanced down, looking at Chen Feng's buried arm, her pretty face blushing. "You, stop talking nonsense." Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Lan, who witnessed everything through the rearview mirror, felt complicated. "My son's romantic luck seems to be quite good." Lin Lan didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Originally worried that after Chen Fong came out of prison, he would have a mental breakdown and do something outrageous because of what happened outside. Unexpectedly, Chen Fong not only didn't do that, but instead became someone with status and influence. Surrounded by beautiful women, each one a big shot, and all with intentions towards her son. As an experienced person, Lin Lan could see clearly from Yi Qingcheng and Guanya's every move, even a glance, what they were up to. She couldn't believe she had no thoughts about it. She even took out her phone specifically to look up information about Yi Qingcheng and Guanya. The more she searched, the more surprised she was by the achievements of these two young people, achievements that many people couldn't achieve in several lifetimes, no matter how hard they tried. She couldn't understand why Chen Fong had managed to make them so obedient to each other. The answer remained a mystery. At this moment, in front of Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, Lin Lan was not convenient to ask more. Just at this moment, the moving car suddenly stopped. Two silver vans blocked the road, cutting off the way forward. The driver sensed something was wrong and tried to turn around, only to find another black van coming out from the alley behind, also blocking the road. "Guan, should we call the police?" the driver asked for Guanya's opinion. Before Guanya could respond, Yi Qingcheng had already pursed her lips, just causing trouble for the master. She took out her phone, ready to call for help. Although she knew these small characters were no match for their master, she didn't think they were qualified to make Chen Fong take action. They were overestimating themselves. "Please, this is Jiangcheng. I don't come here once in a few months. If trouble is to be found, it's for you, not me," Guanya retorted. She also took out her phone, ready to call for help. And the 20 or 30 people who had come down from the three vans had already surrounded the entire car. Someone held a bucket of gasoline and a lighter, threatening angrily, "Open the door, if you don't come out, we will make you all die inside." Ah! Chen Fong sighed. He had never taken these small fries seriously. Originally, he intended for Yi Qingcheng and Guanya to handle it. But he was worried that letting them be so brazen would scare his mother, Lin Lan. He decided to open the door and get out of the car quickly to deal with these scum. Boom! Boom! A tremor. Before Chen Fong could get out of the car, he turned his head left and right and saw two large trucks coming towards them. Bang! Bang! The vans parked in the middle of the road were pushed aside. Faced with such massive objects, the vans were instantly flattened, with no resistance. Seeing the trucks stop, the group of thugs were furious, directly grabbing steel pipes, baseball bats, and other weapons, rushing over, smashing and cursing. Damn it! Can't you drive? Are you blind? You damaged my car. If I don't get 200,000 to 300,000 today, I'll ruin you. Get out of here. Right now. Immediately. Now. Seeing them acting so arrogantly, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. They're in big trouble now. What do you mean? Guanya asked curiously. Take a closer look at the logo on that truck, Yi Qingqing gestured. Logo? Guanya looked and also smiled lightly. Xinglong Bodyguard Company. Indeed not easy to mess with. Yi Qingqing and Guanya were not unfamiliar with the Xinglong Bodyguard Company. The Xinglong Bodyguard Company not only dominated in Zhangchang, reaching a monopoly in the industry, but also ranked among the top professional bodyguard companies nationwide. It was rumored that their professionally trained bodyguards could take on 3 opponents barehanded as the minimum standard. With weapons, they could handle 10 opponents without difficulty. Xinglong Bodyguard Company? Chen Fong felt like he had heard of it somewhere. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. Boom! The sound of the car trunk opening. The next moment, a continuous stream of bodyguards in uniform jumped down from the truck like a flood. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the group of thugs inside and out. Easily 200 to 300 people. 10 times more. The 20 or 30 small thugs looked at each other, swallowed nervously, stunned, not knowing what to do. Their faces completely lost their previous arrogance, feeling extremely frustrated, never expecting to run into trouble. No, this wasn't trouble, this should be called a cannon's mouth. At this moment, the car door opened. A man in camouflage pants and a black tank top walked down from the car. With his bronze skin, solid muscular body, and imposing demeanor, he couldn't help but be reminiscent of those ancient generals. With the strength of one man, he could repel tens of thousands of enemy troops. The founder of the Xinglong Bodyguard Company, Su Zhentian. Yi Qingqing exclaimed. She never expected to meet him here. Guanya was also surprised. She had seen Su Zhentian being toasted by numerous important figures at a banquet before. He was truly in the limelight. These people are really unlucky. They could have picked a fight with anyone, but they had to provoke Su Zhentian. Yi Qingqing shook her head and put down her phone. There was no need to call for backup because these guys combined wouldn't be enough for Su Zhentian to handle alone. Seeing Su Zhentian, Chen Fong smiled without a trace. All of them are useless. Throw them in the garbage dump, Su Zhentian ordered. Hearing this, the group of thugs trembled in fear, wanting to beg for mercy. But before they could say anything, Su Zhentian's fists, as big as sandbags, mercilessly rained down on them, breaking bones with each strike. The sound of bones snapping and the hysterical screams had not stopped since it started. There was no chance to beg for mercy. In just a few minutes, their limbs were broken, lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. They were then lifted onto a truck, ready to be taken to the garbage dump, their fate left to chance. The rumors are true, the Xinglong bodyguards are all exceptionally fierce. Yi Qingqing thought to herself. Perhaps in the future, she could hire 100 Xinglong bodyguards for Chen Fong so she wouldn't have to worry about him getting into trouble. Indeed, Guanya agreed with Yi Qingqing for once. Thinking that if they encountered trouble in the future, they could also turn to the Xinglong Bodyguard Company for help. Wait. Why is Su Zhentian coming towards us? Could it be that he misunderstood and thought we were with them? Yi Qingqing noticed, while Guanya prepared to explain. Through the car window, their eyes met. Suddenly, Su Zhentian placed his hands on the window, leaned in with a bright smile. Master, you were released from prison, such a big event, and you didn't even inform me. Since you're in Jiangcheng, I should have someone welcome you properly. Master? Hearing these words coming from Su Jintian's mouth, along with his completely different image from what they had in mind, even a bit childish smile, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya's gaze shifted to Chen Fong. Another one calling him master? Without needing to check on her phone, Lin Lan already knew that Su Jintian's identity was equally extraordinary. She was completely stunned. She had never felt so distant from her own son before. But she was also relieved, at least she could be sure that Chen Fong had not gone astray. Su Jintian, I pay my respects to the two senior sisters. After a conversation, the order of paying respects as disciples was confirmed. Su Jintian clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Seeing such a figure as Su Jintian nodding and bowing before them, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya were somewhat at a loss. Knowing that they were benefiting from Chen Feng's reputation, they admired him even more. Master was truly powerful. Let me introduce, this is Miss Lin Lan, Master's mother, our senior sister. Guanya took the initiative to introduce Lin Lan's identity. Senior sister? Upon learning this important identity, Su Jintian immediately knelt down beside the passenger seat, bowing his head. Jintian pays respects to senior sister. Oh. You mustn't, please get up quickly. Lin Lan was taken aback and quickly opened the car door to help Su Jintian up. Thank you, senior sister. Su Jintian chuckled. Witnessing the chairman, who was considered the pinnacle of combat strength in her mind, behaving so humbly in front of these people, without any airs, all nearly 300 bodyguards were dumbfounded. It was unimaginable how powerful Su Jintian, as a disciple, must be to make them look up to him, and how terrifying Chen Fong, as a master, must be. Most importantly, he looked like he was only in his 20s, at such a young age, having achieved so much. The future is unimaginable. The prospects are limitless. Master, madam, and all senior sisters, have you eaten? If not, I'll have someone open a private room at the Drunken Immortal Tower, Su Jintian asked. No, we just ate, Chen Fong shook his head. I see, then I won't disturb you all. This is my business card. If any of you need Su Jintian in the future, feel free to call, and I'll be there. Su Jintian could tell that Chen Fong and the others had things to do, so he didn't want to bother them too much. After handing out his business card to a few people, he stepped back. He had the truck parked on the side so it wouldn't block the road. The gang leader who was lifted onto the truck regretted it after hearing the conversation between Su Jintian and Chen Fong. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Chen Fong and the others had such a big background, he wouldn't have caused trouble for a mere tens of thousands of dollars. It was like shooting himself in the foot. Master, I never expected the famous Su Jintian treating me like this. My father won't let you off. My father is Fong Changyang. Seeing that the situation had completely escalated, Fong Yu no longer considered trying to be friends with Su Jintian and quickly sought support. He was worried that if he didn't bring his father out, he would die at the hands of Su Jintian today. Even if he didn't die, he would probably end up in the hospital for a week or more. Fong Changyang? Su Jintian chuckled. What is he? When did Jiangcheng need him to speak? Hearing Su Jintian's mocking remarks about his father, Fong Yu retorted, who can't talk big? If you dare, let me make a call. I guarantee you'll be begging for mercy. Go ahead, make the call. Su Jintian forcefully threw Fong Yu onto the sofa, sat down beside him, not caring if he crushed his spirit completely. To prevent Fong Yu from acting recklessly and causing trouble for Chen Fong, he silently cursed Fong Yu in his heart. Unexpectedly, the provocation tactic actually worked. Not wanting to delay and fearing Su Jintian might change his mind, Fong Yu quickly took out his phone and called his father, Fong Changyang. After the call was answered, with a strong tone of crying, he said, Dad, please come to Jiabao KTV, room 603. If you don't come soon, I'll be beaten to death. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Fong Yu felt particularly pleased, showing it on his face as he said to Su Jintian, wait. My dad is coming soon. If you kneel down and apologize now, maybe I'll consider. Smack! Su Jintian's arm muscles bulged as he raised his hand, and with a strong wind, he slapped Fong Yu across the face. His cheek immediately swelled up high, as if it had been trampled by an elephant, and several teeth were knocked out, most of them loose. Fong Yu covered his face, looking like a wronged little wife, too scared to speak up. Internally, he kept reminding himself to endure for now and wait for others to arrive before making any decisions. Meanwhile, at the Fong family building on the 32nd floor, in the chairman's office. After hanging up the phone, Fong Changyang raised his hand to his forehead, sighing repeatedly, "Can't this brat behave for just one day?" After all, he was his own son. He looked at the man standing beside him, straight and upright, and said, "Taijun, take some people to Jiabao KTV and teach those who dare to touch my son a lesson." "Yes." Zhao Taijun agreed and immediately took action. Seeing his efficient performance, Fong Changyang couldn't help but admire. Truly worthy of someone from the Qinglong bodyguard company, such quality. "I spent hundreds of thousands on this for a month, and it's not in vain." Feeling that since Zhao Taijun had taken charge, there was no need to worry about the matter anymore, he continued to focus on his work. 10 minutes later, Zhao Taijun arrived at Jiabao KTV with dozens of people. Seeing the imposing formation, no one dared to stop and all avoided. Box 603. After confirming with a glance, Zhao Taijun pushed open the door and walked in with big steps. Looking around. Understanding the situation in the box, Zhao Taijun was petrified on the spot when he met Su Jintian's intimidating tiger eyes. "Uncle Taijun." On the contrary, Fong Yu's smile was particularly bright when he saw Zhao Taijun appear. With his face covered in blood, it was quite terrifying, and those who didn't know might think they were on a horror movie set. Fong Yu was so excited for a reason, because in the past encounters with troublesome people, as long as Zhao Taijun intervened, there was no need to worry at all. The top-level Qinglong bodyguard, a bodyguard with a monthly salary of 500,000, was trustworthy. Fong Yu had consulted Zhao Taijun on 2 moves, bare-handed combat, and in his past experiences, he was almost invincible. Even he, who had only learned 2 moves, could achieve this level, so Fong Yu was even more confident that Zhao Taijun would beat Su Jintian and his group for him. Especially noticing that he had brought an additional 20 or 30 people in the corridor. The outcome was without suspense. Fong Yu was already prepared to see Su Jintian kneel down and beg for mercy. Just thinking about it made him excited. "Oh, I remember you, Zhao Taijun, you were one of the top 100 bodyguards in Qinglong last year." Su Jintian had some impression. Hearing this, Zhao Taijun nodded and bowed. "It's my honor to be remembered by Mr. Su." With these words, Fong Yu's smile froze and disappeared. Su Jintian looked at Fong Yu, then at Zhao Taijun, and asked with a smile, "Are you here to help him?" "Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. Even if we have the courage of a bear and a leopard, we wouldn't dare to do that. Knowing that it's you here, even if you kill me, I wouldn't come." Zhao Taijun shook his head and waved his hand. Quite frightened, he lost most of his courage. "Zhao Taijun. What do you mean? My Fong family pays you tens of thousands every month, is it for you to embarrass us like this?" Fong Yu roared. Feeling completely humiliated, Zhao Taijun glanced at Su Jintian. After receiving permission, he walked towards Fong Yu in big steps. Seeing Zhao Taijun pick up a beer bottle, Fong Yu subconsciously moved his buttocks, but with his back against the wall, he had no way to retreat, feeling nervous and fearful. He said, What do you want to do?" "Bang! Hit you!" Zhao Taijun didn't say much, he smashed the beer bottle on Fong Yu's forehead. It hit right on the wound left by Su Jintian earlier, which had just started to scab, causing it to rupture again, even larger, and blood flowed continuously. "Hit him hard for me. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge Mr. Su with us?" To show his loyalty, Zhao Taijun gestured for his men outside to come in and they started to punch and kick Fong Yu wildly, delivering a beating. After beating him half to death, disfiguring him to the point where even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, they stopped and asked, "Mr. Su, do you want to continue?" Su Jintian stood up, lifted his foot, and stepped on the semi-conscious Fong Yu's head, warning, "This is the last time. If I find out again that you're causing trouble for Chen Feng, one word, death. Let's go." Zhao Taijun followed Su Jintian out, leaving behind a sentence, "Go back and tell your father, I'm done." "Don't just say it, Go ask him properly if he dares to be enemies with Mr. Su Jintian. Such a disgraceful plaything. Su Jintian? Hearing these 3 words, Fong Yu lying on the ground felt familiar. But his mind was hazy, and his consciousness was fading, unable to recall for a moment. Then he passed out completely. Buzzing. Getting off the car, Chen Fong took out his phone and opened a text message, which was a blurry photo of a beaten and bruised person. Seeing the sender, Su Jintian's 3 words, Chen Fong recognized the protagonist in the photo as Fong Yu through bone analysis. He smiled faintly. Master, what good news happened? Noticing the smile on Chen Feng's face, Yi Qingcheng asked curiously. Nothing. Chen Fong closed his phone and put it back in his pocket. He was worried that Yi Qingcheng would vomit all the food she had just eaten after seeing it. Master, madam, what do you think of this Fushan residence? If you're not satisfied, I can have someone buy another set. Yi Qingcheng said casually. To outsiders, it didn't seem like a villa worth 80 million, more like a common vegetable seen everywhere. Mom, let's go inside and take a look. Chen Fong didn't mind, anything was better than the dark prison. Okay. Lin Lan snapped out of her daze, amazed by the luxury of this villa. Even compared to the best villa of the Chun family, it was incomparable, like a small royal palace. Lin Lan never imagined she could live in such a place one day. It's just average, not too good or too bad. I have a villa in Yangcheng with a golf course, basketball court, swimming pool, soccer field, everything. If master likes it, I can prepare the contract immediately and transfer it to you and madam. Guanya commented. Listening to Guanya's description of the villa, Lin Lan's perception of wealth was constantly being refreshed. She realized how insignificant the Chun family was in front of these truly wealthy people. Fancy, but our Jiangcheng has good mountains, water, and air. Why go to your Yangcheng? If master likes it, I can buy all the villas on the mountain and turn them into a golf course, basketball court, and so on. Yi Qingqing didn't plan to back down, standing tall and confronting Guanya. What do you mean by that? Everyone knows our Yangcheng is known as the Misty City, with clear skies and talented people. Guanya also stood tall, clashing with Yi Qingcheng. In Chen Feng's eyes, Guanya clearly had the upper hand in terms of scale. Yi Qingcheng had a more petite figure. Guanya seemed ready to burst out of her clothes, full of flavor. While maintaining a sense of fleshiness, she was far from being called fat. Alright, let's go with this. You know me, I don't like trouble. Yes, we'll listen to master. There's no choice, since master has spoken, I won't say much. As soon as Chen Fong finished speaking, the 2 women's attitudes changed immediately, no longer at odds. However, their eyes still secretly competed with each other. Then, the group walked into the mountaintop villa with the best view and great scenery. Inside the villa, Lin Lan was once again shocked by the extreme luxury interior design. In her understanding, the materials used for this decoration could probably buy several $1 million villas without considering labor costs. Xiaoyang, can we really live in a place like this? Lin Lan reached out and tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve, feeling that everything from just now until now was so unreal. Of course we can. Chen Feng reassured Lin Lan not to worry. It was even harder to refuse Yi Qingcheng and Guanya than to agree. Chen Feng thought that when he had some free time, he would teach the 2 women some business skills. With their talents, it shouldn't be difficult to multiply their current wealth several times. Yi Qingcheng and Guanya were overjoyed after hearing this, eager to dedicate everything to Chen Feng. They were more determined to be filial and repay him in the future. Guanya decided to stay in Jiangcheng more often to be readily available for Chen Feng. She had a branch office in Jiangcheng, so there were no worries about management issues. Afterwards, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya each held one of Lin Lan's hands and took her upstairs for a tour. Chen Feng went outside the villa alone to check the feng shui of the entire house. Yes, feng shui was one of the many skills he had learned. Although not as mystical as portrayed in TV dramas, feng shui did have some influence on a person's luck. Walked around the villa, made some adjustments to the placement of the stones, left a few marks in the corner of the wall, broke a tree branch. Then returned to the front gate. Chen Fong clapped his hands, nodded in satisfaction. Now it's done, perfect feng shui layout. The sound of brakes came from behind. Chen Fong turned to look. A man in a suit and leather shoes was busy getting out of the driver's seat, circling around to the passenger side, opening an umbrella. He then opened the passenger door. Xiaoyi, I have booked this villa as you requested. According to what you said before, you will agree to be my exclusive woman, right? I, Jiang Yi, always keep my word. As long as you buy me this Fushan residence, I will agree to be your woman. A seductive woman stepped out of the passenger seat. The man tried to please her. Are you from the sales department? Where is the contract? Bring it over for my EE to sign. How can you be so blind? Soon, the man noticed Chen Feng's presence and ordered in a commanding tone. Chen Feng ignored him. Hey! What's wrong with you? Can't you hear me talking to you? Are all the workers nowadays so arrogant? Being treated this way in front of the woman he liked, the man felt embarrassed and scolded. What are you being arrogant for? Let me tell you, I am Li Tianxiong, the one who bought this Fushan residence. Even your boss has to serve me, understand? Idiot, intending to expose Chen Feng and Yi Qingcheng, and let her fans cyberbully them. This move was not uncommon for her. However, at that moment, Li Tianxiong, who was originally lying on the ground, miraculously stood up and slapped Jiang Yi's phone several meters away. Are you crazy? Seeing her new phone, which cost her thousands of dollars, being slapped away, Jiang Yi cursed angrily and hurriedly went to pick it up. Seeing the cracked screen of her phone, she turned back and glared fiercely at Li Tianxiong, suspecting that he had been hit on the head. Apologize. Li Tianxiong demanded forcefully. Apologize? Apologize to whom? Them? Jiang Yi sneered. Why should I apologize to them? What are they? Do they deserve me to apologize? Slap. Li Tianxiong, enduring the pain, walked up to Jiang Yi and slapped her in the face. Jiang Yi was left dumbfounded. Apologize. Li Tianxiong repeated, otherwise, from now on, our relationship is over, and there will be no more connection between us. Slap. Madman. Jiang Yi slapped back at Li Tianxiong, then stomped in her high heels, quickly walked to the car, got into the driver's seat, turned the car around, and said, remember what you said, don't come looking for me in the future. A lapdog, thinking too highly of yourself. The car drove away. Li Tianxiong, feeling like he had been pardoned, knelt on the ground. Missy, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I really didn't know he was related to you, That's enough, no need to say more. Yi Qingqing raised her hand, impatient to listen to Li Tianxiong's words. Li Tianxiong held a glimmer of hope. But then Yi Qingqing's next words chilled him to the core. From now on, the Li Group has no reason to exist, and I don't want to see you in Jiang City again. Every time I see you, I'll hit you. And don't go to Sheep City either, my temper is not good, and my crocodiles are getting tired of poultry meat, I don't mind letting them try something new. Guanya spoke up. The most terrifying thing was that Li Tianxiong could tell that neither Yi Qingqing nor Guanya were joking with him. They were serious. Leave the contract, take him, and disappear. Yi Qingqing coldly ordered the general manager. Yes, Miss Yi. After putting down the contract, the general manager quickly dragged the bewildered and desperate Li Tianxiong into the car, started the engine, and drove away. Knowing that he had offended the wrong people. These people are really blind. My master is such a powerful figure, and they dare to say he's a lowly person, ridiculous. Yi Qingqing walked over, took the contract and pen from the wall, and returned to Chen Feng, offering them with a smile, Master, this is the contract. As long as you sign your name, this Fushan residence will be yours from now on. Good. Chen Feng took the contract and wrote his name in a flowing manner. Long time no see, Master, your handwriting is still so dominant, with a force that can crush all the calligraphy masters. Yi Qingqing commented seriously. Indeed, the brushwork that Master gave me before is often visited and admired by calligraphy masters, and wealthy businessmen even offered millions for a single character, asking me to give it up, Wanya nodded. What? Master, I really like the characters you write. Lips tightly pursed, looking aggrieved, as if tears would fall from her eyes the next moment. I'll write for you when I have time, Chen Fong smiled bitterly. For these mischievous and jealous senior sisters who liked to tease each other, he really didn't know what to say. Damn it! Guanya realized she had said the wrong thing and shouldn't have revealed that secret. It was not good to trouble Chen Fong again, because if she opened her mouth, Yi Qingchang would eventually take advantage of it. Come in, your master has made tea, and I'll give you a lesson. Chen Fong noticed Lin Lan's busy figure in the kitchen through the glass window. Yi Qingcheng and Guanya exchanged glances and exclaimed, "Great!" They took out their notebooks, ready to take notes seriously. To put it bluntly, every word Chen Fong said was immeasurable in their hearts, beyond money. Priceless. However, what Yi Qingcheng and Guanya did not notice was a pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. I envy you, being able to stay by the master's side all the time. Taking out her phone, Cold Snow looked at the underground forum, where there were 3 bounties on herself totaling 130 million, 98 million, and 90 million respectively. Cold Snow decided not to disturb Chen Fong for now, until she dealt with the person who posted the tasks and the assassins who accepted them, to avoid implicating him. Cold Snow had no doubt about Chen Feng's strength, she just didn't want to cause trouble for him. She made Chen Fong feel like a bad apprentice who liked to cause trouble. She closed the forum and opened her contact list. Finding Xiao Shimi's name, she edited a paragraph of text, attached a video, and sent it. The video showed the content of Jiang Yi's contempt, provocation, and insults towards Chen Fong. After the successful send, Cold Snow left. At the Golden Wheat Entertainment more than 20 minutes later. Bang! After repeatedly confirming that her makeup could cover the slap marks on her face, Jiang Yi dared to get out of the car, slamming the door. In anger. Bitch! I will make you all infamous, my fans will not let you off. Jiang Yi took out her phone, opened the album, and scrolled left and right to find the secretly taken photos of Chen Fong, Yi Qingcheng, and Guanya before leaving. With a wicked smile, she had already contacted a professional writer on the way, ready to write a short story, play the victim, and provoke her fans to attack Chen Fong and the others, inciting online bullying. The preparation process was seamless, as she was an old hand at it, familiar with the process. Just as Jiang Yi was about to enter the company gate, a figure blocked her way. Seeing this face, Jiang Yi recalled the fear of being controlled. In the current entertainment industry, music industry, the hottest and youngest queen in history, Xiao Yurong. In terms of looks and achievements, she outshone Jiang Yi, the image that Jiang Yi most wanted to achieve. Jiang Yi was at best a third-rate celebrity, while Xiao Yurong was a top-tier star. Not only in China, but even abroad, Xiao Yurong also had many fans, often holding sold-out concerts with full attendance as the norm. Faced with such a person, even someone as arrogant as Jiang Yi could only silently make way. She knew it was not beneficial to offend Xiao Yurong. However, the next words from Xiao Yurong made Jiang Yi frown. You've come at the right time, I have something to tell you. Something to tell me? Jiang Yi was puzzled, as she had no connection with Xiao Yurong. What could she have to say to her? Please go on, Jiang Yi smiled politely. From now on, you are no longer affiliated with Jinmai Entertainment, and at the same time, Jinmai will spare no effort to blacklist you from the entire industry, Xiao Yurong notified coldly. After watching the video of Jiang Yi causing trouble for Chen Fong, ruthlessly suppressed by Xiao Yurong. Buzzing. Feeling a vibration, Xiao Yurong picked up her phone and found an email. Upon opening it, she was shocked by the various revelations, videos, even though she was well aware of the entertainment industry's secrets. It was all about Jiang Yi. It truly pushed Xiao Yurong's limits for a person. Glancing at the sender's name, Long Aoshue, Xiao Yurong smiled faintly. Cold sister is still so ruthless and heartless. She didn't dislike her in her mind. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Master Chen Fong, their fate, no matter how tragic, is not worthy of sympathy. Not worth it. Afterwards, Xiao Yurong packed up all the information in the email and sent it to the secretary to spread it out. Internet water army? Not needed. Jiang Yi's reputation is not small. Once these shocking revelations are released, they will be picked up by major media outlets, without worrying about the level of attention. Undoubtedly, it will deepen people's impression of the entertainment industry as dirty as a sewer. Xiao Yurong? She is like a lotus flower emerging unstained from the mud. She debuted with a hit album that took the whole internet by storm. In just 2 years, she sold over 10 billion copies, crowned herself as the queen of pop, and became a household name. Those who want to go against her are not qualified. Offending Xiao Yurong is not a good idea, especially considering her massive fanbase. Xiao Yurong's path in the entertainment industry can be said to be smooth sailing. Just at this moment. Tiannan Hospital, room 303. Fong Yu slowly opened his eyes. Fong Chengyang quickly leaned in, asking with concern, "Xiao Yu, how are you? Are you okay? Is there any discomfort in your body?" "Dad, where am I?" Fong Yu asked groggily. "You are in the hospital. You were found unconscious in a KTV private room and brought here for treatment," Fong Chengyang explained, then hurriedly asked, "Xiao Yu, tell Dad, who is the damn person who beat you like this? Dad will definitely avenge you." Fong Chengyang was puzzled. He had sent Zhao Taijun out, so why was Fong Yu beaten like this? "Dad, it's Chen Feng. He's out of prison. It's all because of him that I ended up like this." Tears streamed down Fong Yu's eyes. "Chen Feng? He's out of prison? Wasn't he sentenced to 4 years?" Fong Chengyang was sure it had only been 3 years, with 1 year left before his release. "For some reason, he was released early and has been against me at every turn." Fong Yu's eyes were bloodshot. "Xiao Yu, rest assured, Dad will definitely help you get rid of him." 3 years ago, when Chen Feng was still part of the Chen family, Fong Chengyang could have sent him to Black Mountain Prison. Now, he was a discarded member of the Chen family, and Fong Chengyang didn't care about him at all. Just an ant. "Not only him, but also the person who beat me like this. Dad, you must avenge me." "If I remember correctly, his name is Su Zhentian." "Su Zhentian?" Fong Chengyang was stunned for half a minute. Slowly, he asked repeatedly, "Su Zhentian? Are you sure about this name?" "Of course I'm sure." Fong Yu didn't understand why Fong Chengyang was asking like this. "He beat me like this. Even if I turn into ashes, I can still recognize him." Fong Chengyang swallowed hard, then continued, "What was Zhao Tiejuan's reaction when he saw him? Did he take action?" "He did, but it was against me. I ended up like this partly because of him. He and his people must pay the price." "Oh, Zhao Taijun also told me to tell you that he's done. Dad, we must let those traitors know the consequences of betraying our Fong family." Smack! "You fool!" Fong Chengyang raised his hand and slapped Fong Yu, interrupting his words. Several loose teeth flew out and hit the glass window, making a clattering sound. Blood dripped from Fong Yu's mouth. "Dad! What are you doing?" Fong Yu looked at Fong Chengyang in astonishment. Unable to move above his neck due to the plaster cast covering his body, he couldn't do anything. "How dare you ask? Do you know who Su Zhentian is? He is the founder and chairman of the Qinglong Bodyguard Company." Fong Chengyang roared. If Fong Yu wasn't his own son, Fong Chengyang would have killed him long ago. "Qinglong Bodyguard Company? We don't have money, Dad, why are you so afraid of him?" Fong Yu saw the undisguised fear in Fong Chengyang's eyes. He had never seen Fong Chengyang so weak before. It was hard to understand. "What do you know? What kind of person is using bodyguards? Do you know how deep the connections are between many big shots and their bodyguards? Messing with them is like messing with the interests of those people. How many lives do you have to spare?" Fong Chengyang's tone was extremely serious. It was to make Fong Yu understand the seriousness of the situation and not to provoke Su Zhentian anymore. He can't afford to provoke him. He felt that he had spoiled Fong Yu too much, not realizing the extent of the situation. If this continues, it won't just be him, sooner or later he will drag himself, as a father, into the pit. "Big shots? We know quite a few big shots in our family." Fong Yu pursed his lips, feeling defiant. "Hey! You brat! Seeing Fong Yu dodging and the blood staining the plaster red, Fong Changyang ultimately couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. He raised his hand halfway, then put it down heavily. Anyway, if you see Su Jintian again in the future, stay away from him. If there's a next time, don't say you're my son, I don't have a son like you. Fong Yu still felt defiant, thinking Fong Changyang was making a big deal out of nothing. But he was also afraid of getting beaten, so he had to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. Instead, he said, okay, you can keep this grudge against Su Jintian, but Chen Fong, Dad, I want him to suffer 10 times. 100 times. Fong Yu deliberately didn't mention the relationship between Su Jintian and Chen Fong. He believed that Chen Fong must have asked Yi Qingqing to intervene to persuade Su Jintian to protect him. A man of 7 feet tall, actually hiding behind a woman, acting like a coward. What Fong Yu hated the most was that he wasn't as handsome as Chen Fong, not as tall as him. Wherever Chen Fong was, Fong Yu felt invisible, completely ignored. Fong Yu was defiant, thinking they were all second-generation rich kids. Why was only Chen Fong so outstanding? No problem, I will give you an answer soon. Su Jintian was someone Fong Changyang didn't want to mess with. A small fry like Chen Fong, he treated him like an ant, ready to crush him anytime he wanted, effortlessly. Good. Seeing Fong Changyang agree with him, Fong Yu smiled. He wasn't worried about Su Jintian's retaliation. The reason was simple, Su Jintian was only acting because of Yi Qingqing. And Yi Qingqing was probably only interested in Chen Feng's looks. There were plenty of good-looking men in the world. Fong Yu didn't believe that Yi Qingqing and Su Jintian would completely fall out with the Fong family over a Chen family outcast. It would be a lose-lose situation, benefiting no one. This was Fong Yu's confidence, he had Chen Fong figured out. He couldn't help but admire his own strategy. In ancient times, he would have been a brilliant military strategist. Faishanju Villa. Chen Fong glanced at the clock on the wall, and had been talking for almost 2 hours. He felt it was enough, the knowledge he shared was sufficient for Yi Qingqing, Guanya, and the others to digest and use. So he said, let's stop here for today. Okay. Guanya and Yi Qingqing stood up, facing Chen Fong, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. One sat beside Chen Fong, clenching her small fists, massaging his legs for him. The other went behind him, massaging his shoulders and back, with clear division of labor. Master, you've worked hard. You two big bosses, how come your massage skills are so good? Chen Fong asked in surprise, feeling refreshed all over. Of course, we spent time learning specifically so that one day we could be filial to Master like this. Yi Qingqing spoke first. Guanya, who was a step behind, could only give her a coquettish look and keep her mouth shut. Yi Qingqing shook her head and swayed, showing off her cleverness, especially pleased with herself. By the way, Master, you just got out of prison, you probably haven't prepared daily necessities, change of clothes, etc., right? How about I accompany you to the mall to shop? Guanya suggested. I'm quite confident in fashion design, I can definitely pick out a perfect outfit for you, Master, so that certain people with dog eyes who don't take you seriously will regret it. Yi Qingqing subtly mocked Jiang Yi. Blind and ignorant, not recognizing a true hero. Okay. Chen Fong nodded in agreement. He would rather buy some new clothes and daily necessities for his mother Linlan than for himself. Knowing that she had been kicked out of the Chen family's house and had been living a tight life, Chen Fong had just seen at least 3 holes in the clothes. Chen Fong had made a vow in prison that after he was released, he would not let his family suffer. Later, the 3 of them went out together. Linlan rested in the second-floor room so that her broken leg could heal completely and avoid any complications. Outside the villa, Guanchaji, can you please drive? Yi Qingqing said with a fake smile. Come on, this is Jiangcheng. You are the host, and I came from afar. You want me to drive? Is this how you treat your guests? Guanya knew what Yi Qingqing was thinking. She wanted to drive herself, with Yi Qingqing in the back seat, monopolizing Chen Fong. Guanya wouldn't be foolish enough to let her have her way. Crafty fox. Seeing that Guanya saw through her thoughts, Yi Qingqing retorted, You can't say that. Master has been in prison for these years, and Jiangcheng has changed a lot. I have to explain and introduce, do you understand? Driving won't stop you from talking. Guanya mercilessly retorted. Aren't you afraid I'll get distracted, and if I make a mistake, cause an accident, and hurt Master? Or do you want Master to? Yi Qingchang, watch your mouth. Let me do it. Seeing the escalating conflict between the two, Chen Fong opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Hey! Master, how can we trouble you with this? Let Qingcheng do it. Yes, Master, let her do it. Yi Qingcheng frowned and looked at Guanya, puzzled. Alright, I haven't driven in years, so I want to get a feel for it. Don't argue with me. Okay. Since Chen Fong had already spoken up, Yi Qingcheng didn't want to push further and go against his wishes. I'll listen to Master. Guanya took a step forward, opened the passenger door, and got in. Hey! Yi Qingcheng clenched her fists, stomped her foot in helpless anger, regretting her slow reaction. She could only sit in the back seat. Chen Fong drove the car slowly down the mountain. At first, he was a bit rusty, but he became more proficient as time went on. In just a few minutes, he had completely regained his sense of driving. Master, your driving skills are amazing. Guanya couldn't help but praise. She was prone to motion sickness, so she had high expectations for the driver's skills. The car driven by Chen Fong was the most stable she had ever been in, no doubt about it. Easier than driving a tank. Chen Fong responded casually. At first, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya didn't notice anything wrong. But the next moment, they couldn't help but frown. Master, had he driven a tank before? They felt that Chen Fong was becoming more and more mysterious. In a blink of an eye, the car stopped at a crossroads, with the red light counting down, about 30 seconds left. Because the windows were open for ventilation, the beauty of Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, who were close by, attracted many passers-by to stop and stare. Wow! So beautiful. So ethereal. Is she a celebrity? Her aura is amazing. Wait. Why is there a man? Could he be her boyfriend? Just a driver, what are you thinking? Hearing this, a woman was not happy. Your driver is so handsome? I envy that man. If I could sit in that position, I would be willing to lose 10 years of my life. I'd go for 20 years. I'd go straight for 30 years. I'm all in. They were just venting. At this moment, a convertible sports car stopped next to Chen Fong. The man in the driver's seat was instantly attracted by Guanya's beauty, unable to take his eyes off her, unable to move an inch. At that moment, he was certain that Guanya was the woman destined for him. Beauty, do you have time to have a drink together? Roar! The engine roared, and Chen Fong drove the car away directly. Hey! This immediately sparked the man's anger and desire to win, stepping on the gas pedal to chase after them. I don't believe it, the famous top 10 sports car in the world, lousy, can't catch up with you. The fact is, indeed unable to catch up. Good performance, but on this busy road, his driving skills were completely outmatched by Chen Fong. He could only watch as Chen Fong weaved through traffic like flowing water, in the blink of an eye, not even able to see his car's tail. Damn! Professional? The man left behind was dumbfounded. Unable to give up, with the heart willing but the strength lacking. In the car. Master, your driving skills are completely on par, surpassing those top professional racers. Guan Yashin said excitedly. It was truly exhilarating. Yi Qingcheng was so shocked that she was speechless, thinking several times that they would crash, but Chen Fong skillfully averted danger. The difference between success and failure was just a hair's breadth. If it were someone else, they would probably have crashed several times already. This impressed Yi Qingcheng, who had a bit of a passion for racing. It was hard to believe that one person could be so versatile. Fortunately, he was their own master. If he were an enemy, Yi Qingcheng thought, she would probably have been sold out, willingly counting money for him. A few minutes later, the car entered the underground parking garage of the mall. Chen Fong, Yi Qingcheng, and Guanya walked into the elevator together. Their destination was the clothing section on the 4th floor. The elevator stopped on the 1st floor, and 2 women and a man entered. The women's attention was first drawn to Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, then they noticed Chen Feng's presence. Apart from his somewhat tacky attire, they genuinely liked his face. Giving a score of 100, they gave him 101, not afraid of making Chen Feng proud. However, upon seeing the cold expression on Guan Yashin and Yi Qingcheng's faces, the women immediately gave up on approaching them to exchange contact information. They knew the grass was already claimed. The elevator stopped on the 2nd floor, and another man entered. His gaze quickly scanned the crowd, and when it landed on Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, he showed a lecherous expression and squeezed in, saying, "Excuse me, let me through." "Sorry, excuse me." "Hey! Don't touch me." A woman noticed the man's hand brushing against her thigh and complained. "The elevator is so crowded, what can I do?" "I already said excuse me." The man justified himself. He intentionally moved closer to Guanya and Yi Qingcheng. Then, the elevator doors closed. Chen Feng had a bad feeling about this man from the start. Sure enough, at the moment the elevator doors closed, he noticed that the man's wandering hand was reaching towards Yi Qingcheng's thigh. Naturally, he couldn't let him have his way. He acted swiftly, grabbing the man's wrist. You dare." Crack! Not giving him a chance, he twisted the man's wrist on the spot. Ah! The man's screams echoed in the elevator. After the elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor, a group of people rushed out, thinking a major accident had occurred. Upon turning back, they realized it was Chen Feng holding the man's hand in an unbelievable angle. You dare break my hand." The man widened his eyes, bloodshot veins covering the whites of his eyes, staring at Chen Feng. Daring to be lecherous, this is the consequence. Chen Feng let go of the man's hand, and the man fell out like a weak chicken, hitting the closing elevator door with a thud. Then, his head got caught in the closing doors. What? Elevator pervert. Should we call the police? This kind of person is despicable, he just touched my leg in the chaos. Shameless. Scum. The man got up from the ground, shaking his head unsteadily. Hearing someone say they should call the police, he quickly spoke up to clarify, "Don't say that, I'm not a pervert, I saw him trying to do something inappropriate to that lady, so I acted in the name of justice." Yes, that's right. In the name of justice. The man thought of a good way to shift the blame onto Chen Feng. By doing so, he could portray himself as a hero, maybe even win the favor of Guanya and Yi Qingcheng by saving the day and getting injured. Just thinking about it, the man was extremely excited. He greatly admired his own cleverness and intelligence. However, the next second, he realized that as soon as these words came out of his mouth, the way people looked at him became even more strange. Such a handsome guy, does he need to act like a rogue? Yeah, as long as he's willing, I can go to the hotel right away. This guy is definitely playing the thief-catching thief game, don't believe him. Bro, it's not that I look down on you, but you really look sleazy, inside and out, so saying this, the credibility is really low. Upon hearing this, the man became angry. How can you judge people by their appearance and tarnish their innocence? Have you chilled the hearts of the righteous? Some people were almost convinced by the man's emotional performance. Yi Qingcheng and Guanya were speechless. It seems that you have a deep misunderstanding. Does he need to sneak around if he has this idea? Yi Qingcheng directly grabbed Chen Feng's hand and placed it on her slender waist, without any excess fat. Chen Feng did not resist, as Yi Qingcheng was also well-intentioned, wanting to clarify and prove for himself. Through his fingers, it was easy to feel that Yi Qingcheng's waist was very firm, slightly showing muscle definition, indicating regular exercise and elasticity. Seeing Yi Qingcheng take the initiative to grab Chen Feng's hand and place it on her body, the man was envious and jealous to the extreme. Just because he's handsome, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? This top-notch beauty actually took the initiative to approach him? What a joke! The man really wished he could immediately go to a country with advanced plastic surgery techniques and have a face exactly like Chen Feng's. On the other hand, Wanya, seeing Yi Qingqing being so intimate with Chen Fong in public, could she endure it? Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed Xin Feng's other hand and decisively placed it on her waist, saying, "Exactly, stop using your petty tricks and deceiving gentlemen." Seeing even Guanya acting this way, not only the man, but also the onlookers couldn't help but envy Chen Feng. Many even wanted to become Chen Feng's disciples, thinking that even learning 1% of his skills would be enough to dominate the romantic world. But now was clearly not the time to speak up. The other elevator door opened, and several security guards quickly walked out from inside. "What happened?" asked the head security guard. "Lao Yang, you arrived just in time. That kid is a rogue. He groped me in the elevator, but I caught him red-handed. He got angry and broke my hand. And those two women, just because he's good-looking, they slandered me together. I must teach them a lesson and kick them out." The man had an attitude of not fearing consequences. He took out his work ID from his pocket, which stated manager. Yes, Manager Sunday. Although this was not the first time the man had been accused of being a rogue and groping in the elevator, the security guard Captain Yang did not dare to do anything to him due to the man's higher position. He could only think of how to downplay the situation, ask Xin Feng, Yi Qingcheng, and the others to leave and keep his job. Excuse me, gentlemen and ladies, can I have a word with you?" Yang approached Chen Feng and the others politely. Chen Feng and Yi Qingqing could see that Yang was being controlled by someone and looked helpless. Before they could speak, a manager named Sun Qianshou came up very dissatisfied and pushed Yang. "Why are you being so polite to them? Hit him hard, break both his hands." Sun Qianshou always believed in repaying double for grievances. It was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to let others know the consequences of resisting him and going against him in this place. "Manager Sun, is this really appropriate?" Yang was very troubled. "What's inappropriate about it? You're just a gatekeeper, why do you talk so much? I'm a manager, are you a manager?" Sun Qianshou raised his hand and pointed at Yang's chest. "You do what I tell you to do, stop being so chatty. If you don't believe me, I'll contact the HR department immediately and have you fired." Chen Feng grabbed Sun Qianshou's hand. Sun Qianshou exerted all his strength, but he couldn't pull it out, as if he was being clamped by a tiger. How could this kid be so strong? Sun Qianshou's face showed a fierce look. He didn't expect that at this moment, Chen Feng would still dare to challenge him instead of kneeling down to apologize. Enraged, he wanted to curse loudly. But Chen Feng wouldn't give him the chance. Crack! 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 With a twist of his wrist, Sun Qianshou's entire arm was twisted into a spiral, bursting skin, shattering bones, rendering the whole arm completely useless. Much worse than the other one. Bang! Boom! Immediately followed by a violent kick, sending Sun Qianshou flying. Without even a chance to scream, he fell 7 to 8 meters away. Grimacing in pain, not knowing how many times he passed out from the pain, only to be awakened by it immediately. He was in unbearable pain, unable to live, unable to die. Damn! This guy is too ruthless. Really? This is how you should treat evil people. So cool. So domineering. This is the type I like. Yeah, looking so gentle and refined. Who would have thought that when he strikes, he's like a god of war possessed, a perfect dream lover. Chen Feng's moves won the hearts of many young female fans who secretly admired him. Gulp! Seeing this scene, the head of the security team, Yang, swallowed hard. He thought it was a good thing he didn't listen to Sun Qianshou and go after Chen Feng earlier, otherwise his hands would have been completely disabled. Ah! It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Qianshou. What's going on? A man was attracted by the screams, pushed through the crowd, and walked out. His gaze focused, and when he saw the person clearly, Sun Qianshou was overjoyed. "Uncle, that kid is playing the victim, he disabled my hands, you have to help me get justice. I want him dead. Don't worry, I'm here. I promise to give you an explanation for this. I won't let them get away with it." Zhou Hong promised. But as he turned around, the first thing Zhou Hong saw made his legs go weak, almost tripping over. Mr. Yi? Do you know me? Yi Qingcheng searched his memory but didn't remember meeting this person before. I don't know you, but your famous name precedes you. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to visit you. Zhou Hong said respectfully. He was no longer indifferent and arrogant as before, but polite and respectful. Oh. Is that so? But didn't you just say you wouldn't let us off easily? Yi Qingcheng retorted. Zhou Hong was speechless. Uncle, at a time like this, don't get distracted by appearances, why bother arguing with them? Disable the men's limbs, take the women directly to the hotel, one for each of us. Sun Chansho said helplessly. He felt Zhou Hong was too long-winded. Hearing Sun Chansho's words, Zhou Hong felt like he had been struck by lightning, shocked and almost paralyzed with fear. What nonsense are you talking about here? If you want to die, that's fine, but don't drag me into it. Zhou Hong completely forgot about his promise to Sun Chansho and kicked him hard in the abdomen. Cough. The force was so strong that Sun Chansho coughed up blood. His face turned pale, distorted in pain. Uncle, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? You should be hitting them. Sun Chansho asked in confusion. He wondered if Zhou Hong had taken his medication. Still talking nonsense. I'm hitting you. Zhou Hong saw that Sun Chansho showed no restraint and continued to kick him fiercely, just to show Yi Qingcheng his attitude. There was no hint of hostility towards her. Even though Zhou Hong held a high position in this department store, he wasn't even worthy of being Yi Qingcheng's shoe polisher. Cough. Puff. Uncle, stop kicking, if you keep going, you'll completely lose me as your nephew. Sun Chansho weakly gasped, hoarse. Seeing this, Zhou Hong stopped his actions. You brat, do you know who she is? Sun Chansho couldn't speak, curled up in a ball, stuttering, the pain spreading throughout his body. She is the famous female tycoon of Zhangchang. Yi Qingcheng, General Manager Yi. You fool, how dare you cause trouble for General Manager Yi, do you want me to beat you to death? Zhou Hong revealed Yi Qingcheng's identity. So that Sun Chansho knows why he had to beat him up. This is not to harm him, but to save him 100%. Yi Qingcheng? Yi Qingcheng. After 2 or 3 seconds, Sun Chansho realized that he had provoked a big shot that he should never have provoked. He had heard people say that even the boss of this shopping mall, with a net worth of over 10 billion, had to be extremely respectful in front of Yi Qingcheng, completely devoid of his usual arrogance. It was such a top-notch big shot, even his own boss dared not offend, yet he dared to make advances on her. At this moment, Sun Chansho felt almost on the verge of collapse. What made him even more desperate was the existence of Fong. The reason was simple, Sun Chansho simply could not believe that with Yi Qingcheng's looks, wealth, and background, she needed to grovel to Fong because of his face. This could only mean that this person's background was even bigger than Yi Qingcheng's. And looking at Guanya, one could see that her aura was no less than Yi Qingcheng's. Realizing this, Sun Chansho felt like the sky was about to fall. Since you know me, then this matter is easy to handle. It seems that she has done this before. I hope to see it in the newspaper tomorrow. Yes, Yi Qingcheng was forcing Zhou Hong to send scum like Sun Chansho to prison, to live with regret for the rest of his life. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will immediately gather evidence. If it's a death penalty, there will be no life imprisonment. If it's life imprisonment, there will be no parole. Zhou Hong promised. Seeing Yi Qingcheng's attitude, he simply did not have the courage, nor the ability, to protect Sun Chansho. Upon hearing this, Sun Chansho's eyes rolled back, showing the whites of his eyes, his body slumped back, scared to faint. However, this would not change the fact that Sun Chansho would face endless prison torment, and ultimately, unable to bear the psychological and physical pressure from his tough male cellmates, he chose to end his life. But that's a story for another time. Fong, Yi Qingcheng, and Guanya did not stay long. They continued to take the elevator to the 4th floor of the mall. Each holding onto Feng's arm, they walked towards the men's clothing section. Feeling the envy and hatred of the crowd, Fong felt embarrassed. Welcome, may I help you with anything? The salesperson warmly greeted them. No need, we'll look around ourselves. With Guanya present, Yi Qingchang was already feeling helpless enough. She really didn't want to bring in another person to disturb her time with Chen Fong. All right. The salesperson tactfully left. Master, this one and this one both seem very suitable for you. This set and this set also match your style, Master. Guanya and Yi Qingcheng kept taking various clothes off the shelves and comparing them in front of Chen Fong. The more they compared, man's wrist. You. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, his wrist bone was forcefully broken by Chen Fong, shattering into pieces. Ah! The words that were about to come out turned into a piercing scream of pain. Are you crazy? Do you know who I am? How dare you? Bang! Boom! Chen Fong didn't have the patience to listen to his nonsense and show off his status. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying out of the store, landing in the corridor. His chest felt like it was tearing apart, unable to get up. The sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. The man looked up and saw several security guards in uniforms. With a forced smile, "You guys came just in time, I'm Cui Yuanqing, I know your boss, hurry up and teach that idiot a lesson." Hearing Cui Yuanqing claiming to know the mall's boss and asking for help to deal with Chen Fong, the security guards glanced at each other and nodded. Without saying a word, their punches and kicks rained down on Cui Yuanqing, swift and merciless. Hey! What are you doing? Stop, don't hit my face, vision, talent, and beauty. To be honest, his ears were almost calloused from hearing it all. But when he saw her in person, Cui Yuanqing instantly understood them. This woman, like the woman in the store, is a rare sight in the world. So beautiful. Master, come, let's take a picture. Seeing Yi Qingcheng taking out her phone and also addressing Chen Fong as master, Cui Yuanqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, both shocked and tender inside. This guy, does he have a relationship with Yi Qingcheng, the CEO? Come, master, let's take another photo together to commemorate this moment. Soon after, Yi Qingcheng trapped Chen Feng's arm in her embrace, leaned in close, and playfully asked to take a photo with Chen Fong. With her pouting cherry lips, she could kiss Chen Feng's cheek at any moment. Hey! Yi Qingcheng, taking a photo is fine, but don't take advantage of the master. Guanya couldn't stand it and said. Tisk, caught in the act? Yi Qingcheng pursed her lips, feeling more annoyed by Guanya. Alright. Are you really planning to do that? Guanya realized she had underestimated Yi Qingcheng. Confused, completely confused. Seeing two exceptional beauties, one of them a business queen who dominated the business world, being jealous over a young man who looked to be in his 20s. How could Cui Yuanqing not be confused? Phew. Guys, I'm exhausted, this guy can really take a beating, let's throw him out so that Mr. Yi and the others don't find him annoying. A security guard suggested. Okay. The other security guards agreed unanimously. After a moment, they took the person to the first floor and threw him next to the trash can like garbage. Compared to the humiliation, Cui Yuanqing was now more worried about Yi Qingcheng's retaliation. If Chen Fong were to tell Yi Qingcheng about what just happened, Cui Yuanqing was more aware than anyone else that his small business, facing a giant like Yi Qingcheng, could be destroyed with just a word, plunging him into a financial crisis. He regretted deeply. Suddenly enlightened, he understood why the ancestors often said, "A knife on the head of lust." Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang. Cui Yuanqing took out his phone and saw the caller was named Lu Secretary. He answered the call, intending to ask Secretary Lu to come pick him up and take him to the hospital to get a cast. With his broken arm and ribs, Cui Yuanqing couldn't drive, unable to hold the steering wheel. Hello, Secretary Lu, I'm... He was cut off halfway through, his expression changing in shock. What? I'm bankrupt? Say that again? Who did it? Was it Yi Qingcheng? He didn't expect retaliation to come so quickly. It wasn't her? Then who was it? Cui Yuanqing furrowed his brow. He then heard an even more terrifying name. The renowned chairman of the Yayan Group, who had power in both black and white markets, Guanya. Yi Qingqing's appearance had already shocked and surprised Cui Yuanqing. He hadn't expected someone even more terrifying to come along. If Yi Qingqing's frightening aspect lay in her ability to crush others with her wealth, then Guanya, whether in wealth, connections, or methods, was powerful enough to suffocate people. Cui Yuanqing didn't dare to keep a crocodile as a pet, and there were rumors that Guanya would feed those who offended her to the crocodiles. The Dark Empress, the Violent Queen, there were countless titles like these. In Cui Yuanqing's impression, Guanya should be a domineering and powerful woman, far from the gentle and delicate image. But thinking back to Guanya's affectionate, admiring, and respectful behavior in front of Chen Fong just now. Was this the Dark Empress? Was this the Violent Queen? He quickly got up, walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, go to the nearest airport. Cui Yuanqing wanted to leave Jiangcheng, no, leave Daxia, the farther the better. He was afraid that even his life would be at risk. Unable to provoke either Yi Qingqing or Guanya, let alone Chen Fong, who could conquer both of them. In Cui Yuanqing's eyes at this moment, Chen Fong was a monster, a complete monster. In comparison, Chen Fong, Yi Qingqing, and Guanya seemed extremely harmonious. If there were clothes, there had to be shoes to match. Since Guanya had bought Chen Fong designer clothes worth over 10 million, Yi Qingqing certainly couldn't fall behind. After getting the size from Chen Fong, she also took out a black card and had the store staff pack up shoes costing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands per pair, to be sent to Fushan residents. In the blink of an eye, she spent millions. If Chen Fong didn't stop them, today, Guanya and Yi Qingqing might buy the entire mall. Master, aren't you interested in driving? There are all kinds of luxury cars downstairs, off-road vehicles, sports cars. Do you want to buy a few cars to bring back and keep in the garage, so you can switch cars every day and never repeat the same one? Yi Qingqing asked for Chen Feng's opinion. These cars are too low-end, how can they match up with the master? I have already had the most well-known foreign sports car manufacturer specially customize a unique and outstanding supercar for the master, Guanya decisively intercepted, having started arranging it after experiencing Chen Feng's superb driving skills. She believed that good technology must be paired with a good car. She happened to have some business dealings with that sports car manufacturer, so she directly approached them for a private customization to make it unique. Tisk, once again being preempted, Yi Qingqing clenched her fist, secretly vowing to take the initiative next time and not let Guanya always get ahead and suppress her like this. Alright, hit them hard. They saw the old man's tightly furrowed brow relax as Chen Fong inserted the final silver needle into his head. His face returned to calm, his body no longer convulsing, appearing to be in a state of turning danger into safety. How is this possible? Everything happening before their eyes completely overturned their understanding of traditional medicine. It challenged their worldview. While Western medicine has a success rate of only 5%, Chen Fong, in just a few seconds, by pressing a few times on the person's chest and inserting a few silver needles, resolved the issue? This was completely opposite to what they had learned and known. Uncertain if they had been deceived by Chen Fong, who somehow briefly revived the old man. Or perhaps, they had been deceived by Western medicine? Considering that Western medicine has only been around for 200 years, while traditional medicine has existed for much longer. Without Western medicine, the Great Xia civilization had developed for thousands of years relying on traditional medicine. Following this, the old man slowly opened his eyes, sat up as if nothing had happened, and asked, Xiaoxue, where am I? Seeing the old man sit up fully recovered, the two doctors' understanding was once again overturned. They instantly understood why Guanya, such a prominent figure, would favor Chen Fong so much. He indeed had the ability. They made up their minds that after returning, they would study traditional medicine thoroughly. Even reaching just 1% of Chen Feng's skill would offer immense prospects. However, they were unaware that what they had witnessed was far from Chen Feng's true abilities, just the tip of the iceberg. Grandpa! You're awake! Thank goodness! Wiping away tears, Jiang Xiaoxue still sobbed slightly. Grandpa, this is Wanchang Mall, do you remember? You suddenly collapsed while we were shopping. Thanks to this young man's timely intervention, he saved your life. Even the doctors said that even if you were taken to the hospital in time, you would have less than a 5% chance of survival. Less than 5%. Hearing this number and looking at the bloodstains on himself and the ground, the old man was extremely grateful to Chen Fong. "Young man, thank you for saving me. I have no way to repay such a great kindness. There is 1 million in this bank card, please accept it." At that moment, the old man could only offer this 1 million to Chen Fong. He decided to think later about how to repay Chen Feng's life-saving grace, as a mere 1 million would not be enough. Okay. Since the person had this intention, Chen Fong had no reason to refuse. Afterwards, he exchanged contact information with the old man's granddaughter, Jiang Xiaoxue. Chen Fong prepared the prescription, clicked send, and instructed Jiang Xiaoxue, "I've sent you the prescription, it contains basic medicinal ingredients that can be found in most pharmacies. Boil and take it twice a day, and after half a month, the old man's illness should be cured." "Got it. I'll remember that." Jiang Xiaoxue nodded earnestly. Not only handsome and kind-hearted, but also talented, is such a man real? Could his medical skills be those of a disciple of a famous traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? If I could be his girlfriend, even if it shortens my life by 10 years, I would be willing. Go to sleep, everything will be in your dreams. Sorry, even in your dreams, you can't dream of it. Damn. Do you have to be so heartless? Why make it difficult for women? The elevator door remained open, showing scenes from the old man spitting blood, his condition worsening, and Chen Fong administering acupuncture to save him. The passers-by gathered around the elevator door witnessed it all. Some even recorded videos and posted them online with captions like, "Encountered a super handsome divine doctor young man." Once the post was published, it quickly surpassed 100,000 views and received over 999 likes. At the same time, in an office room, a man was repeatedly playing a video of Chen Fong using acupuncture to stop bleeding and then using a silver needle to save a life. It can't be wrong. Absolutely can't be wrong. The 13 needles of Tianyang. Clearly the master's signature skill. How could this kid have learned it? Did he steal the technique? Standing up, the man left the office room and hurried upstairs to another office room. Knock. 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 He knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice of an elderly person came from behind the door, and the man pushed it open. "Xiaokang? Why aren't you in your own office receiving patients, and instead coming to me?" The old man asked while flipping through documents. "Master, I just saw a video where someone stole your technique," Lin Kong said indignantly. As the other person's disciple, he hadn't even mastered the 13 needles of Tianyang yet, and it was already learned by an outsider. This was intolerable. He must make him pay. Stealing from others might be acceptable, but stealing from Zheng Tianrun, one of the 4 great national medical masters, would definitely cause a stir in the medical community, leading to condemnation. Taking it to court, sentencing him to decades in prison, would be easy. After all, the 13 needles of Tianyang was classified as a top-secret medical skill. In Lin Kang's view, Chen Feng's actions were no different from stealing national secrets and must be severely punished. If he wants to learn, let him learn. As long as it's not illegal or unethical, having more people develop and promote ancient medicine is a good thing, Zheng Tianrun viewed it optimistically. But master, he learned your unique medical skill, the 13 needles of Tianyang, Lin Kong said emotionally. Zheng Tianrun froze at the words. He didn't recall giving anyone the opportunity to learn the 13 needles of Tianyang. And learning the 13 needles of Tianyang was not that simple. Even with Lin Kong, his personal disciple, by his side every day, with exceptional talent, he couldn't even master the first needle in over half a year. Where did you hear this from? Zheng Tianrun put down the documents in his hand and looked at Lin Kong, asking. On a forum, someone posted a video where that kid saved a critically ill old man using the 13 needles of Tianyang, I'm very sure. Afraid that Zheng Tianrun wouldn't believe him, Lin Kong took out his phone and found the downloaded video. Walking over to Zheng Tianrun, he played it and handed the phone to him. Zheng Tianrun took the phone. The image was a bit blurry, shaking frequently, and shot from outside the crowd, showing several heads in front. It did capture Chen Fong, but only half of his face. Zheng Tianran's gaze locked onto that half-face, his expression serious. It was the first time Lin Kong saw him with such a stern expression. Knowing this, Zheng Tianran would definitely not let it go easily. That kid was in big trouble. I didn't expect him to be released from prison. Why didn't anyone inform me? Zheng Tianran suddenly stood up. Released from prison? Lin Kong couldn't help but wonder, could it be that person had been sent to prison before for stealing techniques? Master, where are you going? Seeing Zheng Tianran rushing out, Lin Kong hurried to catch up. To the airport. Zheng Tianran replied. Is Master going to personally capture him and bring him back into custody? Lin Kong didn't expect Zheng Tianran, an old man, to be so passionate. Capture him and bring him back into custody? What nonsense have you been talking about since earlier? Zheng Tianran frowned. Master, your 13 needles of Tianyang is recognized as a national secret by Daxia. He learned and used it without permission, shouldn't he be arrested and put in jail? Lin Kong felt like he couldn't keep up with Zheng Tianran's pace. Put in jail? Zheng Tianran chuckled, do you want me to deceive my master and destroy my ancestors, and have him thrown into prison? Deceive my master and destroy my ancestors? Lin Kang's mind was in chaos. Master, I don't understand what you mean. How did deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors come into play? Where did the master come from? Where did the ancestors come from? Lin Kong suspected that Zheng Tianran might be getting old and confused. The person in the video is my master, who is also your master's master, Zheng Tianran explained further. The Tianyang 13 needles were created by him and then passed down to me. Noticing the expression on Lin Kang's face, Zheng Tianran asked, what's wrong? You don't believe what I'm saying? How could I not believe you, teacher? It's just that this person looks too young, about the same age as my daughter, to be your master. Alright, you still don't believe me. Zheng Tianran waved his hand, cutting off Lin Kang's words. He let go of the door handle and turned back to his seat. Upon careful consideration, he realized he had no idea where the video was shot. With just that bit of information in the video, it was difficult to identify. He picked up the tablet on the side, found Yan Chengyi's name in the contact list, and made a video call. Yan Chengyi? If Lin Kong standing beside him remembered correctly, he was also one of the 4 great masters of traditional Chinese medicine. In terms of medical skills, status, and influence, he was on par with Zheng Tianran. Lin Kong was curious as to why his teacher suddenly wanted to call him. The video call was quickly answered. The other party asked eagerly, rare guest, old Zhang, you actually called me first. Do you need something from me? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Enough with the nonsense. Do you know that our master has been released from prison? Bang! Just as Zheng Tianran finished speaking, Yan Chengyi on the other end of the phone slammed the table and stood up excitedly. What? Master has been released from prison? Wasn't there still a year left? I'm not sure, but my student just came across a video. A video? Yes. Zheng Tianran nodded. In the video, our master used the Tianyang 13 needles to save a dying old man. I'll send you the video. Great. Yan Chengyi clicked to accept and play the video. After watching it, he exclaimed, it's master. It's really master. To use the Tianyang 13 needles so skillfully, besides him, there's no one else. I didn't expect master to be released early. I think it must be the credit of a senior brother or sister, right? Zheng Tianran and Yan Chengyi had heard about the many talented disciples of Qin Fong. So where is master? Yan Chengyi asked eagerly. I'm not sure. I called you to contact other senior brothers and sisters to inquire. Got it. I'll make arrangements. The call ended. When Zheng Tianran looked back at Lin Kong, he saw that his mouth had dropped open, as if it could easily fit a boiled egg. What's wrong? Seeing a ghost? Zheng Tianran teased. Teacher, not only you, but also Yan Chengyi, the master of traditional Chinese medicine, is his disciple? Lin Kong asked in shock. Does that surprise you? What if I tell you that 2 others are also his disciples? Zheng Tianrun countered. Lin Kong was speechless. Having one master of traditional Chinese medicine as a disciple was already incredible, but 4? Was this a joke? Now not only Zheng Tianrun wanted to see Chen Fong soon, but also Lin Kong, his grand disciple, was eager to meet his master's master. Full of curiosity. As the sun set in the west, a gunshot rang out, followed by a tire explosion and the vehicle losing control. Yi Qingqing struggled to steer the wheel and finally managed to stop the car. Where did the gunshot come from? Guanya touched her slightly reddened forehead, suspecting that those she had offended had followed her from Yangchang and were now targeting her due to her vulnerability. If that was the case, it would be unfair to Chen Fong and Yi Qingqing. Stay in the car, Chen Fong opened the door and instructed. Okay. Master, please be careful. Yi Qingqing and Guanya did not insist, knowing that it was not the time to be stubborn. Getting out of the car would only cause unnecessary trouble for Chen Fong. After getting out of the car, Chen Fong looked straight ahead, 100 meters away, at a hotel, his gaze sharp and focused like an eagle's eye through the scope. The sniper met Chen Feng's piercing gaze, causing the gunman's pupils to shrink in surprise. Trying to reassure himself, "Don't be nervous, at this distance, he can't possibly spot me, absolutely impossible." Calming his nerves, the gunman once again brought his eye close to the scope, preparing to aim again, locking onto Chen Fong, and pulling the trigger. Unaware, someone was quietly approaching from behind. A sharp dagger silently extended from behind as the blade neared his throat, sending a chilling sensation through his body. You? The gunman couldn't react in time. Ah! A knife slashed his throat. That girl, always so reassuring. Chen Fong had long noticed that Cold Snow had been following him, discreetly dealing with those who had provoked him. Withdrawing his foot that had stepped forward, he said, "Since the sniper has been taken care of, it's time to unleash our fists and deal with the others." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures swiftly emerged from the side, one wielding dual daggers and the other a katana. Sakura assassin? Domestic assassins usually look down on katanas, tang swords, miao swords, yenling swords. There were many excellent choices. Dead men don't need to know so much. The assassin wielding the katana, speaking in a clumsy Dixia dialect, said. Chen Fong was even more certain of the other's identity as a Sakura assassin. But that didn't matter, what mattered was that he would die by his hands. Chen Fong dodged the katana that almost slashed his face by sidestepping. Like an eagle's claw, he grabbed the assassin's shoulder, applying a little force, shattering bones on the spot. The assassin winced in pain, tears streaming down his face, but he didn't forget to switch hands and try to strike Chen Fong again. Bang! Boom! Chen Fong kicked away another assassin wielding dual daggers who attacked, simultaneously grabbing the wrist of the katana wielder and twisting it, breaking it. Breaking bones. Ah! When his hands were rendered useless and couldn't hold onto the katana anymore, Chen Fong caught it in midair, swung his arm outward smoothly. The assassin's eyes widened, and he fell straight back. The blade on his neck was so deep that the white bones could be seen, fresh blood oozing out. Another assassin tried to struggle to his feet. Chen Fong directly threw the blood-stained katana like a javelin, piercing through the assassin's left shoulder, nailing him to the wall. The assassin, still not giving up, aimed at Chen Fong and threw a dagger. Chen Feng's footsteps didn't stop as he lifted his hand, easily catching the blade between 2 fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger once again acted as a nail, pinning the assassin's right shoulder. Unable to move, in excruciating pain. Tell me, who sent you? For whom? Chen Fong approached the assassin, lifted his foot, stepped on his calf, and asked coldly. Give up. I won't betray my employ. Crack. Chen Fong exerted force under his foot, instantly shriveling the assassin's left calf, crushing the bones into debris, flesh bursting open. Ah! Chen Fong didn't care how miserable he sounded, his foot landed on the assassin's right calf. I'll give you one last chance. Kill me if you dare. Ah! Disabling his last leg. Chen Fong had completely lost patience with this person. Like a tiger's claw, he grabbed the assassin's neck with his 5 fingers, without hesitation, twisting and breaking it. 3 assassins, all perished. Chen Fong had given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. Even if they spoke, it would only let them live a few more seconds. Chen Fong wouldn't show mercy to those who sought his life. The next steps were left to Cold Snow to handle, including investigating the mastermind behind the scenes. Chen Fong trusted in her abilities. In the Fong family study. How could this happen? All 3 assassins failed? Looking at the feedback on his phone, Fong Chengyang was full of disbelief. After confirming several times, he dared to assert that the mission had indeed failed. It seems I underestimated that kid. Since 3 assassins worth 100,000 each couldn't do it, then I'll send someone even more fierce. Fong Chengyang decided to offer 3 million for another assassination attempt. For him, 3 million was nothing. As for why didn't choose a more expensive assassin at the beginning to increase the success rate? Mainly because Fong Chengyang felt that Chen Fong was not worth that price. After confirming the successful release of the assassination reward, Fong Chengyang put down his phone and sneered, "I want to see if you still have such good luck this time. Can you survive?" The sun had completely set. Chen Fong and Yi Qingcheng had already driven into the villa area. Guanya got off halfway, with some temporary work matters to attend to at the company. Knowing that there would be some time without seeing Guanya, being able to be alone with Chen Fong, Yi Qingcheng was overjoyed. Halfway up the mountain, Chen Fong could see a familiar figure from afar. He parked the car, rolled down the window. "Mom, aren't you resting at home? What are these in your hand?" Chen Fong noticed Lin Lan carrying a few white plastic bags. "There's too little in the fridge, and I was free anyway, so I went to the nearby supermarket to buy some groceries and make something delicious for you in the evening." Lin Lan raised the bags in her hand and smiled. Chen Fong got out of the car, took the plastic bags from her, put them in the trunk, and worriedly asked, "You could have just called me about this. Why bother going yourself? The road is so far. Are your legs okay?" "Don't worry, Mom is fine, very well." Lin Lan shook her head, reassuring Chen Fong not to worry. With his support, she sat in the back seat. "Madam, in the future, leave the grocery shopping, laundry, and cooking to me. Just give me a call, and I'll be there whenever you need." Yi Qingcheng took on this task voluntarily. "Can you cook and do laundry?" When they were in the Black Mountain prison, Yi Qingcheng had also mentioned taking care of these miscellaneous tasks for Chen Fong, but when Chen Fong came back and saw Yi Qingcheng's masterpieces, he asked her to focus on how to do business well. The dishes Yi Qingcheng made were of a biochemical level, clearly inedible. As for laundry? Wrinkled and torn clothes, stained with dye, these problems were too numerous for Chen Fong to bother counting. "I can." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qingcheng felt a sense of déjà vu remembering that Chen Fong had once told her in prison that she wasn't suited for these tasks. She quickly changed her mind. "Forget it, it's better to hire a maid, so that when both of us are not at home, there will be someone to take care of Madam, keep her company, chat with her, and so on." Seeing Lin Lan looking uncomfortable and about to say something, Chen Fong saw through her and said, "Mom, since Qingcheng has this intention, don't refuse. You want to say that you want to do all these things yourself, right? But with such a big villa, how much time would it take for you to clean it alone? And this time I was released from prison to let you enjoy a comfortable life, not to have you work like a horse for me. You've worked hard for me for half a lifetime, now you just need to enjoy yourself." Chen Fong understood Lin Lan, a kind-hearted person who was used to expressing kindness to others but not used to accepting kindness from others. So at times like this, Chen Fong would become quite assertive. All right, I'll listen to you. From today on, I'll enjoy my life in peace." Lin Lan smiled contentedly. Chen Fong had already spoken to this extent, and Lin Lan had nothing more to say. Knowing that her son had changed, she shouldn't treat him like a child anymore. That's right. Chen Fong drove the car into the garage and parked it. The 3 of them got out of the car. Yi Qingcheng took out her phone, made a call, and asked Chen Fong and Lin Lan, "Master, Madam, do you have any favorite cuisines? Sichuan cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and so on." "What's this? You're not giving up yet, you want to cook for us?" Chen Fong truly didn't expect that Yi Qingqing would be so confident as to let people freely choose the cuisine. Seeing Chen Fong misunderstand her intentions, Yi Qingqing explained, "No, I want to have a 5-star chef come and cook for us." "Why?" Chen Fong continued to ask. "Can't let madam cook, right? Or, master, do you know how to cook?" At least Yi Qingqing had never seen Chen Fong cook. The food in Heishan prison generally does not require one to do it themselves. Speaking of it, Yi Qingqing always thought that the prison food would be very bad. But after going to Heishan prison, he discovered that the food there was unbelievably delicious, even more delicious than most of the 5-star restaurants Yi Qingqing had been to. Joke, if I can't cook, are there still people in this world who can cook? This is not Chen Fong boasting. The reason why Yi Qingqing was able to taste food in Heishan prison that rivaled, and even surpassed, that of 5-star hotels was mainly because Chen Fong found the food they made too unpalatable and gave them some pointers. Heishan prison is different from other prisons, as it detains only the most vicious and dangerous criminals. Of course, Yi Qingqing, Zheng Tianren, Yan Xingyi, those who were framed and had connections to get in to seek apprenticeship belonged to a different category. Simply making them suffer would not be effective. After eating and drinking well, incidents of violence and casualties actually decreased, as they became more willing to cooperate and obey discipline. The most dreaded thing to hear was the prison guard saying, "You performed so poorly, you won't have dinner tonight." Hearing this sentence was more cruel and uncomfortable than being killed directly. A group of killing machines, trillion-dollar financial criminals, and even those who had assassinated hawkish presidents, all collectively joined the foodie camp. Upon learning that the prison chef's skills had improved so rapidly, thanks to Chen Feng's guidance, some big shots took the initiative to spend millions, sought out Chen Feng, and had him cook a dish for them. Since then, the price of Chen Feng's dishes began to skyrocket. From 10 million, it became 50 million, 50 million became 100 million, and so on. Clearly, even though he was in prison, Chen Feng was making a fortune. In fact, Chen Feng actually had more money than Yi Qingqing and Guanya combined. The reason he set the price so high was mainly because he found it troublesome. Unexpectedly, those wealthy individuals not only did not hold back, but instead intensified the competition by raising the prices several times over. Even the most expensive auction that qualified for inclusion in the Guinness records had to step back in front of Chen Feng's dish. There were even top-notch assassins who were willing to become Chen Feng's lackeys, willing to go through fire and water, all for a piece of red wine steak. Chen Feng said no more. He picked up a few bags of vegetables and headed towards the kitchen. He asked Yi Qingqing to stay in the living room, chat with Lin Lan, and watch TV. "Madam, let's go over." Yi Qingqing took Lin Lan's hand. "Okay." Lin Lan smiled and agreed, treating Yi Qingqing as her daughter. Given the current situation, she believed that Yi Qingqing was likely to become her daughter in the future. Especially when she noticed Yi Qingqing occasionally peeking towards the kitchen, then fearing being caught by herself, showing a playful look of being indecisive. Seeing through without revealing. As an experienced person, Lin Lan knew very well what kind of look someone would show when they liked another person, right? 10 minutes later, Chen Feng came out of the kitchen with a dish in hand. "Master, let me help you." Yi Qingqing stood up and walked towards the kitchen. "Master, your skills are too good. It smells so good, my mouth is watering." Saliva was being secreted frantically, and Yi Qingqing's swallowing movements were frequent. A good meal emphasizes a combination of color, aroma, and taste. Although she was not sure about the taste for now, based on Yi Qingqing's picky standards, the color and aroma alone could score 101 points. Chen Feng was not afraid to be proud of one extra point. She couldn't wait to taste it. When various delicacies were laid out in front of her, she had never been so eager. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were all served. Yi Qingqing took out her phone and took a few photos. She found Guanya in her contacts. She had to make her jealous. Buzzing. Guanya, who was waiting for clients in the office, felt the vibration in her handbag. She took out her phone and saw that it was from Yi Qingqing, worried that there might be a problem on Chen Feng's side. She quickly opened the chat window and saw a photo with the caption, "Master made this, how does it look?" "Not bad, right?" Before Guanya could reply, another message came through, tastes even better. Compared to a 5-star hotel, the master's skills make it taste like wax. Mischievous smile, unfortunately, our Guanzong can't taste it. Guanya responded with a disdainful expression, smiling helplessly. Even though they were kilometers apart, she couldn't do anything to Yi Qingcheng. I didn't expect master's cooking skills to be so top-notch. Next time, I must try it. Guanya said eagerly. Knock knock knock. After the sound of knocking on the door, a young woman dressed in an office lady uniform and secretary attire pushed the door open. Guanzong, the guest has arrived. Okay. Turning off her phone, Guanya got up and followed the secretary out of the office, deciding to meet the important person in the reception room. She just hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Guanya wanted to resolve this matter quickly and go back to see Chen Fong. She continued to use the massage techniques she had painstakingly learned for him, making Chen Fong feel comfortable. Ah, I'm full. Yi Qingcheng leaned back in the chair, touching her slightly bulging belly, never feeling so satisfied before. It was all written on her face. Watching her not even leave a single scallion, and even using white rice to soak up the last bit of oil soup, she cleaned her plate completely. Chen Fong reminded her, get up and move around. Be careful with overeating like this, it's not good for your health. Okay. Yi Qingcheng weakly agreed and started walking around the living room. As she walked, she said, there's no way, it's just that your cooking skills are too good, master. Your disciple can't stop, completely out of control, never had such delicious food before. Flattering? Yi Qingcheng was just stating the facts. To ease the situation, Yi Qingcheng took the initiative to do the dishes. She couldn't just eat without doing anything. If the people of Jiangcheng saw this scene, especially the Qingshi group where Yi Qingcheng belonged, it would definitely make headlines, causing a stir. The famous and wealthy Jiangcheng's #1 beauty, giving cars and villas as gifts was one thing, but now she was even washing dishes. How was this any different from a newlywed wife? Mom, let me help you upstairs to rest, and I'll give you another round of silver needle acupuncture to strengthen your body. Seeing Lin Lan already yawning and feeling sleepy, Chen Fong stepped forward. Okay. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yi Qingcheng had just finished washing the dishes when Chen Fong came down from the second floor. Is the madam asleep? Yi Qingcheng asked softly as she wiped her hands on the apron. Yes. Chen Fong nodded. Seeing Yi Qingcheng still showing signs of overeating, he asked, do you want to go out for a walk together? Sure. Yi Qingcheng suddenly became interested, agreeing without hesitation. She couldn't hide her excitement. This was the quality time she longed for. After hanging the apron on the wall, she quickly caught up with Chen Fong and walked out of the villa's gate together. At this moment, the advantages of the mountain villa were fully displayed. Walking down the road from the mountain, they could overlook a large area of the city's beautiful scenery, complemented by colorful dazzling lights, truly breathtaking. I wish time could stand still at this moment forever. Yi Qingcheng looked at Chen Fong with affection in her eyes. Perhaps there are even better things waiting for you in the future. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng shook her head, having a master is enough for your disciple. Are you confessing to me? Chen Fong teased. Well, maybe not exactly that way. Be careful. Chen Feng's expression changed, reaching out to pull Yi Qingcheng into his arms. In the confusion, Yi Qingcheng looked at his other hand raised high next to her ear, holding a small flying knife between his index and middle fingers. Hide. Chen Fong pulled Yi Qingcheng behind him. Turning to face the direction from which the flying knife was coming, he said, You've been exposed, no need to hide anymore. Clap clap clap. A young man with a cunning smile on his face emerged from behind a tree. To be able to dodge my flying knife, I have to admit, you do have some skills. But unfortunately, not enough. The poison on that flying knife, once it touches the skin, will immediately seep through the pores, invade the bloodstream, and reach the internal organs. In a moment, your intestines will rot, and you will die a painful death. Poison? Chen Fong looked at the dark veins on his wrist, remaining unusually calm. It seems that you were involved in poisoning the War King Zhao Xiao. He recognized that the cause of Zhao Zhao's worsening condition was the same poison. Yes. He is a stumbling block on our Poison Gate's expansion path and must die. And you, who ruined our big plan, your people also killed our Poison Gate's young master, so you must die too. The young man's tone was chilling. Poison Gate? Seeing Qin Feng still able to smile, the young man was displeased. What are you laughing at? Do you know you are about to die? How can you laugh? Don't worry, even if you die, I won't die. In an instant, before the voice, Qin Feng suddenly appeared in front of the young man. How is this possible? The young man was shocked, not seeing when Qin Feng approached him. The scene in between seemed to have been cut off. Qin Feng grabbed the young man's neck tightly, his voice hoarse. Impossible. You clearly have been poisoned by me. You should be in pain, unable to stand up, struggling desperately. Why? When it comes to playing with poison, you should call me Master Ancestor. With these words, Qin Feng exerted force on his hand, breaking the young man's neck. His head tilted, and he breathed his last breath on the spot. He could never have dreamed that he would die in such a way. Master! Are you okay? The poison is spreading to your face. Seeing the black veins crawling up Qin Feng's neck like a spider web, showing no signs of stopping, Yi Qingcheng was anxious with wet eyes. Don't worry, this amount of poison is nothing to me. Qin Feng used a silver needle to puncture a few acupoints, and the black veins immediately retreated at a visible speed. Qin Feng then pierced the tip of his right index finger with a silver needle, squeezing out a drop of black poisonous blood to detoxify. Master, should we call the police? Yi Qingcheng looked at the young man's body on the ground and asked. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, kicking him hard in the waist. How dare he poison my master, I'll kick you to death. That would be too troublesome, and these people who are good at using poison are generally hard to deal with in terms of public security. You never know when they might get poisoned. Qin Feng said, taking out a small vial from his pocket. It could come in handy now. Master, what is this? Yi Qingcheng looked at the bottle of black water, asking in confusion. You'll see in a moment, and it will become clear. Qin Feng thought that practical demonstration was easier to understand than words. He pulled out the stopper, and although it looked like black water, it turned into powder when poured out, falling on the body. What is this? Yi Qingcheng witnessed in shock as the body, including the clothes, melted into liquid in less than a minute. Corpse dissolving water? Yi Qingcheng had seen this kind of scene on TV and in movies. She always thought it was made up by directors and screenwriters, but Qin Feng had turned it into reality. The effect was even better. In less than a minute, the whole person turned into nothing, leaving only a blackened puddle, as if burned after a barbecue. Indeed, it has a similar effect, but mine is in powder form. Qin Feng sealed the bottle and put it back in his coat pocket. Yi Qingcheng looked at Qin Feng with admiration in her eyes. Now she finally understood why he had the confidence to say that when it came to playing with poison, the person claiming to be from the Poison Gate had to call him Master Ancestor. It was all about strength. At least that person from the Poison Gate had no right to show off in front of him, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up with no burial place. Master, are you going to settle the score with the Poison Gate people next? Yi Qingcheng knew Qin Feng's temper. Since they had come looking for trouble and almost implicated her, with Qin Feng's protective nature, he would never let them off lightly. Until now, Yi Qingcheng still vividly remembered when a killer with over a dozen lives transferred from the Sakura country to the Black Mountain prison. Not only did he insult and harass Yi Qingcheng, but he also tried to force himself on her. Just as he had the thought, Qin Feng disabled his third leg. In the end, with 260 bones in his body, half of them were forcibly broken by Qin Feng. Shattered. Tortured to death alive, because Qin Feng is willing to risk everything to protect his disciples, Yi Qingcheng, Wanya, and the others reciprocate by not hesitating to show their filial piety. However, this filial piety has somewhat turned sour, with the idea of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors growing stronger by the day. There's no choice but to blame the master for being too outstanding. Instead of benefiting those women of unknown origin, it's better to benefit oneself. Chen Fong nodded. Some things are better dealt with as soon as possible to avoid endless trouble when they come knocking on the door. Then I won't disturb the master and will go back first, Yi Qingcheng said sensibly, repeatedly reminding, Master, please be careful. Okay, Chen Fong agreed, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yi Qingcheng's sight. So fast. With the master's speed, if he were to participate in a sports competition, he would definitely easily take first place and set an unbreakable world record, right? Yi Qingcheng exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, in a courtyard located on the south side of Jiangcheng. Big Brother has been out for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? We can't reach him on the phone, it's turned off. No need to call, most likely something has happened. An old man sitting on a stone bench waved his hand. Master, Big Brother's skills are among the best in the poison sect, how could he be killed by an ordinary person? The junior sister refused to believe. Yes, I think Big Brother must have been too focused on completing the mission, restoring the face of the poison sect, and forgot to charge his phone, so he turned it off. Another male disciple agreed. Never underestimate any of your opponents. If he can kill the young master, it means he has some ability. Underestimating him will only make you repeat the same mistakes and waste your life. The old man said sternly. Master's teachings, disciples understand their mistakes. The two looked at each other and expressed the same opinion. However, deep down, they still didn't believe that Chen Fong had that ability. They thought the old man was overestimating him. With Big Brother's skills, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. Bang! The sound of the door breaking. Who? The three quickly focused their gaze. Chen Fong stood with his hands in his pockets, slowly lowering his foot from kicking the door. From the poison sect? Chen Fong confirmed the identity of the other party. In the moonlight and the dim yellow light in the courtyard, the two disciples instantly realized that this was the person they were supposed to kill. He's here, then isn't Big Brother. Damn it! You killed my most respected Big Brother, I'll make you pay. The male disciple, filled with anger and shame, rushed forward. Big Brother, I'll help you. The junior sister, who also admired Big Brother, followed closely behind. The old man was too late to stop them. Chen Fong calmly took out a small glass bottle the size of a thumb. With a bang, he pulled out the stopper, tilted the bottle, and the corpse-dissolving powder, like stars, drifted towards the two in the wind. Not good. The old man widened his eyes and hurriedly shouted, Quick, get out of the way. However, it was too late. The powder landed on the two, and their flesh visibly melted at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, revealing bones, which eventually melted as well. Including their faces, filled with horror and regret. Only a pool of foul-smelling liquid remained. This. The old man was shocked. Even though he had been in the poison sect for over 30 years, he didn't have the confidence to concoct such a terrifying poison. I understand. After I go back, I will tell the sect leader not to send anyone to chase you anymore, please. Too late. Chen Fong instantly appeared in front of the old man from over 10 meters away. His 5 fingers gripped the old man's face like a tiger's mouth. The old man instinctively reached behind and pulled out a long needle coated with poison, trying to resist. Crack! Splatter! Splatter! Chen Fong suddenly exerted force with his fingers, crushing half of the old man's head. Blood spurted from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Letting go, Chen Fong allowed the old man's body to fall on the table, wiped the bloodstains on his hands in front of him, and left. The goal was achieved, there was no need to stay in that place any longer. As he walked to the main gate, he glanced sideways, and several figures quickly lowered themselves and hid. After 3 or 4 minutes, everything was confirmed to be normal before daring to stick their heads out. Boss, it seems like he's already gone. Should we chase after him? Upon hearing this, the boss's face turned angry, and he slapped the back of his head. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see the methods he just displayed? Can you handle it with a few small fries like you and me? But that 3 million. His subordinate held his head, looking aggrieved. What about 3 million? 30 million, 300 million, Are you willing to risk your life? Hurry up and cancel the mission. As the boss spoke, his tall figure of nearly 6 feet trembled violently. It was too fantastical. 2 living people actually melted in an instant, not even leaving half a bone behind. Such people, whoever wants to provoke them can go ahead, he certainly didn't have the courage. And these 3 people were professional killers who had taken on the bounty mission from Fong Changyang. Fortunately, he didn't rush to take action, but observed the situation first. Otherwise, at this moment, he might have already disappeared without a trace. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Oh. When the boss said so, what could his subordinates do? They could only obediently follow his instructions and give up the mission. Watching the 3 million that was about to be in their hands fly away like a cooked duck. Alright, if the money is gone, you can earn it back. How many lives do you have to spare? True. His subordinates sighed in resignation. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed very difficult with his limited skills. No, it was almost impossible to kill Chen Fong. Even now, he couldn't figure out how he made someone disappear out of thin air. And how he could approach the old man in an instant and crush his head barehanded. It was like a god of death descending. Buzzing. Fong family, study room. You completed the mission so quickly? Fong Changyang noticed the screen light up and the pop-up message, picked up his phone, and exclaimed, "Indeed, a 1,000,000-level killer is more reliable than a 10,000-level one." He scanned his fingerprint and unlocked the phone, his face filled with anticipation. He eagerly hoped to see Chen Fong beheaded by several killers, or have his limbs chopped off, or turned into minced meat in bloody photos. He wanted to send them to his son Fong Yu to relieve his resentment. Fong Changyang didn't want Fong Yu to suffer from depression or any psychological illness due to Chen Fong, a waste from the Chen family. If such a thing were to happen, killing Chen Fong wouldn't be enough, even his ashes would need to be scattered. He would find a few Taoist priests to set up a feng shui array to prevent Chen Fong from reincarnating forever. However, when he opened the underground website and saw the 3 red words indicating the mission's failure, Fong Changyang's smile instantly froze and disappeared. Failure, failed? Fong Changyang couldn't understand how a waste like Chen Fong could survive against 3 B-level killers worth $1 million each. Could it be that the kid found a backer in prison? In a place like prison, where dragons and snakes mingled, Fong Changyang thought that Chen Fong probably knelt, licked, and flattered some influential figure, leveraging his influence outside and his trusted subordinates to repeatedly escape assassination attempts. Damn it! Today, I just don't believe it. I can't even deal with trash like you. Fong Changyang made up his mind to directly hire an A-level killer for 10 million to deal with Chen Fong. His style of doing things was simple. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. He had to admit that he had indeed underestimated the troublesome nature of Chen Fong. Fortunately, Fong Changyang was someone who could admit his mistakes and adjust his strategy in time. He was convinced that this time, Chen Fong was as good as dead. As he was about to press the confirm button and issue the bounty mission by paying 10 million, a loud bang. The sound of glass shattering from the window. Immediately after, a dull thud was heard. Fong Changyang felt his right arm empty and looked down. There was no arm left, the entire arm had been severed from the shoulder. The speed was so fast that both the blood and Fong Changyang took a few seconds to react. His features twisted in pain, surging through his mind. He quickly reached out to cover the wound, but couldn't stop the blood from spurting through his fingers. Ah! My hand! My hand! Grimacing in pain, he looked ferocious. Behind came the sound of the door opening. Fong Changyang thought it was the steward coming, and quickly turned around, saying, "Quick! Call an ambulance for me." But when he saw who it was, his already pale face turned even paler due to blood loss. "Chen Fong! How could you be here?" "Of course, I'm here to kill you," Chen Fong said emotionlessly. "Kill me?" Fong Changyang forced a smile. "Chen Fong, don't be impulsive. This is the Fong family. If you kill me, the Fong family will not let you go. And do you know what it means to kill someone in Daxia? You will die too. Why don't we sit down and talk slowly?" Fong Changyang tried to calm Chen Fong down while moving closer to the desk. His hand was hidden under the table, slowly pulling out a drawer. His eyes moved down, confirming the position with a glance, reaching for the gun. He quickly raised his hand, ready to shoot Chen Fong and avenge Fong Yu personally. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, but it wasn't Fong Changyang who fired. The sound came from outside the room. He watched as his other arm was severed and flew out in front of him. Ah! Chen Fong, you will not die a good death, you will not die a good death. Fong Changyang shouted hysterically. Chen Fong did not respond, stepping towards him step by step. Each step felt like the tolling of a death knell in Fong Changyang's ears, growing louder as he approached. He kept pushing back with his feet in fear, exclaiming, "Don't come near me! Help! Someone help!" Unbeknownst to him, those people were all immobilized by Qin Feng's silver needles, unable to move. Even if Fong Changyang shouted until he was hoarse, it was useless. Tisk! A kilometer away, Lang Aoshue was holding a sniper rifle, observing Fong Changyang's every move through the scope. Seeing that he refused to die quietly and wanted to cause trouble for his master before dying. Bang! Bang! She pulled the trigger twice in succession, hitting Fong Changyang's knees accurately, shattering them and breaking both his legs. Ah! The screams were so loud that even the birds and beasts 100 meters away were startled and flew away. Fortunately, Fong Changyang chose to live in a quiet area, with no other households within a few kilometers, so he didn't have to worry about unnecessary trouble. Noticing Chen Fong stopping in his tracks and looking elsewhere, Lang Aoshue turned her scope and saw a hand holding a small mirror peeking out from the window, secretly observing her. Adjusting her aim, Lang Aoshue also saw a somewhat blurry fierce face reflected in the mirror. It's him! Lang Aoshue couldn't be mistaken, an S-class assassin, Bloodblade. One of the many S-class assassins hired to hunt her down. Why did he have to show up at a time like this, damn it? Annoyed, Lang Aoshue quickly packed up her gear and headed towards the villa. On the other hand, Chen Fong remained unusually calm in the face of the sudden appearance of Bloodblade. He sensed a strong aura of killing intent from him and concluded that they belonged to the same type of person as Lang Aoshue. Bloodblade glanced at the fallen Fong Changyang and sneered, "What a pity. By the way, living in a place like this, you must be very wealthy, right? How about I help you get rid of him for $1 billion? He made a throat-slitting gesture. "And I'll call an ambulance for you on the side? Don't doubt it, I'm an S-class assassin. Dealing with him is easier than eating." Bloodblade knew that Lang Aoshue wanted to kill this person. Bloodblade had a grudge against Lang Aoshue, so he wanted to protect Fong Changyang and make sure Lang Aoshue didn't get her way. And make some extra money on the side. Killing an insignificant shrimp like him for $1 billion, is there a more profitable deal in the world? An S-class assassin? As his consciousness grew increasingly blurred, Fong Changyang agreed before passing out completely. "Okay? I'll give you $1 billion, hurry up and kill him for me." Even if it was $10 billion, he wanted Chen Fong dead. Deal. Bloodblade smiled satisfactorily, pulled out a pistol from behind, aimed at Chen Fong, and said, "Blame yourself for getting involved with that woman, Lang Aoshue." Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out at high speed. A spark flashed in mid-air. How is this possible? The blood knife's eyes were full of panic, watching clearly as Chen Fong flicked a needle to deflect the bullet he had shot. Can one doubt life? When the blood knife wanted to continue pulling the trigger, realizing the danger, intending to quickly take out Chen Fong. In the blink of an eye, he realized that Chen Fong had disappeared from his sight. Where did he go? Inside the room, with no wind, the blood knife, a battle-hardened S-class assassin, felt a chill sensing the killing intent behind him. The blood knife quickly turned around. Boom! The wind howled. Only to see Chen Feng's sandbag-sized fist coming towards his face. With no chance to react, the blood knife, who took that punch head-on, was sent flying 7 to 8 meters, crashing into the wall, with the picture frame falling alongside his body. His face completely caved in, bearing a 2/3 deep fist imprint from Chen Fong. One punch kill. The blood knife had already brain-dead the moment he was hit by Qin Feng's punch, completely out of breath. This left Fong Changyang, who had hoped to see Qin Feng being mercilessly killed, feeling dead inside. Witnessing Qin Feng unharmed after the gunshot, Fong Changyang felt it was already exaggerated. While most people might flinch, the person firing the gun was a professional killer, an S-class professional killer at that. Hide? No matter how fast a person's reaction speed is, it cannot surpass a bullet. At least in Fong Changyang's understanding, that was the case. Unexpectedly, there was something even more absurd. Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind the blood knife, like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. With sheer brute force, he killed the blood knife. An S-class professional killer, facing an unarmed person with a gun, completely suppressed and killed with one punch. Hand had a deep red hue under the light, as she looked at Qin Feng through the glass, her lips unconsciously curling up. At the same time, causing countless men to lose heart. They knew very well that when a woman looked at a man with that kind of gaze, it meant something. It meant they had no hope left. Even those who were usually very confident in their looks felt inferior in front of Qin Feng. The gap was so big that they couldn't deceive themselves. They were defeated. However, there were exceptions. It's him. The man who drove a convertible during the day, tried to strike up a conversation with Guanya at the traffic lights, but was outperformed by Qin Feng's superb driving skills, disappearing in no time. The memory was fresh and unforgettable. He couldn't forget Guanya's face, which made him feel like he couldn't marry anyone else in this lifetime. But upon seeing Cold Ao Shui, the man immediately changed his mind. He also liked Cold Ao Shui. Unwilling to accept it, he couldn't see how he was any less excellent than Qin Feng. Why should he be surrounded by beautiful women? Top-tier beauties one after another. Each one was close to a perfect 100 in looks. The man picked up his glass, stood up, and walked towards Cold Ao Shui. His sense of justice wouldn't allow him to watch Qin Feng play both sides, deceive Cold Ao Shui, and harm such a good woman. If there was any harm to be done, he would be the one to do it. Oh my! What does that guy want to do? Bold enough to try to strike up a conversation. I really don't know where this kid gets his courage from. In terms of looks, he's not even worthy of carrying someone's shoes. Hey, don't be too full of yourself. I saw him at the door just now. He came in a sports car, worth at least a few million. Wow! A few million sports car? That does give him some confidence. Hearing this, the man felt even more proud, gaining confidence in his ability to win over Cold Ao Shui. Miss, hello, let me introduce myself, I. Get lost. Cold Ao Shui didn't even bother to look at the man. Instead of wasting time on him, why not take a good look at her master? Handsome, eye-catching, with an aura like an immortal descending to earth. The man. Beauty, I don't understand, with your looks, why are you so devoted to this scumbag who plays both sides? Why not follow me, ride in a sports car, live in a villa, isn't that better? The man still didn't give up, trying to make a case for himself. Seeing Cold Ao Shui ignore him, the man continued, looks are only temporary, following this superficial and unaccomplished waste of space is a waste of time and your precious youth. Seeing Cold Ao Shui suddenly stand up and turn to face him, the man mistakenly thought his words had touched her. He was ready to take the beauty home. But what he got was a cold, piercing gaze from Cold Ao Shui, as well as a resounding slap. Take back your words. You have no right to judge him. This slap not only stunned the man, but also stunned everyone present. No one expected that the temper of the cold and proud Shui was so fiery. The man just mocked Qin Feng a few times, and she directly slapped him. At the same time, amazed by Qin Feng's methods, to make a stunning beauty like her so obedient to him. There are many people who want to apprentice, even if they have to pay. How dare you hit me? The man had never been slapped in the face since he was a child, not even by his parents. Let alone being slapped in the face by a woman in front of so many people. The man's eyes turned bloodshot, his temper flared up instantly, and he retorted, apologize? Forget about it. I'll just say he's useless, good for nothing, only knows how to rely on women, a disgrace to men, how? Oh. Just as the man was cursing Chen Fong, he suddenly lost his voice and his legs clamped shut. Watching many male compatriots present frown and subconsciously close their legs. Just watching it made them feel pain. Shue's kick can be said to be fast and fierce. None of them had the confidence to dodge it. Watching the man fall to the ground, stuttering, face turning red, veins bulging, in a desperate state unable to make much sound. Someone asserted, he's done for, in this lifetime, forget about continuing the family line. Shui remained expressionless. Sympathy? Non-existent, she kicked the man to disable him on purpose, to make him understand deeply that his master must not be insulted. If she didn't want to attract attention and disturb Chen Fong drinking, in a different place with fewer people, Shui wouldn't have just disabled the man's third leg. She would have swiftly cut his throat before he could even stain the blade with blood. What's going on? Who has the guts to cause trouble on Leopard Brothers' turf? Hearing the screams, a group of people with a strong sense of social presence walked over. Isn't that the top enforcer of Emperor Club, Zhao Xiong? This young couple is in big trouble. Why provoke Zhao Xiong of all people? No, the one who will be in big trouble is that kid, getting beaten up, disabled limbs, and knowing Zhao Xiong's temper, he'll probably force himself on that woman. Ha, that's normal. If I had power and influence, I would do the same to her. Who knows if there will be another chance like this in the future. You're right, to spend a night with such a beauty, even if I have to go to jail for a dozen years, I would do it willingly. Seeing Zhao Xiong walk by, they quickly shut up, afraid of getting into trouble. Soon, Zhao Xiong arrived with a dozen or so people in front of Chen Fong and Shui. He looked at the man lying on the ground. Squinting his eyes, he quickly squatted down, helping him up. Isn't this Mr. Qian? What happened to you? Ouch. Be gentle, my eggs are broken. Hearing Chen Duojin's words, and seeing his twisted posture as if he had been holding his pee for hours, Zhao Xiong's mouth twitched, understanding it wasn't easy. That fool dared to fight with Mr. Qian. Don't worry, Mr. Qian, I'll take this for you. Zhao Xiong patted his chest, guaranteeing. Chen Duojin is the supreme VIP of Emperor Club, very generous, and Zhao Xiong has received many red envelopes from him. Taking people's money and helping them out, now that he's been beaten, Zhao Xiong can't just sit back and watch. He must help him regain his face, maybe even get a substantial reward. Disable that kid for me. As for this woman, tie her up, find a soundproof room, I want to slowly play her to death. Chen Duojin said fiercely. He had completely lost his patience and was determined to turn the situation to his advantage. Chen Fong never spoke or acted throughout, so what? Chen Duojin just couldn't stand him, envied and resented his better luck with women, and wanted to beat him up to vent his anger. As long as no one dies, the more miserable, the better. Unfortunately, the main condition is connections. Ah. Chen Fong sighed, with a bitter smile. Do people nowadays like to court death so much? He really wanted to know if Chen Duojin knew the true identity of the cold and proud Shui, the only SSS-level professional female assassin in Disya. Would he regret his actions today? Ignorant of this, Zhao Xiong readily agreed, shouting to his subordinates, "No problem, Boss Qian. What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear what Boss Qian said? Disable the men, tie up the women, and deliver them to the soundproof room for Boss Qian, and prepare some toys." Upon hearing the word toys, Chen Duojin looked at Zhao Xiong, smiling meaningfully, feeling that this kid had great potential. Zhao Xiong responded with an equally lewd smile. Brothers, get him. A young man grabbed a beer bottle and prepared to smash it on Chen Feng's head. Seeking death. Cold and proud Shui's eyes were as cold as knives as she grabbed his wrist. With a snap, she twisted it, then caught the falling beer bottle in midair. Bang! It smashed fiercely on the young man's head, with alcohol mixed with blood flowing down his forehead, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The others didn't even have time to react. Only after they reacted did they realize that they either had broken hands or broken feet, lying on the ground unable to move, the pain intensifying. Not to mention understanding cold and proud Shui's actions clearly, they hadn't even figured out when they had fallen. Damn! This woman is fierce. Is she a martial artist? Sister is so cool. So domineering. I envy that guy, having a girlfriend like her, full of security. Taking on 10 by herself? Isn't this like a TV drama? Be confident, even TV dramas aren't that exaggerated. Exclamations of amazement continued. Chen Fong remained calm, knowing that cold and proud Shui would never lose to this group of riffraff. Unilaterally massacring, she staged the ultimate aesthetic of violence. Wearing a black tracksuit, even if stained with blood, it was not easy to tell, and most importantly, it allowed for easy movement of fists and feet. Seeing her take down more than a dozen people without even breaking a sweat, cold and proud Shui. Then looking at the bodies lying on the ground in all directions. Chen Duojin was dumbfounded. Zhao Xiong was dumbfounded. Although his entourage couldn't compare to professional bodyguards, they had been in fights before and had decent fighting skills. But in front of cold and proud Shui, they were so powerless, unable to lift a finger. This was something Zhao Xiong had never expected beforehand. You said you wanted to disable him? Cold and proud Shui glanced coldly at the two. Gulp. Shen Duojin and Zhao Xiong shuddered simultaneously, swallowing hard. Shen Duojin was then swept off his feet by a low leg sweep from cold and proud Shui, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Bones intimately met marble, too fast to even cry out in pain. Snap! Cold and proud Shui used her foot to flatten him, crushing his ankle bone. Ah! My leg! No matter how loudly Chen Duojin screamed in agony, cold and proud Shui remained unfazed. Snap! She continued to break his other foot. Snap! Snap! Then she grabbed both hands and twisted them outwards, suddenly exerting force to break his entire arm. Ah! The brutality of this act left even the seasoned Zhao Xiong genuinely frightened. Not noticing the steps behind him, he sat down hard, almost falling into 4 pieces. However, when he met cold and proud Shui's eyes, it was as if they were filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Zhao Xiong then experienced firsthand what extreme horror meant. Despair. Having mingled in the circle for so many years, Zhao Xiong had never been so afraid of a person. Let alone a woman. Cold and proud Shui was completely different from the women he had encountered before. He couldn't understand how a woman could be so powerful. With looks and skills, why would she, who had everything, be so protective of a freeloading pretty boy? He couldn't understand, truly couldn't understand. Don't come over. Seeing cold and proud Shui expressionless, exuding a murderous aura as she walked towards him, Zhao Xiong supported himself with his hands, pushing with his feet, continuously retreating until he had nowhere left to go. Seeing the famous Zhao Xiong, he was actually scared to the point of almost wetting his pants by a woman, and everyone felt it was unbelievable. Like this. You're pretty good, I'll recommend you, how about we work with Leopard Brother? I guarantee you'll have good food, spicy drinks, definitely better than following those kind of pretty boys. Bang! Cold and arrogant Shui's lightning-fast kick landed on his face before Zhao Xiong could finish speaking, shattering the marble-wrapped wall pillars like a spider web. The sensory impact was too strong, so much so that Zhao Xiong took 2 or 3 seconds to realize that his ear had been stomped on and crushed into a pulp by cold and arrogant Shui. Ah! Holding his ear, completely devoid of his former imposing demeanor, he looked pitiful. I said, you guys have no right to judge him. As cold and arrogant Shui's words fell, her raised foot heavily stomped on Zhao Xiong's shin, shattering the bones, the fragments becoming sharp, even piercing out from under the skin. That flash of white bone, coupled with the bloody scene, frightened many timid onlookers, who immediately turned their heads away, afraid to look again. Ah! My! Crack! Immediately after, it was the other leg, then grabbing both hands and suddenly exerting force, twisting them off at the root. As a professional killer, especially as an SSS-level killer, cold and arrogant Shui knew very well that the kind of damage she inflicted was beyond modern medical treatment. These arrogant fools who dared to insult her master must be shown a little color. Seeing Zhao Xiong, who had fainted several times due to the excruciating pain, lying there with eyes rolling back, unable to beg for life or death, the crowd involuntarily gasped in shock. Too fierce. But soon, another group of people arrived at the scene under the guidance of the bartender. The leader was the life-saving straw Zhao Xiong had been longing for, Jiang Bao, also known as Leopard Brother. Even though Jiang Bao was an old hand in the Jianghu, he couldn't help but gasp in shock, and his pupils contracted at the sight before him. What surprised him even more was that the one causing all this was a seemingly harmless woman, radiant and charming, evoking a protective instinct in people. "Brother Leopard, save me! Save me!" Zhao Xiong gasped for breath. "Beauty, this should be our first meeting, right? No grudges in the past, no enmity in recent days. Why are you causing trouble on my turf?" Jiang Bao asked. "Then you should ask them." With growing anger, cold and arrogant Shui kicked Zhao Xiong again. Puff! Breaking several of his ribs, his face turned pale, eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Enough! Do you really think a little skill can cause chaos here?" Jiang Bao had intended to reconcile with cold and arrogant Shui, but she clearly didn't regard him at all. To dare to harm his people in front of him, where could he put his face in front of so many people? With a command, 30 or so people behind him quickly surrounded cold and arrogant Shui. The momentum was clearly different from the people Zhao Xiong had brought earlier, more fierce and ruthless. "You're pretty good, I'll give you a choice, join me in the future, how about it?" Jiang Bao extended an olive branch to cold and arrogant Shui. With her left-hand man now disabled, Jiang Bao naturally had to make a new choice. "You think you're worthy?" Cold and arrogant Shui retorted coldly. "Ah." Jiang Bao sighed, said no more, and gave the signal for everyone to attack and subdue cold and arrogant Shui. People with talent are often arrogant, which Jiang Bao found normal, and his specialty was to use force to subdue these tough nuts. "Ah! Puff! My leg! My leg! No! Don't come over!" However, what followed was something Jiang Bao had never expected. He watched in horror as cold and arrogant Shui, like a war god, single-handedly bloodily defeated his old veterans who had followed him for years, even decades. In less than a minute, more than 20 people were all lying on the ground, one more miserable than the other, unable to get up. Only Jiang Bao remained, isolated and helpless. Seeing cold and arrogant Shui's bloodthirsty performance, heading towards him as if wanting to take him down as well, it seemed that she wanted to destroy him along with the others. Jiang Bao panicked, picked up a nearby bottle of wine, raised his arm, aimed at Lang Aoxue, and warned, "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Lang Aoxue unmoved, Jiang Bao threw the beer bottle. Lang Aoxue quickly caught it and then threw it back with even greater force. Bang! The bottle shattered on Jiang Bao's head, splashing alcohol and glass shards everywhere. He didn't have time to react, as everything happened too quickly. "I told you not to come closer." Jiang Bao raised his hand, touched his forehead, winced in pain. When he saw the blood on his fingertips, he became furious, reached behind and pulled out something that made everyone present panic, like sitting on pins and needles. A gun? Many people quickly hid under the table, afraid of being involved. Lang Aoxue stopped in her tracks, surprised to find that Jiang Bao was carrying such a thing. Looking around, trying to find cover. Her weapons were all on the motorcycle, not brought inside. She was an assassin, not a deity. Facing a bullet head-on at this distance, it would either kill or maim her. Seeing Lang Aoxue slightly flustered, Jiang Bao smirked triumphantly, "Huh? Crazy. Weren't you acting tough just now? Didn't expect me to have a gun, huh?" He felt fortunate to have it with him, or he might have really fallen here today. Putting down the wine glass. As a master, Chen Fong was well aware of his disciple's abilities. She had already cleared most obstacles for herself, so now it was time for him to step in. When a master encounters trouble, it cannot rely solely on the disciple, or else it would lose the authority of being a master. He raised his hand, grabbed Lang Aoxue's shoulder, and said to her, "Go behind me, I will handle this person." Yes, Lang Aoxue obediently agreed. "You handle it? What makes you think you can?" Jiang Bao realized that Lang Aoxue had an accomplice. But looking Chen Fong up and down, he didn't take him seriously. He appeared weak and scholarly. How could he be a match for firearms? Everyone thought he must be crazy. He can't handle enemies that even that woman can't deal with. Is he acting as a human shield to find an opportunity for the woman to strike? Suicide? That's something anyone can do. At this moment, Chen Feng's actions were seen by everyone as no different from suicide. What else can I rely on? Of course, it's strength. Are you an idiot? Chen Feng said speechlessly. Seeing himself pull out a gun, Chen Feng showed no intention of kneeling and begging for mercy, maintaining a fearless attitude. All right. I want to see if you really have the strength. Let's see who the real idiot is. In a fit of anger, Jiang Bao pulled the trigger. Bang! At the moment the gunshot rang out, Jiang Bao smiled grimly, as if he could already envision the bloody scene of shooting Chen Feng in the head. Swish! Chen Feng remained as steady as a rock, and with a wave of his hand, shot out a silver needle. Colliding with the bullet, the needle bent, changing the trajectory of the bullet, hitting the ceiling. Jiang Bao instinctively looked up at the sound, only to see a bullet head dropping down. His smile froze as he followed the bullet's trajectory, and as he lowered his head, he witnessed Chen Feng swiftly approaching. With a fist the size of a sandbag, rapidly filling his entire field of vision. Jiang Bao wanted to raise his gun to shoot. Bang! Boom! Chen Feng's fist sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing heavily into a glass coffee table. Jiang Bao was in intense pain all over, his nose bleeding profusely, his nasal bone completely fractured, and countless teeth knocked out. Struggling to move, he tried to get up while searching for the gun he had dropped earlier. He reached out to pick it up, but Chen Feng was quicker. Picking it up, loading the bullet, the dark barrel aimed at Jiang Bao. Tell me, who's the idiot? Jiang Bao was speechless. Then, a touch of arrogance appeared on his face. You can't kill me, I'm a member of the Four Seas Society. Bang! Chen Feng didn't have the patience to listen to him introduce himself, so he pulled the trigger, aimed at Jiang Bao's right shoulder, and fired a shot, breaking tendons, bones, rendering the arm useless. Seeing that he still didn't plan to back down and was trying to threaten him, Chen Feng fired another shot, piercing Jiang Bao's left shoulder. You madman! I have the backing of the Four Seas Society. Bang! Bang! Chen Feng fired 2 more shots, piercing and shattering Jiang Bao's knee. After emptying the bullets, Chen Feng casually threw the gun away. This kind of modified firearm was only good for playing around, not for collecting. Chen Feng had better sources, including a little brother he met in the Black Mountain prison who specialized in this, with quite a large operation. As for the reason he was imprisoned, Chen Feng remembered correctly that it was for selling nuclear weapons, caught red-handed by the Hawks. Although he was locked up in prison, his business outside the prison was thriving and expanding. After specially made poison needles melted, no evidence could be found. Chen Feng was not going to be kind enough to disable his limbs and let him off easily. Jiang Bao had to die. At the same time, his death would serve as a warning to those behind him to think twice about targeting him. Damn! This guy is amazing. Who said he was a coward who only hides behind women? You call this cowardly? I saw clearly just now, he deflected a bullet with what seemed like a needle. Deflecting a bullet with a needle? That's impossible. He's impressive, but you're exaggerating. He's manly. He's domineering. No wonder that stunning beauty is enamored with him, can't help but feel jealous. After Chen Feng left, the impact he left on everyone's hearts only grew, sparking continuous discussions. It was the image they most wanted to embody. Outside the bar, Cold Snow apologized to Chen Feng for affecting his drinking. Chen Feng reassured her and suggested they go to another place, as there were many bars in Jiang City. They ended up at a bar called the Black Queen, where they ordered rum and Black Label whiskey. The bar was more laid back, with occasional semi-professional singers performing on stage to hone their skills. The audience could also take the stage to sing, with the duration depending on the audience's approval. If the singing was good, the audience could buy flowers to show support. If not, the bar didn't mind throwing a few rotten eggs to appease the audience. Chen Feng and Cold Snow found a seat and ordered their drinks, attracting applause and cheers from nearby patrons. Finally, I've been waiting so long to see my goddess. Goddess, you're the best, don't be nervous. So beautiful. It takes my breath away. Turn on the camera, start recording, this must be preserved forever. Goddess? Chen Fong turned to see a man who had just finished singing walking off the stage, replaced by a woman whose back seemed familiar. When the other person turned around and sat on the chair, Xiaoshua's completely opposite enthusiastic behavior towards Chen Fong compared to how she treated herself. Sun Yuxian's jealousy instantly flared up. Who the hell are you? What business do you have here? Wanting to eat swan meat like a toad, first take a look at yourself in the mirror. Do you have the qualifications? Smack! Chen Feng's slap knocked Sun Yuxiang off balance, causing him to fall to the ground, noisy. You! How dare you hit me? Sun Yuxiang covered his face, angrily questioning. What? Want another slap? Chen Feng retorted. With just a glance, Sun Yuxiang quickly shut up, gritting his teeth. Just you wait. Doctor, you better leave quickly, that guy is not someone to mess with. Seeing Sun Yuxiang storm off angrily, Zhang Xiaoxua hurriedly persuaded Chen Feng. She didn't want him to get involved in this because of her. Chen Feng was the savior of the old man, she hadn't repaid him yet, how could she bring him more trouble? It's okay, ignore him, I'll play, you sing. Chen Feng walked over and sat at the piano. This guy is really crazy, he hit Sun Yuxiang and still doesn't run away. Yeah, at South University, who doesn't know that Sun Yuxiang is someone who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance? Just one slap won't solve the problem unless it breaks his hand. This young man is so handsome, so domineering, he's my type. So what's wrong with us women? What's wrong with us women? Aren't you also attracted by Jiang, the campus belle? Well. The male student was momentarily speechless. Unwilling to accept it, he said, what's wrong with Jiang? She's talented, unlike some who only know how to solve problems with violence. Instantly evaluating Chen Feng, from his posture, he looks like an amateur, but I'm a formal member of the music society, I won't lie to you. However, the next moment, when Chen Feng's fingers began to dance skillfully on the piano keys, the male student was instantly proven wrong. He was well aware of this himself. Because he was a formal member of the music society, he could better understand how advanced Chen Feng's piano skills were, comparable to world-class masters, if not surpassing them. The high-level skills that even a small member of the music society could understand. Not to mention Zhang Xiaoxue, who served as the vice president of the music society. Full of surprise and joy, she didn't expect Chen Feng to be not only handsome and skilled in medicine but also so highly accomplished in the arts. Seeing Chen Feng slow down the pace and look over, Zhang Xiaoxue quickly picked up the guitar, strummed the strings, brought her lips close to the microphone, and sang. The performance was even more perfect than Zhang Xiaoxue had imagined, reaching heights never before achieved. Zhang Xiaoxue was well aware that all of this was thanks to Chen Feng. Thanks to his extraordinary piano skills, which covered many of her shortcomings, he brought everyone an ultimate musical feast. Everyone stood up, applause thundering like a storm. Who said he was an amateur just now? A girl asked sarcastically. My bad. I misjudged, this guy is really amazing. World-class level. The male student listened in awe, deeply moved. This admiration for Chen Feng suddenly increased among the girls who only partially understood music. If even those who specialize in music say so, how much worse could he be? Not to mention that the male student was initially against Chen Feng. But with just a few movements of his fingers, he was completely won over. Mr. Chen, you really surprised me. Your piano skills are the best I've ever seen, no doubt about it. Zhang Xiaoxue said sincerely. In the eyes of others, she had become Chen Feng's little fangirl. Is it that exaggerated? Just a hobby. Chen Feng modestly replied. Not exaggerated at all. If you participate in a competition, you can definitely bring back a lot of international honors for our university. Zhang Xiaoxue was excited, unable to contain her emotions. Sorry. Realizing she was too close, almost leaning on him, her cheeks turned red, she quickly took a few steps back, creating some distance. The performance of Zhang Xiaohua, why do I feel like something big is not right? Falling in love? No, don't say that, let me continue to hold on to a little fantasy. Brother, deceiving oneself is meaningless, others have talent and looks, what do you have? What can you compete with? Did I kill your whole family in my past life? Speaking so cruelly, your heart must be black. Don't worry, whether he can come out unscathed is still uncertain, even if he is talented and good-looking, if he becomes disabled, no girl will like him. Disabled? At first, it was a bit incomprehensible, the meaning he wanted to convey with his words. But when he followed his gaze and saw Sun Yuxiang returning with a fierce look, everyone suddenly realized. Especially behind him, those burly men with a fierce look, looked very fierce. They knew that Chen Fong was definitely in big trouble. Sun Yuxiang is very angry now. As soon as he entered, he heard Chen Feng's master-level piano performance, and saw everyone cheering for him and the woman he had been designated with. It was as if they were the perfect match made in heaven. This made Sun Yuxiang very unhappy, feeling suppressed by Chen Fong everywhere. This face, this situation, must be taken back. He wanted to let Chen Fong know the consequences of daring to hit his face, how miserable it would be. Want to spark a love affair between Jiang Xiaoxue and him? Dream on. Sun Yuxiang directly interrupted Chen Feng's third leg, turning him into a eunuch. Let's see how he can spark then. Seeing Sun Yuxiang coming back with a strong momentum, Jiang Xiaoxue acted, you go quickly, I will stop them for you. Smack. However, when Jiang Xiaoxue took a step forward, Chen Fong grabbed her wrist. Don't worry, everything is fine, the ones who should be worried are them. Chen Fong saw it very clearly, the cold and proud Snow reached under the table, took out a steel pipe. Then he stood up and blocked the way of Sun Yuxiang and his men. Seeing someone blocking his way, Sun Yuxiang was about to get angry. But when he saw the beautiful face of the cold and proud Snow, his anger was instantly extinguished, and he smiled. What? Beauty, want to strike up a conversation with me? He didn't mind showing Jiang Xiaoxue that he was still very popular. Good looks, good figure, money. Of course, most of this was self-perceived by Sun Yuxiang. Ha! The words of Sun Yuxiang made the cold and proud Snow laugh. Seeing her smile, although Sun Yuxiang was a bit puzzled, he also followed suit with a silly smile. It wasn't until he saw the cold and proud Snow raise the steel pipe in her hand, grab it with both hands, and swing it towards him. His right arm was instantly shattered with a comminuted fracture. He crashed onto the glass coffee table, glass shards scattered all over the floor. You're looking for death. When Sun Yuxiang's men reacted, they immediately took action. The cold and proud Snow remained calm, moving between them like flowing clouds. Their punches and kicks always seemed a step behind. Bang! 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 The next moment, a muffled sound came from above, blood flowing down his face, and he fell to the ground. Wherever the cold and proud Snow went, there were bodies lying. The whole scene fell silent, no one had expected the cold and proud Snow to be so fierce. Get lost! With a word from the cold and proud Snow, those thugs scrambled to leave, as if they had encountered the King of Hell demanding their lives. They couldn't escape. Master, how do you plan to deal with this guy? The cold and proud Snow used the steel pipe in her hand to stop Sun Yuxiang, who was also trying to escape. Master? Everyone was surprised that not only did Chen Fong know the schoolflower Jiang Xiaoxue, but he also had a relationship with the cold and proud Snow, and the relationship was not shallow. The relationship was not deep, so how could someone be called master? In their view, this kind of special preference had to reach a certain level of intimacy before it could be unlocked, similar to playing a game. They never expected that between Chen Fong and the cold and proud Snow, as the literal meaning suggested, they had a true master-disciple relationship. Envy, extreme envy. Thinking that they should have 1/10 of his skills, but why are they still single? Sun Yuxiang also couldn't understand why he was inexplicably beaten up like this. Originally, this woman stopped herself not to flirt, but to stand up for Chen Fong. Useless, throw him out. Chen Fong waved his hand, not wanting to waste time on people like Sun Yuxiang. Yes. Cold and proud Snow decisively took action, breaking Sun Yuxiang's 2 hands, 3 legs, making him a eunuch. Then she grabbed one of his legs, dragged him like trash, and threw him out of the Black Queen bar. You continue singing, I won't disturb you anymore. Chen Fong stepped down from the stage. Okay. Jiang Xiuxua actually wanted to say, it's okay to disturb a little more. Seeing Chen Fong and Cold and Proud Snow dealing with Sun Yuxiang, who had rushed back, sitting face to face, Jiang Xiuxua couldn't help but speculate on the relationship between them. Siblings? Friends? Or lovers? Sensing the strange gazes of the crowd on her, she quickly came back to her senses. Shaking her head to clear away the unnecessary thoughts, she sat back in her chair and continued singing the next song. Throughout, no one from the Black Queen bar came forward. Not that they didn't want to, but someone was stopping them. A sexy woman in a cheongsam was standing on the second floor, secretly watching Cold and Proud Snow and Chen Fong. Looking at the man sitting in front of her, trembling and completely different from his burly appearance, she asked, "Did you not see it correctly? Is she really an SSS-level assassin?" "There's no mistake, my eye was blinded by her with a single knife. If I hadn't run fast at the time, I probably wouldn't have survived. The man codenamed Grizzly is an S-class assassin. Why would an SSS-level assassin call that young man master? Is it a romantic relationship between them?" The woman in cheongsam asked curiously. "No, didn't you see?" In her eyes, there is full of respect and awe for that man. He is definitely not as simple as you see on the surface. Grizzly expressed his opinion. Reminding her, "Madam, I advise you not to be curious, neither that woman nor that man is someone we can afford to provoke." The woman in cheongsam did not say much, but a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. In her eyes, Chen Fong was like a Pandora's box. The more it was said not to open, the more she wanted to open it. "The kid just now is Sun Tao's son, are you quite familiar with him? Didn't you inform him? His son was disabled by someone, most likely it won't be easily resolved." The landlady reminded. "That's true." Grizzly got up and left. As the son had already courted death once, Grizzly couldn't bear to watch his father court death again. Stop them? Don't joke around. If Grizzly dared to stop the person Cold and Proud Snow wanted to disable, where would he get the courage? Unless he was tired of living. 10 minutes later. City Central Hospital. Sun Tao hurriedly arrived at room 604, pushed open the door. "Son, are you okay?" "Dad." Sob. Seeing Sun Tao, Sun Yuxiang, covered in bandages and plaster, burst into tears. "Dad, I hate it, you have to help me get revenge, help me teach that couple who turned me into a cripple a lesson." "Don't worry, whoever dared to hurt you like this, no matter who they are, Dad will make sure they have no place to be buried," Sun Tao said through gritted teeth. His tongue could feel the tiny fragments of broken teeth, and he was furious. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Sun Tao subconsciously looked over, surprised. "Grizzly, how did you come here?" Sun Tao was somewhat arrogant, but not to the extent of showing off in front of an S-class assassin. Give 3 points of courtesy? 7 points. Not to mention, he would need help later. "You came just in time, I have a task for you. 2 people who injured my son, I want you to take care of them, kill them for me," Sun Tao said. He had planned to ask about the price. Slap. Unexpectedly, Grizzly slapped him directly, making him spin in place. Dizzy, his brain turned to mush. "What are you doing?" Sun Tao asked in shock and confusion, suppressing his anger. He couldn't remember doing anything to offend Grizzly recently. And more importantly, he didn't have the courage. "If you want to die, it's fine, but don't drag me into it," Grizzly roared, making Sun Tao's ears numb. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say." Sun Tao covered his ears, the buzzing sound ringing loudly. "Do you know who your son has offended, and who you want to kill?" The grizzly bear spoke loudly. "No, I don't know," Sun Tao shook his head. But from the grizzly bear's tone and attitude, Sun Tao, not a fool, could already sense that he seemed to have angered the wrong person. Although he had worked with the grizzly bear before, it was the first time he had seen the grizzly bear show fear and hesitation. A figure that even an S-class professional killer wouldn't dare to offend? Sun Tao's imagination was limited by his weakness. "She has 2 more SS ranks than me." 2 more SS ranks? Sun Tao reacted 2 seconds later, his eyes widening in shock. SSS class professional killer. That's right, do you know what an SSS class killer means? In this world, no one can stop them from killing whoever they want. The grizzly bear said this to make Sun Tao understand the seriousness of the situation and not act recklessly. Is there a misunderstanding here? Or perhaps, you are mistaken. Smack! Without giving Sun Tao a chance to finish his sentence, the grizzly bear slapped him, causing him to spin in place. I was blinded by her with a single knife. Do you think I could be mistaken? Ah! Sun Tao covered his cheek, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, too afraid to be angry or speak. He couldn't understand how his own son could have offended such a ruthless person. Don't talk about revenge against them, go pray to Buddha first, and ask them not to retaliate against you. The grizzly bear said. If Sun Tao still wanted to act recklessly, he wouldn't stop him. Them? Sun Tao caught on to the keyword. The other young man, I don't know his identity, but I saw it clearly, an SSS class killer in front of him, calling him master with great respect. The grizzly bear said. An SSS class professional killer's master? Upon hearing this, Sun Tao's brain buzzed like thunder on a sunny day. SSS class killers were terrifying enough, but the person behind the scenes who trained them, just the thought of it made Sun Tao subconsciously clench his legs, almost peeing himself. This kind of belated realization on the edge of death was truly chilling. Only then did he realize that the grizzly bear's unusual behavior was to save him, to make him see the error of his ways. Dad, it's not as exaggerated as he says, that kid and that woman are not much older than me, at most they've learned a few days of taekwondo, martial arts, it's not worth. Smack! You idiot! Sun Tao saw that Sun Yuxiang still didn't know any better, harboring a sense of luck, and slapped him in the face. Shut up. This matter ends here, don't think about revenge anymore. The underground world is far more terrifying than you can imagine, those people are not ones we can provoke. Sun Tao was scared, hesitant. He may have money, but in the face of absolute strength, he was no different from a piece of paper. Please show him the way out. Sensing the grizzly bear frowning and about to raise his hand again, Sun Tao immediately held his head, shouting to explain, don't misunderstand, I just want to go and personally apologize to them. Completely resolve this matter. As a business owner, the only thing Sun Tao could offer was money. He was thinking about how much money to compensate Chen Fong and Lang Aoshue for their mental losses. Back at the Black Queen bar. All of Zhang Xiaoshua's songs were sung. She came down from the stage, intending to invite Chen Fong and Lang Aoshue for a drink as a thank you for helping her out. As a regular singer at the Black Queen bar, Zhang Xiaoshua had become familiar with it and knew which drinks were worth recommending. However, just as she was about to speak, she noticed the burly figure of the grizzly bear, standing like a bear, entering from the door with Sun Yuxiang's father, Sun Tao. Zhang Xiaoshua had encountered Sun Tao before and learned about Sun Yuxiang's pursuit of her. Sun Tao expressed his satisfaction with Zhang Xiaoshua as his daughter-in-law, while leering at her with a vulgar gaze and saying he hoped she could become his daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoshua felt a chill and became more determined to keep her distance from the father and son of the Sun family. Mr. Chen, Sun Yuxiang's father is here, and he brought a terrifying thug with him. I'll take you out through the back door. Zhang Xiaoshua quickened her pace and arrived in front of Chen Fong. It's okay, Chen Fong followed Zhang Xiaoshua's gaze and did not pay attention to the bear or Sun Tao. Cold and proud Snow also turned her head and, upon noticing the bear's presence, picked up a steel pipe that was still wet with blood and completely dry. Miss Lang, spare me. Miss Lang, spare me. I didn't come here to cause trouble for you. Seeing the bear's submissive posture in front of cold and proud Snow, Sun Tao became even more determined to apologize and make amends. With a thud, he knelt down and bowed, saying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining my son properly and causing trouble for you both. My God. What's going on? A billionaire actually knelt down to them? Aren't they here to pick a fight with Sun Yuxiang? Am I seeing things? Sun Tao, a big shot, kneeling down? People blinked and rubbed their eyes, doubting if they were seeing things or having illusions. But no matter how much they blinked or rubbed their eyes, what they saw remained the same. You have some brains, better than your stupid son. Chen Fong laughed. You're right, you're right. I promise to discipline my rebellious son well in the future, there won't be a next time. If there is, I, Sun Tao, am willing to accept any punishment. Sun Tao knew that Chen Fong was the master of the SSS-level professional killer mentioned by the bear. Although he was prepared for it, when he saw Chen Feng's face clearly, Sun Tao was still taken aback. If he didn't know, he would probably think he was some popular young actor. If it weren't for the bear's reminder, Sun Tao would never have connected Chen Fong, a seemingly harmless young man, with the big shot who trained an SSS-level killer. Too much of a contrast. Little did he know, if Chen Fong really went all out, even the formidable Cold and Proud Snow, who was known as the slaughterer of thousands, would pale in comparison. Jiang Xiaoxue was completely bewildered, looking at Chen Fong with curiosity, wondering who he really was. How could he scare Sun Tao like this? You have a good sense of judgment. Sun Tao, a person who recognized the situation as a wise man, did not dislike Chen Fong. Not at all, not at all. Sun Tao crawled on his knees, holding up a bank card with both hands, and approached Chen Fong. This is a small token of compensation for you both, please accept it as a gesture of respect. Shockingly, he said, there is 1 billion in the account, with a password of 6 zeros. 1 billion. This statement immediately caused a commotion, with everyone in an uproar. My God! What's going on? Those two crippled his son, and he's kneeling down, voluntarily offering 1 billion as compensation? This world is too surreal, I can't quite understand it. What's so surreal about it? These rich and powerful people, if they really could overpower you, they would happily step on your head and do as they please. If he dares not, it means those two have even greater backing. Indeed, it's just that poverty limits my imagination. Who on earth could make a big shot like Sun Tao willingly offer 1 billion for reconciliation? Yes, having a net worth of 10 billion and being able to produce 10 billion are two different things. For a moment, speculations about Chen Fong continued to circulate. Some believed he was the young master of a top family in the imperial capital, visiting Jiang City for leisure. Others thought his father wielded immense power and was a prominent figure. Chen Fong wasn't interested in what they thought. Taking the 1 billion compensation offered by Sun Tao, free money, why not take it? Then I won't disturb you all. Seeing Chen Fong accept the bank card, Sun Tao turned and hurriedly left. The grizzly looked at Cold Snow arrogantly, awaiting instructions. Get lost. All right. I'll leave right away. With a word from Cold Snow, the grizzly immediately left, but unlike Sun Tao, he rolled upstairs. Once this farce could be concluded, a sigh of relief was heard. The heart that had been hanging in the throat finally settled. Mr. Chen, you're amazing. To make someone like Sun Tao bow to you and give you 1 billion. Jiang Xiaoshua's astonishment and admiration for Chen Fong could no longer be described in words. Prostrate. Later, she brought 2 cups of wine that she thought Chen Fong and Cold Snow might like. After Chen Fong and Cold Snow tasted it, the reviews were good, scoring 9 out of 10. By the way, most of the songs you sang earlier seemed to be by one person? Chen Fong asked casually. Yes, Xiao Yurong, my idol songs. I admire and like her a lot. I hope to stand on the big stage like her one day and sing for more people. Speaking of she wouldn't dare to imagine that a person could be so outstanding and versatile. Even though Jiang Xiaoshui was considered a genius in the eyes of others, at this moment, she felt that compared to Chen Fong, she could only be considered an ordinary person, far from reaching his level. Unattainable. I'm done talking. If you have anything to say to her, just ask directly, no need to be polite. After Chen Fong and Xiao Yurong finished talking, he handed the phone back to Jiang Xiaoshui. Okay. Jiang Xiaoshui wiped her hands and solemnly took back the phone. She completely idolized Xiao Yurong. Not exaggerating at all. Afterwards, she asked Xiao Yurong many questions in one go, about creation, insights, advice, and so on. Xiao Yurong answered without reservation, as it was related to Master Chen Fong. What he instructed must be carried out. Moreover, Xiao Yurong was always patient and enthusiastic towards her fans, not someone who liked to show off. Whenever she had such thoughts, she would remember the fear and awe of being dominated and overwhelmed by Chen Fong, unable to be arrogant. Sister Yurong, before we hang up, I have one last question to ask you. Okay, Xiao Shui, go ahead, I will tell you everything I know. After spending some time together, the two of them began to address each other as sisters, bringing them closer. I want to know, in what kind of atmosphere and state of mind did you create the song Night Snow? Actually, Night Snow was not written by me. Xiao Yurong admitted openly. Not written by you? But your name is listed as the lyricist. Jiang Xiao Shui asked curiously. That's because Master is indifferent to fame and trouble, so I replaced him. Xiao Yurong explained. Afterwards, Jiang Xiao Shui learned from Xiao Yurong that her favorite songs were all written by Chen Fong himself. Looking at Chen Fong again, her eyes changed completely. Goodbye, Sister Yurong. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao Shui felt a bit at a loss facing Chen Fong. Relax, I'm not a tiger, I won't bite. Chen Fong joked appropriately to lighten the mood. I never thought that all the lyrics I've loved and copied for so many years were written by you, Mr. Chen. Jiang Xiao Shui took out a notebook and a pen from her backpack, mustered up the courage and said, Can you please give me an autograph? No problem. Chen Fong picked up the pen and wrote down his name generously. This bold and beautiful handwriting once again amazed Jiang Xiao Shui. After receiving Chen Feng's autograph, Jiang Xiao Shui decided to frame it as soon as she returned home and cherish it for a lifetime. Without staying too long, she bid farewell to Chen Fong and Xiao Yurong, showing great tact by not disturbing the two of them further. Indeed, the cold and aloof Snow had gained quite a bit of favor towards this person. Once Jiang Xiao Shui left, Chen Fong and the cold Snow began to drink. As the cheapao woman who was the boss, she instructed the bartender to bring out the best wine and serve them without taking a penny. When the others were unwilling to come forward, Chen Fong also didn't bother to investigate further, focusing on drinking with the cold Snow. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the table was already filled with empty bottles. Chen Fong and the cold Snow had a faint blush on their faces, showing a slight sign of intoxication. It's getting late, shall we call it a day? Chen Fong suggested. I'll listen to Master. Cold Snow was also feeling a bit full from drinking. They left the Black Queen bar. Chen Fong then asked the cold Snow, Do you want to come back to Fushan residence with me? There are quite a few empty rooms. No, there are some loose ends that I haven't dealt with yet. If I go now, it will cause trouble for Master and Sister. Cold Snow politely declined. Parking the motorcycle temporarily at the Black Queen bar, they decided to stay overnight at a hotel across the street. Chen Fong hailed a taxi and said, Master, to Fushan residence. Returning to Fushan residence, as soon as they opened the door, they saw Yi Qingcheng in a silk nightgown, hugging her body closely, outlining her alluring curves. Anxious, she said, Master, it seems like something has happened to Guanya. Something happened? What's going on? Chen Fong asked. She hasn't come back for a long time, and when I called her just now, a man with a harsh tone answered the phone. Yi Qingcheng knew very well who was in Guanya's heart and couldn't tolerate anyone else. So it was highly likely that something had happened. Chen Fong took out a silver needle and pricked himself a few times, dispelling the remaining traces of drunkenness. His eyes were clear and firm. Leave this to me, you have work tomorrow, go to bed early. Asking Yi Qingcheng for the car keys, Chen Fong got into the car and sped down the mountain. One hand on the steering wheel, the other fingers dancing on the keyboard, frantically refreshing a bunch of codes. He was pinpointing Guanya's location. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully located the coordinates. Vroom vroom vroom. Chen Fong stepped on the gas pedal, speeding all the way. What was originally a half-hour journey was completed by him in less than 10 minutes. They arrived at a 5-star hotel named Tianchao. Sir, how can I assist you? Seeing Chen Fong. Approaching with a murderous aura, the receptionist, no matter how composed she was, couldn't help but tremble in her words. It was as if she was facing a formidable killer. I'm looking for Guanya. Alright, let me check for you. Proof? No need for proof. Faced with Chen Fong, the receptionist could only obey, fearing that not following his instructions would cost her life. She's on the 13th floor, in room number 6. The receptionist looked up, only to find that Chen Fong had disappeared long ago, as if he had never existed. What the hell? The receptionist's legs went weak, and she slumped into her chair, unaware that the elevator was changing floors. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on the 13th floor. Chen Fong went straight to room number 6. Why has Big Liang been gone for so long and hasn't returned yet? Could something have happened? What could happen? Just a woman. That's true, but that woman seems to have quite an influence in Guangzhou, with connections everywhere. If Big Liang deals with her, will there be trouble? That's why she's even more embarrassed to talk about it. Think about it, it's so embarrassing. This way, Big Liang can use it as leverage to threaten her. So that's how it is. No wonder Big Liang asked me to help him change to a phone with a high-definition camera before he came. TSK, that woman is simply stunning. I wonder if we'll have a chance to taste her. Don't worry, Big Liang won't treat you and me unfairly, hee. Bang! Hearing the lewd conversation behind the door, Chen Fong kicked the door open. Who are you? Come and... Bang! Chen Fong appeared in front of the man with tattoos in an instant, punching him in the nose, breaking his nasal bone with force that penetrated into his brain, shattering his brain matter, a fatal blow. Where is Liang? Chen Fong grabbed another person by the neck, lifted him up, and questioned fiercely. The man reached behind him, trying to draw a knife. Bang! Chen Fong punched him hard on the shoulder, causing dozens of cracks in his shoulder bone. I'll ask you one last time, where is Liang? Chen Feng's eyes seemed to be able to spew fire. If looks could kill, the man would have died hundreds of times already. Faced with his dominance and terrifying killing intent, the man had to compromise and confess. Liang went to the restroom. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cracking sound as the man fell heavily to the ground, with no response. His eyes widened, his mouth opened even wider. Following the sign, Chen Fong quickly headed towards the restroom. Just as he reached the entrance, he could already hear Liang Peng's voice. Boss Guan, the drug is making me feel so uncomfortable, why don't you come out and have fun with us, isn't that better? This is a high-grade pill specially imported from the Eagle faction by my friend. No matter how strong your will is, in less than half an hour, purity will be gone, leaving only madness. Instead of begging me later, you might as well submit to me now. Your mother. Chen Feng's voice pierced through the air. Liang Peng turned to look, only to see Chen Feng's fist the size of a sandbag. Bang! Boom! The man flew backward, his head hitting the wall tiles hard. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? I am a hall member of the Four Seas Society. Crack! Chen Fong took a step forward and kicked Liang Peng in the throat. The bones instantly turned into powder. Flesh and blood burst, leaving only a thin layer of skin, barely holding on, with a look of shock on his face, completely unprepared for such an ending. Chen Fong had no intention of wasting too much time on him. Hearing the sound of the door lock opening, he walked away. Opening the restroom door, Xiaoya, are you? Master, I feel strange, hot. Her eyes were seductive, sparkling. Her originally fair as jade skin now looked as pink as a peach, as if a gentle pinch could make water come out. A twisted mind? Compared to that, Chen Fong could see at a glance that Guanya was greatly affected by the drugs, enduring for too long. If this continued, her brain would be burnt sooner or later. Quickly grabbing 3 silver needles with one hand, he pierced Guanya's corresponding acupoints to suppress the effects of the drug. He picked up Guanya and went to another floor. Knocking on the door, making sure there was no one inside, he grabbed the doorknob and forcefully broke in. In such a critical moment, Chen Fong had no time to waste on opening doors. He brought Guanya to the bathroom, placed her in the bathtub, turned on the shower and faucet, poured ice water in, detoxifying with the silver needles while physically cooling her down. It wasn't until Guanya's lips turned purple from the cold that Chen Fong took her out of the bathtub. stripping off her clothes, drying her body, putting her on the bed, and covering her with a blanket. Checking her pulse, confirming that Guanya was out of danger, Chen Fong finally relaxed. The anger in his eyes, however, showed no sign of diminishing. He repaired the door lock and returned downstairs. Cleaning up the scene with corpse powder, Chen Fong left Liang Peng's head alone, putting it in a black plastic bag. Leaving the hotel, he decided to head to the headquarters of the Four Seas Society. With Jiang Bao before and now Liang Peng, Chen Fong could no longer tolerate this Four Seas Society. Originally, Jiang Bao offended him, and Chen Fong killed him, which should have been the end of it. Who would have thought that Liang Peng would come out and dare to harm his most cherished disciple? Attacking Guanya was unforgivable. If the Four Seas Society couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, Chen Fong didn't mind having them exit the stage of history early. The Four Seas Society was completely unaware that they had provoked such a terrifying god of death. Zhang Xiao, the head of the Dragon Hall, a piece of ancient calligraphy and painting, worth 12 million. Lin Wei, the head of the Tiger Hall, an imperial green Rui scepter, worth 10 million. Yang Jinbao, the head of the Wolf Hall, a golden pig, worth 8 million. At this moment, the Four Seas gathering is in full swing, celebrating the birthday of the leader Qin Shihai. The hall masters from various factions are presenting generous gifts. Listening to the bids in the millions and tens of millions, Qin Shihai can't stop smiling. Satisfied, very satisfied, it gives him face. Strange, why isn't the hall master of Shuani Hall, Liang Peng, here? There are rumors that Hall Master Liang has been too prominent recently, showing signs of rebellion. Could it be suppressed? Shoo! Don't speak carelessly, be careful who might hear. The speaker has no intention, but the listener does. At this moment, a black garbage bag swoops over the heads of the crowd. With a bang, it lands on the table, knocking over a box containing a jade rui, shattering it into several large pieces. This sight pains Hall Master Lin Wei of Hui Hall. Shuani Hall Master, one head. Chen Feng's voice echoes in everyone's ears. One head? Everyone thinks he's joking, but the next moment, Liang Peng rolls out of the garbage bag, landing on the ground, catching everyone's eyes. Shuani Hall Master, Liang Peng. Ugh! Those with weak mental fortitude see this scene and immediately start vomiting. Qin Shihai and the other hall masters are equally shocked to see Liang Peng with only his head left. Who are you? Why did you kill Liang Peng? Lin Wei steps forward to question. This kid deliberately opposed our Four Seas gathering, causing trouble on my turf earlier, leaving me disabled. I didn't expect that now, he would harm my hall master like this. It's despicable. Detestable. Jiang Bao was wheeled out by someone. Truly unexpected, Chen Fong killed their leader Liang Peng. However, Jiang Bao is not angry but rather amused. He thinks Chen Fong is foolish, daring to intrude into the Four Seas gathering headquarters alone. Today, he will not be able to leave alive. There's no escape. Chairman, please take action and kill this, huh? Before finishing his sentence, Jiang Bao's face changes dramatically, turning red and thick-necked. Ah! My head. It hurts. He collapses, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, dead. This bizarre scene leaves everyone stunned, not understanding what just happened. Qin Shihai waves his hand, ordering the body to be taken away. He asks Chen Fong, why do you repeatedly oppose our Four Seas gathering? Which faction are you from? Those who dare to harm my people, should I spare them for the new year? Chen Fong asks. Ha ha. Qin Shihai laughs instead of getting angry. Very good. Spirited. By killing Liang Peng, you have indeed shown some strength. Why not join our Four Seas gathering and become the hall master of Shuani Hall? Upon hearing that he will be valued, the crowd dares not speak out in anger. No way. Chen Fong retorts. You ungrateful brat, refusing a good offer. Lin Wei looks back at Qin Shihai, confirms his intention, and charges forward. Seizing this opportunity, he vents his anger at Chen Fong, who had broken his heart to find Emperor Green Rui. Reaching behind his back, he draws the tempered fire dual eagle claw knife, ready to make Chen Fong bleed. Bang! Boom! Just as the blade is about to touch Chen Fong, Lin Wei is sent flying backward, knocking down a group of people. His men try to help him up, only to find that he is passed out. As a precaution, they check his nose. Dead, he's dead. They realize that Lin Wei didn't just faint, he was clearly kicked to death by Chen Fong. They knew Chen Fong was strong in combat, but the outcome of this battle far exceeded their expectations. While they had considered Lin Wei might lose, they never expected him to be defeated so swiftly and decisively. Even at the cost of his life. Dragon Hall men, kill him for me. Wolf Hall men, whoever can kill him will be rewarded 100,000. Hallmasters Zhang Xiao and Yang Jinbao join in, seeing this as a great opportunity to showcase their abilities. Now that Lin Wei and Liang Peng are dead, performing well might allow them to absorb their power. Dragon Hall also rewards 100,000. Seeing Yang Jinbao offer a bounty, Zhang Xiao doesn't want to fall behind and adds to the reward. With orders and hefty rewards, brave men continue to emerge. Chen Fong staged a one-man show. Why is it that one man can hold the pass against 10,000? Every punch and kick is aimed at taking lives. How can one be polite to those who want to kill you? Just kill them. Yang Jinbao and Zhang Xiao exchanged a glance, feeling that something was off. Despite having the numerical and weapon advantage, it was not reflected at all. In just a few minutes, Chen Fong didn't even get a scratch, while their side had suffered heavy losses. The remaining few, though holding sharp knives, lacked the will to fight and kept retreating. They feared Chen Feng's brutality and immense strength. He perfectly embodied everyone's fantasy of a killing machine. Powerful to the point of being abnormal, flawless. Looks like I have to use this. Zhang Xiao lifted his clothes and pulled out a handgun he carried, aimed it at Chen Fong without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fong was in front of him, grabbing the gun. With a slight force from his fingers, he crushed it. Then he let go, and the gun fell apart. Zhang Xiao was left dumbfounded, questioning life. What kind of strange strength was this? Chen Fong swiftly removed the magazine, ejected a bullet, and flicked it with his fingertip. The bullet pierced Zhang Xiao's forehead, splattering blood on Qin Shihai's face, shocking him. Yang Jinbao, who witnessed this, decisively gave up the idea of opposing Chen Fong. He couldn't win, simply couldn't. But Chen Fong didn't spare him. With a slap, he turned Yang Jinbao's face, which was just facing away from Qin Shihai, 180 degrees to face him. Qin Shihai was almost scared out of his wits, only because Yang Jinbao's body was still facing away from him. That familiar face, coupled with the twisted patterns on his neck, looked bizarre no matter how you looked at it. In Qin Shihai's understanding, living people couldn't possibly do such things. So, the spot. Wasn't it his own fault if he didn't take advantage of the situation? Do you want me to take the risk of making you an idiot and do that kind of thing with you? Chen Fong came back to his senses and asked. An idiot? Hearing these two words, Wanya instantly lost her composure. Thinking back, she felt a splitting headache at that time. She quickly reached out to hold Chen Feng's arm sitting on the edge of the bed, leaned close, rested her head on his shoulder, raised a pair of beautiful eyes, and said, sorry, it was the apprentice who misjudged the master, please forgive me. If it's really not possible, whatever you want to do now, the apprentice is willing. That look was truly captivating, full of implications. Chen Fong stood up, rolled up the contract paper in his hand, and dropped it on Guanya's head, no proper form. Ouch! Guanya grabbed the rolled-up contract paper with both hands, opened it and saw that it was indeed a contract. And not just one. Guanya opened it and looked at it, her expression gradually becoming serious, surprised. Master, these are the transfer contracts for the industries under the Four Seas Society. How did they end up with you? Just as she was asking, Guanya suddenly realized. Thinking about it, she had been bullied to this extent, almost losing her innocence. With Chen Feng's temper, how could he let them off? Guanya could easily imagine the various domineering and bloody scenes of Chen Feng in the Four Seas Society. Just thinking about Chen Feng's violent scenes for the sake of a woman made her shiver an adrenaline rush. She liked it even more. I have already subdued the Four Seas Society from top to bottom. As long as you sign your name on that contract, from now on, you will be the leader of the Four Seas Society. Chen Fong explained. Master, you have saved me from fire and water, stood up for me, taken over the territory. How can the apprentice thank you? How about offering yourself? Guanya half-jokingly said. What do you mean half-joking? As long as Chen Fong agrees, she will not hesitate at all, go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married, and become his woman. Is this gratitude or revenge? Chen Fong joked. Master Guanya glanced coquettishly, shaking her body lightly. All right, how is your recovery? If you're okay, you should go back. Xincheng has been very worried about you. Chen Fong returned to the topic. Yes, thanks to the master, I've almost fully recovered. Guanya got off the bed and stood up. It was only later that she learned from Chen Fong that thanks to Xincheng seeing her not return home late, she made a phone call, discovered the clue, told Chen Fong about it, and she was able to escape. Although they often bickered, Guanya was truly grateful to Xincheng for this matter. She was thinking about how to repay her. When the car was close to Fushanju, a message was sent to the secretary to prepare a contract worth 1 billion for the company to send to the Qingshi Group. Putting down the phone, Chen Fong had already parked the car and was ready to unfasten the seatbelt and get out. Guanya was quick to unfasten the seatbelt, leaned in, and planted a kiss on Chen Feng's cheek. This is a gift from the disciple to the master. Please don't dislike it, master. Besides this, Guanya really couldn't think of anything else she could give to Chen Fong. Money? If Chen Fong really valued such worldly possessions, how could he casually hand over the Four Seas Club to her? In Guanya's eyes, besides her own master Chen Fong, there was no one else in the world who could live up to the phrase viewing money as dirt. Faced with her act of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor, Chen Fong could only smile helplessly and say nothing. After all, he didn't lose anything, nor did he lose a piece of flesh. They got out of the car and entered the house together. Who would have thought that as soon as they entered, Yi Qingchang would directly throw himself into Chen Feng's arms, his fragrance filling the air. Holding his head with both hands, he fiercely planted a kiss on Chen Feng's other cheek. Yi Qingchang! What are you doing? Are you trying to deceive the master and destroy the ancestor? Guanya was startled. She didn't expect Yi Qingchang to suddenly attack Chen Fong in front of her. What? You can start a fire, but I can't light a lamp? Yi Qingchang retorted with a hint of resentment. Hearing this, Guanya instantly understood that Yi Qingchang must have seen her behavior towards Chen Fong through the window just now. I was just thanking the master. Guanya stood tall, trying to justify herself. Well, I'm also thanking the master for teaching me so much. Just now, I closed several deals worth over 1 billion. Yi Qingchang was equally unyielding. You! Guanya really clashed with Yi Qingchang today, ready to approach Chen Fong again and leave another mark on him. Stop it! Are you two never going to stop? Chen Fong raised his hand and brought it into intimate contact with Guanya's lips. Master, she was clearly taking advantage of you. Guanya pouted in grievance. Yi Qingchang just snorted and couldn't be bothered to say more. I'm tired, you two can argue all you want, just don't involve me. Chen Fong stretched lazily, yawned, and headed upstairs. Humph. The two women exchanged glances, neither willing to back down, and each went back to their rooms. Meanwhile, in a courtyard, several members of the poison sect looked at the old man lying on the ground, whose head had been crushed by Chen Feng's palm, leaving them speechless. As senior figures in the poison sect, they were well aware of the old man's strength, but they never expected his death to be so tragic. Wait, what's this? Suddenly, someone noticed a small glass bottle on the stone table, with a little black powder left inside. Opening it and sniffing it, their eyes widened in shock, quickly moving it away, corpse-dissolving powder. Isn't this a top-grade poison that only the sect master can prepare? Why is it here? Sensing their gaze, the others shook their heads, indicating they didn't know either. They also couldn't believe that the old man had the qualifications to possess such a thing, as the preparation method and ingredients were extremely difficult to obtain. Even if he were the sect master, he wouldn't have much stock, so how could he have used it? Stepping back, the old man really had this thing. How could he have been crushed by someone? Then they noticed the 2 charred marks on the ground, as if they had been roasted. Could it be that the person who killed them left this corpse-dissolving powder behind? One person asked. How is that possible? Are you suggesting that the sect master killed them? What reason would he have to do that? I don't mean that. I mean, it's possible that someone within the sect who had a grudge against him stole this corpse-dissolving powder from the sect master. Or, besides the sect master, there could be someone else who knows how to refine the corpse-dissolving powder? The group leaned more towards the former. They, as elderly members, did not know how to refine the top-grade poison of the poison sect, let alone outsiders, clean up the traces. An organization like the Poison Gate is not suitable to be exposed to the sunlight. Then, take that small bottle of corpse powder and embark on the journey back to the Poison Gate. After the master of the gate has reviewed everything, a decision will be made. 2 hours later, a luxurious villa. This is where the master of the Poison Gate, Eugenua, resides. The main job of the Poison Gate master is to refine various deadly poisons that kill without a trace. The deputy job is to handle money matters and help people get rid of disasters. The organization has developed well, making a lot of money, with many disciples, earning a reputation as a large assassination organization in the underground world. Master Eugenua is also an SSS-level assassin, codenamed Poison King. Master, Lu Xin and the others are back. They say they have urgent matters to discuss with you. A subordinate stood at the door and reported. Lu Xin? Although puzzled by what urgent matter he could have at this late hour, Eugenua responded, let him in. Yes. A few minutes later, Lu Xin and the others arrived in the hall, bowing in respect. Greetings, Master. Weren't you supposed to be supporting Chao Chong and the others in Jiangcheng? Why are you back so soon? Is the mission completed? Eugenua sat on a mahogany chair, scraping the rim of his teacup with the lid, raising his eyes and asking. Master, Chao Chong and the others, all dead. Lu Xin replied truthfully. What? Dead? How did they die? Who did it? Eugenua's face showed surprise. My men are still investigating. I believe we will have results soon. Lu Xin answered. Since there are no results yet, did you come here in the middle of the night just to tell me how incompetent you are? Eugenua's tone changed slightly. Startled, Lu Xin hurriedly explained, Master, please calm down. I found corpse powder near Chao Chang's body, thinking that maybe it was done by an internal member. Corpse powder. Are you sure? Now, Eugenua was no longer calm. He had just confirmed that the amount of corpse powder was correct. Indeed. Lu Xin stepped forward, offering a glass bottle with both hands. Eugenua's pupils contracted slightly. At a glance, he could tell that the contents of the bottle were slightly different from the corpse powder he had made. Opening it, sniffing it, he stood up excitedly. This is the craftsmanship of my master. Master? Lu Xin and the others stared at each other in disbelief, wondering if they were hearing things. The renowned Eugenua, the prestigious master of the Poison Gate, actually had a master? Who had such great ability to dare to teach him? Before they could ask, they heard Eugenua excitedly say, this purity, this craftsmanship, it must be my master. Has he been released from prison? In Jiangcheng? Since Eugenua had spoken to this extent, Lu Xin and the others could no longer question it. With Eugenua as a disciple being so powerful, how terrifying must his master be? Their imagination was limited by their weakness. Master, may I ask, what kind of person is your master? Lu Xin asked curiously. What kind of person is he? Eugenua smiled, a person who can casually teach me a few moves, allowing me to amass a fortune of billions, gain the title of Poison King, and be closest to invincibility. Closest to invincibility. This statement coming from the already powerful Eugenua was so valuable that it was beyond doubt. His next sentence almost dropped the jaws of Lu Xin and the others. Corpse powder. The master taught me that, including those Yenwang needles, corrosion pills, soul-scattering mist that you are using now. What Eugenua mentioned were basically the foundation of the entire Poison Gate. Now, the group fully understood why Eugenua spoke of Qin Fong with such reverence, longing, and pride. It seemed as if they had done countless good deeds in their past lives to have the fortune to be his disciple. Prepare the car, we're going to Jiangchang. I want to properly welcome my master. Eugenua exclaimed. Yes. Lu Xian and the others also wanted to meet this legendary figure. They just couldn't understand why Qin Fong, as the master of the gate, would slaughter the people of the Poison Gate. What kind of misunderstanding existed between them? In the blink of an eye, they had just entered Jiangcheng. The East District War King is responsible for managing this area. Zhao Xiao received a message, War King, Poison Yanwang has entered Jiangcheng. Poison Yanwang? What is he doing in Jiangcheng? Zhao Xiao harbored fear towards this person. Firstly, Poison Yanwang's reputation is too great, and secondly, their methods are too strange and difficult to detect. Without understanding the situation, Zhao Xiao was worried about alerting the enemy. In case the other party chooses to fight to the death and release all the poison on them. Zhao Xiao has heard a lot about it. Eugenua once single-handedly successfully poisoned tens of thousands of extremely arrogant international soldiers, known as the Demon King Army, killing machines per person, causing harm to countless innocent people, mercenaries who take pleasure in killing. It was precisely because of that battle that Eugenua was crowned with the title of Poison Yanwang, terrifying everyone. The Poison Gate's reputation was completely established. And those killed by the Poison Gate are mostly scum and villains, with the main battlefield being overseas. Coupled with the lack of evidence, the official forces represented by Zhao Xiao have always turned a blind eye to them. As long as things don't escalate, everything is fine. Now, a dangerous figure like Poison Yanwang, of SSS level, has appeared in his jurisdiction. How could Zhao Xiao not worry? He ordered, leaves. Then quickly run to the kitchen, take a boning knife from the wall. Even if Yi Qingqing doesn't know how to fight, as long as Qin Fong is in danger, she doesn't mind risking her life. Hide her body, cautiously peek out with a pair of eyes. Through the window, you can see that Qin Fong has walked to the black 7-seater commercial vehicle. Immediately, the door opens, and several people climb down from it, surrounding Qin Fong. Master is in danger. Yi Qingcheng is ready to rush out, thinking that maybe she can scare them off by calling the police. Or contact the security of the residential area. As a luxury villa area, the security force should not be weak. But then again, if they were really reliable, why would they let these people of unknown origin in? Forget it, let's call the police. Just made up her mind. Bang! A gunshot, which startled Yi Qingcheng. She quickly stepped back, looked out, her heart hanging high. After confirming several times, Qin Fong was still standing there with no blood on him. The people standing in front of him, like him, turned their heads to look down the mountain. Due to the view. Name. How famous is he? Yi Qingcheng asked again. In the underground world, no. Guanya corrected herself, it should be the whole international community. When it comes to him, few people don't change color. Is it that exaggerated? Yi Qingcheng doubted, and Guanya seemed to be fooling herself again. Exaggerated? Guanya smiled faintly. He once, in one night, slaughtered tens of thousands of extremely vicious professional mercenaries. Alone? In one night? And they were professional mercenaries. Yi Qingcheng finally realized the horror of Eugenua. No wonder they only brought a few people, while Zhao Xiao brought 1,000 fully armed elite troops, on high alert. I only knew that Master's medical skills are unparalleled, but I didn't expect that he is also a top expert in refining poison. Guanya's admiration was evident. Curious, Qin Fong still had many hidden powerful sides unknown to others. Qin Fong seemed like a rich treasure trove. No matter how much you dig, you can't finish it. Maybe at some point, he could dig out something different, always bringing surprises. On the other hand, seeing Zhao Xiao still in disbelief, Eugenua cursed inwardly, then straightened his heart, bent his knees, and knelt down. Master reappears in the world, the disciple is late in welcoming, please punish the disciple. It wasn't a show? Eugenua had originally planned to do so, but when he wanted to do it, Zhao Xiao suddenly rushed over and fired a shot into the air, completely disrupting his rhythm. It seemed that Eugenio was afraid that Chen Fong would feel his sincerity was not enough, so he specifically knocked his head 3 times. With a broken forehead and a trace of blood flowing down, he didn't care, only concerned about whether Chen Fong would forgive him. Seeing this, not to mention Zhao Xiao, Yi Qingcheng, Guanya, and the others. Even the few accompanying high-level members of the Poison Gate were equally stunned. In their eyes, Eugenio used to be arrogant to the extreme, not putting anyone in his eyes, a domineering existence who treated everyone as ants no matter how powerful they were. But when facing Chen Fong, everything changed, becoming so humble that they felt unfamiliar. If it was said that the two of them were together, they wouldn't doubt it. Zhao Xiao waved his hand, signaling all the Special Forces soldiers to lower their guns. The situation had developed to this point, he couldn't help but believe it. Zhao Xiao really couldn't believe that the highly respected Poison Yan Wang, who was revered by thousands, would do something to lower his status just to escape capture. Lowering his status? If Eugenio knew what Zhao Xiao was thinking, he would definitely retort, "What do you know? How many people want to worship the master as their teacher, kneel before him, and haven't had the chance yet?" Completely treating the opportunity to kneel before Chen Fong and worship him as a once-in-a-lifetime honor, as if they had saved the world in their past lives. "All right, get up quickly." Chen Fong handed Eugenio a round iron box the size of a thumbnail. "Thank you, master." Eugenio understood tacitly, used his fingernail to open the iron box, revealing a milky white ointment inside. He dug out a bit with his fingertip and applied it to his forehead. Miraculously, the wound healed at a visible speed to the naked eye. He rubbed off the scab with his hand, completely concealing any trace of injury. Countless Special Forces soldiers were deeply impressed. Finally, they understood why Chen Fong, who was of similar age, could make Poison Yanwan Eugenio and War King Zhao Xiao pay such attention to him. He deserved it. What an amazing ointment! If you can get Master to sell you the formula for that ointment, your company's market value will at least double. As a businessman, Wanya sensed the business opportunity. Another businessman, Yi Qingcheng, of course understood. Just couldn't figure out how much it would cost for such a precious item. Hesitation. On the other side, Chen Fong came to Zhao Xia. "Sorry, my disciple caused trouble for you in the East District, making you come all this way. Don't worry, at least in Jiangcheng, I can guarantee he won't cause trouble. No, this is what I should do." With these words from Chen Fong, Zhao Xia felt relieved. After all, in the whole world, besides Chen Fong, no one could make Eugenio truly respect and obey. Not to mention respect and obey, not even obey, and no one has ever achieved it. Later, Zhao Xia and 1,000 Special Forces soldiers descended the mountain and left. Back then, a small chicken who was bullied in prison, has now transformed into a figure that even the War King has to take seriously. Chen Fong turned around, his gaze back on Eugenio. When he entered prison, his strength was not weak among ordinary people. But what kind of place was Black Mountain Prison? Globally recognized as the most dangerous prison, no doubt. Eugenio, who was used to being unruly, initially suffered a lot, thanks to meeting Chen Fong and clinging to his thigh. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by a big black man. A small chicken? Hearing his words, several people behind Eugenio seriously doubted that the Poison Yanwan he knew was not the same person. Eugenio scratched his head and smiled, "Hee, it's all thanks to Master passing on his skills to me. Without you, there would be no Eugenio today." The group fell silent. The attitude Eugenio showed at this moment, to put it nicely, was respectful to his master, but to put it bluntly, he was a bootlicker. Disdain? After seeing the miraculous effect of the ointment Chen Fong gave Eugenio, they were eager to rush up, kneel down, and be his bootlicker. A great opportunity. Unfortunately, with Eugenio present, they had the intention but lacked the courage. "Enough, over the years, how many outrageous things have you done behind my back?" Chen Feng's eyes turned cold. In that instant of eye contact, Eugenio trembled, quickly knelt down again, his face turning pale. "Master sees through everything. The disciple has only killed evildoers over the years, or foreign thieves who harbor ill intentions towards our great Xia, always strict with oneself, never tarnishing the reputation." Seeing Eugenio, who could kill without blinking an eye, being scared like this. Those behind him also quickly knelt down. Those killed by the poison sect are all scum. Please master, see the truth. Is War King Zhaoxia also scum? Chen Fong asked again. No, Yu Zhenhua shook his head, denying. He has always been upright, risking his life for the country countless times, repelling millions of ambitious foreign invaders. Such a person, the poison sect will never consider as a target. Are you sure? Chen Fong asked again. Sure. Yu Zhenhua nodded without hesitation. Then it's strange, from what I see, the reason for Zhaoxia's sudden decline in health may be because of your poison sect's poison, or perhaps, my medical skills are too poor? Chen Fong asked with a smile that was not a smile. The disciple has no such intention. Yu Zhenhua was already scared out of his wits. Situ Qing, do you know him? I do. Yu Zhenhua nodded. He is the disciple's adopted son. Your son, he has quite the ambition. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenhua understood instantly, gritting his teeth and saying, that brat. He assured Chen Fong, Master, rest assured, once I find that kid, I will definitely make him pay. To show him the consequences. He had heard rumors that Situ Qing had been getting close to officials recently, with intentions of replacing him. He hadn't taken it seriously before, but now. Yu Zhenhua knew deep down that Situ Qing wasn't targeting any evil person. He wanted to kill Zhao Xiao, acting as an executioner for others, in order to forcefully clear the way for them, find relationships, and mutually benefit. No need to bother, that person is already dead. He wanted to kill me, but your senior sister found out and silenced him first. Chen Fong revealed the truth. What? He wanted to harm you, Master? Good. Well done. Yu Zhenhua hadn't expected that the rebellious son would dare to go this far. Alright, I know this has nothing to do with you. Be more cautious in the future, don't bring just anyone home. Chen Fong reminded. From Yu Zhenhua's attitude just now, Chen Fong was certain that this matter had nothing to do with him, it wasn't something he had instructed. If it was really Yu Zhenhua's doing, he wouldn't have dared to come see him. Also, find out who is behind all this for me. Despite Zhao Zhao's favor towards him, as a guardian war king, Chen Fong didn't mind doing him a favor. Yes. I'll have someone investigate right away. Yu Zhenhua eagerly agreed, wanting to make amends for his actions. With bloodshot eyes and a murderous intent rising, anger exploded in his chest. He thought to himself, you bastard. Just you wait for me. If I don't kill you for ruining the image I've painstakingly built in Master's eyes, then I, Yu Zhenhua, will reverse my name from now on. Yu Zhenhua was silently swearing when he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye as the door opened. Turning his head, he saw Yi Qingchang and Guanya entering his field of vision. Naturally beautiful, they were impeccable, but Yu Zhenhua didn't dare to have any evil thoughts. He quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands on both sides of his pants, bowing deeply over 90 degrees, and respectfully greeted, greetings, two senior sisters. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya immediately stopped in their tracks, stunned in place. They exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. It must be admitted that being called senior sisters felt good. Even if it was a misunderstanding. What senior sisters, don't call us that randomly, they joined my sect after you. Chen Fong said speechlessly. Oh, so they are junior sisters, my apologies, Master, I misunderstood. Yu Zhenhua straightened up, awkwardly smiling. But it was clear that Yi Qingcheng and Guanya were genuinely happy. It was certain that these two junior sisters were interested in Master. Given their looks, it was only a matter of time before they won over Master, so calling himself senior sister was absolutely correct. It was like a pre-practice. Before convincing others, Yu Zhenhua convinced himself first. Master, it's about time, I've reserved a table at the Drunken Immortal Tower for breakfast. Would you like to join? Yu Zhenhua had already arranged everything before coming. Drunken Immortal Tower. Master, it's hard to get a table there. I also planned to reserve a table at the Drunken Immortal Tower to treat you, but there were too many people waiting in line. Yi Qingcheng didn't expect that Yu Zhenhua, an outsider, would get the chance to enter the Drunken Immortal Tower before her, a local. Guanya had also heard of the renowned Drunken Immortal Tower, not only famous locally but also featured in international food magazines. Every year, many foreigners traveled far and wide just to taste authentic Eastern cuisine. Seeing the two women practically writing "want to eat" on their faces, Chen Fong rubbed his stomach, realizing he was hungry too. Just as Chen Fong was about to enter the house, bringing his mother Lin Lan along, he saw her standing at the door, looking nervous. It was clear she wasn't very comfortable interacting with someone like Yu Genoa, who exuded a strong aura of battle and killing. "Mom, we're going to Zue Xian Lu for dinner, you." "I'm not going, I don't have much of an appetite today, you guys go, don't worry about me." Lin Lan quickly refused. Just looking at the pressure from afar was enough, let alone sitting at the same table with these people to eat. Lin Lan dared not think about it. "Mom?" Yu Genoa immediately knelt down without hesitation. Yu Genoa pays respects to the lady. "Quick, get up." Lin Lan was a bit at a loss with Yu Genoa's actions. "A man's knees are made of gold, why are you so addicted to kneeling?" Seeing Lin Lan's dilemma, Chen Fong reached out, grabbed Yu Genoa's shoulder, and helped him up from the ground. "Master, in my life, I have only knelt to you and the lady." Seeing Yu Genoa's sincere expression, Chen Fong really didn't know what to say. "Alright, Mom, you take care and rest, I'll bring you some takeaway later." Chen Fong, with a solid background in psychology, could tell what Lin Lan was thinking. Since she didn't want to go, Chen Fong didn't force her. Later, he and Yi Qingcheng, Wanya, and others sat in the same car, following behind Yu Genoa's car down the mountain. In the car, Yi Qingcheng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, noticed Chen Fong stealing glances at her from time to time. Chen Fong went straight to the point, "Just say it, don't beat around the bush." "Well, Master, I'll just say it." Yi Qingcheng swallowed and gathered courage. "Master, about the ointment you gave to brother Yu earlier, I think." "You want the prescription, right? Okay, I'll get paper and pen later and write it for you." Chen Fong remembered that Yi Qingcheng had a pharmaceutical company in Jiangcheng, which seemed to be quite large in scale. "Really, can it be done?" Yi Qingcheng knew the value of that prescription, at least billions, if not more. "What can't be done? I have as much as you need of this kind of thing." Chen Fong spoke truthfully. With his current mastery of medical skills, he could concoct a formula several times stronger than the intermittent ointment in just 2 or 3 minutes. Endless supply, inexhaustible use. "Thank you, Master." Yi Qingcheng was deeply moved. She didn't expect Chen Fong to downplay the importance of the intermittent ointment just to make her feel at ease accepting the prescription. To be able to have him as a master, she was truly fortunate in this lifetime. If the master was so generous, how could the disciple be stingy? Yi Qingcheng promised, "When the intermittent ointment is approved and successfully launched for sale, the net profit will be 9 for you, 1 for me, Master." "You decide, I'm fine with that." Chen Fong did not refuse Yi Qingcheng's kindness. If he had refused, Yi Qingcheng would definitely not accept the prescription. Moreover, even if Yi Qingcheng only took a 10% profit share, in terms of the value of the intermittent ointment, it would still be a huge sum of money, a guaranteed profit. And for Chen Fong, who had a 90% profit share, he just needed to sit back and collect the money, counting the money. "Okay, that's settled then, I'll have the contract prepared as soon as possible." Yi Qingcheng would certainly not breach the agreement, but some things had to follow the proper procedures. This way, she could also shut the mouths of others in the company and not give them any chance to harm Chen Fong. Arriving at Zue Xianlu, the group got out of the car and looked at the ancient and elegant building in front of them, complemented by the nearby high-rise buildings, which was quite impressive. "Yu Genoa. Please follow me this way." After Yu Genoa stated his name and confirmed his identity, the waiter led Chen Fong and the others inside. Stepping into Zue Xianlu, various fragrances wafted through the air, as if they were in a fairyland on earth, causing saliva to flow uncontrollably. Zue Xianlu had a total of 5 floors, with the higher floors reserved for guests of higher status and position. Even though they were currently on the first floor, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya still saw many familiar faces from the business world, both legitimate and shady. Most of them coughed a few times, capable of shaking their respective fields. They didn't mind being assigned to the first floor, as there were even more powerful people who couldn't even enter Zui Xianlu. In comparison, they had already gained enough face, which could be a topic of conversation at future drinking sessions. And now, Chen Fong finally understood why Zui Xianlu was so hard to get into. A place where the food itself was top-notch, combined with the gathering of various important figures. While enjoying exquisite cuisine, there was also the opportunity to expand one's network. Why wouldn't one do it? Which floor is our seat on? Chen Fong casually asked. Master, it's on the first floor. Originally, it was on the fourth floor, but there were too many people waiting in line, so we had to inconvenience you, Eugenio apologized. No problem. Compared to those intangible things, Chen Fong just wanted to fill his stomach sooner. Fourth floor? Ha, aren't you afraid of bursting your own bubble? I never thought that using such a lame excuse would allow us to make an appointment with Yi Qingcheng, one of the four beauties of Jiangcheng. I always thought that Miss Yi was unattainable. It seems I was too modest. A man headed straight for Yi Qingcheng. Miss Yi, I have reserved a spot on the second floor of Zui Xianlu. Would you honor me with your presence? Honor? Even responding to the man, Yi Qingcheng felt like a waste of breath, giving him a disdainful look. She made it clear for him to scram and not embarrass himself here. What? Miss Yi, don't you believe me? With those words, the man took out his phone, showing the electronic proof of his successful reservation on the second floor. Would Miss Yi honor me now? He asked again. Get lost, Yi Qingcheng said coldly. She exuded an aura that kept people at a distance. Even if the man was on the fifth floor and Chen Fong was at a street stall, Yi Qingcheng would still choose the latter without hesitation. It's not about what you eat, but who you eat with. Miss Yi actually rejected Zhang Weitao, who was in the top 10 of Jiangqing's rich list. Yes, if it were me, I would definitely agree without hesitation. If I could cooperate with Zhang Weitao, my business would definitely thrive. A glamorous woman spoke up, currently doing what she mentioned. As the saying goes, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Miss Yi is too extreme. It's normal for young people to be arrogant, but offending Zhang Weitao might make it difficult for the Qingshi group to do business in the future. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Weitao also couldn't understand why Yi Qingcheng had a reason to reject him. Not giving up, he asked, can you give me a reason for the rejection? Because you're not as handsome or outstanding as him, is that enough? Yi Qingcheng took a step forward, holding Chen Feng's arm intimately. It was only at this moment that Zhang Weitao noticed Chen Feng's presence, not taking him seriously before. If he had to say, he was probably just a follower, a small role like a driver. Zhang Weitao didn't think it was worth wasting his energy on him. Miss Yi, I admit that I may not be outstanding, but I'm not so down and out that I should be compared to someone like him, right? Zhang Weitao sneered. His words were full of disdain for Chen Fong. As for why he didn't argue back at the first point? Mainly because he lacked confidence. The more he looked at Chen Fong, the more he exuded the aura of a big star, with looks that were definitely charming. Arguing with someone like him would only make others laugh, especially since they weren't blind. There was a clear gap between them, and anyone with eyes could see who was more handsome. So, Zhang Weitao could only compare himself to Chen Fong in terms of status, position, and influence. Miss Yi is indeed exaggerating. How could a greenhorn like him compare to Zhang Weitao? Indeed, he doesn't even have the qualifications to be a shoe polisher. Looks like a star, does anyone know him? A young idol? Even less qualified to compare with Zhang Weitao, isn't this a complete mismatch? Without exception, those who spoke all stood on Zhang Weitao's side. They believed that Yi Qingcheng was overestimating Chen Fong and looking down on him too much. Seeing the tension escalating, the waiter was worried it might upset other customers. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed someone walking towards them, General Manager Xiaoyu, the General Manager of Zui Xianlu, a prominent figure by the owner's side. General Manager? Zhang Weitao didn't expect that even Xiaoyu was involved in his affairs, showing that it was a serious matter. Who doesn't know that Xiaoyu is a presence in this drunken immortal tower, superior to one person and above 10,000 people. Her posture is always proud and confident, with a strong and confident stride. The high ponytail she ties up displays her competence and decisiveness. Her features are delicate and symmetrical, her skin is pure as snow, her bright eyes shining like two twinkling stars. Her long eyebrows are curved just right, outlining her beautiful eyes. Her rosy lips are soft and enticing, her figure graceful and alluring, making people daydream. Xiao Yu. I never thought I would be so lucky to see her. After all, when a second-floor guest encounters trouble, she will definitely step in to mediate. TSK, to achieve such success as Mr. Zhang in this lifetime, it's not a regret to die. Everyone feels the same way, that Xiao Yu is here for Zhang Weitao. Hearing those words, Zhang Weitao pretends to be calm on the surface, but the corners of his lips can't help but twitch upwards, his heart soaring. He's really losing face, so embarrassing. Manager Xiao, I never thought I would be so honored to have you. Zhang Weitao turns towards Xiao Yu, walking over with a smile, warmly welcoming her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu's face is cold and indifferent, directly bypassing him. From the moment their eyes met, she didn't even pause on him for half a second. Zhang Weitao was stunned, his hand hanging in midair, feeling awkward. Trying to console himself, Xiao Yu is the type who seizes every moment, an elite who doesn't like to waste time. She must want to deal with Chen Fong directly, as he is unworthy and has no right to be in the drunken immortal tower. Yes. That must be it. Zhang Weitao convinces himself. As for what others think, he doesn't care. He looks forward to Xiao Yu giving Yi Qingqing a slap in the face, making her change her mind and realize how outstanding he is. It's his good fortune that Xiao Yu is interested in Yi Qingqing, it must be karma from his past life. Xiao Yu approaches Chen Fong. She gestures respectfully, Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Okay. Chen Fong nods in agreement, not sensing any hostility from Xiao Yu. The crowd is taken aback. Zhang Weitao is equally stunned. This development is completely different from what they imagined. They thought Xiao Yu would kick Chen Fong out of the drunken immortal tower to keep Zhang Weitao as a valuable guest. Who would have thought that Xiao Yu not only ignored Zhang Weitao's presence but also treated the person he had just mocked with courtesy and politeness? What's going on? Didn't that guy say they were on the first floor? How did they get to the second floor? Could it be that they are also valued guests on the second floor like Zhang Weitao? Wait. They went to the third floor? Are you kidding me? That's the third floor. Not just them, Yu Genoa is also puzzled. Didn't he reserve a spot on the first floor? How did they end up on the third floor? Could it be that the drunken immortal tower recognized his identity as the Poison King and was afraid he would cause trouble, so they changed his seat at the last minute? Upon careful consideration, Yu Genoa dismissed this answer. It's clear that Xiao Yu came for Master Chen Fong, not him, Yu Genoa. He heard Mr. Chen please take a seat clearly, there's no mistake. He couldn't help but wonder. Could there be a connection between Master and the drunken immortal tower? Oh my god. What's going on? They're on the fourth floor now? Did that guy lie? The fourth floor of the drunken immortal tower, that's where the rich and powerful go. Now, Zhang Weitao has been embarrassed. He doesn't even have the qualifications to go to the third floor, let alone the fourth floor. Trying to take advantage of others, but ended up hitting a wall. Serves him right. The fact is, don't be too arrogant, or you'll get a beating easily. Zhang Weitao's face changes from purple to blue, to red, to black, looking extremely ugly. He never expected that Chen Fong and the others would reach the fourth floor of the drunken immortal tower. Just then, another exclamation came from nearby, damn. They're on the fifth floor now. The fifth floor? Hearing this, the foodies who were focused on their meals became curious, looking up with expressions of surprise and disbelief. They've really made it to the fifth floor. As far as I know, isn't the fifth floor of the drunken immortal tower only accessible to presidents and war gods? Or did they change the rules without me knowing? I haven't heard of that, but judging from Manager Zhao's attitude towards that young man, his identity must be far from simple. At this age, being able to rival a president or a war god? Who exactly is he? For a moment, everyone was full of curiosity and discussion about Chen Feng's true identity. Some said he was a wealthy oil prince who could rival a country, or the youngest war god in history, or a five-star general with immense power abroad. Opinions varied, and no one could be completely certain. Not only them, but also Yi Qingcheng, Guanya, and Eugenua, who were his disciples, were equally curious. How could the legendary fifth floor of the drunken immortal tower, which was talked about so much, actively invite their master to sit? Logically, even if Chen Fong had a huge identity, without a reservation, he shouldn't have to act so subservient just to enter the drunken immortal tower. Eugenua considered himself a figure who could dominate the world, with a reputation that was not insignificant in Dacia or even worldwide. Yet, he could only stay on the first floor. Not to mention that they couldn't understand, even Chen Fong searched his memory thoroughly but couldn't find any connection to Xiaoyu. However, the fact that the other party politely invited him to the fifth floor indicated that there must be someone with significant influence in the drunken immortal tower who knew him. As for who that was, it was still unknown for now. "Mr. Chen, here is the menu." Xiaoyu personally brought the menu, first giving one to Chen Fong, and then handing them to Yi Qingcheng, Guanya, and the others. Chen Fong opened the menu with a genuine leather texture and saw the 4 characters on the first page, Dragon and Phoenix play with pearls, immediately bringing a playful smile to his lips. In an instant, he confirmed the other party's identity. "It seems like you have already guessed it's me." A woman's voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell entered the ears of the group. Looking over, she was a peerless beauty in terms of appearance and figure, on par with Yi Qingcheng and Guanya. Wearing an elegant and noble cheongsam, she exuded the unique charm of an Eastern woman. The cheongsam clung to her graceful figure, showcasing her breathtaking curves to the fullest. Her black sandalwood hairpin held her hair in a bun at the back of her head, with her snow-white swan-like neck and beautiful face unobscured. From any angle, she exuded charm. The navy blue cheongsam was chosen perfectly, complementing her skin tone, like green leaves with red flowers, making her even more captivating. Even though Xiaoyu had a high level of beauty, standing next to her at this moment, she was overshadowed, only being considered a minor beauty. "Luo Xinyu!" Yi Qingcheng exclaimed in surprise. "You know her?" Chen Fong asked. "I don't know her," Yi Qingcheng shook her head. "I saw reports about her on TV, saying she is the youngest culinary master in history, hired multiple times by the government to handle state banquets." Now, she finally understood why the meals at the drunken immortal tower could attract dignitaries from around the world, traveling far and wide. Luo Xinyu indeed had this ability and confidence. It should be noted that from ancient times to now, before Luo Xinyu, even the youngest culinary masters were at least in their 40s. Yet, in her 20s, she had achieved great success that many people couldn't achieve in a lifetime. She became the goal and aspiration of countless chefs. She only hoped that in her lifetime, she could reach 1% of Luo Xinyu's level. "Miss Yi is joking. In front of the master, how could I have the qualification to call myself a culinary master?" Luo Xinyu said astonishingly. A brief silence. "Master, master?" Looking at the expressions on the faces of the group, Xiaoyu, who was familiar with them, couldn't help but feel amused. Just now, from Luo Xinyu's words, she learned that this young man, Chen Fong, was the one she often mentioned, the incredibly powerful master. Xiaoyu's expression was as if she had been carved from the same mold as Yi Qingcheng and the others. Luo Xinyu can become the contemporary great Xia culinary god at this age, which is already an extraordinary thing. Who would have thought that Chen Fong, her master, was even more exaggerated? From the outside, Xiaoyu couldn't see any connection between Chen Fong and the word chef. It's hard to imagine how he trained Luo Xinyu into a globally renowned super chef in just a few months. Xiaoyu believed that the person who could be Luo Xinyu's master was at least 60 or 70 years old. If she didn't know Luo Xinyu's temperament and character, Xiaoyu would really think she was deliberately joking and teasing herself. "She started earlier than you three, she is your senior sister," Chen Fong explained. "Hello, senior sister." Yi Qingcheng and the other two greeted in unison. "Hello, junior sisters and brothers." Luo Xinyu smiled slightly. Then she took out a few black cards and distributed them to them, saying, "This is the supreme VIP card of the drunken immortal tower. As long as you have this card, you can come whenever you want in the future, no need to wait in line, and it's free for life. If you think the view on the 5th floor is good, you can come up anytime, no one dares to stop you. Master, this is for you. Luok Sinyu took out a specially customized, Super Supreme VIP card for Chen Fong. The pattern, craftsmanship, and texture were obviously more complex, with a slightly frosted feel. Seeing this card was like seeing Luok Sinyu herself. Any words from Chen Fong, as long as they were still people of the drunken immortal tower, must be followed and not disobeyed. It symbolized an absolute identity and status. Chen Fong graciously accepted it. Thank you, senior sister. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister's great kindness, Genoa will always remember it. Seeing Chen Fong accept the black VIP card, Yi Qingcheng, Guanya, and Yu Genoa also gratefully accepted it. Not having to wait in line to eat at the drunken immortal tower was something that many important figures dreamed of. It was worth showing off to their friends. It's not hard to guess that when they hear about it, they will show how envious they are. Knowing that it's all thanks to Chen Fong, they all basked in his glory. This master always brings them surprises and scares. At this moment, 1st floor of the drunken immortal tower. People were unaware of what was happening on the 5th floor. No matter how they adjusted their angle, all they could see was the ceiling and railing. Conversation? At this distance, it was impossible to hear. Unlike those who finished watching the excitement and returned their attention to the dining table, Zhang Weitao's heart was still hanging. He still held a glimmer of hope and wishful thinking. Could it be that Xiaoyu misunderstood? That guy just happened to have the same last name as the Mr. Chen they were supposed to receive. He was not the main person at all. Zhang Weitao really didn't think Chen Fong had that ability. There must be a problem in this. Zhang Weitao saw Xiaoyu coming down from the 5th floor step by step, but he didn't see Chen Fong, Yi Qingcheng, and the others. At that moment, Zhang Weitao had already given himself an unquestionable death sentence in his heart. Wishful thinking? There was no room for wishful thinking. When Zhang Weitao came to his senses, Xiaoyu was in front of him. There was only one expression left on her face, indifference, as if she was looking at a dead person. Zhang Weitao was about to beg for mercy when he noticed several security guards approaching menacingly, surrounding him. Fight them? Zhang Weitao didn't have the courage for that. Who didn't know that to be a security guard in a place like the drunken immortal tower, you had to be a retired special forces soldier, or have won top prizes in various world-class martial arts and combat competitions. High standards also meant high income, and in this regard, Luok Sinyu was not stingy. With more important figures around, it was inevitable that enemies would come looking for trouble. Since they chose to come to the drunken immortal tower, at least during this mealtime, Luok Sinyu would not allow anyone to cause trouble and disturb her guests. From today, this person is blacklisted and will never be received. Xiaoyu conveyed Luok Sinyu's meaning. Manager Xiao, you can't treat me like this. I am a bronze VIP at the drunken immortal tower. I spend at least a few million in your drunken immortal tower every year. Zhang Weitao pleaded. Gone was the aura of a billionaire CEO, replaced only by humility. Don't misunderstand, the decision maker is not me, but our landlord, Xiaoyu said, turning and walking away with light steps. Landlord? The owner of the drunken immortal tower. I didn't expect even the owner of the drunken immortal tower to step in. That person's background must be significant. Zhang Weitao has really hit a wall this time, offending the drunken immortal tower completely. From now on, I have to keep my distance from him to avoid being blacklisted by the drunken immortal tower. That's right, I'll contact my secretary immediately to cancel all contracts with their company. Yes, we must cancel immediately. I'll contact the secretary now. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. This is exactly what Zhang Weitao feared the most. What you fear, comes to you. The balance of power between himself and the drunken immortal tower was clear. There was no need to hesitate in choosing sides. Regret. Zhang Weitao regretted to the extreme. He had ruined his bright future with his own hands. In high society, things spread quickly. The incident of being blacklisted by the drunken immortal tower would spread within a day. By then, he would truly be despised by many, making it impossible to do business. Manager Shao, considering I am a bronze VIP at the drunken immortal tower, at least tell me who he is? Let me die with some understanding. Zhang Weitao worried that Chen Fong had a huge background. If so, being blacklisted by the drunken immortal tower would be a minor issue compared to incurring Chen Feng's wrath, which would be a major problem. But no matter how much Zhang Weitao shouted, Xiaoyu showed no intention of stopping to explain to him. He felt it was unnecessary to waste his breath. Get out! If you dare to come near again, I'll disable you. A security guard lifted Zhang Weitao like a little chicken and threw him out of the drunken immortal tower, glaring fiercely and warning him. Seeing the guard's sturdy figure, Zhang Weitao trembled in fear, not daring to speak back, afraid of being beaten up. With his small frame, the guard could easily send him to the hospital with just a few punches and kicks. Zhang Weitao knew this well. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, everything was harmonious and beautiful. Oh my god! This fish soup is so fresh. Master, this crispy meat tastes amazing, you should try it. Master, taste this boiled cabbage, it's also excellent. Seeing Yi Qingchun, Guanya marveled at the various delicacies and helped Chen Fong with his food. Yu Zhenhua smiled but remained silent. He didn't join in, feeling awkward as a grown man feeding Chen Fong. Even though they had a master-disciple relationship, it still felt strange. What if others, or Chen Fong, misunderstood his intentions? Tasting the food in front of him, Yu Zhenhua couldn't help but sigh. Compared to when I came here 6 months ago, their culinary skills have improved by at least tenfold. Truly worthy of the drunken immortal tower. Xiaoyu explained, compared to 6 months ago, the culinary skills of our drunken immortal tower chefs have indeed improved, but not that dramatically. I believe the reason this meal satisfies you is mainly because the landlord personally cooked it. So it was Sister Chef, the culinary goddess, who cooked it herself. No wonder it's so delicious. Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized. How does the taste of the food made by Master compare to this? Guanya asked curiously. Before Yi Qingcheng could answer, Luo Xinyu, carrying the last dish, approached and filled the table. Just as Guanya was wondering if Luo Xinyu, as a culinary goddess, was being too modest, Yi Qingcheng nodded. Sister Luo's culinary skills are indeed very strong, but personally, I still feel there is a considerable gap compared to Master's previous cooking. And, that day we had just moved into a new house, and the various seasonings at home were not very complete. Even so, the Master still brought me a surprising delight to my taste buds. After tasting it, it was truly unforgettable. Yi Qingcheng now recalls it with a happy face, savoring it endlessly. The Master rarely cooks for others. Yi Shimi is really lucky. There was once a noble king from a royal family of gourmets who offered a centuries-old castle as a steak, wanting the Master to make a dish for him, but the Master didn't agree. Luo Xinyu not only did not blame Yi Qingcheng, but instead agreed with her words. A royal gourmet from a noble family? Exchange a centuries-old castle for a dish? Yi Qingcheng and Guanya exchanged a glance, unable to hide their shock. The Master is truly invincible. I wonder when the Master will guide the disciples again. The disciples seem to have reached a bottleneck. Luo Xinyu asked eagerly. When I have time in the future, I will contact you. Chen Fong responded. Okay. I'll follow the Master's lead. Luo Xinyu smiled happily, her face full of joy. Soon, after finishing the meal, everyone's faces, without exception, were filled with satisfaction, believing that the trip was not in vain. Later on, Luo Xinyu escorted Chen Fong and the others to the 1st floor, welcoming them to come again anytime. She certainly wanted to catch up with Chen Fong and spend more time with him. However, there were 2 important guests waiting for her, so she couldn't stay. Chen Fong responded with a simple okay. With Yu Zhenhua and Yi Qingcheng bidding farewell to Luo Xinyu, they turned and walked towards the door. Little did they expect that as soon as they reached the door, a man with a small beard rushed in from outside. Facing Chen Fong directly, without any intention of avoiding, he instead pushed him with a slap. Speaking in a not very fluent Daxia language, he shouted, "Get out of the way!" A good dog doesn't block the road. Sir, you can't go in. Several security guards quickly caught up. Bastard. I am the ace gourmet from the Great Sakura Empire. An appointment? Ridiculous. It is an honor for you, even for the entire Great Xia, that I can come to the drunken immortal tower. From the man's beard, most people present could already guess his background. Seeing him being so arrogant and domineering, especially on the territory of Great Xia, everyone was furious. Slap. Someone was about to step forward and scold the man. But they saw Eugenio raise his hand and slap him, sending him flying 2 to 3 meters away. This terrifying power made everyone gasp in shock. If it had hit them, their bones would have definitely cracked several times, which also matched Eugenio's nearly 2-meter tall, muscular figure that looked even more robust than a tiger. The man supported himself with both hands, swaying his head, his vision blurred. Puff. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and 7 or 8 teeth fell to the ground, bouncing. How dare you hit me? The man covered his swollen face, clearly seeing the palm prints, and looked at Eugenio in disbelief. Suspecting he was dreaming. Dare to lay a hand on the master. If I weren't worried about dirtying senior sister's territory, I would chop you up. Eugenio's eyes were cold and sharp. As if staring into the eyes of a tiger, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. I am a foreign guest. I am from the Morita family of the Sakura country. Do you dare to hit me? Are you sure you can bear the consequences? The man identified himself, his words full of threats. Morita family? Someone curiously took out their phone, opened the browser, and searched for Morita, Sakura country people, and ace gourmet using a few keywords. Once they searched, they were shocked. Morita family, one of the top 10 conglomerates in Sakura country. His name is Morita Takaru, the second son of the Morita family. Morita scum? Indeed, quite despicable. This is Great Xia, not their Sakura country. Here, the dragon coils, and the tiger lies down. You guys should watch your words. The Morita family also has many industries and connections in Great Xia. Be careful not to get into trouble. Afraid of a snake's skin, still thinking it's 100 years ago? Now, we call the shots. Hearing this, Fong chuckled. Morita scum? The way you guys name your days is really unique. Morita Takaru could tell that this was not the same Takaru. This guy was clearly humiliating himself. Degrading the name he had always been proud of. In the country of cherry blossoms, anyone who hears the name Morita Takaru would treat him like a deity. Morita Takaru was furious, feeling that his dignity had been trampled on. You bastard! Take back your words! He raised his fist, clenched it, and quickly rushed towards Fong, wanting to teach him a lesson. Hey, do you think I don't exist? Eugenio flashed in front of Morita Takaru. Ah! Morita Takaru was unable to react in time and collided head-on. With a dull thud. Those who knew it was hitting a person, those who didn't, probably thought it was hitting a concrete wall. The impact made Morita Takaru dizzy, seeing stars. Before he could react, his fist was completely grabbed and squeezed by Eugenio's big hand. With a snap. 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 Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the 5 fingers were instantly crushed, and the palm split into several large pieces. Ah! The pain surged crazily into Morita Takaru's brain, making him unable to live, unable to die, fainting several times, and waking up in pain repeatedly. Stop! Let go of my young master. A middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly appeared. Except for Fong and Eugenio, no one on the first floor saw where he came from. Ninjutsu. Fong saw at a glance that the man was a ninja, a practitioner from the country of cherry blossoms. Uncle Oi, kill this guy for me. I want him dead. At this moment, Morita Takaru's heart was already filled with hatred, with only murderous intent towards Eugenio. Seeing Morita Takaru still so arrogant, Eugenio had no intention of indulging him, twisting his hand back. There were several consecutive cracking sounds, bones bursting like firecrackers, one after another. Morita Takaru's entire arm was twisted into a mess by Eugenua, shattered beyond repair. Young master! Oichiro, who was a bodyguard, was shocked to see this. He dared not imagine how angry the master and madam would be if they knew about Morita Takaru's ordeal. Morita Takaru was more worried that he would be implicated. There was no choice but to charge in headfirst. In any case, first deal with Eugenua and rescue Morita Takaru from this dire situation. He was incredibly fast, and if he didn't pay attention to people like Yi Qingqing and Guanya, he would lose track of them. Even if he focused, all he could see were after images. But for Eugenua, it was painfully slow, every move clear and insightful. In Chen Feng's eyes, Oichiro's movements were as slow as a slow-motion movie. He had no intention of intervening, seizing the opportunity to showcase Eugenua's skills. And also to see how much progress Eugenua had made over the years, whether he had slackened. Seeing the escalating tension between the two sides, Zhang Weidao, who was not in a hurry to leave outside the door, secretly rejoiced that these two cherry blossom people might divert Chen Fong and Eugenua's attention away from him. Of course, it would be even better if those two cherry blossom people could take care of Chen Fong. For Zhang Weidao, it would be a permanent solution, no longer worrying about retaliation. Little did he know, he overestimated himself. From start to finish, Chen Fong never took him seriously. Eugenua also didn't care about Zhang Weidao. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he secretly shot a delayed poison needle. Within a day, Zhang Weidao would undoubtedly die. Extremely painful. It was still unforgivable to be enemies with his own master. Watching Oichiro's iron fist, just inches away from Eugenua's face, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. Faced with the two little cherry blossoms and Eugenua, who should they stand with, they felt there was no need to hesitate, just stand with their own people. But the next second, Oichiro's fist suddenly stopped, unable to move forward. He froze like a statue. His expression was painful, his body like a pile of mud, and he fell down. Cartilage powder, isn't this poison that only the Poison Gate would use? You are from the Poison Gate. Dai Jingyi exclaimed. Poison Gate? Have you heard of it? It is rumored to be a very powerful assassin organization, with a large scale and a great reputation overseas. It can be said to be a force to be reckoned with. They are all ruthless characters who kill without blinking an eye, especially their leader, known as the Poison King. Poison King sounds formidable. Others discussed. To actually know about soft bone powder, you are not as ignorant as I thought. Eugenua said unexpectedly. Since you are from the Poison Gate, you should be aware of the influence of the Morita family internationally. Even if your leader comes, you still have to show respect. I advise you not to cause trouble, otherwise, you will be the one who loses out in the end. Dai Jingyi reminded. Hearing this, Chen Fong, Yi Qingqing, and Guanya, who knew Eugenua's identity, all smiled involuntarily. Dai Jingyi noticed the smiles on their faces and the dumbfounded look in their eyes, not understanding what was so funny. Eugenua squatted in front of Dai Jingyi, reached out, grabbed his hair, lifted him up from the ground, and asked closely, "Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" Dai Jingyi asked following his words. "My name is Eugenua." Eugenua. Eugenua. Dai Jingyi's face suddenly changed, his lips turning white with fear and unease. You are the leader of the Poison Gate, the Poison King?" "Yes, some people do like to call me that." Eugenua nodded, smiling. In Dai Jingyi's eyes at that moment, the smile was no different from that of a demon. He is the leader of the Poison Gate? The Poison King? No wonder when he walked past me just now, I felt a chill down my spine. This person exudes a murderous aura, ordinary people would feel immense pressure just being near him. Wait. If I remember correctly, he just called that young man Master? Master? How capable must he be to serve as a master to the Poison King? Now everything makes sense. No wonder Xiaoyu from the drunken immortal tower personally welcomed him to the 5th floor. At such a young age, he has already achieved so much. In the future, his prospects are boundless. Outside the door, Zhang Weidao, who learned all this, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had some special channels and had a little understanding of the Poison Gate organization and its leader, the Poison King Eugenua. Looking at those slaughter records related to him, Zhang Weitao was completely dumbfounded. This was not a human being, but clearly a killing god. A killing machine. What surprised Zhang Weitao even more was that the person who trained this killing machine was Chen Fong. He had been blind and offended him. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, wanting to escape, but his legs seemed to have a mind of their own, not obeying him. He wanted to cry but had no tears, regretting deeply. He wished he could take out all his assets and accelerate the development of a regret medicine. Dai Jingyi empathized with this. He had said those words just now without any basis, simply wanting to scare Eugenua. In reality, unless necessary, the Morita family would probably not want to provoke such a formidable opponent as the Poison Gate and would avoid it if possible. Never did he expect that he would end up showing off in front of the real master. Useless. Morita Kenjin had no idea what the three words Poison King meant. He just felt that Dai Jingyi had disgraced himself and the entire Morita family. Dai Jingyi earnestly advised, "Young master, apologize quickly, we cannot afford to provoke this person." Nonsense. In this world, there is no one that our Morita family cannot afford to provoke. Zhang Weitao quickly crawled to the side, afraid of blocking the other's path and being resented. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't have the courage to offend a war king. Legs not listening? It's okay, there are still hands, crawling is just a bit more laborious, with a strong will to survive. Zhao Xiao noticed his strange behavior but didn't care, choosing to ignore it. Seeing Dai Jingyichiro and Morita Kenjin lying inside, and then noticing Chen Fong and the others, he didn't expect to coincidentally meet again so soon after parting ways. Dai Jinjikiro's eyes focused, and after seeing Zhao Xiao clearly, he felt a burst of joy. Knowing that his life was not over. He quickly spoke, "Lord War King, we met at the Tianhua banquet before, do you remember?" Dai Jingyichiro didn't expect Zhao Xiao to stand up for him and get rid of Chen Fong and his people. He just hoped that Zhao Xiao could mediate and persuade both sides to reconcile, not to continue the confrontation. Will Kentaro Morita seek revenge on Chen Fong and the others afterwards? Ichiro Oi doesn't want to get involved, focusing on solving the current troubles. Zhao Xiao. Seeing that he seemed to have forgotten, Ichiro Oi immediately added, "My name is Ichiro Oi, and he is Kentaro Morita, the second young master of the Morita family in Sakurachuguo. You clinked glasses with him at the banquet before." The second young master of the Morita family. Upon hearing these words and looking at Kentaro Morita's embarrassed appearance, Zhao Xiao remembered. It's not that Kentaro Morita had a strong presence, but his attitude of reluctantly toasting to him at the banquet caught Zhao Xiao's attention. However, considering his young age and the presence of many foreign guests, Zhao Xiao didn't bother to argue with him and lower his status. These two people actually know the War King Zhao Xiao? After learning this information, everyone felt a cold sweat for Chen Fong. They believed that there would be no suspense in this matter, with a high probability that both sides would compromise. It was certain that even if Chen Fong and his disciples were strong, they would not dare to confront the War King directly. The wealthy can never overpower the powerful. Looking at Kentaro Morita, who even showed respect to the elders in his family in front of Zhao Xiao, it was clear that he was afraid of offending him. Although Kentaro Morita looked down on the people of Daxia from the bottom of his heart, he restrained himself because he knew that Zhao Xiao could be useful to him. "So what?" Zhao Xiao asked Ichiro Oi. Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Are you trying to make me abuse my power and stand up for you?" "I dare not. It's just a misunderstanding. I want to ask Lord War King to lead the reconciliation. It's not good for anyone to escalate the situation to an uncontrollable level," Ichiro Oi said. "By the sound of it, are you threatening me?" Zhao Xiao's expression changed. Ichiro Oi was speechless, feeling that Zhao Xiao's attitude seemed to be deliberately targeting him. Zhao Xiao didn't want to waste any more time on him and waved his hand. When a special forces soldier approached, he instructed, "Investigate the surveillance footage to see if they were the ones who made the first move. If so, arrest them and send them to prison. Without my order, no one is allowed to release them." "Prison? But I am a foreign guest." How dare you imprison me? Kentaro Morita couldn't believe it. Nonsense. The harsh voice made Xiao Xiao furious. He walked up and kicked Kentaro Morita in the abdomen. Ah! Kentaro Morita's face turned pale, and he even vomited stomach acid. With a bang, he was like a ball, rolling more than 10 meters away and hitting a supporting pillar sideways, causing secondary injuries with 3 or 4 broken ribs. Take them away, Xiao Xiao said, not wanting to waste any more time on the two of them. Yes. The Special Forces soldier acted. They lifted and dragged away the disabled Kentaro Morita and the one with dislocated cartilage. These scenes completely surprised everyone. They had thought that Xiao Xiao would tolerate the situation for the sake of stabilizing the international situation, but he was extremely tough with the two Sakura Chugwo people, arresting them without hesitation, which was very satisfying. After dealing with Kentaro Morita and Ichiro Oi, Xiao Xiao adjusted his slightly wrinkled coat due to his previous actions. He turned around and walked a few steps to Chen Fong, bowing his head to greet him. Dr. Chen, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lord War King calls him a doctor? A doctor? Has he treated War King Zhao? It's probably not that simple. In what situation would you call someone a doctor? A fraud? What kind of international joke is this? If he were a fraud, would the War King be so polite to him? He must have saved the War King's life. Wow! The lifesaver of the War King. After inferring the relationship between Chen Fong and Xiao Xiao, everyone present envied him. How could one's life be so perfect and exciting to this extent, sitting on so many powerful disciples, plus the identity of the life-saving benefactor of the War King? In the future, he could lie down and enjoy a comfortable life without doing anything, still living a prosperous life, rich and powerful, doing whatever he wanted. Chen Fong had become the image they most wanted to live up to in their hearts. He even knew Xiao Xiao, this powerful figure of the War King? Zhang Weitao outside the door was completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, both shocked and tender. He couldn't understand what kind of terrifying character he had provoked. Scared to the point of losing control of his bladder, he fainted, his life entering a countdown due to the delayed poison needle shot by Yu Genoa. Yes, what a coincidence, meeting again so soon, Chen Fong nodded in response. Sensing his gaze towards the person beside him, Xiao Xiao hurriedly introduced, Chinshini, let me introduce, he is also a War King like me, named Zhang Yunlong. Yunlong, this is the Chen Fong I mentioned to you before, the divine Dr. Chen, you have been suffering from old injuries repeatedly, why not ask Chinshini to treat you? Xiao Xiao had long had this idea. After all, they were brothers who had been through life and death together. Seeing him suffering from illness from time to time, he couldn't bear it. Where in this world is there a divine doctor? I have contacted Zheng Tianren, one of the 4 great national medical saints, and he will be coming to Jiangqing soon. Chen Fong always felt that, for some reason, Zhang Yunlong's words seemed to harbor some kind of dissatisfaction towards him, intentionally or unintentionally, giving off a feeling of being a thorn in his side. But no matter how carefully Chen Fong searched his memory, he couldn't recall where he had seen this Zhang Yunlong before. He was certain that this was their first meeting. I'm leaving, I'm very hungry now. Zhang Yunlong brushed past Chen Fong. In that instant eye contact, Chen Fong sensed a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Yes, killing intent. Chinshini, my brother has a rather hot temper, please don't mind him. If he has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf, I'm sorry. Chen Fong withdrew his gaze, landing on Xiao Xiao in front of him, saying, it's okay, War King Zhao, you don't need to worry. We have finished eating, we will leave first and not disturb you enjoying your meal. Okay, Chinshini, take care. The two groups of people parted ways. War King Zhao, please come upstairs. Luo Xinyu led Xiao Xiao upstairs. Finally understanding why Chen Fong could remain calm and unchanged in the face of Mount Tai collapsing in front of him. It turned out he was Zhao Zhao's life-saving benefactor. Heaved a sigh of relief. Master was still master, always steady and reliable, without needing others to worry. And outside the drunken immortal tower, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but complain first, that Zhang Yunlong is too arrogant, with an attitude of looking down on others, is master's medical skills not the best in the world. Master, do you want me to teach him a lesson? Yu Zhenhua asked. No need to worry about it, Chen Fong shook his head, not wanting to stir up trouble for no reason. But... The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated. But what? Yi Qingqing curiously asked. The name Zheng Tianren sounds familiar to me, Chen Fong continued. Zheng Tianren is one of the 4 great national medical saints of Daxia. I think, Master, you should have seen him in the news before, Yi Qingqing speculated. No, Chen Fong shook his head, explaining, I once had a disciple with that name. Yi Qingqing quickly realized, took out his phone, opened the browser, typed in the 3 words Zheng Tianren in the search box. After the images loaded, he enlarged them, then handed the phone to Chen Fong, confirming, Master, is this the person you mentioned as your disciple? Yes, Chen Fong nodded. The face, the age, all matched. I didn't expect his true identity to be a national medical saint. You guys who came to apprentice didn't speak a word of truth. Chen Fong was speechless. Not everyone says that you are the emperor in the Black Mountain prison, worried that you will think we are not bad enough, unable to enter the law, so we fabricated the identity, Yi Qingqing explained. I didn't expect even the national medical saint is your disciple. I really want to see what expression that person surnamed Jiang will have if. He knows, Wanya said with anticipation. Later, Yu Zhenhua bid farewell to Chen Fong and the others, deciding to participate in the investigation to uncover the harm hidden in the poison gate. Find out who it is, plan to join forces with Situ Qing, that rebellious son, to fight against Wang Jiaxiao, such a hero. It is necessary to redeem oneself and rebuild the image in front of the master. Yi Qingqing said that there are some decisions in the company that need her to handle personally. So only Chen Fong and Guanya were left alone. Although Yi Qingqing was helpless, she had no choice. Before leaving, she specifically reminded Guanya, don't mess around. Guanya smiled and sent her off without giving a direct answer. Master, now it's just the 2 of us left listening to and watching Guanya's performance. Chen Fong had a sense of being a sheep entering a tiger's den. The eyes were so charming that they could draw silk. So, what do you want to do? Chen Fong asked cautiously. There is an auction later that invited me to attend. I heard that this auction will have many precious and rare medicinal materials. I wonder if the master is interested. Guanya mentioned. An auction? Okay, let's go take a look. Chen Fong thought that such a place might really be able to buy something valuable. He happened to be quite wealthy at the moment. Master, please get in the car. Guanya took the initiative to walk up and open the passenger door for Chen Fong. She reminded him kindly, watch your head. Chen Fong bent down and got into the car. Guanya gently closed the door, circled around, sat in the driver's seat, and drove away from the drunken immortal tower. On the 5th floor, dishes were being served one after another. Zhao Xiao sighed, puzzled, Yunlong, why did you treat Dr. Chen that way just now? His medical skills are very strong. Without him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to sit here and have a meal with you today. You could have asked him to try. Zhao Xiao thought that Chen Feng's medical skills were stronger than the national medical saint. He had consulted 4 national medical saints before, but they could only provide temporary relief for Zhao Xiao's illness, unable to cure it. But Chen Fong was different, he easily cured it. This medical skill definitely surpassed that of the national medical saint. No need, I trust Zhang Lao more. Zhang Yunlong remained firm in his attitude. Zhao Xiao saw his stubbornness and stopped persuading him. Buzz. At that moment, Zhang Yunlong's phone rang. He took a look and saw that the caller was Zheng Tianren. Zhang Lao is coming to Jiang City so soon? Zhang Yunlong was surprised. During their previous conversation, Zheng Tianren clearly told him that he would come at least 2 to 3 days later, after finishing his work. Was Zheng Tianren coming specifically for him, postponing other matters to make an early trip? Answering the call, as expected by Zhang Yunlong, Zheng Tianren had indeed arrived early in Jiang City. This made Zhang Yunlong feel a sense of accomplishment. The other party was a national medical saint, with a name starting with the word national, and he came specifically for him. Isn't that worth boasting about? In the Great Xia, with over 10 billion people, there were only 4 people qualified to be called national medical saints. Leaving the drunken immortal tower as the address, which happened to be relatively close to the airport where they landed, he hung up the phone. 7 or 8 minutes later, the person arrived. Zhao Zhanwan, Zhang Zhanwan, Zheng Tianren politely greeted. Zhang Gui, no need for so much courtesy. Zhao Xiao responded. Zhang Gui, please have a seat. Zhang Yunlong gestured for him to sit. I appreciate your kindness, but I have to go see someone later. Let's treat Zhang Zhanwan's illness first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunlong realized that he had misunderstood. Zheng Tianren came to Zheng City early because he had someone more important to meet, not just to treat his illness. Not thinking too much, since no one could hear his thoughts, he focused on treating the illness and restoring health, which was the top priority. Zheng Tianren first observed Zhang Yunlong's expression, then took his pulse. During the process, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Zhang Yunlong's physical condition was far more serious than he had imagined. He took out a needle bag, laid it out flat, revealing 13 specially made silver needles, corresponding exactly to the 13 Heavenly Sun acupuncture points. He had Zhang Yunlong remove his upper garment, then began needling. After the 13 needles were inserted, Zhang Yunlong truly felt his body much lighter than before, praising, truly a divine healer, your medical skills are even more impressive than rumored. General Jiang, you flatter me. However, my medical skills are not advanced enough to completely cure your illness, Zheng Tianren sighed. Zhang Yunlong's eyes darkened, thinking that the illness that even a divine healer couldn't cure would probably accompany him for life. However, there is someone in this world who can cure you completely. Oh. Who is it? Zhang Yunlong's eyes lit up with hope again. Another 3 divine healers? No, Zheng Tianren shook his head, my master. If he performs the 13 Heavenly Sun acupuncture points for you, within 3 needles, he can completely eradicate the symptoms. Within 3 needles to completely cure? Zhang Yunlong was shocked. Even the illness that Zheng Tianren could only alleviate with 13 needles, this person could easily solve with 2 or 3 needles. It made sense to think about it. How could someone who was not strong enough have the qualifications to be Zheng Tianren's master? Zhang Yunlong couldn't help but feel a strong interest in this person. He inquired, where can I meet your master? He is in Zhangcheng. I came this time to visit him, Zheng Tianren explained. I would appreciate it if General Zhang could introduce me to him. Zhang Yunlong requested with a bow. No problem, Zheng Tianren readily agreed. However, Zhang Yunlong could not have dreamed that the only person under the sky who could extend his life had just been sternly rejected by him downstairs. On the other side, Chen Fong and Guanya had already arrived at the Tiandu auction city. The two got off the car, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, immediately attracting a lot of attention. The men who were envious of Guanya's beauty, after sizing up Chen Fong, were deeply struck by his looks, physique, and ethereal aura, lacking the confidence to approach and compete for women with him. It worked both ways. Chen Fong? You're out of prison? A very familiar voice came from the crowd. Chen Xiaoyun, Chen Feng's cousin, the son of the eldest uncle. Without looking, Chen Fong knew who it was. Chen Fong had no intention of acknowledging this person. When he was at the Chen family before, he had been targeted by Chen Xiaoyun many times, bullied from childhood to adulthood. In addition, the eldest uncle had more power in the Chen family than his own father, which further fueled Chen Xiaoyun's arrogance. Stop! Chen Fong, you see your cousin, and you don't even say hello? Chen Xiaoyun's tone was forceful. Upon confirming that the person was indeed Chen Fong, Chen Xiaoyun's anger exploded in his chest. He didn't expect Chen Fong to be released early, but what's more, he was still the same as before, relying on his good looks and surrounded by beautiful women. He couldn't understand why, as members of the Chen family, there was such a huge gap between them. The woman beside Chen Xiaoyun had once been one of the many pursuers of Chen Fong, but Chen Xiaoyun fell in love with her at first sight. It took a lot of effort in 3 years for him to finally win her over after Chen Fong was imprisoned. Seeing Chen Fong released, he wanted to show off in front of him. Who would have thought that there was another stunning beauty by Chen Feng's side that left Chen Xiaoyun stunned? In his mind, if he could spend a night with Guanya, even if it cost him 10 years of his life, Chen Xiaoyun would willingly do so. Envy, an indescribable envy. Chen Fong, you're out of prison. The woman next to Chen Xiaoyun quickly walked up to Chen Fong, tears shimmering in her eyes. Zhao Wenyu. Chen Feng's college classmate, who had always liked to stick to him. Because she was the campus belle, Chen Fong had attracted a lot of public hatred because of her. Fortunately, the Chen family supported him at the time, otherwise, he might have been surrounded and beaten by a dozen thugs called by one of Zhao Wenyu's suitors. Zhao Wenyu knows about her own feelings, and Chen Fong is not unaware. It is precisely because he knows, and is very clear that she is a person of good character, completely opposite to himself, that Chen Fong did not harm her. It was somewhat unexpected that after 3 years in prison, she ended up associating with scoundrels like Chen Xiaoyun. So you haven't forgotten about me? Zhao Wenyu said, touched. She had been very worried that the mixed environment of the prison would be harmful to Chen Fong. Not to mention that it was the world-renowned most dangerous Heishan prison. After confirming carefully, it was fortunate that he was unharmed and returned safely. Chen Fong, let me introduce you, my girlfriend, Zhao Wenyu. Chen Xiaoyun stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Wenyu's shoulder, and tried to pull her into his arms. At least he wanted Chen Fong to understand that Zhao Wenyu was now his woman, and it would be best not to have any ideas about her, otherwise, he would bear the consequences. Disdainful, you, a discarded son, dare to compete with me for a woman? When Chen Fong was not driven out of the Chen family in the past, Chen Xiaoyun did not even consider him, let alone now. After realizing his intentions, Zhao Wenyu quickly stepped back, dodged, and created distance. Master Chen, please behave yourself. Zhao Wenyu did not want Chen Fong to misunderstand the relationship between her and Chen Xiaoyun. Behave myself? Didn't you agree to be my girlfriend? Chen Xiaoyun frowned, embarrassed and blushing. I only agreed to accompany you to the auction. I never said I would be your girlfriend. Zhao Wenyu said firmly. The reason she agreed was because Chen Xiaoyun implied and threatened that if she did not agree, he would cancel the business order with the Zhao family. For the sake of her family's business, Zhao Wenyu had to compromise. Chen Xiaoyun's smile revealed madness. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Chen Fong resentfully. Chen Fong, you are deliberately opposing me, aren't you? The look in his eyes seemed to want to devour Chen Fong alive. Why did he choose this time to come out? Chen Xiaoyun found it hard not to suspect that Chen Fong was deliberately targeting him to embarrass him. Brief check, the Zhao family's reputation, quality, and control had always been good as a processing factory, and had never been complained about. The head of the family was someone who valued reputation more than profit. Even if they were subcontracting, they did not make money by deceiving others, and they were down to earth. Manager Guan, Mr. Chen, please. After completing all this, under the warm welcome of Yang Guangfa, they entered the Tiandu auction city, took the elevator, and headed to the Tianzi number 1 box. On the other side, as soon as Zhao Wenyu returned home, she saw a group of people standing at the factory gate. Among them was her father, Zhao Haishang. At this moment, Zhao Haishang was holding a contract, motionless, with a look of horror on his face. When he noticed Zhao Wenyu's presence from the corner of his eye, he quickly walked up to her and asked, Wenyu, what conditions did you agree to with that stinky kid Chen Xiaoyun? Ha? Zhao Wenyu was about to apologize to Zhao Haishang. Due to his own reasons, the cooperation between the Zhao and Chen families might be on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Wenyu looked puzzled. You didn't agree to marry Chen Xiaoyun to secure this 3 billion worth of cooperation deal for us, did you? Wenyu, how could you be so foolish? Marrying someone like him would ruin you. I'd rather see the factory close down than have you marry him. Zhao Haisheng angrily slammed the contract on the ground. Such cooperation obtained by selling one's daughter, fortune, is better off without it. Marry Chen Xiaoyun? 3 billion cooperation deal? Dad, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Zhao Wenyu looked confused as she listened. Following closely, the woman in an OL uniform responsible for delivering the contract approached and asked, Mr. Zhao, I think there might be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? Go back and tell Chen Xiaoyun that we, the Zhao family, will not discuss this cooperation. Not 3 billion, not even 30 billion, I will not marry my daughter to someone like him. Zhao Haixing's attitude was very firm, with no room for negotiation. Apart from this, it was hard to imagine how this contract came about. Chen Xiaoyun? Mr. Zhao, the person who brought this contract for you is not called by that name. The woman shook her head. Zhao Haisheng was puzzled. Not called by that name? Zhao Haisheng was wondering when he heard his daughter Zhao Wenyu's voice. Dad, you really misunderstood. Nothing happened between me and Chen Xiaoyun. I never agreed to marry him. In fact, I rejected him, and as a result, the factory is likely to lose the Chen family's order in the future. Since you rejected him, then what about this contract? Zhao Haisheng's question not only went unanswered but left him even more confused. He turned to the woman, trying to get an answer from her. This contract was sent by Guanya, who asked me to deliver it personally, the woman explained. Guanya? Guan? Zhao Haisheng had no impression of this person. Zhao Wenyu immediately recalled the stunning woman who was previously with Chen Fong. Excuse me, why would such a big boss like her want to cooperate with our small factory? And a 3 billion worth of cooperation at that. Zhao Wenyu couldn't help but wonder, could it be that she wanted to use this money to make herself disappear from Chen Feng's world forever? Guan values the reputation and quality control of your factory. This batch of products doesn't prioritize production speed but focuses on quality. However, more importantly, you are Guan's master's friend. As her apprentice, she doesn't want you to get into trouble because of the Chen family's affairs, which would upset Mr. Chen. The woman conveyed truthfully. Master's friend. Zhao Wenyu murmured, then suddenly had a look of realization. You mean Chen Fong? He is Guan's master? Yes, the woman nodded. Upon hearing her response, Zhao Wenyu was stunned for a few seconds. Then, she felt a sense of relief and took a deep breath. Seeing Zhao Wenyu silent, the woman continued, of course, whether to accept this cooperation is up to you. Guan has no intention of forcing it. Secondly, we have very strict requirements for quality. If there are any issues, we will still demand compensation. There is no exception of turning a blind eye. Hearing this, Zhao Wenyu felt more at ease. Placing her hand on her chest, she solemnly promised, please rest assured, we will definitely meet the standards perfectly and live up to her trust. We will not disappoint. Although she hadn't fully understood the situation yet, upon learning that the contract had nothing to do with the Chen family or Chen Xiaoyun, Zhao Haisheng quickly bent down to pick it up, carefully checking for any damage. Alright, this is my business card. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me. After leaving her business card, the woman got into her car and drove away. Zhao Wenyu lowered her gaze, looking at the business card in her hand, learning that the woman's name was Yu Miaomiao. Wenyu, the Chen Fong you just mentioned, is it the same Chen Fong I know? Wasn't he sentenced to 4 years in prison for assaulting someone? It's only the 3rd year now. And to think that a big shot like him could casually hand over a 300 million contract to our small factory and call him master? Zhao Haisheng initially didn't have a good impression of Chen Fong, but as he got to know him more, he realized that he wasn't without his merits. The factory encountered several troubles, and it was Chen Fong who stepped in to resolve them. Playing around? Zhao Haisheng didn't have the means when he was young, otherwise, he would have played around even more than him. Most importantly, it seemed that Chen Fong only saw Zhao Wenyu as a friend, with no intention of causing harm to her. On the contrary, his own daughter was actively pursuing. As for the incident where he was sent to prison for 4 years for assaulting his girlfriend, Zhao Haisheng, who had once been a hot-headed young man himself, understood and sympathized. Instead of holding it against him, he actually admired his true nature. Upon hearing that the Chen family, out of fear of the other party's power, had expelled Chen Fong and his mother from their home and cut off all ties, even his protected girlfriend chose to move on, Zhao Haisheng, an outsider, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Wanting to help, but the entire factory relied on orders from the Chen family to survive, barely keeping it running. He could only secretly ask Zhao Wenyu to take care of Chen Feng's mother from time to time, such as sending some daily necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt. I'm not very clear about it, but General Guan is indeed very polite and even respectful to him. Chen Xiaoyun clashed with Chen Fong, and General Guan directly slapped him back and had the security guards throw Chen Xiaoyun out of the auction house. Zhao Wenyu recounted what she knew. Who is this General Guan, exactly? I've never heard of such a prominent figure in Jiangchang, Zhao Haisheng wondered. Uncle Zhao, I found out that Guanya is the richest man in Yangcheng, worth trillions. A factory worker read out the information he found on his phone. The richest man in Yangcheng. Worth trillions. Zhao Haisheng swallowed hard. For him, this was an unimaginable astronomical figure. Even if his ancestors from 18 generations ago until now, they couldn't earn that much money. How could such a prominent figure be Chen Feng's disciple? That playboy young master? Zhao Haisheng was puzzled. I don't know, but General Guan once said in an interview that she had a mysterious master guiding her from behind, without whom she wouldn't have achieved what she has now, the worker continued. She became the richest person all because of Chen Feng's guidance from behind? Zhao Haisheng was even more confused. He had thought that after Chen Feng was released from prison, he would be down and out, thinking about whether to contact friends from other cities to show him a way out, as a way of repaying him for helping the factory out multiple times. Little did he know, not only did he come out unscathed, but he also gained a trillionaire heiress. This was unbelievable. A trillionaire? Zhao Wenyu instantly understood why the manager of Tiandu auction house would act so deferential and respectful in front of Guanya. This status was intimidating. She really wanted to understand how Chen Feng had trained such a top disciple. How much of him did she not know? Noticing the subtle changes in Zhao Wenyu's expression, Zhao Haisheng knew that his precious daughter, after 3 years, had become more deeply affected. Emotionally affected. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away at the Chen family's residence, Chen Xiaoyun, with a swollen face, found his father Chen Xiangyang and cried out, "Dad, you have to help me out. Chen Feng, that guy, came out of prison and had someone beat me up like this." What? Chen Feng is out? Chen Xiangyang exclaimed in surprise. Yes. He's at Tiandu auction house. Chen Xiaoyun's tears flowed down heavily. Tiandu auction house? What is he doing in a place like that? Muttered Chen Xiangyang under his breath. Who has the audacity to dare to hit the son of Chen Xiangyang for a discarded piece of trash? Chen Xiangyang couldn't think of a candidate. The Fong family? There's no reason. The Chen family had long cut ties with Chen Feng, so why wait until 3 years later to take action? I'm not sure. I only know that Yang Guangfa calls her manager Guan. In front of her, he's like a dog, extremely submissive. Knowing that I am your son, you still side with her and Chen Feng. Chen Xiaoyun was also sincere, not hiding anything. He mainly wanted Chen Xiangyang to teach Yang Guangfa a lesson. Now, recalling the scene of being lifted by security guards and thrown out of the gate in public, he felt embarrassed. Manager Guan? Chen Xiangyang quickly went through his memory, unable to find a suitable candidate within Jiangcheng. His thoughts drifted away. Manager Guan? Could it be? Suddenly, a loud name surfaced in his mind. Shocked and sweating profusely. The raised hand, halfway up, then dropped down. Chen Xiaoyun was startled, thinking Chen Xiangyang was about to hit him. He breathed a sigh of relief. To confirm if there was a misunderstanding, Chen Xiangyang took out his phone, searched for the name Guanya, and found a high-definition photo of her from a news interview. Then he turned the phone screen to Chen Xiaoyun and asked, "Is this the woman in the photo?" "Yes, that's her." "Wow." Chen Xiaoyun recognized her at a glance, then realized something was wrong and asked, "Dad, this doesn't seem right. How do you have her photo? Could it be that you're keeping her outside without Mom knowing?" Smack. "You fool." Chen Xiangyang didn't let Chen Xiaoyun finish his sentence, and slapped him hard across the face. Ah! His face, which hadn't fully recovered from the swelling, felt even more painful after Chen Xiangyang's slap. With a grimace, saliva uncontrollably flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Dad! Why are you hitting me?" Chen Xiaoyun's eyes were moist, puzzled. "Hit you? I wish I could strangle you, you ungrateful child. Do you know who she is?" A disgraceful thing. Chen Xiangyang angrily scolded. Who is she? Chen Xiaoyun had a bad feeling in his heart. He had never seen Chen Xiangyang so angry before, his eyes seemed as if they could devour someone. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been slapped by him, the force was so strong that a few teeth loosened, on the verge of falling out. Guangzhou's richest woman, Guanya. Worth trillions. The more Chen Xiangyang thought about it, the angrier he became, and he swung another slap. However, Chen Xiaoyun was quick to dodge, avoiding it. The excruciating pain on his face, as if being pricked by thousands of needles, had not yet subsided when he received another slap, which made him feel like passing out from the pain. He was grateful that he had spent some time boxing at the gym, so he could dodge and move a bit. You dare to dodge. Just as he was secretly relieved, Chen Xiangyang unexpectedly kicked him again. Bang! Chen Xiaoyun couldn't avoid it and was kicked in the... Whether this Chen family young master was the same person he had in mind. The disparity was like a chasm. It was too exaggerated. The person who could be addressed as you by Guanya was already intimidating enough. The person who could make Guanya, a trillionaire business queen, call him master. Yang Guang couldn't find words to describe his inner turmoil. Was this not a joke? He reached behind and pinched himself discreetly. Hiss. He opened his mouth slightly, taking a sharp breath. It hurt. It really hurt. He wasn't dreaming. I'm fine with anything, you decide. Chen Fong didn't pick. Alright, then 2 cups of tea Guanyin. Guanya decided. Okay, I'll have them prepared and sent over immediately. If you have any needs, feel free to call me anytime. I won't disturb you two any longer. Yang Guang bowed, wearing a businesslike smile on his face, and quietly left the room. After the door closed, he placed his hand on his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chen family's abandoned young master? Ha, those people probably can't afford to offend him now. Thinking ahead, he knew he couldn't look down on people anymore and must respect Chen Fong from the bottom of his heart. Even if he had to treat him like an ancestor, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. He deserved it. He had the strength. Shortly after, the auctioneer in charge stepped onto the stage, starting with some warm-up words and building up the guests' anticipation. Guanya confidently assured Chen Fong, Master, whatever you fancy later, just say it. Today, no matter what you want, your disciple will take care of it all. Why do you say that, as if I'm being kept by you? Chen Fong joked. If the master is willing, I can. Seeing Guanya's eyes light up and her expectant expression, Chen Fong helplessly said, with your status, can you stop thinking about deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors all the time? Disciple, there's nothing I can do. If we have to blame someone, blame it on your exceptional skills, as the saying goes, beauties love heroes, what's wrong with that? Guanya's tone was even more helpless. Besides, we don't have any blood relation, so why can't we be together? In the end, someone will benefit, so why not let it be your cute and filial disciple instead of those wild women outside? Isn't that better? Guanya said confidently. Is it unreasonable? I'm confident. Seeing Chen Fong remain silent, Guanya was planning to take advantage of the situation and persuade him to yield to her. Suddenly, a dispute was heard outside the door. Excuse me, sir, you can't go in, there are already guests inside. The voice of the auction house staff was the first to be heard. Guests? Are you kidding me? Open your eyes wide and see who I am? Wei Ziqing of the Wei family. It's an honor for you to come to our Tiandu auction house, the number 1 in the sky, has always been my exclusive box. Wei Ziqing? Seeing a hint of a smile on Chen Feng's lips, Guanya casually asked, Master, do you know him? Not very well, just a little follower. Like the Zhao family factory, the family behind Wei Ziqing also relied heavily on business orders from the Chen family. Wei Ziqing was asked to interact more with the Chen family to promote cooperation. Compared to Chen Xiaoyun, who liked to look down on people, he decisively chose to be a lackey to Chen Fong, treating him to bars, KTVs, and other places to please Chen Fong and secure business orders. At that time, although Chen Feng's family's influence was not as strong as Uncle Chen Shangyang's, they still had some say in small matters like this. A free meal ticket, why not take it, especially when you can't refuse it? Even if Chen Fong refused, Wei Ziqing would insist on paying the bill. Over time, Chen Fong got used to it. Long time no see, Wei Ziqing's tone of speech had become much more arrogant compared to before. Get out of the way. Bang! Wei Ziqing kicked open the box door, and with a wave of his hand, he knocked down the service staff. He walked into the box with his head held high. I want to see who has the ability to dare to compete with me, Wei Ziqing, for the number 1 box in the sky? Chen Fong? You're out of prison. Wei Ziqing was quite surprised when he saw the person sitting on the redwood chair. Changing his attitude, he walked up with a smile. Young Master Chen, you're out of prison and didn't even inform your little brother? I could have arranged something for you, to welcome you back. Don't you consider me a brother? If Wei Ziqing's performance wasn't so clumsy, Chen Fong might have believed him. Put. Sure enough, Wei Ziqing quickly revealed his true colors, unable to hold back his smile. What? Did you really think I considered you a brother? Look at yourself, you're a waste, a discarded son. Do you have the qualifications? Tsk tisk. Shaking his head, he sighed in a pretentious manner. Pitiful, pitiful, the once high and mighty young master of the Chen family has now become an unwanted stray dog. It's fine to be a dog, but you shouldn't be sitting in the master's seat. Get out. Immediately. Disappear from my sight. After licking around Chen Fong for so many years, Wei Ziqing was definitely going to enjoy his moment of triumph. After saying these words, he had to admit that he did enjoy it. Seeing Chen Fong obediently stand up from his seat as he had instructed, Wei Ziqing's chin was so high with pride that it almost reached the sky. What the heck? With widened eyes, he only just noticed Guanya sitting next to Chen Fong, a woman he would describe as an ethereal being. Beauty, you don't have to leave. Unlike him, I really have money, I don't just talk big. As long as you agree to be my woman, Wei Ziqing, I promise to make you. Bang! Boom! Roll out? What a joke! Chen Fong stood up, simply clenched his fist, and punched Wei Ziqing on the bridge of his nose. The impact sent him flying, arching his body like a trash bag blown away by the wind. When Wei Ziqing sat up from the ground and touched his face, it was covered in blood. The nosebleed that couldn't be stopped was now even more pronounced on his face, mixed with uncontrollable tears. Wei Ziqing could clearly feel that his nose was broken. Shattered. Chen Fong. You're crazy. Wei Ziqing never expected that Chen Fong, with his current low status, would dare to fight him. He had originally thought that Chen Fong would be sensible, kneel down and apologize to him, maybe he could consider letting him become a follower. Seeing Chen Fong silent, ready to fight, walking towards him, Wei Ziqing was scared. Chen Fong. I warn you, don't mess around. The Wei family now is not the same as before, you can't afford to provoke us. I have sworn brotherhood with Chen Xiaoyun, he is my big brother, if you dare touch me, it's the same as. Bang! Chen Fong lifted his foot, not giving Wei Ziqing a chance to finish his words, kicking him out like a soccer ball, crashing heavily into the wall on the opposite time. Let us congratulate box number 1 for winning the top-grade snow insect grass. Bang! As the auctioneer hammered down, this auction item was decisively won by Guanyin. Humph. Master wants something, are you also qualified to touch it? Do you think I, Guanyin, don't exist? Guanyin disdainfully said. Looking back at Chen Fong, she curiously asked, Master, what do you plan to do with this insect grass? By combining it with several other common medicinal herbs, you can refine a youth-preserving cream, Chen Fong explained. Youth-preserving cream? Is it what I understand? Guanyin asked excitedly. Tell me, which girl in the world doesn't want to stay young forever? Yes, Chen Fong nodded affirmatively. With long-term use, it will stabilize your skin for 30 years, no problem. Then, Master. Guanyin's eyes were hopeful. Okay, after refining it, you will be the first to use it, Chen Fong said. Guanyin spent so much money to bid for this top-grade snow insect grass for herself, Chen Fong had to give her special treatment. "Thank you, master." Guan Yan smiled happily, feeling satisfied. Soon, the second auction item was put up, a piece of chicken blood jade, excellent quality? Top notch. Chen Fong was not very interested in this chicken blood jade, and showed no intention of bidding. Seeing that Chen Fong had no intention of bidding, Wei's father happened to like collecting such items. Wei Ziqing concluded that Chen Fong must be trying to embarrass him, emptying his pockets. Now, his pockets were cleaner than his face, not a penny could be taken out. "Next, open your eyes wide and see how I spend money for nothing." Wei Ziqing deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the phrase "spend money for nothing." Not feeling discouraged by the failure of the first bid, he was instead ecstatic, imagining Chen Fong bankrupt and left with a few pieces of grass, crying in a corner, regretting deeply. Why bother? 5 million. Wei Ziqing shouted, doubling the starting price, causing the wealthy individuals who were about to speak up to swallow their words, afraid of making a fool of themselves. 50 million. Guan Yan was not going to let Wei Ziqing have his way. Was he the only one allowed to cause trouble for her master? She couldn't embarrass him in return? Where in the world does this make sense? 50 million? Hey, are you people at the auction house sure she has that much money? Can she afford it? Wei Ziqing walked to the railing and shouted loudly. Wei Ziqing thought that by doubling the price, he could shock a large number of people and make a big splash. Little did he know, Guan Yan immediately followed up and mercilessly slapped him, from 5 million to 50 million. Did she strike gold at home? Or did she find a gold mine? Not treating money as money? Even if Wei's father liked collecting, he couldn't possibly take out 50 million and risk the factory's financial chain shortage to buy a piece of stone. Bang! The door of the box was pushed open. However, it was not box number 1 that was pushed open, but box number 7 where Wei Ziqing was. Manager Yang, you arrived just in time, I seriously suspect. Ignorant fool. Seeing Manager Yang appearing, Wei Ziqing was about to complain, but was kicked back. Manager Yang, did you mistake me for someone else? I'm Wei Ziqing, who often visits your auction house with my elder brother Chen Xiaoyun. Wei Ziqing mistakenly thought that he had wrapped his head too thickly with gauze, and Yang Guangfa did not recognize him. He quickly introduced himself, emphasizing his relationship with Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Xiaoyun? In front of Mr. Guan, Chen Xiaoyun is nothing. Don't mention Chen Xiaoyun, even if the head of the Chen family comes, ask her if she dares to challenge Mr. Guan. Yang Guangfa couldn't contain his anger. Why do they all like to stir up trouble for themselves? Why provoke Guanya, that female demon? If he blames me, Yang Guangfa cannot bear the responsibility. Mr. Guan? Wei Ziqing finally realized that the woman next to Chen Fong had a big background. Guanya from Yangchang. Yang Guangfa's eyes turned fierce. Guanya from Yangchang? The richest woman with $1 trillion fortune. After learning Guanya's true identity, Wei Ziqing was almost shocked. No wonder tens of millions were spent like water, without batting an eye. For her, even a day's pocket money is insignificant. Wei Ziqing couldn't understand why such a perfect woman with wealth, power, and background would be with Chen Fong. That kid, why is he so lucky? Get lost. Get out of here immediately, never show up in Tiandu again, or don't blame me for not cherishing the past. Every time I see you, I will hit you. Yang Guangfa waved his hand. Okay. I'll leave right away. Right away. Wei Ziqing smartly agreed. With so many people on the other side, he had no choice but to agree. He left the Tiandu auction city in a hurry. As soon as he came out of the gate, he saw a scene that stunned him. He called over more than 100 of his underworld brothers, but they were all being subdued by a group of men in suits, stepping on their heads and suppressing them harshly. What's going on? Wei Ziqing couldn't understand what had happened. All those men in suits were from the Qinglong bodyguard company. Su Zhentian, one of Chen Feng's many disciples, had them secretly protect Chen Fong. When necessary, they would take action to deal with those who caused trouble for him. If they couldn't handle it, they would contact Su Jintian, who would personally take care of it. Brother, we were just taking people's money and helping them out, we didn't mean to offend Chen Xiaoyun. I had no idea that Wei Ziqing's dog waste was targeting you. The man suddenly glanced at Wei Ziqing. Although his head was bandaged, they often hung out together and caused trouble everywhere, so he recognized him at a glance. Feeling hundreds of eyes suddenly focused on him, Wei Ziqing swallowed hard, sweating profusely. Brother, there's a reason for everything, that kid called us here. The man immediately pointed it out. He really didn't have the courage to accept this deal. Who can afford to hire over 100 bodyguards? Not to mention, they were from the Qinglong Bodyguard Company, one of the top bodyguard companies in the world, with numerous awards in global bodyguard competitions. They couldn't imagine what kind of status would require so many top-level bodyguards. They harbored extreme hatred towards Wei Ziqing. Constantly complaining, if you want to die, it's fine, but don't drag us into it. The captain of the bodyguard team, Li Qinghai, kicked the man to death. The others behind him followed suit. Many of the thugs had their teeth kicked out and lay unconscious at the entrance of the Tiandu auction city. As elite professional bodyguards, they controlled their strength perfectly, avoiding fatalities and causing at most severe concussions. General Manager Yang Guangfa, who noticed everything, was an old hand and immediately arranged for the men to be loaded into a car and disposed of at a garbage dump. This was to prevent any well-meaning passerby from reporting the incident and making it a big deal with the Chen family in the future and not associate with them anymore. To avoid being implicated by them. Useless. Take the coffin back to the Wei family and tell the Wei family head to control his son. If there's a next time, bury them both together. Li Qinghai ordered. No. No. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Let me see Chen Fong. I used to have a good relationship with him, he is my bro. Ah. My hand. My hand. No. Don't disable my legs, please, I beg you, please. The screams were heart-wrenching, clearly audible hundreds of meters away. Wei Ziqing truly experienced what it means to be better off dead. Both hands and feet disabled, then put in a car and taken to the coffin shop. A series of farces that happened outside Tiandu auction city. Chen Fong and Guanya later learned about it from Yang Guangfa. Junior brother Su looks rough on the outside, but he's actually very meticulous in handling things. Guanya praised without hesitation. In response, Chen Fong did not refute, agreeing with Guanya's thoughts. In Su Jintian's mind, he had always been a bold and meticulous person. Glancing sideways, he noticed Guanya taking out her phone, looking like she was sending a message to someone. Chen Fong inquired, "You're not thinking of making a move against the Wei family, are you?" "Of course. Those fools who don't know what's good for them, there's no need to keep them around. From now on, I guarantee they won't appear in front of you, master, causing you any trouble. Rest assured, I won't kill indiscriminately. Those trash are not worth my time." Dealing with the Wei family, a family that couldn't be seen in public, Wanya's words could ruin them, causing them to lose everything and be isolated. In this land of Daxia, they would no longer be able to survive. Go ahead and do it. Seeing Guanya's determination, Chen Fong supported her. With his support, even if Guanya made enemies with the whole world, she wouldn't hesitate, because Chen Fong was her strongest backing. Compared to trillions in wealth, the title of richest person was much stronger. After that, she no longer focused on Wei Ziqing and continued to pay attention to the auction itself, spending money recklessly. As long as Chen Fong said the word, Wanya's starting point would be in the millions, with no limit. Regret? Those two words had long been erased from Wanya's dictionary when facing Chen Fong. Trillions in wealth were nothing compared to making him smile. On the other side, the Wei family. Li Qinghai and his group drove in a pickup truck, carrying a large red wooden coffin, arriving aggressively. The security guards, seeing this display, didn't dare to make a sound. They hid well inside the security booth. Risk their lives for a few thousand yuan in salary? They weren't stupid. As for what was happening outside the gate, Wei's father, Wei Tianliang, was completely unaware. At this moment, he was busy receiving gifts from various families. After his wealth crossed the 1 billion mark, he felt like a different person, especially with his birthday, feeling very happy. The future looked promising. Jade bracelets costing hundreds of thousands, luxury cars costing millions, palm-sized solid gold pigs. Wei Tianliang thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded by stars. Looking around, he couldn't find Wei Ziqing's figure. He remembered seeing Wei Ziqing a moment ago, promising solemnly to give him a satisfactory and face-saving gift. The gift-giving process was almost over, but why couldn't he see anyone? What's going on? Who are those people? How dare they bring a coffin to Wei Tianliang's birthday party? I don't know, they look tough and intimidating. Xinglong Bodyguard Company? Could it be that the Wei family head wants to put on a show for us? Hearing the discussions from below and seeing Li Qinghai and others carrying the red wooden coffin, Wei Tianliang's expression turned extremely ugly. He clenched the armrest of his chair tightly, as if he were grabbing Li Qinghai's neck. He wanted to break it immediately. Standing up, he angrily questioned, "What are you Qinglong people up to? Bringing a coffin to my birthday party, are you cursing me to die?" Wei Tianliang couldn't remember ever offending the Qinglong Bodyguard Company, having no relationship with them at all. He had considered hiring their company's bodyguards before, but it was too expensive, so he gave up. Just because of that, they wanted to bring him a coffin? And on his birthday, a day of great joy, where could he put his face in front of so many guests? "Your kid didn't behave well," offended young Master Chen, "so I specially picked out a nice coffin to bring back for you. If there's a next time, I won't mind ordering one for you too, for an easy burial." Li Qinghai didn't give Wei Tianliang any face, making a clear threat. The coffin landed with a bang. "Kid? You mean, Ziqing?" Realizing this, Wei Tianliang hurried forward, trying to open the coffin lid. But with his strength alone, it was difficult to move. He turned to urge a few servants, "Why are you standing there like wooden stakes? Come over and help." Okay, several servants regained their senses and immediately took action. Naturally, they did not dare to refute Wei Tianliang's orders, fearing deductions from their wages or even losing their jobs. It was not easy to find a desirable job now. Boom! Bang! Several people worked together to open the coffin. The coffin lid fell heavily to the ground, smashing the bluestone bricks in the courtyard, spreading out like a spider web, stirring up a considerable amount of dust. Ziqing! When Wei Tianliang saw who was lying in the coffin, contorted in a way that not even a normal person, let alone a circus performer, could achieve, he felt extremely heartbroken. This was his only son, now crippled by someone and needing to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. How could he bear it? Regardless of who the other party was, Wei Tianliang would definitely make them pay a heavy price. You have gone too far. Just because you are from the Qinglong, do you think I dare not do anything to you? Wei Tianliang called over a dozen security guards. There were more of them than the people brought by Li Qinghai, mostly Qinglong bodyguards who were secretly protecting Chen Fong near the Tiandu auction city. Originally, they thought that having more people meant a stable winning situation. Who would have thought that as soon as the security guards learned that the other party were professional bodyguards from the Qinglong company, they immediately fled. They did not dare to confront professional bodyguards head-on. This embarrassed Wei Tianliang. He calmed down instantly. There was no choice, as the other side had more people. The Chen Xiao you mentioned, could it be Chen Xiaoyun? Wei Tianliang asked to confirm. Worried that Wei Ziqing had floated away and dared to challenge Chen Xiaoyun, resulting in being crippled. If that was the case, Wei Tianliang would have to swallow this anger. He did not want the wealth he had finally obtained to be lost due to a fallout with the Chen family, leading to the termination of their cooperation and a return to square one overnight. Not only would he have to swallow his pride, but he would also have to prepare gifts and apologize in person. Chen Xiaoyun? What kind of person is he to even be compared to Chen Xiao? The one I am talking about is surnamed Chen, named Yang. Li Qinghai revealed. Chen Fong. Wasn't he supposed to be in prison? Wei Tianliang was puzzled. Following that, a renewed anger ignited. You must have been deceived. He is a discarded son of the Chun family, not worth your smack. Li Qinghai slapped Wei Tianliang in the face, forcefully interrupting him. Stop sowing discord. You have no right to insult him. Wei Tianliang tilted his head, eyes wide open like copper bells, pupils trembling, before reacting a few seconds later. He could not believe that he was being publicly humiliated in front of dozens of guests in his own home. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Let me tell you the truth. Among the guests here, each one is a powerful figure. It would be easy to kill you, even if your boss came, they would still have to respect me. Wei Tianliang's main point was simple, to emphasize his connections and make Li Qinghai realize his position. Even if you are serving someone, you should choose a good master. Chen Fong? A useless person, why should he? There was reason to suspect that the Qinglong bodyguard company was declining, taking on any task without discrimination. Oh, so you are quite capable, huh? At this moment, a very loud voice, like thunder, resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look for the source of the voice, and it turned out to be none other than the founder of the Qinglong bodyguard company, Su Zhentian. Hello, Master Su. Greetings, Master Su. Master Su. Those who were feeling a bit smug because of Wei Tianliang's words became instantly respectful when they saw Su Zhentian appear. Gulp. Wei Tianliang never expected Su Zhentian to actually show up, feeling a chill run down his spine. If I remember correctly, your name is Wei Tianliang, right? Wei Tianliang was about to agree, feeling honored to be recognized by someone like Su Zhentian. But then he heard the tone of Su Zhentian's voice suddenly turn stern. You have raised a good son. Daring to speak so arrogantly in front of my master, acting like a clown, do you really think I don't exist? Your master? Wei Tianliang knew that Wei Ziqing had been spoiled by him, but he didn't think he had the courage. The playboy was a bit of a playboy, but not a fool, knowing who not to mess with. Chen Fong is my master. Su Zhentian's following words made Wei Tianliang's heart half cold on the spot. Chen Fong? A trash who was thrown into prison and mercilessly abandoned by the family. Just hearing Su Zhentian mention his name would make anyone tremble, even the big shots. A master? Buzzing. At this moment, the guests' phones started ringing one after another as if they had planned it in advance. Answering the calls, each of them turned pale as a sheet. I suddenly remembered, there's something urgent at the company, I have to leave first. I think I forgot to turn off the gas stove when I left. Since the gift has been delivered, I won't stay long. Watching his contacts fleeing like rats, Wei Tianliang panicked. How could a phone call scare them like that? It was as if the king of hell had come to collect their souls. Wei Tianliang didn't think that just Su Zhentian alone could scare them like this. Looking at their expressions, it felt as heavy as if the sky was about to fall. Just as Wei Tianliang was puzzled and couldn't find an answer, a call from a contact named Secretary Wu came in. Another call? Recalling the reactions of those people after answering the phone, Wei Tianliang couldn't help but swallow nervously, having a bad premonition. Glancing at Su Zhentian standing 7 or 8 meters away, seeing him looking casual, Wei Tianliang gritted his teeth and answered the call. Secretary Wu, what's going on? Mr. Wei. No, it's bad. Moonlight Group, Tianqing Group, Feiyang Group, they all want to terminate our contracts. The agreements have already been sent. Even the Chamber of Commerce is joining in to boycott us. Many customers who placed orders are now demanding compensation according to the contracts, or they will sue. I did a quick calculation, not to mention the company going bankrupt, you will owe at least $1 billion. After listening to Secretary Wu's words, Wei Tianliang was so scared that his phone fell to the ground, the screen shattered, and the screen went dark. With a look of despair, he fell to his knees, repeatedly muttering, why is this happening? It had only been a short while since his fortune exceeded $1 billion. Before his seat had even warmed up, the heavens played such a cruel joke on him. From being uninteresting and decided to leave with Guanya. They planned to drive to her friend's research and development company nearby to prepare a rejuvenating cream using the premium snowworm grass she had acquired from the auction city. Chen Fong stepped out of the gate first, while the others waited by the car. Guanya went to the restroom, having drunk too much tea earlier. Chen Fong? Is that really you? A car pulled up next to Chen Fong, and a man rolled down the window, greeting him. This man seemed familiar to Chen Fong, Li Xiaoyang, a classmate from university whom he didn't know well. I heard you got arrested for fighting before, and the Chen family. Forget it, let's not talk about those unpleasant things. Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Liang Xingxiang, a streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. Hi. The woman named Liang Xingxiang greeted warmly. He's so handsome. Noticing a strange gleam in Liang Xingxiang's eyes, Li Xiaoyang immediately glared at her. Liang Xingxiang quickly withdrew her hand and adjusted her expression. You must be having a hard time lately, right? Here's my business card. I have a company with a market value of just over 10 million. If you're interested, feel free to contact me anytime. We're old classmates, it's only natural to help each other out. You don't have to feel too burdened. Li Xiaoyang's words sounded considerate on the surface, but Chen Fong could easily tell that Li Xiaoyang was more interested in showing off how successful he had become. With a company worth over 10 million and a girlfriend who was a well-known streamer, Li Xiaoyang wanted to assert his superiority over those who had once looked down on him. Chen Fong was one of them, the person Li Xiaoyang most wanted to put in his place. Think about him before, and then think about the future. It is very likely that he will be working under his own hands, obeying his own orders. Li Xiaoyang's heart was simply ecstatic. At future class reunions, it's worth bringing up and talking about, definitely attracting attention and becoming the center of attention. Li Xiaoyang was thinking about this when his attention was suddenly drawn to a graceful figure passing by in front of the car, unable to look away. So beautiful. 3 words involuntarily slipped out of his mouth. Following that, he saw that celestial being walk straight to Chen Feng's side, linking her arm with his and smiling, saying, "Sorry, my dear, for keeping you waiting." My dear? Hearing these 3 words spoken by the woman in a voice as melodious as silver bells, Li Xiaoyang felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his head. His mouth opened and closed several times, wanting to speak but stopping. He felt as if an invisible hand had slapped his face hard, burning hotly. Even Liang Xingxiang, who was always very confident in his own looks, felt inferior after seeing Guanya's face. He envied Guanya very much, not only for her looks, but also for her slender and tall figure, like a model. Standing next to Chen Fong, the perfect couple made people jealous. I have something to attend to, let's chat next time when we have the chance. Chen Fong inserted the business card Li Xiaoyang had just given him into the car window gap. The message he wanted to convey couldn't be simpler. Li Xiaoyang wasn't a fool, he understood it perfectly. The other party was just being polite to him, but had already set clear boundaries. Resentment? Of course. However, when he saw Guanya take small steps and lift the scissor door of the sports car next to her, smiling at Chen Fong and gesturing for him to get in, any resentment immediately vanished. Li Xiaoyang didn't know much about sports cars, but he could tell that the sports car was quite valuable. At least it could buy 2 or 3 of the luxury cars he was driving. Why was he so lucky? Li Xiaoyang's expression was bitter as he recalled his various boasts and shows of himself in front of Chen Fong just now, feeling like a clown. Oh my god. That sports car is a Speed Shadow 918, worth over 20 million. Liang Xingxiang's voice came from his ear. She took out her phone, took a picture of the back of the car, and easily identified the result with big data. The surprised expression couldn't be hidden by her hand. There are only 10 in the world, and Disya has 3. Let me see. Li Xiaoyang snatched the phone from Liang Xingxiang. Even the last bit of his confidence was shattered, as the sports car in the photo was exactly the same as the one driven by Chen Fong and Guanya. Now, not only did he look like a clown, Li Xiaoyang deeply felt that he was a real clown. The company he worked so hard for couldn't match the value of someone else's car. On the other side, in the car. Darling, should we continue with the original plan or go to the hotel next? Guanya glanced sideways, her eyes seductive as silk. You love acting so much, why not let Yurong take you into the entertainment industry? Chen Fong joked. Actually, a director approached me before, wanting me to act in a movie, and he's a very well-known director. Guanya recalled. But I'm really not interested in acting, so I declined. However, if you, master, are willing to play the male lead, with emotional scenes, preferably including a kissing scene, I would definitely agree without hesitation. Chen Fong had no response to this, because she could tell and see that Guanya was serious. If they continued, this topic might go in an unexpected direction. Regretfully, he had been too focused on teaching Guanya and the others skills, forgetting to teach them the 4 words of respecting the teacher in the teachings. Now they were constantly thinking about betraying their teacher and destroying their ancestors, and he also had a responsibility. Seeing Chen Fong remain silent, Guanya smiled lightly. She enjoyed teasing her master like this. In a blink of an eye, the car arrived at the destination. Chen Fong opened the door and got out of the car, looking up to see a blue-glass skyscraper, at least 20 to 30 stories high, with the words Hylon Biological Technology written on top. My college best friend runs a cosmetics research and development company called Qin Hylon, with dual doctoral degrees from both domestic and foreign universities. Guanya walked over to Chen Fong and introduced. Xiaoya, you're here. Her words had just fallen when a stylish woman in jeans and a white coat, with a neat ponytail and a hint of dark circles under her eyes, approached. She fit Chen Feng's stereotypical image of a doctor and researcher. Long time no see, Hylon. Guanya embraced Qin Hylon. Qin Hylon's gaze shifted back and forth in the car, and she asked strangely, "Didn't you say on the phone that you would bring your incredibly skilled master here? Where is he?" "He's right in front of you." "In front?" Hearing Guanya's words, Qin Hylon finally shifted her gaze to Chen Fong. She looked surprised. Guanya let go of Qin Hylon, took a step back, raised her hands, and pointed to Chen Fong. "Let me introduce you, this is the master I've been telling you about, Chen Fong." "He's your master?" Qin Hylon furrowed her brows slightly, finding it hard to believe. She felt he was too young. Qin Hylon had witnessed Guanya's rapid career advancement since becoming Chen Feng's apprentice. Some people lacked confidence in achieving such results. It was hard to imagine that the person guiding and advising Guanya behind the scenes was Chen Fong, a seemingly inexperienced young man. Qin Hylon would never doubt that he was a rising star or celebrity, but as Guanya's master. "Yes, what do you think? Handsome and talented, don't fall for him, I already have enough competitors." Sighing, Guanya didn't want Qin Hylon as another strong rival. If it weren't for Qin Hylon's persistent request to meet Chen Fong, Guanya wouldn't have introduced them. It was a matter of seizing the opportunity. Qin Hylon chuckled and decided not to dwell on the topic. She had already decided to dedicate her life to her beloved research career. Love and romance? She had no interest. However, Qin Hylon couldn't deny that Chen Feng's presence gave her a comfortable feeling. It was like appreciating a piece of art or natural beauty, refreshing and delightful. "Please come in." Qin Hylon didn't question Chen Feng's abilities too much. Actions speak louder than words. She invited them into the company. As they entered the lobby, numerous female employees whispered and discussed excitedly. "Oh my God! So handsome, is he a famous actor? No way, if the entertainment industry had such high-quality male stars, how could I only find out now? Could he be the new spokesperson hired by the company? If he becomes our spokesperson, our products will definitely sell like crazy." A spokesperson? Hearing their conversation, Qin Hylon thought it was a good suggestion. She believed that having Chen Fong as the spokesperson for their new products would greatly increase sales. His face was the best advertisement. "Hylon, you must be thinking of having my master endorse your products, right?" Qin Hylon smiled awkwardly, surprised that Guanya had easily seen through her thoughts. "I advise you to give up, my master doesn't like to attract attention with such things." Guanya added. "Okay, I understand, I will give up." Qin Hylon smiled bitterly. She also didn't like forcing others and decided to drop the idea. Ding! The elevator opened. They arrived at the laboratory's exclusive floor. Qin Hylon was looking forward to what surprises Chen Fong would bring. Would he live up to Guanya's praise? Led by Qin Hailan, Chen Fong arrived at a research station equipped with various tools. As soon as he sat down, she asked, "What materials do you need?" "I'll help you prepare." Seeing their boss being so polite to Chen Fong, the dozen or so researchers in the office couldn't help but look at him curiously, speculating about his identity. There weren't many people who could make Qin Hailan take someone so seriously, and less gifted, ordinary geniuses are unlikely to impress her. Dr. Qin Hailan, who was rejected by her, had hundreds of talents, if not 1,000. 4 qian of mountain sangzi, 2 beads of tianmu pearl, 1 qian of stone piercing, 5 qian of earth gold, 2 qian of wubao, 2 qian of bitter cold fragrance. Chen Fong did not mince words with Qin Hailan, listing out the medicinal herbs he needed. "Okay," Qin Hailan agreed and turned towards the herb storage room. As she walked away, several people moved their office chairs closer, whispering and discussing. "I never thought there would be someone in this world who could command General Qin. Who is he really? I've been following the news in the newspapers, and I've never heard of such a genius. Could he be a returnee from a prestigious school? He's so handsome, it's a waste not to become a star. He would definitely be a legendary dark horse in the entertainment industry." Hearing the sound of the herb storage room door lock turning, they knew Qin Hailan was about to come out, so they quickly fell silent and returned to their original positions, as if nothing had happened. "Everything you need is here." Qin Hailan walked to Chen Feng's side and placed the tray down. The dried herbs were individually stored in small compartments. "Master, here you go." Guanya had sharp eyes and, without waiting for Chen Fong to speak, took out the top-quality snow insect grass she had previously bought at the Tiandu auction city from her bag. Snow insect grass? Even with Qin Hailan's knowledge, she couldn't figure out what Chen Fong intended to do with these herbs. Mixing 2 or 3 types of herbs together could result in significant toxicity, causing symptoms ranging from dizziness to life-threatening conditions, affecting internal organs and leaving long-term health risks. Qin Hailan couldn't help but suspect that Guanya might have been deceived. No matter how shrewd a person is, there are times when they fall for deception. Although Qin Hailan had never seen anyone deceive Guanya, it was often her who used her tricks to deceive others. Guanya was so clever that she could sell a scammer and make the other person count money for her. Chen Fong didn't pay attention to Qin Hailan's expression and focused on refining the medicine, grinding the herbs into powder, purifying them using ancient methods, mixing them in proportion. After a series of complex processes, a bottle of fine, snow-white, creamy substance was obtained. For someone like Qin Hailan, who was used to solving problems with high-tech equipment, this was more confusing than fresh. Thoughts like, "Can it be done like this?" would occasionally pop into her mind. Looking at the creamy substance in the bottle cap, she could only say that it had a certain smell, but as for its effectiveness, Qin Hailan remained skeptical. With her years of research experience, she couldn't see how Chen Feng's methods could avoid the problem of harmful toxins produced when herbs were mixed together. "Master, is this the youthful radiance cream you mentioned before that can keep one youthful?" Unlike Qin Hailan, Guanya was extremely excited when she saw the finished product and couldn't wait to try it on her face. "Youthful radiance?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, unanimously thinking that Chen Feng's words were a bit exaggerated. Even the most effective skin-care methods globally recognized today didn't dare claim to keep one youthful. Upon hearing these 4 words, Qin Hailan immediately confirmed Chen Feng's identity as a fraud. Qin Hailan didn't know how many masters Guanya had outside, but the one in front of her was definitely a fraud. After years of research in cosmetics, she only knew that science could help delay aging. Youthful radiance? How outrageous had TV commercials become in recent years that they didn't even dare to boast that their products could keep one youthful. Otherwise, they would definitely be sued for false advertising and bankrupted. "That's right, do you want to try it?" Chen Fong remembered that he had promised to let Guanya be the first to try the youthful radiance cream. "Yes." Guanya reached out to take it, but Qin Hailan grabbed her wrist and pressed it down. "No, this kind of casually formulated thing, without testing, used at will, what if it causes adverse reactions? It seems that Miss Qin doesn't seem to trust me much." Chen Fong didn't care much. He didn't plan to consider Qin Hailan's opinion, just borrowing her lab for an experiment. Science is not child's play, it requires a rigorous attitude. Qin Hailan said more tactfully. Hailan, I trust Master, he is very capable. Guanya was unwavering. No. Shoya, I know you don't rely on your looks for a living, but if your face really gets ruined, what will you do? Qin Hailan, as a close friend, didn't want to see Guanya get burned or disfigured due to the toxic ingredients in the ointment. Regretting for a lifetime. Without waiting for Guanya to speak, Qin Hailan asked Chen Fong again, do you mind if I take a sample and test it with a machine? It will only take a few minutes. She firmly believed that even if Guanya was deeply deceived by Chen Fong, she would not willingly be fooled when she saw the test report showing the detected levels of toxic ingredients. No problem. Chen Fong had an indifferent attitude. Let Qin Hailan test it casually, this level of ointment was just basic for him, it couldn't possibly go wrong. Okay. Wait patiently until the inspection report comes out. Qin Hailan repeatedly reminded. Oh. Guanya pursed her lips, rarely seeing the other party so assertive. Qin Hailan took that sample, entered the dedicated laboratory, mixed special reagents in a test tube, then placed it in the machine and started a one-click test analysis. 3 to 4 minutes later, the machine stopped buzzing, and a page was printed out. Qin Hailan took out that report, still warm, with a faint ink fragrance. Looking closer, her expression became more and more wrong, her brows furrowed. Could there really be a big problem? This is the first time I've seen General Qin look so ugly. The relationship between General Qin and that young lady seems good, this guy made a poison to harm her, with General Qin's temper, she definitely won't let it go. But why do I feel like General Qin seems very surprised? Could there be an unexpected gain? Are you kidding me? General Qin has seen it all, trying to shock her with just one page? That's wishful thinking. As they were talking, Qin Hailan had already walked out of the laboratory with the report in a daze. What's the result? Guanya asked immediately. The result? Qin Hailan opened her cherry lips, about to answer. Knock. 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 The office door was knocked. Qin Hailan's secretary came in, sorry to disturb. General Qin, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Zheng Tianren, said he came early as per appointment to discuss the new product, he's waiting in the office for you. Zheng Lao came to Jiangcheng early. Qin Hailan snapped out of her daze, her eyes becoming clearer. She told the secretary, Xiaolu, you take care of Zhang Lao for me, I'll be there shortly. Zhang Lao was important, but at this moment, Qin Hailan genuinely felt that Chen Fong was also important. She completely changed her view of him. Okay. Secretary Lu agreed, closed the glass door, and walked away. Needed to sit back and collect the money. What was even more terrifying was that Qin Hailan could clearly sense that the youthful glow cream was not Chen Feng's true strength, just the tip of the iceberg. That casual and indifferent attitude, saying that this was Chen Feng's ultimate trump card? Qin Hailan was the first to doubt it. Stepping into the elevator, she pressed the top floor button. Clap, clap, clap. Slapping her cheeks, shaking her head, taking a deep breath. Qin Hailan cleared her mind of unnecessary thoughts, preparing to meet Zheng Tianren with her best attitude. And also, picking up the analysis report on the youthful glow cream in her hand. She wanted to ask Zheng Tianren, one of the 4 national medical experts, how he viewed this extraordinary work of art, the youthful glow cream, and its creator, Chen Fong. Perhaps Zheng Tianren would see Chen Fong as a rare talent and be willing to take him as a personal disciple to train as a national medical expert. In this way, wouldn't she, as the one who recommended him, achieve a great feat? Establishing a good relationship with someone of immense future potential was deemed necessary by Qin Hailan. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Qin Hailan stepped on black high heels, the sound of her footsteps echoing on the marble tiles, exuding a strong presence. She quickened her pace to the office, tidied up her mood, and revealed a smile. Pressing the handle, she pushed the door open and walked in. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, there is a very important client at the company who needs my personal attention. I apologize for keeping you waiting. No problem, it's more like I came uninvited. Overestimate him. Let him be Chen Feng's master? Wasn't that a mess? Typical deception and betrayal of the master. The elevator door opened. This way. Qin Hailan made a gesture of invitation and led Zheng Tianren. Good. Zheng Tianren quickly followed. He was extremely excited, finally going to meet his master. It's true that flowers bloom where they are planted, and things fall into place effortlessly. Unexpectedly, he encountered Chen Fong in such a place. Turning a corner, he could already see Chen Feng's familiar, tall and majestic figure in his field of vision. Before even entering, he could see a group of researchers gathered around Guanya, amazed. This effect. It's too perfect. In terms of skin age and texture, it can completely rival that of a newborn baby. I have a feeling that once the Resilience Cream is launched, it will definitely become a hot item in the market. Dasya? Are you saying that as if only we care about beauty? Sorry, let me rephrase that. It should be a global hit. A legendary unbeatable product in the cosmetics industry. Indeed unbeatable. Once it's launched, hundreds of companies will go out of business. Just using this will be enough. It's versatile in every aspect. At this moment, these researchers with doctoral degrees almost worshipped Chen Fong, seeing him as their future goal to strive for. Thanks to Chen Fong, they deeply understood what it means to be outshone by others. As for replicating the Resilience Cream? After trying, they found out that it was far from simple as they had imagined. Even though they followed Chen Feng's refining method to the letter, the final product turned out to be more toxic than poison when tested. Seeing herself in the mirror, with a face as fair as jade and a smooth and delicate touch after using the Resilience Cream, Wanya was equally surprised. After hearing the praises for Chen Fong from the crowd, she felt very happy and proud. She really wanted to say, "Kidding, my master Guanya, how could she not be amazing?" Then, she heard a cry from the crowd, "Oh my god! Isn't that the renowned Chinese medicine expert Zheng Tianren? He's really here at our Lanhai, I'm his fan. Since he came to our school for a lecture 6 years ago, I've always admired him. I wonder if I can get his autograph. If I can, I'll frame it and hang it by my bedside, so I can see it as soon as I wake up." Hearing the endless praises and admiration for Zheng Tianren from these people, Chen Fong realized that he had underestimated the influence of this disciple. He turned his head. Zheng Tianren, led by Qin Hailan, opened the glass door and entered the laboratory. As Zheng Tianren strode in, everyone was about to greet him, but they saw Zheng Tianren make a neat kneeling motion in front of Chen Fong. Disciple Zheng Tianren pays respects to master. Everyone. Qin Hailan. At this moment, the entire laboratory fell silent, not a sound could be heard, it was as quiet as a pin drop, not an exaggeration. Who would have thought that Zheng Tianren would kneel and bow to Chen Fong, a young man like this? Even more unexpectedly, Zheng Tianren actually called him master. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but doubt if it was real. Hiss. Why are you pinching me? I'm checking if I'm dreaming, it seems highly unlikely. You should pinch yourself. Looking speechless. Get up. Chen Fong spoke. Thank you, master. Zheng Tianren quickly got up. Master, your disciple has been searching for you so hard. I heard that after you were released from prison, you have been collecting information about you everywhere. I'm an old man, I'm falling apart. Enough. Chen Fong raised his hand, interrupting Zheng Tianren. You haven't changed at all, go get paper and pen. Yes, master. Excitedly, Zheng Tianren promised and quickly fetched paper and pen. Master, here you go. With a smile, he handed the paper and pen to Chen Fong. Chen Fong wrote down several prescriptions in the new notebook. I think these should be enough for you to digest for a while, and also the practice method for the advanced version of the 13 sun needles. Chen Fong handed it over. Thank you. Master. Thank you, master. Zheng Tianren knelt down again, his hands as if receiving a treasure, respectfully accepting it. This trip was not in vain. Tianyang 13 needles? These 5 words were heard. Everyone, including Qin Hailan, was speechless. They all knew that Zheng Tianren became a master of national medicine because of the Tianyang 13 needles, saving the life of the most important figure in Daxia. However, they never expected that Zheng Tianren's Tianyang 13 needles were actually learned from Chen Fong. He even brought out the advanced practice method of the Tianyang 13 needles, combined with Zheng Tianren's current attitude. Is there any room for doubt? Xin Hailan felt embarrassed, thinking about her previous intention to have Zheng Tianren accept Chen Fong as his disciple, now feeling ridiculous. Am I the clown? How could I let my disciple take my master as his disciple? Xin Hailan finally understood why Chen Fong, who could have been her younger brother, possessed such extraordinary items like the resplendent youth cream. It was all because he was the master of the national medicine, Zheng Tianren. Compared to this, the resplendent youth cream didn't seem so outrageous. How could one person be so outstanding? Xin Hailan noticed the unusual look in Chen Feng's eyes, feeling regretful for bringing her master here. As women who had known each other for many years, she understood the situation clearly. She couldn't believe that Chen Fong was so exceptional. On one hand, she was glad that her friend could appreciate the excellence of her master. On the other hand, she felt helpless, facing competition from Yi Qingcheng and now Xin Hailan, who was not inferior in terms of her impressive figure, mature and intellectual demeanor. However, it was too late to say anything. Guanya could only silently improve herself and stand out in this competitive environment. Giving up was not an option. On the contrary, she was determined. In front of the company's door. Master, you just got out of prison, there is 1 billion in this bank card, the password is 6 zeros, it's a gift from your disciple. Even in the master-disciple relationship, Zheng Tianren never thought of just taking from Chen Fong. As the saying goes, you have to give up something to gain something. Chen Fong had just been released from prison and probably didn't have much money, so Zheng Tianren almost gave all his assets to him. He wanted Chen Fong to live a good life in this materialistic and fast-paced world. How could his mentor, Chen Fong, be worse off than others? Zheng Tianren himself, as a master of national medicine, even if he had no money, he wouldn't starve to death with his reputation. Okay. With such filial piety from his disciple, Chen Fong had no reason to refuse and accepted it graciously. Then, Master, I won't disturb you and Sister Guan anymore. Zheng Tianren tactfully left. He had to attend a lecture on ancient medicine at South University later. Regarding the matter of War King Zhang Yunlong treating illnesses, Zheng Tianren had casually mentioned it in the elevator, referring to him as a friend. Chen Feng's response was to first practice the advanced version of the Tianyang 13 needles, and if that didn't work, then bring someone to see him. Send Master Chen off. Xin Hailan, who had just recovered from her surprise at Zheng Tianren's 1 billion bank card, bowed and bid farewell. She now referred to Chen Fong as master. As one of the 4 masters of national medicine, the mentor of Zheng Tianren, she saw no problem in calling him Master Chen. Chen Fong nodded in response. Guanya started the car and drove away. In the car. Just as they left the square belonging to Hailan Biotech Company, Guanya said with hidden meaning, Master's romantic luck is as stable as ever. Romantic luck? Chen Fong understood the deeper meaning behind Guanya's words. He retorted, isn't this all thanks to you? Looking into Chen Feng's eyes, Guanya carefully considered. Indeed, without herself, even if Chen Feng's peach blossom luck was flourishing, he wouldn't have met Xin Hailan so early in the vast sea of people. Have I become the god of love? She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Don't overthink it. How dare you assume that someone must have feelings for me? Chen Fong was helpless. His disciple was always thinking about betraying the master and destroying the ancestor, and her jealousy was so strong. Master, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. Guanya argued with reason. All right, you have the final say. Turn right next. Chen Fong changed the subject. Turn right? But to return to Fushan residence, we should go left, right leads to the suburbs. Guanya glanced sideways. Seeing Chen Feng's serious expression, she quickly agreed with a simple okay and said no more. Suddenly turning the steering wheel to the right, she knew something was about to happen. As expected, as Guanya turned, a black sedan also turned, following 50 meters behind. Master? Guanya confirmed. Yes, those people have been tracking us since we left Hailan. Chen Fong nodded affirmatively. Should we call the police? Guanya asked again. Chen Fong shook his head, that would only complicate things. Find an open space to park the car, I will take care of the rest. Okay. A few minutes. Later, Guanya hit the brakes and parked the car in front of an abandoned building. Looking around, there was no one in sight. Stay in the car, Chen Fong instructed Guanya, opened the car door, and got out. Master, please be careful. Guanya reminded anxiously, afraid that Chen Fong might get hurt. Don't worry, no one in this world can harm your master. They haven't been born yet. Chen Fong smiled confidently. With a bang, he closed the car door and walked towards the approaching black sedan, which showed no intention of hiding. Following them were several cars with a blue dragon emblem. Hurry up! Accelerate! Stop the car! Li Qinghai was sweating profusely, worried that the black sedan would hit Chen Fong. Boss, it's too late. The driver was willing but unable. The performance of the two cars was not on the same level. Just as Li Qinghai was at his wits' end, something even more troublesome happened. Li Qinghai's eyes were sharp, and he saw clearly that the passenger window of the black sedan was rolled down, and a hand holding a gun was extended. Bang! Before he could react, the gunshot rang out suddenly. At that moment, the bodyguards' hearts were filled with only two words, "It's over." Li Qinghai dared not look and kept his eyes tightly shut. A few seconds later, the driver's voice came again, "Boss, it seems like Chen Xiao is fine." Fine? Li Qinghai hurriedly opened his eyes and saw clearly that after the gunshot, Chen Fong was still standing there as if nothing had happened. It seems that these assassins are not as skilled as I thought. Li Qinghai breathed a sigh of relief. Little did he know, the opponent was a sharpshooter who never missed a shot. The bullet was simply deflected by Chen Fong with a silver needle, forcibly changing its trajectory. Seeing the black sedan approaching head-on, Chen Fong jumped onto the roof, leaving two deep footprints. He locked onto the driver's seat below, shot out a silver needle. Bang! Sparks flew as the silver needle pierced through the roof of the car and into the driver's head, killing him instantly. Damn it! The vehicle went out of control, and the assassin sitting in the passenger seat decisively put down the gun to grab the steering wheel. Bang bang bang! The person in the back seat raised a long gun and fired wildly at the roof. In an instant, hundreds of bullet holes appeared, but not a drop of blood was seen. It was only when they turned around that they realized Chen Fong had already jumped off the car and was far away. This guy is playing us. They gritted their teeth. At the same time, after relentless efforts from the person in the passenger seat, the car was finally brought to a safe stop. Several people unfastened their seatbelts, loaded new magazines, kicked open the car door, and rushed out. With a fierce momentum and boiling killing intent, they were determined that Chen Fong must die today, looking at Li Qinghai and the others, who had already arrived and stood in front of Chen Fong, forming a human wall. They said to him, "Chen Xiao, get in the car quickly, we'll hold them off here." Even though they knew that facing firearms empty-handed meant a zero chance of survival, as bodyguards, especially at this level, they must prioritize protecting the target's life. Stepping back, if Chen Fong really got into trouble, Su Zhentian would not let them off. Seeing a group of people getting off the car with weapons almost as long as their arms. Despite undergoing rigorous training and having strong mental resilience, Li Qinghai and his men still couldn't help but feel a chill. They could only bet that the other party wouldn't dare escalate the situation. After all, in a place like Daxia, killing dozens or even hundreds of people would definitely attract official attention. Not to mention, killing over 100 members of the Qinglong bodyguard company. Knowing Su Zhentian, their boss, he would never let it go. Whether they died at the hands of Su Zhentian or others was a different matter. Just because I can bully him doesn't mean you can. However, those assassins clearly didn't care about that. They aimed their guns at Li Qinghai and his men, ready to pull the trigger and eliminate any obstacles that could lead to mission failure. They were more worried about being tortured to the point of wishing for death if the mission failed than taking on more lives. Just when Li Qinghai felt certain of his impending death, a gust of wind whistled past his ear. Looking back at the assassins, 2 of them had daggers buried deep in their foreheads, with only the black plastic knife handles visible. Those close combat daggers were all too familiar. Li Qinghai looked down and realized that the dagger that should have been hanging from his waist was indeed missing. Looking up, he noticed that Chen Fong had not left and was skillfully tossing a close combat dagger that he had taken from one of the bodyguards without them noticing. His movements were so smooth and swift that the other party was completely unaware. This was too unbelievable. Thinking about his earlier boast of protecting Chen Fong, Li Qinghai suddenly felt like a joke. He was not needed to protect him at all. Bastard! You must die today. Glancing around, he saw his brothers who had risked their lives countless times lying on the ground, now tragically dead at Chen Feng's hands. Blood streaming from their foreheads. The remaining assassin, with bloodshot eyes, was determined to send Chen Fong to hell. However, before he could pull the trigger, his right arm was flung out by Chen Fong, and the rapidly spinning close combat dagger severed it. The assassin refused to give up and could still shoot with one hand. But facing Chen Fong, who was surrounded by bodyguards holding close combat daggers, the assassin was at a disadvantage. Anticipating this, Chen Fong swiftly cut off his other arm. A gun might be invincible in the eyes of others, but to Chen Fong, it was no different from a toy. As long as he wished, no matter how advanced the firearm, the other party would never have a chance to pull the trigger. This guy was a monster. In this matter, Li Qinghai and his men shared the same thoughts as the assassins. The assassins knew that in this situation, it would be nearly impossible to take Chen Feng's life. They bit down on the poison capsules in their mouths, intending to end it all. Want to die? Chen Feng, sensing the assassin's intentions, chuckled. As long as this person still had a breath, if Chen Feng disagreed, not even the Grim Reaper or the King of Hell himself could do anything. Stepping forward, he wielded 3 silver needles. Swish! 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 They accurately pierced the assassin's acupoints for intelligence, hearing, and wisdom. This slowed the spread of the poison, and the detoxifying agent on the needles would render the poison ineffective. For Chen Feng, who had personally trained the Poison King, this amount of poison was nothing. The assassin slowly opened his eyes. I have come to the heavens. Before he could finish the word hall, his gaze focused on Chen Feng's face, and the assassin was so frightened that his pupils seemed to tremble like an earthquake, instantly sobering up. How is this possible? Why am I not dead? He was certain that he had bitten into the poison sac, and he could still taste the bitter taste of the moldy melon seeds in his mouth. If you reveal the mastermind behind the scenes, perhaps I can make your death more swift, Chen Feng reminded. Dream on. Today, I am the one who failed. To kill or to cut, it's up to you. The assassin had the appearance of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. In his heart, he thought, I'm not even afraid of death, so why should I fear your threats? Since the assassin was not willing to back down, Chen Feng also had no intention of arguing with him. Another silver needle pierced into his flesh. The poison on the needle quickly took effect. From the assassin's furrowed brow and twisting body movements, it was clear that he was in great discomfort, becoming increasingly so. It was as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his tendons, flesh, organs, and entrails. They even broke through the skin, gushing out of his body like a spring. Ah! No! Get out of my body! The intense visual impact, coupled with the precise and excruciating pain of the tearing at every inch of his skin, left the assassin unable to fight for survival or seek death. But to outsiders, nothing seemed to be happening, just the assassin thrashing about and shouting nonsensically. Chen Feng was skilled in medicine, poison refining, witchcraft, and a bit of everything. However, he couldn't magically create thousands of ants inside the assassin's body. He simply allowed the poison to invade the assassin's brain, causing him to hallucinate. As for the pain? Pain perception is controlled by the brain itself, so it was easy to achieve. For Chen Feng, this was not a difficult task, adding a few more herbs could easily accomplish it. I'll give you 5 seconds. If I don't hear the answer I want, then every 5 seconds, I will double the pain you feel, Chen Fong kindly explained. 5 seconds? Double the pain. The assassin's heart trembled. He hadn't even given himself time to consider this. 5. Wait. I can't say it, I really can't say it. If I do, I'll have nowhere to be buried. As Chen Fong began the countdown, the assassin panicked. If you don't say it, will you not have a place to be buried? Chen Fong asked with a smile. Friendly reminder, you have 2 seconds left. The assassin thought carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. 1. I'll say it. I'll say it. Seeing Chen Fong take out the silver needle again, the assassin quickly shouted to stop him. Seeing a top-notch assassin being tortured like this by Chen Fong, Li Qinghai and the others were at a loss and wanted to ask, does this demon, this god of death, really need them to protect him? Even they couldn't help but think that they were not worthy, truly undeserving. Speak quickly. Chen Fong put down the long needle in his hand, eager to see who was behind all this, willing to go to such lengths to kill him. It's... The assassin was about to reveal the answer when a gunshot rang out from several hundred meters away. Trying to silence me? Do you think I don't exist? Chen Fong sneered. He raised his hand, and with a swift motion of his fingers like a sword, he shot out the silver needle that was originally intended for the assassin. The silver needle collided with the bullet in midair, sparking and flashing. It forced the bullet to change its trajectory, and despite the slight difference, it managed to snatch the assassin's life from the hands of the god of death. The sniper who was hundreds of meters away couldn't help but curse, his face pale with fear. He didn't even bother to collect his equipment and quickly got up to flee the scene. He didn't have the confidence to confront such a monster head-on. He knew it was like hitting a rock with an egg. He actually blocked a bullet with a needle? The assassin and Li Qinghai and the others who witnessed all this were incredulous, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. The assassin deeply regretted taking on this task, feeling regretful to the core. He recalled his assurance that he would complete the mission 100%, standing tall and confident. Now, he found it laughable, utterly foolish. How could a person possibly be a match for a killing machine? Indeed, in the eyes of the assassin, Chen Feng's strength was comparable to the most elite killing machines in the world. He could even be compared to a war king, or even a war god. Little did he know, even if the god of war truly appeared in front of Chen Feng, he would still have to put his hands together at the crotch, bow deeply at a 90-degree angle, and respectfully call out, "Master." Speak. Chen Feng's gaze returned to the assassin. Silver Wolf War King. It was the Silver Wolf War King who sent me. The assassin, unable to bear the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at his body, confessed truthfully. Silver Wolf War King? Chen Feng's eyes glanced at Li Qinghai and the others, asking, does anyone know this person? We don't know much, only that he is known for being ruthless and heartless. His real name is Jiang Yunlong, Li Qinghai said clearly. Jiang Yunlong. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the person who sent these assassins to kill him would be him. Lifting his foot, with a crack, he stomped. Crushed the assassin's throat, ending his life completely. The decisive and ruthless method shocked Li Qinghai and the others, making them gasp and swallow nervously. To treat human life as insignificant, is it really necessary? Chen Feng was thinking about Jiang Yunlong. He believed that no matter how ruthless and heartless Jiang Yunlong's methods were, it was unlikely that he would want to kill him just because of a chance encounter at the drunken immortal tower and a few compliments from Zhao Xiaochui. According to this standard, with so many people in the world, would he kill them all? Perhaps some would think that he had a special affection for Zhao Xiaochui. Wait! Chen Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks, connecting Zhao Xiaochui's assassination with something else. If that's the case, it's not surprising that he had murderous intent when he first saw me. Chen Feng gradually understood everything. Buzz. Just then, his phone rang. It was a message from his disciple, Du Yanwan Eugenewa. The message was simple. Eugenewa's men found out that Situ Qing had been in frequent contact with Jiang Yunlong's confidants recently. They asked Chen Feng if they should inform Zhao Xiaochui about this. Almost everyone in Daxia knew that War King Zhao Xiuchui had a close relationship with Zhang Yunlong. Chen Feng ultimately decided to tell Zhao Xiuchui about the investigation results. Even if Zhao Xiuchui didn't want to believe it, knowing about Zhang Yunlong's possible intentions would make him more cautious. Then he would continue to investigate, dig deeper, and confirm whether this matter was related to Zhang Yunlong, to prevent it from becoming a case of using someone else's hand to kill. Was it Zhang Yunlong's idea? Or did his subordinates have rebellious intentions? Understanding the situation would make it easier for him to take action. As the saying goes, there is a head for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. Chen Feng did not want to mistakenly kill innocent people. But those who wanted to harm him would not be spared. Seeing Yu Genoa's reply, Chen Feng put away his phone and looked at Li Qinghai and the others. Alright, you guys go back and rest well today, calm your minds. If Su Zhentian blames you, just say I asked you to do so. Yes. Li Qinghai did not show any resistance, he really needed to take a break. With Chen Feng's terrifying strength, Li Qinghai and the others could not imagine how powerful he had to be to get injured. Kill him? Don't joke around, who would dare to take in a monster who dared to challenge the King of Hell? In their eyes, Chen Feng was the closest thing to invincibility. After instructing Li Qinghai and the others, Chen Feng returned to Guanya's car. Master, you were so awesome just now. Your disciple was so excited, I still have goosebumps. Guanya rolled up her sleeves and showed Chen Feng. Stay calm, it's just basic skills, Chen Feng said casually. Seeing how powerful Chen Feng was and how humble he remained, Guanya loved him even more. After fastening his seatbelt, Guanya started the car, turned the steering wheel in a drift, and planned to return to Fushan residence. Meanwhile, at Fushan residence. Ding dong. Lin Lan, who was cleaning the living room, heard the doorbell and immediately put down the vacuum cleaner, rushing to the door. Coming. Opening the door, she saw a middle-aged man in white clothes and pants, wearing a chef's hat, carrying bags of various things. Hello, I'm here to cook for you. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My name is Ma Chun, one of the 8 head chefs at Drunken Immortal Tower. Drunken Immortal Tower? Having lived in Jiangcheng for so many years, this name was not unfamiliar to Lin Lan. Even the people from the Chen family couldn't just go there whenever they wanted. Every visit was a great honor, showcased on social media, flaunting it proudly. She was puzzled, how could the head chef of Drunken Immortal Tower suddenly appear in her home? I see, please come in. She stepped aside to welcome him in. Thinking that it might be related to Yi Qingcheng, Guanya, and the others. After Ma Chun entered the house, he went straight to the kitchen, taking out various ingredients and preparing them. Lin Lan stood by, as he was still a stranger, she had to keep an eye on him. Just in case there was a problem, she could call for help at any time. Ma Chun knew that Lin Lan didn't fully trust him, but he didn't reveal it. He just needed to prepare the ingredients for her before the boss, Luo Xinyu, finished her work and arrived. Yes, cooking was mainly done by the kitchen god Luo Xinyu herself. When it came to dealing with her own apprentice, she couldn't afford to be careless, fearing that if Chen Feng found out, he would blame her and distance himself from her apprentice. Luo Xinyu was also hoping to learn more recipes from Chen Feng. So, upon learning from Chen Feng that Lin Lan, the apprentice, couldn't attend due to health reasons, she decided to specially visit Fushan residence to personally cook a delicious meal for Lin Lan. Lin Lan was unaware of this, and at this moment, she was amazed by Ma Chun's miraculous knife skills. The potato slices were as thin as cicada wings, and he effortlessly deboned a whole chicken and a fish with just a few cuts. His basic skills were profound. At this moment, Lin Lan completely believed that Ma Chun was a chef from Drunken Immortal Tower. Lin Lan herself enjoyed cooking very much and knew how difficult it was to reach this level of skill. Without talent and years of experience, it was extremely hard to achieve. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. Startled out of her thoughts, Lin Lan walked over to open the door. Opening the door, she saw a graceful and beautiful girl standing there, and she curiously asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" "Landlady, you're here." Ma Chun's voice followed closely. "Landlady? You're the owner of Drunken Immortal Tower. Lan finally realized why she found the woman in front of her familiar. The owner of Drunken Immortal Tower, Luo Xinyu. She had seen reports about her in food magazines more than once. While others might have a small corner, Luo Xinyu had several pages dedicated to her, with interviews spanning thousands of words. A renowned chef in Daxia. Lan never expected such a prominent figure to appear at her doorstep. "You actually know me, I'm truly honored," Luo Xinyu exclaimed in surprise. "Honored?" Lan thought she was just being polite. What was there to be honored about being known by an ordinary person like her? Before Luo Xinyu could say more, the sound of a sports car engine came from behind. Turning around, she saw Chen Fong returning. Seeing Chen Fong, Guanya got out of the car. Lan was about to ask if the arrival of Luo Xinyu and Ma Chun was related to them when she saw Luo Xinyu hurrying over to Chen Fong, sweetly calling out, "Master, you're back. How come you're here?" Chen Fong got out of the car, unaware of Luo Xinyu's presence beforehand. "Didn't you say earlier that the apprentice couldn't come to Drunken Immortal Tower due to health reasons? So I specially prepared the ingredients and waited until I finished my work to come and cook for the apprentice myself," Luo Xinyu explained. "You are considerate." Chen Fong was very pleased with Luo Xinyu's actions. Luo Xinyu chuckled and then returned to Lan, "Apprentice, let me reintroduce myself. I am your son's apprentice, surnamed Luo, named Xinyu." Lan was completely stunned. Another apprentice? And this time, it was the famous chef Luo Xinyu. Lan's hard-won calm was once again disrupted by turbulent waves, leaving her feeling unsettled. It was hard to imagine how the members of the Chen family would react if they knew that after Chen Fong was released from prison, he did not fall into disgrace as they had expected, but instead had a highly prestigious disciple. Would they regret casting him out of the family and cutting ties with him? Chen Feng's disciples were so formidable that any one of them could easily overpower the entire Chen family. "Mom?" Chen Fong called out when he noticed Lan's delayed response. "Come in." Lan suddenly snapped back to reality, stepping aside and gesturing for them to enter. Once inside, Lan grabbed Chen Feng's hand and pulled him aside to ask, "Xiaoyan, how many more disciples like this do you have?" She needed to know in order to prepare herself mentally for any surprises that might come their way. Chen Fong scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "During my 3 years in prison, I've mentored quite a few people. To be honest, I've lost count." Lan was taken aback by the sheer number of disciples he had accumulated. "Alright, Mom, let's not dwell on that. You can look forward to Xinyu's cooking, it won't disappoint you, second only to mine." "Second only to you?" "The renowned great Xia culinary god." Lan quickly pushed aside thoughts of Luo Xinyu and Chen Feng's relationship. A few minutes later, appetizers were served followed by the main course. Lan had never imagined that one day, the great Xia culinary god, who even the head of the Chen family couldn't associate with, would be cooking for her at home. It was a dream come true. After the meal, Lan felt completely satisfied and content. Ma Chun took care of clearing the table and washing the dishes, a task that would have been unthinkable at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As one of the 8 head chefs, how could he possibly be washing dishes? "Master, since you've just been released, here is my main bank card. The password is your birthday, feel free to spend however you like, don't be polite with your disciple." Luo Xinyu handed over all her assets, including all the profits from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, to this card. Since it was the main card, there must be a supplementary card as well. Chen Fong didn't want to appear biased later on. Accepting was one thing, using it was another. The bank's main card. Luo Xinyu's filial piety as a disciple far exceeded Lan's expectations. Chen Fong then handed Luo Xinyu 10 recipes he had written in a few minutes. 9 were for her, and 1 was a reward for Ma Chun. Chen Fong believed in clear rewards and punishments. "Thank you, Master." Luo Xinyu gratefully accepted the recipes. As Ma Chun finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, Luo Xinyu handed him one of the recipes. "This is a reward from my master for you." Ma Chun quickly dried his hands, bowed 90 degrees, raised his hands above his head, and accepted it. He had always been curious about the master of the culinary god and how extraordinary his culinary skills were. This recipe would answer his questions. As he looked closely, his eyes widened in shock. Ma Chun could tell at a glance how powerful and invaluable this recipe was. If he had to put a price on it, it would be no less than $1 trillion. Yes, with this recipe alone, he could create a market worth trillions with just one dish. The boss's master was truly remarkable. Ma Chun realized that heroes were not necessarily old. Chen Fong was truly born to be a chef. Was it a gift from heaven? No, it was more like heaven chasing after him to feed him. Well, master, the dish is ready, so I won't disturb you and madam any longer. If you need anything, just call me anytime, I'm at your service 24/7. Luo Xinyu hurried back to study the 9 recipes that Chen Fong had given her, focusing on improving her skills. Be careful on the road, Chen Fong reminded. Yes, master, goodbye. Luo Xinyu turned around and left Fushan residence with Ma Chun. Bang! As the door closed and the car drove away, disappearing behind the courtyard wall, Lin Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite knowing that Luo Xinyu was her son's apprentice, facing such a prominent figure still made her feel some psychological pressure. Mom, are you okay? Not feeling well? Chen Fong asked, noticing Lin Lan's strange behavior. I'm fine, Lin Lan shook her head lightly. It's just a bit strange. 3 years ago, you 3 years later, it's like 2 different people, but Mom doesn't doubt it. To this, Chen Fong self-deprecatingly said, people always grow. 3 years ago, my personality was too stubborn and caused you a lot of trouble, but I won't do that anymore. In a family, there's no such thing as trouble. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Lin Lan raised her hand, gently stroking Chen Feng's head, comforting him. Chen Fong nodded. The next moment, the sound of a car engine was heard. Guanya had left earlier due to company matters than Luo Xinyu and the others. Could it be that Qingcheng had returned early? Soon, a silver extended commercial vehicle stopped in front of the gate. Several people with a completely different temperament from the Daxia people, seemingly well-dressed but actually full of despicableness, got out of the car. Chen Fong said to Lin Lan, Mom, I have some guests to entertain. Can you go back to your room first? Okay, Lin Lan didn't think much and went upstairs. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chen Fong walked over quickly. Grabbing the doorknob, he pressed it down, and with a cold look, asked, Who are you looking for? A man with a small mustache in the middle walked up, holding a cane with a snake head with exquisite workmanship and a ruby eye, and said with a fake smile, Hello, I'm Morita Hayaki, here for my brother Morita Kenjin. Chen Fong looked Morita Hayaki up and down. These 2 brothers looked very similar, but the older brother had a more rugged facial contour. In terms of temperament, he was completely different from his younger brother Morita Kenjin, exuding a sense of dominance. This sense of dominance had zero effect on Chen Fong, not causing any impact. Morita Hayaki didn't like the way Chen Fong looked at him. Too arrogant. In front of him, he felt like he was even worse than a dog. But since he was here to negotiate, Morita Hayaki suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and resentment, and tentatively asked, You must be Chen Fong, Mr. Chen, right? Seeing that Chen Fong ignored his words and showed no intention of answering, Morita Hayaki continued to persuade himself not to argue with someone of lower status. All grievances could be settled when his brother Morita Kenjin safely came out of prison. If it weren't for using various powers and connections, unable to persuade Zhao Xiaofang to release his brother, Morita Hayaki wouldn't have come to see Chen Fong in such a lowly manner. What he hated most was the stubbornness of the Daxia people, like uncivilized barbarians. Although he thought so, he said, Mr. Chen, as long as you agree to reconcile and let my brother leave prison, the conditions are up to you. How about we discuss the compensation inside? Without waiting for Chen Feng's agreement, Morita Hayaki lifted his foot, ready to enter the house. Slap! Chen Fong slapped Morita Hayaki, sending him spinning like a top, retreating several meters. Taking out a wet tissue from the shoe cabinet, wiping his hands, Chen Fong disdainfully said, Where did this wild dog come from? Simply annoyed that Morita Hayaki, a small cherry blossom, a defeated country, dared to be so arrogant on the territory of Daxia. Who was he trying to show his arrogance to? After talking for so long, he didn't hear a single word of apology. Where did his sense of honor go? Bastard! How dare you lay a hand on my young master? You're dead. The bodyguard couldn't contain his anger. Morita Hayaki stopped him, covering his gradually swelling and extremely painful cheek. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Chen, I have come with sincerity, hoping you can consider it seriously. In your dasha, there is an ancient saying, those who understand the times are heroes." Just as Senani Yagi's voice fell, Chen Fong appeared in front of him like a ghost. Bang! Boom! Immediately, he felt an irresistible force in his chest, as if hit by a truck. In an instant, his feet left the ground, his body arched, uncontrollably flying backward. A clear footprint was left on his black suit. As he landed, Chen Fong sneered, "When is it your turn, a lowlife like you, to come and tell me these things? Are you even worthy? You're asking for trouble by showing your face, seeking death." One guard couldn't bear to watch any longer, and without hesitation, he punched Chen Feng's face. The punch whistled. If an ordinary person were to take this punch, they would suffer from a concussion at best, or lose their life on the spot at worst. But for Chen Fong? He raised his hand and easily grabbed the guard's fist with his 5 fingers. Like a tiger's mouth, he held on tightly. No matter how hard the other party struggled, they couldn't break free. Crack! 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 Chen Fong then twisted his wrist and exerted force instantly. He twisted the guard's arm into a twisted shape, the bones cracking like firecrackers, making a continuous popping sound. Chen Fong never showed mercy to his enemies. Especially not to these Sakura people. Intense pain swept through the guard's mind, his eyes rolled back, showing a lot of white. Just as he was about to scream in pain, Chen Fong suddenly slapped him hard, causing the guard's head to rotate 360 degrees. He fell to the ground, the twisted pattern on his neck clearly visible. "Shoo, be quiet, stop barking like a dog here, I don't like it." Chen Fong raised his index finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. Senani Yagi's heart, if not shocked and surprised, would definitely be fake. Even though the man was the weakest among the 3 warriors he brought, the bottom of the group. The other 2 sensed trouble and hurried back to the car, taking out their warrior swords. Drawing their swords, the sharp blades pointed directly at Chen Fong, standing in front of Senani Yagi. "Young master, please allow us to kill this ignorant brat and avenge Fujiwara." They had a close relationship with the slain Fujiwara, and now that Fujiwara had died tragically in front of them, they wanted to kill Chen Fong at all costs to avenge him. Approved. Senani Yagi decided without hesitation. There was no need to continue negotiations with Chen Fong. He would think of other ways to rescue his brother, Sentani Takaru, from prison. Sentani Yagi believed that he had already lowered himself enough, and since Chen Fong was being so disrespectful, he could only let him die. "Kid, come and face your death." A warrior named Miyashita Maika took the lead, running to a distance of 2 or 3 body lengths from Chen Fong. He tightly gripped the handle of the sword with both hands and slashed diagonally. Miyashita Maika was confident that this strike could gut Chen Fong open. Despite being just a fist's distance away, Chen Fong showed no intention of fighting back. Sentani Yagi was excited, as he could almost imagine the brutal scene of Chen Fong covered in blood afterwards. Smugly, this was the fate of those who opposed the Sentani family. However, in the next second, Sentani Yagi couldn't help but feel uneasy, his expression becoming extremely ugly. Chen Fong had actually easily caught Miyashita Maika's full-force strike with just 2 fingers. How is this possible? Miyashita Maika was still in shock, unable to react in time. Chen Fong flicked his fingertips slightly and applied a little force. With a crisp sound, the steel-made warrior sword was easily broken by Chen Fong. With another flick of his finger, combined with a wrist movement. Swish! Splat! The broken blade shot out like an arrow, piercing through Miyashita Maika's head. It entered from the forehead and came out from the back of the brain, dripping bean-sized blood drops onto the ground. The other warrior stood still, stunned by the scene. Sentani Yagi was also stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He had never imagined that Chen Feng's strength would be so monstrous. Barehanded, he had killed 2 high-ranking warriors of the Sentani family. What are you still standing there for? Go up and kill him. Sentani Yagi was scared, his face covered in cold sweat, commanding the remaining samurai. He was extremely worried now. If Chen Fong went on a killing spree, not only the samurai, but even his own life might be at risk today. He could only hope that this samurai had learned from the mistakes of the previous 2 defeated opponents, not to underestimate the enemy, and strive for a one-hit kill. 3 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. Half a minute passed. However, the samurai still did not make a move, showing no response. Hey! I'm talking to you. Sentani Yagi reached out his hand, landing on the samurai's shoulder. Bang! Just as his fingertips touched, disrupting the balance, the samurai fell straight back. Thanks to Sentani Yagi's quick reaction, he dodged to the side, avoiding being hit. Upon closer inspection, Sentani Yagi was astonished to find a needle reflecting the sunlight stuck in the samurai's forehead. Silently, with just a needle, he killed a high-ranking samurai? Sentani Yagi was shocked and at a loss. Don't come any closer. Ah! As Chen Fong approached step by step, Sentani Yagi, while retreating, didn't notice the protruding stone under his foot, tripping and falling hard on the ground. These 2 halves almost turned into 4. Seeing Chen Fong only 2 to 3 meters away, Sentani Yagi, ignoring the pain, quickly spoke up, pulling out an exquisite silver card from his inner pocket. Please, spare me. There is 1 billion dasha coins in this card, password 552334. I sincerely apologize to you for my previous rudeness. Seeing Chen Fong take the card, Sentani Yagi breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The dasha people were indeed a bunch of short-sighted individuals. With this 1 billion, along with the lives of those 3 samurais, Sentani Yagi vowed to make Chen Fong pay back double in the future. He would have no resting place in death. Ha! Suddenly, the suffocation became stronger. Sentani Yagi felt sharp pain in his neck. He cautiously touched it and saw his fingers covered in blood. His throat had been cut open, revealing bits of white bone. And on Chen Feng's hand, the corner of the silver card had formed a drop of blood, falling to the ground like a small flower. The Sentani family will not let this go. Before he could finish his sentence, Sentani Yagi had suffocated to death, falling to the ground. Chen Fong took out the corpse powder, skillfully erasing all traces of these people from the world. Not a single trace was left, as if they had never been to Toyama. As for the car they came in? For the sake of convenience, no registration information was left behind, it was an unregistered vehicle. This made it easier for Chen Fong to dispose of it, selling it for over 2 million to a professional car collector who came to pick it up. With the 1 billion in the bank card, he made a net profit of 1,200 million. Opening his phone, Chen Fong easily hacked into the Sakura bank system, secretly transferring the 1 billion without leaving a trace. With his hacking skills, Chen Fong could easily accomplish such tasks. Once, to test the strength of his hacking skills, he caused a 2-hour island-wide blackout on Sakura Island, resulting in losses exceeding trillions. In the end, those people were never found, and they publicly claimed it was due to an uncontrollable force, attempting to save face. This ambiguous response naturally led to ridicule from netizens worldwide, becoming the target of criticism. Noon arrived quickly. Chen Fong lay on the sofa watching the news alone. Buzzing. Feeling a vibration, he turned over and took out his phone from his pocket. The caller was saved as Jiang Xiaoxue. Chen Fong thought, could it be that the old man's condition has worsened again? He answered the call. Dr. Chen, are you free now? Jiang Xiaoxue's gentle voice came through. Is there a problem with the old man's health? Chen Fong inquired. No. Jiang Xiaoxue immediately denied, thanks to Dr. Chen for treating my grandfather in the mall that day, he is now completely fine, especially energetic. I made this call purely to invite Dr. Chen to have a meal and express my gratitude. Whether it's treating my grandfather's illness or helping me fulfill my dream, giving me the opportunity to be so close to my idol. Alright, where are you now? I'll drive over to pick you up. Chen Fong picked up the car keys, grabbed the lunch delivered to the door, and wouldn't eat it for nothing. Nanda, get ready to change clothes and go out. Okay, wait for me at the door, it's not far, give me 5 minutes. Sitting in the driver's seat, Fong hung up the phone. Started the car, heading down the mountain. Just 5 minutes, not more, not less. Turning a corner, he could already see the Nanda school gate. And a figure in a white chiffon fairy dress, with cascading hair spread behind, showing the pure and charming Jiang Xiaoxue. She had the aura of a refined lady. Anyone who saw her would involuntarily exclaim, truly deserving of being the campus belle. If she had a smile on her face, she could definitely captivate a large crowd. Unfortunately, she was facing a situation where she couldn't smile. Xiaoxue, I really like you, give me a chance to try dating, okay? I swear, I will treat you well. Beside the sports car, a young man in his early 20s was holding a large bouquet of flowers, entangling Jiang Xiaoxue in various ways. Making solemn vows without hesitation. Look, Xiaoshan, please stop bothering me. I really have no feelings for you, and I have no intention of dating you. Neither now nor in the future. Jiang Xiaoxue was very annoyed, she didn't expect this guy to come at such a time. Xiaoxue, I don't understand, what exactly do you find unsatisfactory about me? In terms of looks, I'm not too bad, am I? In terms of financial resources, our families are well matched, you shouldn't have a reason to reject me, right? Look, Xiaoshan asked in confusion. Jiang Xiaoxue was really impatient, so she bluntly said, I already have, heavens strike me down. I will never be reincarnated. Scared. Lu Xiaoshan was truly scared. If he had known that Jiang Xiaoxue had a relationship with Fong, he wouldn't have dared to approach her even if he were paid. Perhaps with just a word from them, his company could go bankrupt and close down. Seeing Lu Xiaoshan, who used to be arrogant and disrespectful to everyone at South University, now kneeling and begging for forgiveness in front of Fong without a word, Jiang Xiaoxue looked at Fong with even more admiration in her eyes. If it's not enough, I still have 100,000 yuan here, consider it as compensation for the mental distress you've suffered these days. If it's not enough, I will transfer the money to you as soon as I get my allowance next month. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshan could be described in 2 words, humble. He was so humble to the extreme, desperately seeking Feng's forgiveness. At Feng's signal, Jiang Xiaoxue gave Lu Xiaoshan her bank account information. In less than a moment, she received a text message from the bank confirming the transfer of 10,000 yuan. Get lost, if I see you bothering Xiaoxue again, you will bear the consequences. Feng's eyes turned sharp and fierce. With just one look, Lu Xiaoshan could feel a slight dampness in his pants, unable to control himself, he had wet himself. In Feng's eyes, he could vaguely see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had never seen such a terrifying look before. It was as if he could be swallowed alive. All right. I'm leaving. Enjoying the music while eating will make the food taste even better. She recommended this restaurant to Fong with this purpose in mind. Do you like listening to the piano? Seeing Jiang Xiaoxue looking disappointed, Fong asked. Yes, I really like it. I tried practicing for a while myself, but I'm a bit clumsy, so it ended up being nothing. Jiang Xiaoxue smiled bitterly. The piano? It's been a while since I played. I wonder if I've gotten rusty. Fong knew that they would have to wait a while for the food to arrive, so he asked the waiter, can I try playing that piano? The waiter looked hesitant. In her nearly 2 years of working here, she had never heard such a request before. She thought about whether she should ask the manager. After all, there was no precedent to refer to, and as a mere waitress, she couldn't make the decision. But before she could respond, a man's voice with a hint of sarcasm came from behind her, not just anyone can play the piano. And I came here to enjoy life, not torture my ears. He said that Fong couldn't play any good music and would dirty his own ears. There was a hint of sourness in his words. It was not difficult to detect his attitude. Others could also understand his behavior. Seeing him dress like a typical successful person but eating lunch alone, it was understandable. On the other hand, Fong, young as he was, had a beautiful woman by his side, which could naturally evoke envy and jealousy. Many male compatriots present were envious of Chen Fong, just unable to interfere directly like men do to show off in front of their girlfriends. "Isn't this Miss Jeong? What's going on?" The manager passed by and heard the argument, walking in from outside. At a glance, he recognized Jiang Xiaoshui, with her outstanding appearance and temperament that couldn't be ignored. Even among 1,000 people, she would stand out instantly. Jiang Xiaoshui was a regular and VIP at the restaurant. Seeing her in trouble, the manager, as a manager, couldn't just stand by. "Miss Jian?" Seeing the manager's fawning attitude towards Jiang Xiaoshui, the men felt increasingly unbalanced. Why should Chen Fong get all the benefits? "My friend wants to play the piano over there, would that be convenient?" Jiang Xiaoshui went straight to the point and asked. "Of course, since it's Miss Zhang's friend, I will definitely accommodate." The manager agreed without hesitation. The man at the next table stopped himself from saying something. People who eat here come from all walks of life, and with the manager's accommodating attitude, the man worried that Jiang Xiaoshui was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Thinking ahead, if Chen Fong played a terrible piano piece and attracted ridicule from the crowd, it might be a good choice to step in and stir things up. "Sir, this way please." The manager gestured. "Okay." Chen Fong responded and stood up, following the manager towards the piano. Some were eagerly anticipating, while others were prepared to see Chen Fong embarrass himself. Jiang Xiaoshui couldn't help but feel nervous for him. She regretted bringing Chen Fong here, regretted mentioning the piano, regretted choosing this restaurant. If Chen Fong embarrassed himself in public, she would feel guilty. She brought Chen Fong here to repay a favor, not to seek revenge. "Do you need me to prepare sheet music for you?" the manager asked. "No need." Chen Fong shook his head, sat down, and opened the piano cover. "All right, I won't disturb you then." The manager left. Not far away, he bumped into a familiar figure. "Zhou Anjie, weren't you on leave today?" Zhou Anjie, the professional pianist hired by the Blue Moon restaurant for a high salary, had won awards in many competitions. Seeing Zhou Anjie's lack of response, the manager followed his gaze and finally landed on Jiang Xiaoshui. He instantly understood the situation. This kid probably had a crush on Miss Jiang. "Anjie, let me advise you, give up, she already has a boyfriend." The manager raised his hand, patted Zhou Anjie's shoulder, and sighed. "She has a boyfriend? How is that possible? Last time I asked, she said she didn't have a boyfriend." Zhou Anjie didn't believe it. "Last time was last time, this time she's here with her boyfriend, see." The manager gestured towards Chen Fong, who was still preparing. The manager admitted that in the eyes of ordinary people, Zhou Anjie's appearance and facial features were outstanding. Coupled with his piano skills, he surpassed 90% of men. But compared to Chen Fong, the manager objectively believed that even if Chen Fong couldn't play the piano, most people would still choose him over Zhou Anjie. He doesn't look like someone who can play the piano, his movements are clearly amateurish. Trying to win the lady's favor with this method? Ha, ridiculous. Zhou Anjie had no intention of stopping or interfering with Chen Fong. On the contrary, Zhou Anjie would let him continue playing, waiting for Chen Feng's poor piano skills to contaminate Jiang Xiaoshui's ears, causing her favorability to plummet. He would then arrive like a Prince Charming, to rescue her. Let Jiang Xiaoshui truly experience what a contemporary musical genius is. Perfect interpretation, without comparison, there would be no harm. To put it bluntly, in Zhou Anjie's eyes, Chen Fong was just a stepping stone willingly offered up for him to step on. Zhou Anjie was willing to fulfill him. As the man approached, Zhou Anjie's words were heard loud and clear, not a word missed. In his heart, he thought, even professionals say you are amateur, I really don't know where your confidence and courage come from. This guy. Hearing Zhou Anjie mocking Chen Fong in front of Jiang Xiaoshui, the slight favorability she had towards him due to his piano skills instantly disappeared, dropping to negative. Winning the heart of a beauty? Hearing Zhou Anjie's words, Jiang Xiaoshui found it laughable. If the divine Dr. Chen had any intentions, what use would it be for me, Jiang Xiaoshui, to show interest first? She laughed at Zhou Anjie's short-sightedness, not recognizing a true hero. Chen Fong naturally could not let Zhang Xiuxue down, having already decided on the piece he would play. Speculating that as a loyal listener of piano music, Zhang Xiuxue might have already grown tired of most of the piano pieces available in the market. Coincidentally, Chen Fong had recently composed a few new pieces that he had not yet played. It would be perfect to ask Zhang Xiuxue later how she felt about them. Placing his fingers on the keys, he took a deep breath. Ha, playing tricks. Zhou Anjie continued to belittle. But the next moment, as Chen Feng's fingers swiftly danced on the keys, each finger seemed like a skilled dancer, coordinating perfectly. The grand music made one feel as if they had momentarily traveled to a medieval castle, a royal banquet, significantly elevating the atmosphere. Completely immersed in the wonderful world that Chen Fong had written through his music. Chun the Divine Doctor, you are too amazing. Zhang Xiuxue listened in fascination, her admiration for Chen Fong not losing to her long-standing admiration for Xiao Yuron. This level was definitely world-class. A few minutes later, the piece was finished. Chen Fong let out a sigh, thinking he had performed well. Many diners spontaneously stood up and applauded Chen Fong. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous. In Zhang Xiuxue's heart, she couldn't help but feel a little proud, sharing in the honor. She quickly turned her head to see what expression Zhou Anjie, who had been mocking Chen Fong just a moment ago, would have now after being proven wrong by Chen Feng's performance. She had expected him to look bitter at most, with an unpleasant expression. However, to her surprise, Zhou Anjie, like everyone else, also applauded. His admiration and worship for Chen Fong were clearly written on his face, without any concealment. Upon careful consideration, Zhang Xiuxue felt that it was quite normal. Unlike many others present, Zhou Anjie was a professional, making a living by playing the piano, and his skill level was not low. Therefore, compared to others, Zhou Anjie could better understand how high Chen Feng's level truly was. Indeed, after Chen Fong played for 2 or 3 seconds, Zhou Anjie keenly felt the seemingly insurmountable gap between them. At this moment, in Zhou Anjie's eyes, not to mention himself, even if he brought out his own master who had won a silver prize at an international piano competition, the comparison with Chen Fong would still be like a small wizard facing a great wizard. There was no possibility of comparison. At one point, Zhou Anjie even doubted whether the concept of reincarnation truly existed in the world. The disparity between Chen Feng's appearance and the strength he displayed was just too great. Zhou Anjie had reason to believe that a music master from history, after drinking expired Mengpa soup at the Naiha Bridge, had been reborn as Chen Fong. The skillful technique displayed could be called the top-level playing formula, yet it was not rigid at all. It would be impossible to achieve without decades of accumulation. This forced Zhou Anjie to attempt to explain this with an even more absurd idea. His entire understanding was completely overturned. Young man, you play incredibly well. I have never heard such beautiful music, could you play it again? Yes, play it again, even if there is a fee. Once this statement was made, the crowd responded one after another, expressing their willingness to pay a substantial performance fee. Chen Fong noticed that the restaurant waiter was already pushing a cart from the kitchen towards Zhang Xiuxue, and he decisively refused. He didn't want to eat cold food. This piece of music definitely qualifies as a world-famous piece. It's strange, I've already heard so many world-class pieces that my ears have calluses, but I've never heard this one before. Could it be an original? A lady asked curiously. Her words were met with agreement from Zhang Xiuxue. Seeing Chen Fong return to his seat, she took the opportunity while the waiter was serving dishes to ask, Dr. Chen, did you write that piece of music? Directly, without beating around the bush. Yes, I wrote it, Chen Fong nodded. You can compose too. This voice came from Zhou Anjie, who had run all the way from a distance to the table, startling Zhang Xiuxue. She mistakenly thought that he was angry and wanted to harm Chen Fong for being embarrassed in public. However, upon hearing Zhou Anjie address Chen Fong with respect, Zhang Xiuxue immediately felt relieved. Looking at Zhou Anjie's overly excited expression, it reminded Zhang Xiuxue of her own expression when watching idol Xiao Yuron's concert livestream at home. It was uncannily similar. Clearly, Zhou Anji idolized Chen Fong. The contrast before and after was so stark that Jiang Xiuxue had no doubts that they were the same person. As for the man who had previously heard that Chen Fong was going to play the piano and had shown various forms of contempt and insults, by the time Chen Fong had played a third of the piece, he slinked away like a beaten dog, embarrassed and red-faced, looking ridiculous. Chen Fong picked up his chopsticks and focused on eating the large plate of seafood noodles in front of him, not intending to answer Zhou Anjie's question. Zhou Anjie scratched his head, his smile awkward. Not blaming Chen Fong, he recalled the things he had said earlier, his own face, and realized that if he had put himself in Chen Feng's shoes, he would have been even more impulsive and furious. I'm really sorry. I was short-sighted before and didn't recognize a true master. I sincerely apologize to you here, I'm sorry. Zhou Anjie bowed deeply in front of everyone to Chen Fong. Chen Fong waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Anjie should go cool off somewhere else and not disturb his lunch. Zhou Anjie swallowed the words he was about to say. He knew that the more he said in this situation, the less favorable his impression would become. Regretting his actions, he thought about how good it would have been if he hadn't mocked Chen Fong before. He had missed the opportunity to make friends with a future piano master. But Zhou Anjie believed that they would meet again in the future. After all, the piano circle, as big as it may seem, is actually quite small. With Chen Feng's level, it would be difficult not to meet. Little did he know, Chen Fong was not even part of that circle. Zhou Anjie tactfully left, even taking out his own money to have the manager give Chen Fong and Jiang Xiuxue a bottle of red wine worth 60,000 yuan as a gesture of apology. Neither Chen Fong nor Jiang Xiuxue had any intention of drinking the wine, so they decided to leave it in the restaurant for now and enjoy it next time they felt like drinking. Dr. Chen, now I finally understand why a big star like Xiao Yurong would worship you as a teacher. You are indeed something. Jiang Xiuxue earnestly gave a thumbs up. Just a hobby, Chen Fong replied truthfully. Many of his skills were simply learned out of boredom from an old man. If truth be told, Chen Fong was also curious about who the old man really was and how he had so many extraordinary abilities. And why did he suddenly disappear without a word 6 months ago? A hobby? Jiang Xiuxue pursed her lips, thinking about Chen Feng's hobbies and then her own. There was no comparison, it was truly incomparable. Just a hobby could reach such a top level. If taken seriously, what else could he achieve? The key was that Jiang Xiuxue couldn't detect any hint of pretending to be something he's not from Chen Fong. Chen Fong gave Jiang Xiuxue a very mysterious feeling, making her unable to resist her curiosity and wanting to find out more. Do I have something on my face? Chen Fong asked, noticing Jiang Xiuxue staring at him intently. No, nothing. Their eyes met for a moment, and Jiang Xiuxue blushed, quickly lowering her head to focus on her meal. She couldn't believe she had been staring blankly at Chen Fong. How embarrassing. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. In silence, the two finished their lunch. Seeing Chen Fong heading towards the counter, Jiang Xiuxue hurried to catch up. Mr. Chen, let me pay. Okay. Chen Fong thought for a moment, realizing it wasn't appropriate to insist on paying when someone else had treated them to a meal. He turned and walked out of the dining hall, ready to get the car first. This way, when Jiang Xiuxue finished paying and came out of the hotel, she could go straight to the car, saving a lot of time. As they arrived at the parking lot, they heard a sharp, somewhat piercing female voice. Hey, everyone, how's it going? You always say I pretend to be a rich girl online. This sports car I just bought isn't expensive, just a few million. I plan to get tired of it in a few days, then leave it in the garage to collect dust with my other dozen sports cars. Or maybe give it some attention, and then, have a lucky draw? The heavily made-up woman with chestnut curly hair, dressed in a fiery red tight skirt, was sitting leisurely on the hood of the car, posing with a selfie stick in hand. Normally, Chen Fong would have avoided such people like the plague. But unfortunately, what she was boasting about was the sports car parked there. Normally, you wouldn't be able to buy this car for just a few million. Since the car was facing inward, the female anchor did not notice when Chen Fong appeared behind her. Upon hearing his words, she felt like she had been exposed and instantly flew into a rage. Her expression turned fierce, and she shouted like a shrew, "Who are you? How dare you talk big here, do you think you know? Before she could finish her sentence, she turned around and her anger dissipated, replaced by a touch of tenderness and amazement in her eyes. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, which had fallen open in surprise. How could this guy be so handsome? A professional model? Or a big star? Accidentally pressing the reverse shooting button, the camera was now facing Chen Fong. The live broadcast room immediately erupted, with a noticeable increase in the number of bullet comments. This guy is quite handsome. You call this quite? He's a total hottie. For the first time, I want to describe a man as beautiful, really handsome. And he doesn't seem effeminate, very manly. His demeanor seems like a celestial being descending to earth, like a masterpiece painting, full of artistic conception. This guy deliberately came out looking for trouble. Could it be that he wants to be a gigolo and cling to a rich woman? Seeing a bullet comment like this, the female anchor Su Huili couldn't help but think the same. Looking back at the originally few thousand viewers, due to Chen Feng's appearance, the popularity had skyrocketed to tens of thousands in just a few minutes. Su Huili saw this as a great opportunity to not only eat the swan meat that was Chen Feng but also to increase her own popularity in the live broadcast room and become a top-tier streamer. Yes, upon seeing Chen Feng's face and his overall superior conditions, Su Huili couldn't help but have the idea of wanting to devour him completely. Just as men can appreciate women, women can naturally appreciate men. If you want to be my man, you don't have to beat around the bush, behave well, and maybe I'll consider letting you sit in the passenger seat. Su Huili patted the sports car. She said it as if it were true, without blushing or skipping a beat. Chen Feng's evaluation of this was, it's a shame he didn't become an actor. I prefer puppy-like guys, you can be a bit more humble in your attitude. Su Huili said arrogantly. When she saw Chen Feng reaching out to her, Su Huili was surprised and extremely nervous. Could this guy be trying to force himself on her? Should she agree? Or, agree? Just as she was daydreaming, Chen Feng pushed her away. Chen Feng took out the car keys to unlock it remotely, then pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Su Huili, who was about to explode in anger, was stunned in place, as if struck by lightning out of the blue. She never expected Chen Feng to be the owner of this luxury sports car. Indeed, seeing him sitting inside, he matched the style of the sports car perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for him. I'm sorry for being too impulsive just now. My name is Su Huili, can we get to know each other? How about we get a room and chat slowly? Su Huili was trying to cling on desperately, completely forgetting that she was still live streaming. I'm not interested, sorry. Chen Feng said coldly. Don't be so indifferent, I'm obedient and loyal, I will never betray you or disrupt your normal life. In short, she didn't mind being a third party. She held onto the rearview mirror tightly, unwilling to let go. She knew that if she missed this opportunity, she might not have another chance in the future. Chen Feng was the tall, rich, and handsome man that Su Huili had always dreamed of meeting, a perfect match? Beyond perfection. Mr. Chen, what's going on? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoshue's voice came in. Su Huili looked at her and felt inferior. Meeting her gaze, Jiang Xiaoshue coldly asked, Mr. Chen, do you need me to call security? No, it's fine. Su Huili quickly let go of the rearview mirror she was holding onto and took a step back. Get in the car. Chen Feng said to Jiang Xiaoshue. Okay. Jiang Xiaoshue opened the passenger door and got in. Su Huili could only sit on the ground, watching the tall, rich, and handsome man in front of her fly away like a cooked duck. Inadvertently, she noticed the selfie stick in her hand. Her expression turned ugly as she suddenly remembered that she was still live streaming and hadn't turned off the camera. With a worried look in her eyes, she mustered up the courage to glance at the phone screen. The barrage of comments was quickly refreshing. I'm dying of laughter, a plain-looking person relying on beauty filters, even when throwing herself at others, she's rejected. A crow will always be a crow, never turning into a phoenix in this lifetime. The girl just now was so beautiful, I've never seen someone so pure and attractive, my first crush. I checked, the streamer was indeed bragging, this sports car is a limited edition globally, and its value has already soared to 30 million. Hee hee, a sports car worth over 30 million, can you get it for just a few million? Bluffing without preparation, pretending to be a rich beauty is exposed. These comments made Su Huili blush with embarrassment, so she quickly ended the live stream. She couldn't afford to lose face. Not understanding who she had offended, she burst into tears. Her crying face startled the passers-by who had come to pick up their cars, and they called security to ruthlessly kick her out of the hotel. On the other side, in the sports car, Jiang Xiuxue worriedly asked, "Dr. Chen, that woman just now, she didn't do anything to you, did she? I'm a grown man, what can she do to me?" Chen Fong joked. "You can't say it like that, boys also need to protect themselves outside, especially someone like you." "Someone like me?" Chen Fong glanced sideways, teasingly asking. "Especially outstanding boys like you." Jiang Xiaoxue buried her head, clutching her skirt tightly, extremely nervous. "Okay, I'll pay more attention next time." Chen Fong chuckled. Then he asked, "What's the plan for later?" Jiang Xiaoxue felt that it would be a waste to just go back like this. When she looked around, she noticed a large shopping mall not far away, so she decisively spoke up, "Mr. Chen, could you please accompany me to the mall? I want to buy something." She planned to use the 100,000 yuan she had received from Lu Xiaoshan to pick out a gift for Chen Fong. "Sure." Chen Fong agreed without much thought, turned the steering wheel to the right, and drove into the underground parking lot. After getting out of the car, they took the elevator from the basement to the first floor. Both of them were visiting for the first time and were not familiar with the layout of each floor, so they decided to explore first. Jiang Xiaoxue walked up to the notice board, wanting to see which floor had a store selling watches. The gifts she was considering at the moment were watches, shoes, ties, and the like. Just as she approached, she heard a woman's cry, "Thief! There's a thief! Catch the thief! Get out of the way! Get out of my way!" Jiang Xiaoxue instinctively turned around and saw a fierce-looking man waving a small knife, charging straight towards her. She noticed the shiny knife in the man's hand. Jiang Xiaoxue had never experienced such a situation before. For a moment, she was so scared that she stood frozen in place, at a loss, as if she had lost her soul. Just then, 7 or 8 security guards heard the commotion and rushed in from the main gate, holding riot shields, batons, and plastic wolf teeth clubs. This further agitated the thief, causing him to panic and look around. Anyone caught in his line of sight backed away in fear. So, the thief targeted Jiang Xiaoxue, who had reacted, and tried to escape towards the security guards. The thief couldn't let her have her way, so he quickened his pace and swiftly caught up to her. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Xiaoxue's shoulder, menacingly saying, "Don't move. Cooperate with me, or else." Hiss. The thief's expression suddenly changed, his brow furrowed, as Chen Feng's hand grabbed his wrist out of nowhere. The force was so strong that the thief felt his wrist bones could be crushed by Chen Feng. He involuntarily released his grip on Jiang Xiaoxue's shoulder. "You brat! Let go!" In his desperation, the thief, without much thought, instinctively stabbed the sharp knife in his hand towards Chen Feng. His sole focus was to break free. At this distance, most people thought Chen Feng couldn't dodge it and was likely to be injured. They all broke out in a cold sweat for him, ready to call an ambulance. Good people don't live long. Then, Chen Feng smoothly evaded with a slight backward movement. The blade almost grazed his throat. With a swift turn, Chen Feng exerted a bit more force, crushing the thief's wrist. Then, he forcefully twisted and broke the thief's entire arm. Before the thief could scream in pain, Chen Feng spun 360 degrees on the spot and delivered a lightning-fast whip kick to the thief's face. Bang! The entire face distorted severely, the flesh on it rippling like stones dropped into water, creating ripples on the calm surface. Due to the thief's already bulky build, the impact was even more pronounced. With a loud thud, he flew sideways for over 10 meters, crashing into a support pillar and passing out on the spot. Everyone stood still for several seconds before realizing what had happened. Wow! Is this a movie scene? So intense! Man, that thief is at least 1.7 meters tall. To kick him that far, it must have taken a lot of strength. A movie scene? I didn't see any cameras. But that kick seemed pretty forceful. I hope it didn't turn fatal. Good-looking and skilled in martial arts, full of a sense of security. Are men like him for real? If I had known this, I wouldn't have hidden. I would have let myself be kidnapped. To many women, taking a small risk to have a wonderful encounter with Chen Fong was totally worth it, a guaranteed win. Subsequently, several security guards reacted and rushed to tie up the thief with ropes, waiting for the authorities to arrive and take him away. The head of the security team then approached Chen Fong, expressing his gratitude sincerely. If things had turned fatal and blood had been shed, they would have surely lost their jobs. How could they not be grateful? Chen Fong told him not to worry about it, as it was just a small effort on his part. His modest character once again earned him praise from the onlookers. These days, there aren't many people with skills who remain humble and composed like him. I envy that girl. She's already been blessed with looks by the heavens. Why doesn't something like this happen to me? To marry such an outstanding man, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life, right? Chen Fong showed no interest in their praises. He approached Jiang Xiaoxue and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thanks to you, I'm unharmed." Jiang Xiaoxue shook her head. Unexpectedly, she still owed Chen Fong a favor for saving her life before repaying the old man's favor. If this were ancient times, it would definitely involve a marriage proposal as a way of repayment, right? However, in modern times, a marriage proposal? Jiang Xiaoxue was unsure if this would truly be repaying someone or rewarding herself. That's good then. Chen Fong bent down to pick up the lady's handbag that had fallen to the ground, ready to return it to its owner. Jiang Xiaoxue? The woman sounded surprised. Ms. Yan? Jiang Xiaoxue recognized her at once, as the super big client that the family had been trying to secure a deal with recently. There were 3 factories that were on par with them, or even stronger, and the opportunity to collaborate with Su Yan's company was crucial. Once this deal was sealed, it could bring in millions in profits at the very least. So, the family often brought Jiang Xiaoxue along to interact with Su Yan. Although she was still a university student, her business acumen and eloquence had been honed since childhood. She had facilitated many deals for the Jiang family every year. What a coincidence to meet you here. Thank you. Su Yan took the handbag from Chen Fong and asked about Jiang Xiaoxue. Who is this? He is. Jiang Xiaoxue hesitated on how to introduce Chen Fong to Su Yan. The savior of the old man? Or a friend? Did she really have the qualifications to be friends with Dr. Chen? Chen Fong, a friend of Xiaoxue. Chen Fong introduced himself. A friend? I see. Su Yan smiled knowingly, as if she could see through everything. Anyway, thank you for retrieving my bag from the thief. Su Yan opened the bag, and the first thing she checked was not the bank cards, money, or jewelry, but an old photograph. If Jiang Xiaoxue remembered correctly, the person in the photo was Su Yan's foster father, who had done her a great favor. Unfortunately, due to the medical conditions at the time, he did not live to see Su Yan succeed. The only thing left was this old black and white photo. The photo was very old, yellowed, showing Su's father holding a young Su Yan, who looked unhappy, seemingly not used to being in front of the camera. It's still here. That's great. Su Yan felt relieved that the photo was undamaged. This photo was very important to her, an invaluable treasure. The important things are still intact, that's really great. Jiang Xiaoxue was genuinely happy for Su Yan. Su Yan had intended to put the photo back in the handbag, but considering what had happened earlier, she decided it was safer to keep it in the inner pocket. Losing the bag wasn't a big deal for her, she didn't care about the money. By the way, Xiaoxue, ask your family if they are free this afternoon. I will personally visit around 3 or 4 o'clock. There isn't much activity in the factory recently, everyone is free, so I don't know what you want to discuss with my father. I can inform them to prepare early to avoid wasting your time. No need to prepare anything, I will bring the contract over, just make sure someone is there to sign it. Su Yan said casually. Contract? Signing? In the next moment, Jiang Xiaoxua finally reacted, her face filled with surprise. Ms. Yan, are you saying you want to sign a contract with us? Jiang Xiaoxua asked incredulously. The surprise came too suddenly. Yes. Su Yan nodded. I have always admired how your factory treats customers and the attitude towards your products. In addition to the favor of retrieving the photo for me, I really can't think of any reason not to cooperate with you. Ms. Yan, please rest assured, we will do our best and not let your trust down. Jiang Xiaoxua held Su Yan's hand, expressing her excitement. Well, I won't disturb your little date, I will go to the factory around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, please inform them. Su Yan waved and left. She had no interest in being a third wheel. Date. Couple. Yan, we. Jiang Xiaoxua realized that Su Yan misunderstood the relationship between herself and Chen Fong. She was about to explain, but then she noticed that Su Yan had already walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Dr. Chen, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I will explain it to her clearly next time we meet, Jiang Xiaoxua apologized and promised. It's okay, Chen Fong told Jiang Xiaoxua not to worry, as it wouldn't make a big difference. Dr. Chen, let's quickly get into the elevator. There are quite a lot of people here, and if we miss one, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Through the notice board, Jiang Xiaoxua already knew that the watch store was located on the 3rd floor of the mall. They entered the elevator and arrived at the 3rd floor of the mall. Jiang Xiaoxua chose a well-known watch store that she often saw in TV commercials. Chen Fong, on the other hand, had a carefree attitude, as he had nothing else to do. It was nice to explore the current state of Jiangcheng. Unaware that Jiang Xiaoxua originally intended to buy a watch for herself as a token of gratitude. How can I assist you both? The salesperson greeted them with a formulaic smile. Please recommend a watch around 100,000 yuan suitable for men to wear, not too extravagant in style, but rather stable and understated. Jiang Xiaoxua, not being knowledgeable in this area, had to rely on the salesperson's expertise. She simply assumed that Chen Fong did not like flashy things. You've come to the right place. We just received 3 new models that perfectly fit your requirements. The salesperson opened the display case and presented 3 watches that she highly recommended. One was a black gemstone, one was deep sea blue, and one was night silver. Dr. Chen, based on your personal preference, which of these 3 watches do you think is better? Jiang Xiaoxua found it difficult to decide and decided to ask Chen Fong for his opinion. In my opinion. Chen Fong looked at the 3 watches. Without overthinking it, he believed that since Jiang Xiaoxua wanted to give a watch as a gift to a man, it was normal for her to seek advice from another man. Ultimately, based on personal aesthetics, he picked up the night silver one. I personally prefer the craftsmanship and design style of this one, it looks very exquisite. Great. Then we'll take this one. How much is it? Jiang Xiaoxua decided happily. 138,888 yuan, the salesperson quoted the price. Jiang Xiaoxua furrowed her brows slightly, took out her phone, opened the banking app to check. With the previous 100,000 yuan given by Lu Xiaoshan, it was just over 120,000, still lacking 8,000. Is there any discount? Jiang Xiaoxua asked tentatively. Well. The salesperson looked hesitant. Due to professional considerations, there were certain things that couldn't be said casually. If Jiang Xiaoxua complained, it could result in a deduction of salary or even dismissal. It could even lead to a lawsuit against the company for damaging the brand image and reputation. However, a woman who was also a customer, with a bulky figure and dressed in luxury, typical of a nouveau riche, didn't care about these consequences. She sneered, if you can't afford it, don't bring people to such places. Discounts on luxury goods? Offering deals? Are you kidding me? If you can't afford it, just say so. The woman walked straight towards Chen Fong, raised her hand and placed it on his shoulder. Young man, I admire you. Would you consider being my man? As long as you agree, you can pick any watch in the store. After choosing, I'll take you to see sports cars and villas, how about that? As long as you behave, I promise to take care of you for the rest of your life, worry-free. She blinked her eyes suggestively. However, Chen Fong couldn't be bothered to even look at the woman, ignoring the hand she placed on his shoulder. What do you mean by this? The woman was very displeased. She had never failed to win over a man she set her eyes on. I admit, you are indeed very attractive. If you feel it's not enough, just say so. I really don't like your current attitude. The woman's smile disappeared, warning Chen Fong, being too stubborn might lead to being abandoned. Playing a little temper appropriately and seeking more benefits is normal, but you have to control it well. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but men with two legs are everywhere. Still ignoring women. With too many bank cards, Chen Fong casually took out a pure black bank card from his pocket, with complex patterns such as swords, shields, lions, and roses depicted in gold lines on it. If Chen Fong remembered correctly, this bank card was given to him by the former kitchen god disciple Luo Xinyu to spend as he pleased. Black card? The woman was shocked. She never expected Chen Fong to have a black card. She had applied for a black card from the bank before but was rejected. The reason was simple: the minimum requirement for a black card was a net worth of at least 1 billion. Does he have a net worth of 1 billion? The woman's eyes were suspicious. Moreover, this black card was completely different from the one she had seen before with her friend in terms of patterns. Could it be a cheap toy bought from a roadside stall? The woman thought to herself, feeling it was highly likely. We'll take this watch, please wrap it up. Chen Fong handed the black card to the counter salesperson. The salesperson took the black card with both hands, never having seen one before but had heard about the terror of black cards. They belonged to the absolute rulers among bank cards. Suddenly realizing, it was no wonder that Chen Fong could ignore the superior conditions offered by the woman and disregard her several times. If it were someone else, they would probably have started to flatter and beg. After inserting the bank card into the machine, the salesperson made a few simple operations and then handed it back to Chen Fong to enter the password. A few seconds later, the salesperson returned the bank card with a smile. Payment successful. Sir, I will wrap up this watch for you immediately. Payment successful? Are you kidding me? Isn't that just a toy card? How could the payment be successful? The woman didn't believe it. She questioned the counter salesperson and Chen Fong, thinking they were conspiring together. Miss, the payment was indeed successful. I have no reason to joke with you. The salesperson's attitude was firm. This black card is completely different from the black card I saw before. I'm sure you just drew a black card pattern on a regular bank card. How boring. The woman thought she had seen through everything and looked particularly smug. Idiot. Chen Feng's eyes showed no difference from looking at a fool. How dare you insult me? The woman was furious. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? If you don't mind, can I appraise it? Just as the woman was about to explode in anger, a voice interrupted her. Who are you? What's it to you? Mind your own business. The woman had no good impression of the middle-aged man who appeared. Regardless of age or appearance, he was not her type, and she had no reason to be patient with him. Manager in. When the salesperson saw who it was, he immediately walked out from behind the counter to warmly welcome him. Let me introduce myself, my name is Aniha, I am the owner of this store. The middle-aged man remained very calm despite the woman's words and introduced himself. Hearing this, the woman's hostility softened slightly. She was clearly aware that offending such a figure would not benefit her. I have many friends in the bank and know a lot about black cards. Can I take a look? Ignoring the woman, Aniha walked up to Chen Fong and asked. Sure. Chen Fong readily agreed and handed over the black card. Aniha took the bank card, and with just one glance, his eyes involuntarily widened, and his pupils slightly contracted. To confirm his thoughts, Aniha took a closer look at the black card, carefully examining the details. Since you understand, stop beating around the bush and announce that this is a fake black card, shattering their fragile self-esteem. The woman impatiently urged, crossing her arms in front of her chest. I'm afraid I can't do that. What do you mean by that? After hearing Aniha's words, the woman frowned, sensing something bad. Because this black card is real. You. The woman wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Aniha and Jia's loud voice, continuing to say, not only is it undoubtedly authentic, but it is also the absolute king of black cards. The Global Platinum Black Card. Jointly issued by 9 major countries, it can be used in over 100 countries, with unlimited credit. No limit. Unlimited credit. No limit? Whether it was Jiang Shoshua, the salesperson, or the woman, they had heard more than once about the existence of a black card that could spend unlimited money in the world. But they always took it as a joke, a sensational news headline, and never took it seriously. Now, the real unlimited black card was right in front of them. How could they not be amazed? Chen Fong was also surprised, feeling that Luo Xinyu, this disciple, had really given him something extraordinary. Without carrying any luggage, just holding this black card, one could travel the whole world. The woman closed her mouth, which had opened wide in surprise, seriously suspecting that she had been fooled, and angrily said, You must be a stooge she brought in, right? Unlimited black card? Fooling kids. Aniha had limited patience for people like her who never gave up, and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He picked up his phone, notified the security department to send someone to escort the woman out, permanently blacklist her, and not allow her to be served. You are going too far. The woman said angrily, her eyebrows furrowed. She was grinding her teeth so hard they were about to break. Aniha ignored the woman directly, only waiting for the security to arrive. He focused all his attention on Chen Fong, respectfully handed back the black card with both hands. Thank you for letting me broaden my horizons. I have only seen related pictures in the manual before and have always wanted to see the real thing, but never had the chance. At this moment, Aniha's respect for Chen Fong was not only reflected in words but also in actions. A person holding an unlimited black card, even if he had a net worth of 1 billion, still dared not offend him and had to treat him with respect. Then, he took out 2 exquisitely crafted cards and handed them to Chen Fong and Jiang Shoshue respectively, explaining, as a thank you for helping us catch the thieves in the mall, preventing casualties and major losses, please accept these 2 membership cards. From now on, you 2 are the top VIPs in our mall, and all products are available at a 50% discount. Chen Fong accepted without hesitation. Jiang Shoshue also showed a look of joy, knowing that she was benefiting from Chen Feng's favor. Later, under Aniha's instructions, the salesperson refunded the money Chen Fong had paid earlier. Then, Jiang Shoshue easily bought the silver night watch at a 50% discount. Turning to look at the woman who was furious at the door, Jiang Shoshue smiled lightly. It was as if she was asking, didn't someone just say that luxury goods couldn't be discounted? You. The woman gritted her teeth, her anger erupting in her chest, wanting to go up and teach Jiang Shoshue a lesson. But she was grabbed by several security guards who appeared in time, holding her shoulders and arms, forcibly taking her away. No matter how much she shouted, it was in vain. Get out quickly. Do you think this is a place where you can go crazy? The security guard waved his hand. He advised the woman not to look for trouble. Feeling the strong intimidation from the group, the woman swallowed back the words she was about to say. You just wait for me. When she had a safe distance, she stomped her foot in anger and left a harsh word. She took out her phone, found the word husband in her contacts, and called him. The call was quickly answered, and the woman immediately changed her expression, crying and asking him to come and help her. Upon learning that he was on his way, the woman hung up the phone, with a cold smile, you will all pay for this. In contrast, the atmosphere on Chen Fong and Jiang Shoshue's side was simply harmonious. After buying the watch at a 50% discount, there was still a surplus of 100,000 yuan. Jiang Shoshue used the remaining money to add a little more for herself and bought a tie for Chen Fong. Dr. Chen, please accept this. Jiang Shoshue handed over 2 paper bags containing ties and a watch, slightly nervous. It was like a junior high school girl mustering up the courage to confess to a senior behind the school. For me? Chen Fong finally realized. No wonder Jiang Xiaoxue always took his opinions into consideration. Whenever he said something negative, she would immediately give up, resolute in not wanting it. Yes, it's a small token of gratitude for the many times you've helped me, Dr. Chen. Jiang Xiaoxue nodded. All right, then I'll accept it. With the conversation reaching this point, it was indeed inappropriate for Chen Fong to refuse again. Seeing him accept the gift, Jiang Xiaoxue finally revealed a sweet smile, feeling much relieved. After that, everything that needed to be done was done, and there was no need to linger in the mall any longer. Jiang Xiaoxue looked towards the direction of the elevator, only able to think of the phrase crowded with people. At least 2 or 3 trips would be needed. So she suggested, Dr. Chen, how about we take the escalator? Sure. Chen Fong agreed. On such a hot day, no one was interested in being packed like sardines. From the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and then from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. Just as they got off the escalator, a woman's disgusted voice came from in front, Honey, he's the one who bullied me. You have to help me get revenge, I want to ruin him. The woman raised her hand, pointing at Chen Fong who had just come down the escalator. Don't worry, I brought so many people here just to help you get justice. The man patted his chest, solemnly promising. Honey, you're so handsome. The woman looked up to him admiringly. The man's anger was evident, with a hidden threat, daring to have designs on a woman of Zhao Qifa, you really don't know your place. Seeing him like this, the woman felt reassured. Not in vain had she wasted so much saliva, distorted the facts, exaggerated, and said that Chen Fong coveted her beauty, money, wanted to cling to her, and be kept. When she refused, she was insulted and cursed by him in various ways. He even colluded with the people in the mall to gang up on her. She was weak and alone, unable to match 4 hands with her 2 fists, and was driven out, losing all face. Zhao Qifa was furious upon hearing this, ready to kill. However, as the distance between the two gradually closed, Chen Feng's features became clearer in his eyes. Zhao Qifa was stunned, stopping in his tracks. That expression, it looked as if he had seen a ghost. Honey, what's wrong with you? Why did your face suddenly turn so pale? The woman asked in confusion. 2 or 3 seconds later, Zhao Qifa forcibly snapped out of his daze, turning to the woman, Are you sure, the person you just mentioned, is him? Yes. A young man who doesn't study well, always thinking about living off others, I despise such people the most. The woman said without blushing, her heart not skipping a beat. It was clear she was a habitual liar, spinning a web of lies. Alright, honey, let's not waste time, let's teach him a lesson quickly, then go eat something good, treat yourself, and then go to the hotel for some excitement. The woman's eyes were full of implications as she reached out her hand, wanting to embrace Zhao Qifa's arm. However, Zhao Qifa took a step sideways, pulling away from her, keeping his distance. Honey? In the next second, the woman was stunned. Her pupils dilated suddenly, only because she saw Zhao Qifa raise his arm high, fingers spread open, waving towards her. First, a light breeze brushed against her face. Smack! Immediately, a strong stinging sensation hit her brain. The woman was slapped and stumbled back several steps, sitting on the ground. Her already plump cheeks swelled visibly at a rapid pace, the palm print was very clear, and even the palm lines could be seen. Honey! What are you doing? The woman covered her face, asking in utter confusion. She couldn't understand why she had been slapped. Shouldn't this kind of thing wait until they were at the hotel? Had his preferences escalated to the point where not only did he play big, but he also wanted an audience to admire? Don't call me honey, I'm not familiar with you. The woman had never seen such a cold and indifferent look from the other party, not only cold but as if looking at a stranger. There was even a hint of murderous intent, scaring the woman into silence. Unable to understand, just fine 1 second, how the next second, Zhao Qifa would instantly change into a different person. This scene also puzzled Jiang Xiaoxue. Originally noticing a woman entering the mall with a group of aggressive people from outside the main gate, Jiang Xiaoxue's heart immediately rose to her throat. Unexpectedly, the other party started internal strife. Dr. Chen, let's take this opportunity to leave from the back door? Jiang Xiaoxue suggested. If she remembered correctly, she had seen on the mall map before that there was also an entrance to the underground parking lot from the back door. Before Chen Fong could respond, Zhao Qifa had already arrived with 7 or 8 people in front of them. Looking at those fierce faces, Jiang Xiaoxue could only think of one thing: trouble. She hoped that the mall owner, anyhow, would be informed and contact security to come and stop the violent behavior of this group. Sensing Zhao Qifa reaching into his inner pocket, Jiang Xiaoxue looked nervous, suspecting that he was trying to pull out a spring knife or some other weapon to deal with Chen Fong. Subconsciously preparing to rush up and protect Chen Fong. Holding a glimmer of hope, thinking that Zhao Qifa, a tall and sturdy man, should not lay a hand on a weak woman like herself, buying time for Chen Fong. However, as soon as her foot stepped forward and landed, she saw clearly that Zhao Qifa took out a box of cigarettes from his inner pocket and handed it over with a smile. "Master Chen, would you like a smoke?" "Master Chen?" This address by Zhao Qifa caught Jiang Xiaoxue off guard. It was completely different from what she had imagined in her mind. Looking up at Zhao Qifa's face, she saw a complex expression, not only respect but also fear. "I don't smoke," Chen Fong refused. "Oh, I see, my mistake." Knowing that Chen Fong did not smoke, Zhao Qifa quickly put the cigarettes away to avoid offending him. "Who dares to act recklessly in my place?" At the same time, Anyhow received the message and rushed over with a group of people. They outnumbered Zhao Qifa's group by twice, surrounding them. Seeing this situation, Zhao Qifa panicked. The people he brought with him were also in a panic. "Honey, why did you offer him a cigarette? Weren't you here to help me teach him a lesson?" Hearing the woman's questioning voice behind him, Zhao Qifa's forehead veins bulged, and he suddenly erupted like an old tree with roots, looking terrifying. "Can't you understand human language? I told you not to call me honey, we're not close." Zhao Qifa strode forward and kicked the woman hard in the chest. The woman rolled out like a ball, a few teeth knocked out as she rolled 2 to 3 meters away. "What are you all standing there for? Hit her hard. Let her know the consequences of offending Master Chen." Zhao Qifa turned to look at the stunned thugs, ordering them. The thugs were at a loss, unable to understand the situation. But, as the saying goes, take the money and help others. No matter what the boss says, they just have to do it. "What are you? What do you want to do? Don't come over, I warn you, Ah! Don't hit my face." No matter how the woman cried out, this group of thugs never stopped. They had been displeased with her for a long time. Fists and feet rained down on her continuously. Both Jiang Xiaoxue and Anyhow, who arrived in a hurry, were at a loss at this scene. "Master Chen, I was just acting with that woman. You can rest assured, from now on, I will completely cut off all ties with her. Never have any contact with her again. I guarantee she won't appear in front of you again, causing you trouble." Zhao Qifa returned to Chen Fong, making various promises. "Do we know each other?" Chen Fong really couldn't remember where he had seen Zhao Qifa before. If he had seen him, with his ability to remember faces, he would not forget. This question was also on the minds of Jiang Xiaoxue and Anyhow. "You may not remember me, but I clearly remember what happened at Zuixinlu before. You are the current culinary god of Daxia, the master of Luoxinyu. Even Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, those big shots, are your disciples. Under the heavens, there is no one more amazing and outstanding than you." Zhao Qifa originally wanted to describe Chen Fong with the word amazing, but he felt it was inappropriate in public and changed his words decisively. Not only is he the master of Luoxinyu, the culinary god of Daxia, but also the master of Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, these two legendary women? And Yi and Dewei were shocked. The way they looked at Chen Fong at this moment was as if they were looking at a deity. Finally, they understood why he possessed the unlimited black card that usually only presidents and the world's richest people are qualified to have. He is also the master of the culinary god Luoxinyu? Jiang Xiaoxue's inner shock was no less than that of an Yi and Dewei. No wonder Zhao Qifa was so scared. After all, with so many powerful disciples like Chen Fong, just calling one out casually could ruin Zhao Qifa's family and reputation with a single word. The culinary god Luoxinyu. The first beauty and richest woman in Daxia, Yi Qingcheng? Guanya? Is it the Guanya from Yangcheng with a $1 trillion fortune? After learning about Chen Feng's true identity, the woman's complexion, in terms of paleness, was even more extreme compared to Zhao Qifa's earlier expression. As white as paper. The woman herself had been mingling in high society for many years, although not at the level of Yi Qingcheng and the others. She had some understanding of the legendary experiences of Yi Qingchun, Luo Xinyu, and Guanya. Even though she usually acted arrogantly and haughtily, accustomed to considering herself wealthy and upper class, she couldn't help but envy Yi Qingcheng and the others. They had beauty, figure, power, and endless wealth. The woman never expected that these three individuals actually shared a common master, and he was right in front of her. Even she, who had thick skin and no shame, couldn't help blushing and feeling embarrassed at the thought of trying to seduce him. Undoubtedly, she had hit a brick wall. He is actually the master of the culinary god? Does that mean his culinary skills are even better than the culinary gods? A culinary immortal? Yi Qingcheng, I've heard that name, a very wealthy tycoon. Yes, not only wealthy, but also very beautiful. I never expected that even such a person would be his disciple. My son is about the same age as him. I can only say, without comparison, there is no harm. Is it too late to start practicing now? If I can win over this man, wouldn't I be able to become their mentor? Bring honor to my ancestors? Go wash up and sleep, everything is in your dreams. After learning about Chen Feng's true identity, the onlookers were discussing fervently, unable to calm their inner turmoil. If it weren't for Jiang Xiuxue standing next to Chen Fong, shining too brightly, they would have already started planning how to create opportunities to approach him. This opportunity was much bigger than buying a lottery ticket, with rewards that couldn't even be compared to winning the lottery. I wonder how you want to deal with this damn guy, Master Chen? Zhao Qifa asked. You handle it yourself. Chen Fong waved his hand, not wanting to waste too much time on the woman. All right. Please rest assured, I promise not to disappoint you, Master Chen. Zhao Qifa patted his chest loudly, making a continuous guarantee. Slap. 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 As Chen Fong and Jiang Xiuxue left the road, they could still hear the sound of Zhao Qifa slapping the woman behind them and scolding her angrily. You wench, take a look at yourself before trying to seduce Master Chen. With your looks, he might not even look at you, let alone support you. Do you think you can freeload off him? How shameless. The reason Zhao Qifa could look down on the woman was simply because she was obedient and easy to play with. Now that the woman had offended the great god Chen Fong, Zhao Qifa had to distance himself from her, fearing he would get burned. Before long, Chen Fong and Jiang Xiuxue had retrieved their car from the underground garage and left the mall. Afterwards, with no other arrangements, it was decided to first send Jiang Xiuxue back to her family's factory. As the lead person, she had to be present when signing the contract, to maintain proper etiquette. Deep down, she really wanted to continue being with Chen Fong. Dr. Chen, you have helped me so many times, I really don't know how to repay you. Jiang Xiuxue spoke as they were about to reach their destination. Haven't you already given me a gift? Chen Fong raised his eyes and glanced at the watch and tie placed on the back seat through the rearview mirror. That is insignificant compared to your help towards me, Jiang Xiuxue self-deprecatingly smiled. Besides, I was only able to get this money because of you, Dr. Chen. If it weren't for Chen Feng's timely intervention, Jiang Xiuxue couldn't imagine how long she would have to deal with Lu Shaoshan in the future. First helping the old man extend his life, then helping her out of a predicament. Rescuing her from the thief's hands and winning an important cooperation for the Jiang family. Jiang Xiuxue realized that instead of repaying her debts on this trip, she was accumulating more, heading towards an unbalanced trend. It's okay, I have already received your gratitude. Chen Fong reassured Jiang Xiuxue to relax, he didn't do those things for her to repay him. Arriving at the factory gate, he stopped the car smoothly with a brake. I'll drop you off here. Okay. Jiang Xiuxue softly agreed, unfastening her seatbelt, looking absent-minded, lost in thought. Unbuckling her seatbelt, she opened the car door. Before Jiang Xiuxue could set foot outside, she suddenly turned back, leaned towards Chen Fong, and lightly kissed his cheek. Dr. Chen, thank you. Be careful on the road. Goodbye. Slamming the door shut quickly, not giving Chen Fong a chance to respond, she turned and hurried away, showing a typical guilty conscience. Covering her face with both hands, feeling extremely hot, she could clearly sense the warmth in her palms. Jiang Xiuxue, what were you doing just now? Are you crazy? How could you kiss him without permission? Crouching in a corner, Jiang Xiuxue felt like she was going crazy. She never thought she would do such a thing. She didn't know how to face Chen Fong the next time they met. She was more worried that Chen Fong would think she was a loose woman and develop a sense of disgust because of this. Regret. She regretted it so much. On Chen Feng's side, he was a bit surprised. In his eyes, Jiang Xiuxue was a very innocent kind of girl. He never thought she would kiss him voluntarily. Feeling? Perhaps it was because during his time in the Black Mountain prison, he had been ambushed by those rebels many times, and Chen Fong had already adapted to such things. Jiang Xiuxue just gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, while those rebels would have devoured him if given the chance. At this moment, a car pulled up next to Chen Fong. Chen Fong turned his head and saw Xiao Yurong waving enthusiastically. Oh. Master, what a coincidence to meet you here. Coincidence? Chen Fong frowned slightly. The Jiang family factory was located in the suburbs, recently designated as an industrial park and still under development, with few people around. Not to mention Xiao Yurong's identity, meeting in such a place made Chen Fong suspicious of the other party's intentions. In that case, I have something to do, see you next time. Chen Fong reversed the car, preparing to leave. Hey! Master, don't be so heartless, I admit I was following you, is that okay? Xiao Yurong hurriedly stopped him. Chen Fong raised his hand to his forehead, speechless. Why do I only have such problematic disciples? The disciple just wanted to catch up with you, master, but didn't dare disturb your date with the future wife, so could only follow secretly. Xiao Yurong explained. Future wife? Where did the future wife come from? I don't know anything about it. Chen Fong asked back. Master, don't lie to me, I just saw it with my own eyes, the intimate interaction between you and the future wife. Xiao Yurong smirked cunningly. If I had known she might become a candidate for the future wife, I should have been more polite earlier. That is... Chen Fong stopped himself before finishing his sentence, too lazy to explain. Seeing Xiao Yurong like this, she probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Changing the subject, he asked, so, why did you come to find me in the first place? Disciple has recently acquired and become the chairman of the top 3 entertainment companies in Jiangcheng, wanting master to give some guidance. After hearing Xiao Yurong's words, Chen Fong casually joked, are you here to show off to me? Master, you are too modest. With your skills, you can achieve anything in minutes if you want. Praise? Xiao Yurong was not flattering Chen Fong, just stating the facts. Xiao Yurong, as one of his disciples, knew very well how powerful Chen Fong was and the disciples he had trained. In the eyes of Xiao Yurong, Chen Fong was the closest to being perfect and all-powerful, no one else like him. Lead the way. Chen Fong put aside his teasing of Xiao Yurong and wanted to see her achievements now. As a disciple, Xiao Yurong had always been sensible and likable to Chen Fong. Yes, master. In a blink of an eye, Chen Fong followed Xiao Yurong to Jinmai Entertainment. Looking at the 2 glass buildings in front of him, shaped like the letter H, towering 100 floors high. Chen Feng's evaluation was just 2 words, grandiose. How is it? Master, did I embarrass you? Xiao Yurong leaned in, tilting her head, eagerly asking. Not bad. Chen Fong saw through Xiao Yurong's intentions, raised his hand, and patted her head. Chen Fong didn't know what Xiao Yurong was thinking, acting like a child, enjoying being patted on the head as a reward. The security guard who witnessed this scene had eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. About Xiao Yurong's acquisition and full control of Jinmai Entertainment, he had received notice in the group chat earlier. Knowing that Xiao Yurong was not only a popular superstar but also the big boss of Jinmai Entertainment. Such a top-tier figure voluntarily letting a young man like Chen Fong pat her head? And she seemed to enjoy it. Was he seeing things wrong? Who exactly was this young man? Seeing the two approaching him, the security guard quickly regained his composure, pushed open the glass door, and greeted, "Hello, Miss Xiao." Thank you." Xiao Yurong responded and linked arms with Chen Fong, entering the company's doors. "Aren't you afraid of being photographed by paparazzi and ruining your image by being so close?" Chen Fong looked at their intertwined arms and reminded her. "Master, you underestimate me. I rely on my abilities, not on image." Xiao Yurong confidently replied. All right. Chen Fong went along with her words without arguing. After all, as the one who had trained her, your lyrics and music, it's like heaven and earth. When compared side by side, honestly, it's a bit unfair. And, Master, you know that I am very critical of my work, always striving for perfection. Only you can satisfy me, only I can satisfy you? Chen Fong furrowed his brows slightly, feeling that Xiao Yurong's words, combined with the coquettishness she was showing at the moment, could lead to misunderstandings that would be hard to explain. The secretary on the side, hearing Xiao Yurong praise Chen Fong so highly, also frowned. Is it too exaggerated? Golden Wheat Entertainment has signed many top lyricists and composers, who are also renowned internationally and have won numerous awards. As for Chen Fong? The secretary did not look down on or belittle him. After all, before this, no one had been able to make Xiao Yurong behave so obediently and charmingly, like a little bird. In front of the screen, she had always been seen by the public as a cold and aloof beauty. But now? Anyone who sees her would probably ask, where is the coldness in this iceberg? Returning to the lyrics and music, the secretary believed that Chen Fong had the talent, maybe even a once-in-a-century genius. However, lyric writing and music composition require accumulation and cultural background. Chen Fong is still too young. If he were to mature for another 20 or 30 years, his future would be limitless. The songs he writes now, compared to those of the industry's dominant masters, are difficult to match, the secretary admitted. However, if it's about writing songs like Painted Eyebrows, Red Makeup, Listening to the Rain, Broken Bridge, Fading Snow, Blue and White, these songs, which made Xiao Yurong an instant sensation, breaking records and establishing her as the queen of the music industry. The secretary had to admit that Xiao Yurong might not look highly upon those outside masters. After all, masters are also divided into different levels. Although outwardly, these songs are all credited to her, behind Xiao Yurong's 3 words, there would often be a parenthesis with the words Qingyang written inside. Most people thought that Xiao Yurong wanted to add some artistic flair, a small hobby. But those in the circle almost all knew that there was indeed a person named Qingyang, who had a high level of accomplishment, was indifferent to fame and fortune, and was unwilling to show his face, which is why Xiao Yurong was put in the forefront. Xiao Yurong had also hinted in public that there was such a person. In the secretary's eyes, Qingyang's level of lyrics and music, placed in ancient times, would definitely become a super great literary figure that would be remembered for thousands of years. The precision of the words, the depth of the background, and the full artistic conception, no matter how many times you listen, it would be awe-inspiring. The more you listen, the more you would savor it. It still remains on the secretary's playlist, and every year in the year-end music software statistics, it undoubtedly tops the list of the top 10 most listened to songs. Therefore, the secretary was not only a fan of Xiao Yurong but also a fan of Master Qingyang. She really wanted to see for herself the person who could write such beautiful lyrics and music, what they were like. However, Xiao Yurong had always kept something hidden about Master Qingyang and was unwilling to reveal too much. She didn't want to say, and others couldn't force her. Therefore, whether Master Qingyang was male or female, how old they were, remained a mystery within the industry. The phone rang. Sorry. The secretary snapped back to reality, walked to the side, and pressed the answer button. Xiao Yurong, on the other hand, didn't think too much. She grabbed Chen Feng's arm, gently shook it, and coquettishly said, "Please, master, help me write a song, just one. After the song is released, the disciple will not take a single cent, all profits will be dedicated to the master. I only seek eternal fame." Xiao Yurong used all the ways she could think of to act cute. That voice can reach deep into one's bones. Even Chen Fong, who has been through many battles, felt a lot of goosebumps and his scalp tingling. Just as he was about to agree, he heard the secretary's voice. "General Xiao, Master Li has arrived at the company and says that you will definitely be satisfied with the lyrics and music he wrote this time. He's already on the elevator." This. Normally, Xiao Yurong might lower her standards a bit, but with Master Chen Fong here, the two words definitely from Li Yu's mouth might have been premature. However, Li Yu was also someone with a strong sense of competition. After being rejected by Xiao Yurong 18 times, he stubbornly produced the 19th version that finally got her approval. Of course, all 18 versions were eventually bought by Golden Wheat Entertainment and given to other singers under their label to perform. The results were good after release. Compared to the 19th version sung by Xiao Yurong, there was a huge gap. Since then, Li Yu has been completely convinced by Xiao Yurong and almost obsessed with writing songs for her tirelessly. Xiao Yurong was now very worried. If Li Yu saw the lyrics and music written by Chen Fong, he might be so discouraged that he would announce his retirement and stop writing. Knock, knock, knock. Fear nothing, face everything. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Xiao Yurong sighed and could only take it step by step. She replied, "Come in. General Xiao, I stayed up all night for 3 days and finally wrote a new piece. I believe you will definitely be satisfied. I am very confident." Li Yu could not hide his excitement, despite looking tired. "Please take a look." Li Yu came to Xiao Yurong and handed her the lyrics and music written with a pen, carrying a faint scent of ink. "Okay." Xiao Yurong took the lyrics and music handed to her by Li Yu, and carefully examined each one. On a scale of 10, Xiao Yurong could give it a 9. This was without considering Chen Fong. If Chen Fong was taken into account, Li Yu's lyrics and music would only get a passing grade of 6. "General Xiao, what do you think?" Li Yu eagerly asked. "Master, what do you think?" Xiao Yurong threw the question to Chen Fong after knowing that he had also finished reading, asking for his opinion. 6 points, a passing grade. Since Xiao Yurong asked, Chen Fong did not hide the truth. 6 points? A passing grade? This made Li Yu, who was full of expectations, laugh in anger. "Who are you? Why don't I remember there is such a master in the industry?" He deliberately emphasized the word master and added, "General Xiao, there are many scammers around these days, you must be careful." The implication was that he believed Chen Fong was a fraudster pretending to be a master. Nonsense. Li Yu kindly reminded Chen Fong, "Young man, you can eat freely, but you can't speak nonsense." Considering Li Yu's previous contributions to Golden Wheat, Xiao Yurong was still polite. If it were someone else, Xiao Yurong would have already asked them to leave. No one could insult Chen Fong, let alone in her presence. "General Xiao." Li Yu looked puzzled, not understanding why Xiao Yurong was speaking up for Chen Fong. He stared at Chen Fong with hostility, silently questioning what kind of spell he had cast on Xiao Yurong. He also felt that Xiao Yurong did not seem like someone who would easily be deceived. Could this young man have a huge background? Thinking of this, Li Yu immediately restrained himself. "Pen." Chen Fong raised his hand and said to Xiao Yurong. "Yes." Xiao Yurong hurried to the desk and brought the pen that Chen Fong had used to sign earlier. Seeing Xiao Yurong, the dignified chairman of a $1 trillion listed company and a national goddess, showing such respect to Chen Fong was truly surprising. Liu couldn't help but speak up in a voice that only the two of them could hear, asking the secretary, "Secretary-son, who is this person?" Chen Fong, chairman of Jinmai Entertainment, with 100% ownership, Sun Ying responded. "What? Chairman of Jinmai Entertainment?" Li Yu asked in confusion. "As far as I know, shouldn't it be Chairman Xiao who bought Jinmai?" Sun Ying explained, "Just now, Chairman Xiao has donated all his shares to Chairman Chen." Donated? Li Yu was almost jaw-dropped. This was clearly not something that could be explained simply. He seriously suspected that Xiao Yurong might have been manipulated by Chen Fong using some kind of witchcraft, forcibly taking over his body? Trillions in scale, donated for free? Are you sure you're not joking? If it weren't for Sun Ying's serious style of conduct, Li Yu would have thought she was joking with him. Then he asked, "What is the relationship between Chairman Chen and Chairman Xiao?" Master and disciple, Sunning further explained, Chairman Chen is the master, Chairman Xiao is the disciple, beyond that, I'm not sure. He is Xiao Yuron's master? What could he possibly teach Xiao Yuron? Li Yu was puzzled. Noticing that Chen Fong was currently bent over, seemingly copying his lyrics onto a notebook, combined with the look of surprise on Xiao Yuron's face beside him, Li Yu was curious and approached. When he saw what Chen Fong had written, his eyes widened in shock. Chen Fong was not copying his lyrics, he was rewriting them. Over 60% of the content was changed. Removing the dross, extracting the essence, and continuously optimizing. Every line of lyrics, even those created by Li Yu himself, had to admit that in terms of artistic conception, meaning, and depth, they were all outdone. Especially Chen Feng's ability to write smoothly without any pauses, which made Li Yu envious. No matter how powerful a computer's processing power was, it couldn't achieve this. Finally, he understood why Xiao Yurong treated Chen Fong so kindly and valued him far more than himself. If it were Li Yu, he would make the same choice as Xiao Yurong. Such great talent must be valued. If he were to leave in anger and be poached by another company, it would be a devastating blow to Jinmai Entertainment. I made some simple changes, see if there is room for further optimization. Chen Fong said as he wrote. Instead of arguing, he preferred to prove himself through actions that he was qualified to say such things. Hearing this, Li Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly, with my abilities, I'm not qualified to meddle with this song, it's just too perfect. Master, can I sing this song? Xiao Yurong asked eagerly. He wrote it, I just made some modifications, you have to ask him if you can use it. Chen Fong left the decision to Li Yu. Master Chen, you're being too modest. The gap between the original and the modified version is too big, strictly speaking, it's no longer my work, you have the right to decide. Li Yu shook his head and declined. Putting the two sets of lyrics together, saying that the latter was based on the former. Others wouldn't believe it? Li Yu himself found it hard to believe. He didn't have the confidence to boast. Afraid of overestimating himself, if others really thought he had that ability and he couldn't deliver, he would be embarrassed. Master, since Li Lao has already said so, don't be modest, sing it for your disciple. Okay. Xiao Yurong put her hand on Chen Feng's shoulder, gently shaking it, with a sweet and gentle voice. All right, Chen Feng agreed. There was no choice, if he didn't spoil his own disciple, who would? Thank you, Master. More excited, Xiao Yurong sat next to Chen Feng, hugged his head, and planted a big kiss on his cheek. This startled Li Yu and made Secretary Sun Ying jump. If this scene were to get out, it would definitely make headlines and shake the entire entertainment industry. They even had the headline ready, shocking. The Queen of Heaven takes the initiative to kiss the mysterious young meat. The Master, we have happily decided, I will have someone make the music immediately, record the song as soon as possible, and then trouble you to review it. Xiao Yurong's smile was particularly bright. President Xiao, can I take a look? Sun Ying walked up and asked. Incredibly curious, Li Yu, a figure in the songwriting and composing world, was instantly impressed by the extraordinary level. Sure. Xiao Yurong handed over the original manuscript. Since a series of follow-up matters had to be arranged by Sun Ying, there was no need to deliberately conceal anything. Sun Ying took the lyrics and music written by Chen Fong, and then picked up the lyrics and music written by Li Yu on the glass coffee table. At a glance, she could see that there was more than one level of difference between the two. It was no wonder that the contrast between Li Yu's works was so great. If it were Sun Ying, she would definitely be struck with self-doubt and question whether she still had the qualification to continue creating. She greatly admired Li Yu's mindset. However, the more she looked, the more Sun Ying furrowed her brows, feeling that something was not right. She had a sense of familiarity with this style, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Master Qing Yan? It shouldn't be possible, right? Glancing at Chen Fong, Sun Ying shook her head, dispelling the thought. She believed she was overthinking it. Chen Fong was indeed talented, but there was still a considerable distance to be compared with Master Qing Yang. Perhaps in the future, he might be able to catch up with Master Qing Yang's footsteps. For now, it required time to mature. On the other hand, when Xiao Yurong noticed Chen Fong picking up the pen again, she couldn't help but ask, "Master, what are you planning? Are you planning to deceive the audience and fans with just one song?" Chen Fong thought about it, planning to write a few more songs for Xiao Yurong to compile into an album. The promotional effect of one song was definitely not as good as a whole album. Especially for someone like Xiao Yurong, who had a large fan base and pursued excellence in her work, it took a long time to release a song. In the past, Xiao Yurong's albums usually had around 6 songs. Chen Fong thought that if he could release an album with 10 songs, it would not only ensure quality but also quantity, definitely stirring up a considerable buzz in the fan circle. It even saved on promotional costs. For others, writing 10 songs for a diva would take at least a year for a master, or even longer. If it was a team effort, it would still take several months. In contrast, Chen Feng's writing was like a divine inspiration, flowing one after another like an assembly line. Xiao Yurong stood by, too excited to speak, suppressing her inner excitement, afraid of disturbing Chen Fong. Originally, she thought that having Chen Fong write a song for her was satisfying enough. However, in just a short while, he had already written 7 songs. It was worth noting that every song Chen Fong wrote for Xiao Yurong became a hit, achieving both high sales and good reputation. She could sense that once this album was released, it would cause a huge sensation in the music industry. Liu and Sunning beside them were both shocked by Chen Feng's efficient output speed. Before this, they had thought that as humans, there must be limits. But this statement clearly did not apply to Chen Fong. Regardless of quality, just his speed alone surpassed everyone in the songwriting and composing world. Even if the quality was slightly weaker than the previous revised versions, it was still admirable. A few minutes later, Chen Fong put down his pen, a total of 12 songs. As an album, I think it should be enough. Enough. More than enough. It's equivalent to 2 of my previous albums. Xiao Yurong expressed her excitement. She picked up the lyrics and music sheets from the glass coffee table as if they were treasures, thoroughly satisfied with every detail, unable to find any faults. Indeed, the master was the strongest in the world. "President Xiao, may I take a look?" Liu asked the question Sunning wanted to ask. Of course. Xiao Yurong didn't mind sharing, wanting them to know how legendary Chen Fong was. With Xiao Yurong's permission, Liu and Sunning approached and randomly picked up a sheet to examine closely. With just a few glances, they were instantly captivated. The speed, the quality, even a songwriter and composer like Liu at this level can't help but be amazed. It's too exaggerated. I even suspect that Chen Fong is a person who has traveled from the future to this time period. These songs, without a doubt, each one could become an absolute classic, at least lasting for 100 years. Sunning remained silent. After finishing, she immediately picked up another one, with an extremely serious and meticulous expression. Then, her gaze suddenly fell on Chen Fong, her voice trembling slightly as she confirmed, "Could it be that you are the legendary Master Qingyang?" Master Qingyang. Hearing Sunning say this, Liu also realized, indeed, this versatile, perfect to the point of perfection style, is very much in line with Master Qingyang's level. Most importantly, they noticed that there is also a young character in Chen Feng's name. Coupled with Xiao Yurong's attitude towards him, it was hard not to think in that direction. Master Qingyang? Chen Fong was particularly unfamiliar with these 4 words. So you can't hide it anymore. Xiao Yurong smiled slightly and explained, "Master, in fact, your disciple took the liberty of giving you the title of Master Qingyang." I see. Chen Fong was not surprised after hearing this. You are indeed Master Qingyang. After Xiao Yurong confirmed that Chen Fong was indeed the true Master Qingyang, Sunning could not hide her admiration, her eyes showing a completely different expression from before. It even made Chen Fong worry that if Xiao Yurong wasn't there to block her, she might pounce on him at any moment like a predator. Secretary Sun has always admired you, Master. Every time you release an album, she always buys 3 copies, 1 to listen to, 1 to collect, and 1 to spread the word. Xiao Yurong explained. Sunning chuckled, losing her usual calm demeanor in front of her idol, appearing at a loss. As for Liu, he looked honored and relieved. Losing to Master Qingyan was not unjust. Instead, it was something worth boasting about, a proud topic to discuss at the dinner table. I see, thank you for your support. Chen Fong politely responded. No, I should thank you, Master Qingyan, for giving me the opportunity to enjoy such high-level celestial music in this world. Sun Ying's evaluation of Chen Feng's work has always been, this music should only exist in heaven, rarely heard on earth. Afterwards, she brought paper and pen, asking Chen Feng to sign her name. Chen Feng had no reason to refuse such a small request. He also signed one for Li Yu. After receiving Chen Feng's signature, Sun Ying carefully put it away, deciding to finish work early and immediately get a custom-made frame to preserve it permanently. Placing it by her bedside, so she could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. A beautiful day began from then on. The entrance of the Golden Wheat Company. With all the tasks completed, Chen Feng did not plan to stay any longer and disturb Xiao Yurong and the others in producing the album. Master, I am really grateful this time. Hey! Let's leave it for private moments, what are you trying to do in public? Seeing Xiao Yurong still wanting to approach, Chen Feng took a half step back, raising his hand to stop her. Master, this kind of thing is not the first time, why haven't you gotten used to it? Xiao Yurong covered her face with both hands, not feeling ashamed, but rather proud. Chen Feng furrowed his brows. Should he really get used to it? Alright, enough joking, anyway, thank you, Master, for producing the album for me. Your disciple will definitely sing with all his heart, not to disappoint your guidance and expectations. Xiao Yurong bowed to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. Her snow-white skin, seen from this angle, was fully exposed, all captured in his eyes. Master Xiao Yurong straightened up, covering her chest with her hands, a mischievous smile on her face. Ahem! Chen Feng coughed awkwardly, turned around, knowing that he had been tricked by this rebellious disciple again. Only then did he realize, his eyes were blinded by Xiao Yurong's recent obedient behavior, almost forgetting that she was also one of the many rebellious disciples attempting to deceive the master and destroy the ancestor, turning around and getting into the car, not planning to stay too long. Master, if you want to see, why sneak around? As long as the master is willing, the disciple can be ready at any time. Stop. I don't want to be mistaken for a pervert calling the police, Chen Feng said speechlessly. Xiao Yurong smiled lightly, quickly restraining herself, knowing that even the funniest jokes had to stop at the right time. She then said, Master, what about senior sister Lang? What's wrong with her? Chen Feng asked as Xiao Yurong hesitated to speak. She seems to have encountered a lot of problems recently. Senior sister Lang is the type who doesn't like to trouble others, she bears everything on her own, the disciple is worried. Xiao Yurong pursed her lips, not wanting to say anything ominous. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen, Chen Feng said, raising his hand to pat Xiao Yurong's head leaning on the car window. Well, master, take care on the road, with Chen Feng's words, Xiao Yurong felt completely at ease. As a master, Chen Feng had never disappointed his disciples. Always living up to his words. Xiao Yurong knew better than anyone that despite Chen Feng's usual gentle and easygoing demeanor, if someone touched his sore spot, he would be more furious than anyone else. Starting the car, driving out of the parking space, Chen Feng bid farewell to Xiao Yurong. Facing the setting sun, he set off on the road back to Fushan residence. Meanwhile, at the city center hospital, Fong Yu was being pushed in a wheelchair coming out of the hospital. His overall physical condition was basically stable, and all he needed now was rest and recovery. Fong Yu didn't like staying in the hospital ward, the environment there made his already not beautiful mood even more depressed. Uncle Zhao, where's my dad? No matter how busy he is with his business, shouldn't he at least show up when his son is discharged from the hospital? Fong Yu asked. Zhao Xiqing fell into silence upon hearing this, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his reaction, Fong Yu frowned and asked, Uncle Zhao, my dad didn't get into trouble, did he? He had already guessed that Fong Changyang was probably in trouble. He hadn't shown up these days, and whenever he asked about him, Zhao Xiqing always evaded the topic. It was hard not to think that way. Young master, please don't make it difficult for me. These matters, it's better to wait until you go home and ask the head of the family yourself. Fong Yu mentally prepared himself. Uncle Zhao, you don't have to worry, just tell me directly, I can handle it, Fong Yu said. When it was completely dark, Fong Yu returned to the Fong family and was lifted off the wheelchair. Xiao Yu, you're back. Uncle? Seeing the person in pajamas coming out of the villa to greet him, Fong Yu was puzzled. Why was Fong Xiaoxiong appearing in their own villa, and in such attire? Head of the family. Zhao Xichen got off the car and respectfully called out. Uncle Zhao, what did you call him? Fong Yu asked in confusion. When did Fong Xiaoxiong become the head of the family? He was the head of the Fong family, so who was his own father, Fong Chengyang? Young master. Zhao Xicheng was about to speak but was interrupted by Fong Xiaoxiong. Xiao Yu, it's cold outside, you just got out of the hospital, your body is still weak, let's go inside and talk slowly. Don't touch me. Fong Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he questioned Fong Xiaoxiong. Tell me, what did you do to my dad? He was well aware that Fong Xiaoxiong was not content with just being a small board member, he had always coveted the power in Fong Qingyang's hands, wanting to become the head of the Fong family. He was certain that during his hospitalization, Fong Xiaoxiong must have done something to Fong Chengyang. Fong Xiaoxiong's hand froze in midair, then he withdrew it and smiled helplessly. Xiao Yu, you can't blame me for this, blame your father for offending the wrong person. Fong Xiaoxiong was truly wronged. He did want to make a move against Fong Chengyang, but someone beat him to it. The wrong person? Where's my dad? Fong Yu asked again. I don't know. Fong Xiaoxiong shook his head, the whole person suddenly disappeared without a trace, no sound at all. The surveillance only shows him entering, but not leaving the villa. During this time, we tried various methods to search for information about him, thinking that seeing is believing, but unfortunately, despite waves of public security coming in, we still couldn't find any valuable information, most likely. He stopped, some things didn't need to be said slowly, just get to the point. It doesn't affect understanding. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be you who harmed my father. Fong Yu's eyes were full of killing intent, wishing to immediately jump up and tackle Fong Xiaoxiong to the ground. Xiao Yu. Fong Xiaoxiong raised his voice, with a hint of severity in his words, you can eat a meal messily, but you can't speak recklessly. Everything must be based on evidence. Evidence? Fong Yu chuckled, who in Jiangqing doesn't know that you, Fong Xiaoxiong, have ambitions, clearly not as capable as my father, yet still want to be the head of the family, wishful thinking. Smack! Fong Xiaoxiong was provoked, and slapped Fong Yu in the face. Originally, out of consideration for our uncle-nephew relationship, I didn't want to be tough on you, but you are relentless, disrespectful, and think I have no temper. Waving his hand, several tall and burly men walked out of the villa, playing the role of bodyguards. Taking out a contract from a paper bag, they approached Fong Yu and forcibly grabbed his hand. Wait! What are you trying to do? Fong Yu was too weak to resist, so he can only watch helplessly as the other party controlled his hand to press the seal and imprint it on the contract. Boss! The bodyguard handed over the contract. Fong Xiaoxiong took the contract, very satisfied. Good. Very good. Now, the entire Fong family is completely under my control. Hearing this, Fong Yu immediately understood that it was a share transfer contract. Despicable. Shameless. You are using this method to take away my shares, aren't you afraid I will sue you in court? Fong Yu gritted his teeth, like a mad dog barking. Sue me? Just based on you now? Fong Xiaoxiong coldly smiled, obviously not taking Fong Yu seriously. Since the face has been torn, there is no need to continue pretending. Taking out a bank card, he threw it at Fong Yu. Don't say I'm heartless, there are 5 million in the card, consider it as the money to buy your shares. 5 million? Are you crazy? Those shares are worth hundreds of millions. Facing Fong Yu's incompetence and rage, Fong Xiaoxiong looked indifferent and said to Zhao Xicheng, get him out. From now on, I declare as the head of the family, Fong Yu is expelled from the Fong family, no longer one of us. Yes. Zhao Xicheng could not resist Fong Xiaoxiong. Woo woo. Seeing that Fong Yu still wanted to curse loudly, Zhao Sichen quickly covered his mouth from behind and forcibly took him away. After more than 10 minutes, he drove Fong Yu to a hotel. Before leaving, he reminded Fong Yu, "Young master, times have changed, please grieve, save some of the 5 million, enough to live the rest of your life, don't think about seeking revenge. So, goodbye." Fong Yu lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, still unable to react. How did he become the kind of person he used to despise the most? Like Chen Fong, he became a discarded member of the family. He has nothing now. What about the bank card worth 5 million in his pocket? For Fong Yu, who was used to a life of luxury, revelry, and extravagant parties, having or not having the card made no difference. With difficulty, he took out his phone, lay on the bed, and used his fingers to operate it, opening the contact list. Fong Yu knew a professional detective and was ready to assign him to investigate the matter about Fong Changyang. "Dad, rest assured, I will find out who framed you, no matter who it is, they must pay the price." Fong Yu gritted his teeth. "You still haven't learned your lesson, huh?" "Who?" Fong Yu looked around, and through the swaying curtains, he could see a figure standing on the open balcony. "Who are you?" Fong Yu's forehead was covered in sweat, nervously asking. Even though separated by the curtain, it was not difficult to sense the strong killing intent emanating from the other party. In this situation, he was completely defenseless. The woman raised her hand to push aside the curtain and entered the room. What caught Fong Yu's eyes was an exquisitely beautiful yet ice-cold face of a woman in her prime. When he noticed the blade glinting in her hand under the indoor lighting on her right side, Fong Yu had no impure thoughts in his heart, no matter how beautiful and charming the woman was. "Who are you? What do you want?" No matter how Fong Yu questioned, the woman had no intention of answering. Seeing her approaching step by step, Fong Yu became anxious. "Did Fong Shoushong send you? How much did he pay you?" "I'll double it, no, 10 times. I have a bank card in my pocket with 5 million in it, consider it a deposit?" Fong Yu's will to survive was particularly strong, with only one thing in mind, to stay alive. "You shouldn't have touched my master." The woman's eyes were as cold as ice, reaching out and pressing the blade against Fong Yu's neck. "My master? Beauty, is there a misunderstanding here? I don't even know your master." Fong Yu's voice trembled, full of fear. In a daze, he could already see 2 figures beckoning to him in the distance, one black and one white. With a splutter, feeling the sharp pain in his neck, he looked down and saw blood gushing like a fountain, staining his clothes red and spreading a striking crimson on his chest. "Who?" "He." Fong Yu didn't want to die without knowing why. "Master Chen Fong." "Chen Fong?" Watching Fong Yu breathe his last breath and die, the cold and arrogant Shui cleaned the blood off the dagger with a flick of her wrist. She had intended to take a photo and send it to Chen Fong. But then she thought, there was no need to bother the master with this level of lackey. Contacting the cleaner, she took the bank card worth 5 million and left like the wind, leaving no trace. Chen Fong was completely unaware of what happened in the hotel. Back at his residence in Fushan, he was busy preparing dinner. His mother, Lin Lan, was helping him on the side. Although Chen Fong had said he could handle it himself and asked Lin Lan to watch TV in the living room, her desire to help was too strong to resist, so she agreed. Just as the mother and son finished preparing the meal and set it on the table, they heard the sound of the door unlocking. "It smells so good." Yi Qingcheng supported herself on the shoe cabinet, one hand lifting her high heels, greedily sniffing the rich aroma of the food in the air. "Looks like we're in for a treat later." Parking the car, Guan Yashin, who entered the house a step later, exclaimed with joy. "The illustrious richest man in Yancheng, always coming to other people's homes for a meal, don't you feel ashamed?" Yi Qingcheng pouted in complaint. "Wherever my master is, that's my home," Guanya said confidently. "Shame? What's that? Is the master important?" Casually taking off her shoes, she stepped into the living room barefoot, or not entirely barefoot, as she was wearing a pair of black stockings. Her slender and perfectly proportioned legs, which could easily fetch millions or even tens of millions of loyal fans in the modeling circle, were outlined perfectly. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Guanya and Yi Qingcheng, this pair of adversaries in front of Chen Fong, had long been accustomed to it. Okay. Guanya and Yi Qingcheng answered in unison. They could ignore anyone's face, except for their own masters. And compared to arguing, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya preferred to savor the meal cooked by Chen Fong. Despite their rumbling stomachs, they resolutely refused to drink water or eat snacks, waiting for this moment. After washing their hands obediently, they sat down and eagerly picked up their chopsticks, taking a bite of the food. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya felt like they were about to ascend to heaven, feeling incredibly happy after a day's work. All the accumulated fatigue was swept away. Whoever can marry the master, life would be so fulfilling. Yi Qingcheng sighed. Marry? Guanya rolled her eyes and asked, do you want the master to become a son-in-law? How could the master possibly endure a stifling life under someone else's roof? Just kidding, even if the master really became a son-in-law, the family would take care of him. Stifling life under someone else's roof? You are underestimating the master too much, Yi Qingcheng argued reasonably. She thought to herself, the other party is not a fool, how could such a capable person be stifled? It would be no different from shooting oneself in the foot. Besides, when I say marry, it's not the same as your understanding of marry at all, Yi Qingcheng declared firmly. Watching the two of them bickering back and forth like children, Chen Fong and Lin Lan smiled at each other and focused on eating. Tasting the food in front of them and recalling the meal that the culinary goddess Luo Xinyu had prepared for them during the day. Lin Lan had to admit that even though Luo Xinyu was the renowned chef of Dixia, there was still a considerable gap between her and her own son. It made sense, otherwise, how could Luo Xinyu have possibly become Chen Feng's apprentice? Lin Lan was very curious about what Chen Fong had experienced during his 3 years in prison. 3 years ago, cooking? Chen Fong had never set foot in a kitchen in his over 20 years of life, always living a life where everything was provided for him. Lin Lan smiled faintly. The Fong family probably never imagined that by sending Chen Fong to prison with great effort, they not only failed to ruin him but also inadvertently helped him succeed. As for Chen Fong immediately betraying them upon entering prison and turning to Zhao Lili in the arms of the abuser Fong Yu, Lin Lan had long since come to terms with it. Looking at Guanya and Yi Qingcheng in front of her, regardless of appearance, physique, achievements, status, who among them was not superior to Zhao Lili? Most importantly, Lin Lan could see that they had feelings for Chen Fong beyond just master and disciple. As a mother, no matter who Chen Fong ultimately chose, Lin Lan would respect his decision. After dinner, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya argued while cleaning up the dishes and plates. Master, are you going out? Hearing the door opening, Yi Qingcheng wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen. I ate a bit too much, so I'm going out for a walk. Chen Fong replied. I also feel like I ate too much just now, need to exercise, master, can your disciple join you? Yi Qingcheng suggested. Sure. Chen Fong agreed readily. I'll come too. Guanya raised her hand. Ugh, why are you everywhere? Yi Qingcheng pouted. Dream on if you think you can leave me and the master alone for some private time. Guanya retorted in a voice only the two of them could hear. Fine, you can both come. Chen Fong had something to discuss with them. Walking under the streetlights, on the downhill road tinged with golden hues, Yi Qingcheng moved her arms back and forth, breathing in the fresh air. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Chen Fong, Master, earlier when you said you had something to discuss with us before going out, what was it? Guanya also quickened her pace to listen attentively. Considering what happened before, I'm thinking of teaching you some self-defense techniques so that next time if you encounter danger, you can handle it better, Chen Fong shared his thoughts. Wouldn't it be more convenient to hire some bodyguards for this kind of thing? Yi Qingcheng didn't mean to be dismissive, but she mainly felt that it would take up too much of Chen Feng's time, and becoming stronger is not something that can be achieved overnight. She happened to have a junior brother who runs a bodyguard company, named Su Zhentian. Even with personal bodyguards, they can't be with you 24 hours a day, everywhere. If an assassin sneaks in while you're sleeping or using the bathroom and you're caught off guard without time to call the bodyguard, what would you do? Chen Fong believed that instead of relying on others, it's better to strengthen oneself. Master is right, but I'm really not good at fighting and killing, Yi Qingcheng admitted with little confidence. No need for violence, just some self-defense techniques I created, can buy you time, call a bodyguard, or call the police. Chen Fong taught so many disciples, it was clear that it was impossible to turn Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, who had zero foundation, into professional killers like Lang Aoshue in a short period of time. After all, when Lang Aoshue became Chen Feng's disciple, she was already a somewhat famous killer in the martial world, and Chen Fong further enhanced her skills. Of course, if Chen Fong wanted to, he could also train Yi Qingcheng and Guanya to become martial arts experts who could compete with Lang Aoshue. But it would take time, at least a year, depending on whether Yi Qingcheng and Guanya had talent in this area besides business. Since Master said so, I am willing to learn. Yi Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Me too. Although Guanya was known as the Queen of Violence, her actual combat power in one-on-one situations was not that high. She was good at outnumbering her opponents. Rarely having the opportunity to learn from Chen Fong and improve in this aspect, she naturally would not refuse. Before long, the three of them descended the mountain and arrived at a park on a grassy field. The area was spacious, flat, and had soft grass, making it suitable for teaching Yi Qingcheng and Guanya self-defense techniques. Come, follow my movements first, feel the energy in your body, let each move flow smoothly like clouds in water, not rigid. Chen Fong planned to teach Yi Qingcheng and Guanya a set of self-defense techniques that were based on the principle of using softness to overcome hardness, allowing for minimal effort to inflict maximum damage by targeting the body's joints and pressure points. Lightly, it could cause fainting on the spot, and heavily, it could cause paralysis, instantly immobilizing the opponent. Good. Yi Qingcheng and Guanya imitated the postures and movements. Compared to Chen Fong, their movements were slightly sluggish and clumsy. Chen Fong was patient, slowing down the movements and repeating them continuously to facilitate the two women's learning. After a few minutes, Guanya was the first to grasp the key points, her movements becoming smooth, followed closely by Yi Qingcheng. Chen Fong praised, "Well done, both of you have high comprehension." "Thank you, Master." Yi Qingcheng and Guanya smiled gratefully, exuding infectious charm. Just by looking at them, one would feel a sense of happiness, dispelling any gloom and lifting spirits. In this day and age, why are there still so many scammers in the martial world? Yi Qingcheng and Guanya, who had just been visibly happy and felt stronger and more skilled, heard this and their smiles disappeared instantly. "Who are you calling a scammer? If you have nothing nice to say, you can keep quiet. No one is treating you like a mute." Guanya glared at the newcomer. Exactly. Yi Qingcheng always stood united with her and strongly agreed. "Ladies, please don't misunderstand, I'm not mocking you, I just can't stand these shameless scammers who use the guise of martial arts to deceive others. Let me introduce myself, my name is Zhou Baihao, this year's first prize winner in the national judo competition. My master is a legendary figure in the judo world of Sakura country, Koyama Kayotake." The man introduced himself. "If you truly want to learn self-defense techniques, I can teach you, definitely more authentic than that scammer. If you don't believe me, you can search online for news about me, there are quite a few. Or, my home is nearby, you can come and see various certificates, trophies, and the like." Zhou Baihao warmly invited. "No need." Guanya declined without hesitation. "Not interested." Yi Qingcheng was equally uninterested. "Master, let's ignore him and continue practicing. The disciples feel like they are about to grasp the key points." "Master, I'm a bit confused here, can you teach me step by step?" Seeing Yi Qingcheng and Guanya ignoring him and complimenting Chen Fong, a martial arts scammer, Zhou Baihao felt very unbalanced internally. "Kid, although I don't know how you deceived them, do you dare to spar with me? Whoever loses, must disappear immediately. Blame it on Yi Qingcheng." When Guanya changed into this tight-fitting workout outfit before going out, it highlighted her figure in a breathtaking way. With only her snow-white swan-like neck, arms, and ankles exposed to the air, tightly wrapped but revealing more than covering, it was hard to look away. She surpassed the fitness goddesses on the internet by who knows how many times. Not only was she a killer from behind, but also a beauty that could overthrow nations. Zhou Baihao worried that if he missed this opportunity, he might never find another one like it. He had to seize the chance. He believed that as long as he defeated Chen Fong and showed the two women the gap in strength between him and Chen Fong, they would definitely choose to stand by his side without hesitation. With a smirk on his lips, he began to imagine the peak scene of himself surrounded by two exquisite beauties. If he posted it online, he would definitely be envied and become the enemy of men. Chen Fong completely ignored Zhou Baihao and continued to focus on teaching Yi Qingcheng and Guanya. Yi Qingcheng and Guanya were focused on studying, leaving Zhou Baihao completely ignored. What? Are you afraid to agree? Afraid of being beaten by me, exposed as a fraud? Zhou Baihao continued to provoke. Don't raise your legs too high here. If your movements are too big, it will give the opponent a chance. You need to catch them off guard, exert force in an instant, and leave the enemy with no chance to react. Chen Fong adjusted Yi Qingcheng's posture. 30 seconds passed, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Zhou Baihao still couldn't change the fact that he was being treated as if he were invisible. Kid, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Zhou Baihao clenched his fist, his smile disappeared, replaced by a look of anger. As the national judo champion, he was used to being surrounded by fans and admirers wherever he went. How could he be ignored like this? Unable to bear it any longer, even if not for the sake of the beauties, he decided to beat up Chen Fong to vent his frustration. He stepped forward aggressively. Ah! Chen Fong sighed. If the other party insisted on courting death, what could he do? He had to accept the challenge. He said to the two women, "Watch closely, I will demonstrate the practical effect of this self-defense technique for you." Boastful. Zhou Baihao planned to grab Chen Feng's hand and let him experience what a genuine shoulder throw felt like. How could this be? Unexpectedly, like an eel, Chen Feng was agile and couldn't even be touched by Zhou Baihao. Instead, he grabbed Zhou Baihao's wrist. Before he could react, his whole world spun around. When he came to, he found himself lying on the ground, with a vast night sky and stars in his sight. If not for the intense pain in his back and the tendency for his arm to dislocate, Zhou Baihao would have thought he was dreaming. How could he, a top student of a renowned master, be defeated by an unknown person? Something was wrong. There must be something fishy going on here. Zhou Baihao got up from the ground, refusing to accept defeat, looking like a mad dog as he charged at Chen Feng once again. He tried to use advanced judo techniques to save face. In his mind, the judo of the Sakura country was the best in the world. No martial art could compare. Often in these situations, you don't need to deliberately dodge. By coordinating your movements and taking the initiative to attack, you may achieve unexpected results. Aim for the acupoints, joints I taught you earlier, exert force in an instant, and strike at the fastest speed to defeat your opponent in one move. Chen Feng explained while slowly approaching Zhou Baihao, then punched him in the side waist. Ha! Zhou Baihao's face immediately changed, his body stiffened, and he knelt down. Curled up, holding the spot where Chen Feng hit him, he could barely even scream in pain. When making a fist, you can emphasize the middle finger joint, this part, to concentrate force and cause maximum damage with minimal effort, Chen Feng demonstrated with his fist raised. I understand, master. I see. After seeing the actual combat experience, Yi Qingcheng and Guanya realized that the self-defense techniques taught by Chen Feng were more powerful and useful than they had imagined. They inwardly mocked Zhou Baihao, wondering why he had to provoke their master. Is he someone you can afford to provoke? Don't mention Zhou Baihao, even if the master behind him from the Sakura country came, he would still end up being bloodied. Looking at Zhou Baihao at this moment, he had already passed out due to severe pain. Alright, let's end today's lesson here. You just need to practice diligently afterwards. If you have any questions, you can ask me anytime, Chen Feng said, worried that he might overwhelm Yi Qingcheng and the others. Yes. Yi Qingcheng and Guanya obediently agreed. As they were leaving, Guanya didn't forget to kick Zhou Baihao to the ground with a disdainful look in her eyes. Back at the villa, it's so hot, sweating all over. Master, do you need to use the bathroom? Yi Qingcheng fanned herself with her hand, asking. No need, you go ahead, Chen Feng replied. His physical condition had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, still not a drop of sweat despite just having been in a battle. If you can't wait, there's a bathroom in the second floor room, Yi Qingcheng reminded Guanya. No need, you go first, I'm not in a hurry, Guanya smiled. Just that smile, no matter how Yi Qingcheng looked at it, there was an indescribable sense of discord. It was probably just her overthinking. Clearing her mind of unnecessary thoughts, she walked into the bathroom. On Chen Feng's side, just as he was about to go upstairs, Guanya stepped forward, took his arm, and softly said, Master, there's something I'd like to ask you for. What is it? Chen Feng frowned. It's been a long time since I've had such intense exercise like just now. I feel sore all over and worried that I might strain my muscles when I wake up tomorrow. Could you, like before, give me a massage? Guanya had once experienced Chen Feng's amazing massage technique in the Black Mountain prison and had been longing to experience it again. With a valid reason now and without that brat Yi Qingcheng around to cause trouble, Guanya naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and took the initiative. Lie down, Chen. Fong thought Guanya made sense. People who hadn't exercised for a long time and suddenly engaged in intense activity could indeed cause some damage to their muscles. Okay. Guanya excitedly followed Chen Feng's instructions and lay face down on the sofa. Her alluring figure was fully revealed. Chen Feng first massaged Guanya's calves. Even through the soft, thin fabric, he could still clearly feel how stiff her muscles were at the moment. Feeling the pressure from Chen Feng's fingertips, Guanya initially furrowed her brows, feeling a bit sore. But soon, she relaxed and fully immersed herself in the massage. Chen Feng always knew how to find her most comfortable spots. He slowly moved his hands upward, just as he thought it was enough and was about to move to her waist. Guanya grabbed his hand, her cheeks blushing, and shyly said, My thighs are also sore and soft, could you please help me with that, master? Since Guanya had said so, Chen Feng didn't overthink it and continued the massage. Every time he applied pressure with his fingers, the yoga pants tightened, which was quite thrilling. Suddenly, Guanya closed her legs tightly, whispering softly, Master, that's enough. Could you please massage other areas? The color of the fabric would become very obvious when wet. If that kind of thing were to happen, Guanya would be too embarrassed to face Chen Feng again. Chen Feng understood without saying anything, and instead began massaging Guanya's slender waist without any excess fat. Yes, master, that's it. Feels so good. Biting her lip lightly, gripping the sofa cushion tightly with her fingers, Guanya's expression was enchanting and seductive. Luckily, they were at home. If this happened outside, with her appearance and seductive tone, it would be hard for others not to misunderstand. Master, if you were to open a massage parlor with your skills, I can guarantee that it will definitely become world-class. Queens, princesses, international celebrities, they will all have to line up for appointments. Guanya was completely captivated by Chen Feng's techniques. Chen Feng's hands seemed to have a magical power that made her unable to resist. Well, I'll have to consider it carefully, Chen Feng casually replied. Master, recently I've been feeling pressure in my chest and shoulders, you. Guanya lay on the sofa, intentionally crossing her arms. Her beautiful eyes were full of affection, like a tranquil autumn water shimmering in the light. Oh, I happen to have learned a needle technique that can painlessly reduce the size for you, which can fundamentally reduce the pressure on your shoulders. Would you like to try it? Chen Feng asked with a half-smile. I'm sorry, master, I shouldn't have overstepped, Guanya quickly apologized, not daring to joke with master anymore. She could tell that Chen Feng was serious. If it were someone else saying this, Guanya might not believe it, but coming from Chen Feng, she had to believe it. Since he dared to say it, he could definitely do it. Guanya was not new to being embarrassed. On the other hand, she was satisfied with her current figure and didn't want to shrink. Next, she focused on enjoying the moment. After a few minutes, Yi Qingqing stepped out of the bathtub, feeling much more relaxed after the bath. As she was about to put on her clothes, she suddenly heard Guanya's voice outside the door. A blush quickly spread across her cheeks. She quickly grabbed a towel, wrapped it around herself, and rushed out of the bathroom, asking loudly, Guanya, what are you planning to do to master? Hearing this, Chen Feng and Guanya both turned to look at Yi Qingcheng. She had half-wet hair, with water droplets still on her body. Under the light, her pinkish skin looked even more radiant. She was only wrapped in a thin towel, barely covering herself. Any sudden movement might reveal more than intended. It was a close call. She tightly held onto the towel with her right hand. Any loosening would expose everything. Her left hand kept pulling at the edge of her thigh. Especially with her panting and nervous appearance, it added a unique charm. "Oh, so you were just giving a massage." Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized her mistake. She had misunderstood. And it was a big misunderstanding. Even if Guanya was bold, she wouldn't dare to do such things in the living room while the landlady was sleeping upstairs. "What did you think we were doing?" Guanya teased. Pretending to be surprised, she covered her face with her hand. "You didn't think I had ulterior motives towards Master, did you?" I. Yi Qingcheng forced herself to calm down and retorted, "Can you blame me? It's just a massage, but you acted so indecently." "Indecent?" Guanya was speechless. "You're calling me indecent when you're like this? But I'm not exposed." Yi Qingcheng looked down, confidently saying, "I was worried you might harm Master, that's why I acted this way." Guanya chuckled, "Nice excuse, who knows if you were trying to seduce Master in this way." "Guanya! Don't talk nonsense, I have feelings for Master." As she let go, feeling the towel lightly brushing against her skin and slipping off, a cold breeze hit her body, leaving Yi Qingcheng with only two words in her mind. "Oh no! Ah!" She immediately crouched down, curling up into a ball. Chen Fong averted his gaze. But his eagle-like sharp vision and photographic memory allowed him to firmly remember that split-second image. A word popped into his mind, mole. Hey. Guanya quickly got up, picked up the fallen towel for Yi Qingcheng, draped it over her, and pushed her into the bathroom. "Hurry up and change your clothes." She knew she had taken the joke too far. Sitting back on the sofa, she turned her head to glance at Chen Fong and couldn't help but ask, "Master, between me and Qingcheng, whose figure do you think is better?" Chen Feng's hand chopped down on Guanya's head. "Master?" Guanya covered her head, a tear squeezed out from the corner of her eye. Before she could say anything, she realized that Chen Fong had already gone upstairs. He must have seen it for sure. Guanya was certain. Feeling somewhat unwilling, she thought, "Damn, that girl actually beat me to it. Why didn't I think of this move?" A few minutes later, seeing that the bathroom door remained tightly closed with no intention of opening, Guanya walked up to the door, leaned against the wall, raised her hand, and knocked on the frosted glass. "Master has gone upstairs, don't be shy, come out quickly, I need to use the restroom." The door lock clicked, opening a crack. Yi Qingcheng cautiously peeked out one eye, confirmed that Chen Fong was not in the living room, and then dared to fully walk out. By now, she had changed into a bathrobe. "It's all your fault, why argue with me?" Yi Qingcheng pouted. "My fault? Wasn't it you who misunderstood first?" "Yi Qingcheng, you're trying to act innocent even after taking advantage. I wanted Master to see, but didn't get the chance." Guanya pursed her lips and walked into the bathroom. Yi Qingcheng thought for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. She had been too shy just now and completely forgot about it. Opening her bathrobe, she looked at her flat, slightly defined abdomen. Yi Qingcheng muttered to herself, "My figure isn't bad, right? But am I too fat for Master?" And she couldn't help but start to overthink. On the other side, after Chen Fong finished washing up in the bathroom on the second floor, he returned to the bedroom and went straight to bed. He could feel the drowsiness setting in. Time passed, and it was late at night. Chen Fong suddenly opened his eyes. He sighed, "Can't anyone get a good night's sleep at this hour?" Bang! Bang! The sound of breaking glass suddenly reached his ears. Chen Fong raised his hand, effortlessly catching a dart between his index and middle fingers. Judging by the style and markings, it belonged to the Sakura ninja clan. It was engraved with a cherry blossom pattern and coated with a deadly poison. Sakura ninja clan? Chen Fong couldn't help but think of the Morita family. After all, one brother had his throat slit by Chen Fong, and the other was sent to prison by him. It would be strange if they let him go. Trying to run? Chen Fong quickly got up, opened the window, and leaped from the second-floor balcony, light as a swallow, chasing out of the villa. Aim, lock on. Swish. He threw the dart that the ninja had previously thrown. So fast. Before the ninja could react and try to dodge, the dart had already pierced through his chest, penetrating his heart. There was no need for the poison to take effect, he died on the spot. Since you're here, stop hiding. Chen Fong could sense that there were over a dozen hidden presences nearby. Hearing this, ninjas dressed in black, with only their eyes exposed, emerged one by one from the forest and behind trees along the road. One of them walked up to the ninja who had been killed by Chen Feng's dart, closed his eyes, and said, "Koizumi, thank you for leading him here. Rest assured, we will avenge you." Avenge him? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Chen Feng sneered. He didn't stoop so low as to consider these dishonorable Sakura ninjas a threat. Honestly, if they hadn't tried to kill him, Chen Feng wouldn't even bother to look at them. Squashing one or a dozen ants wouldn't excite him. Die. A ninja took the lead in attacking Chen Feng, attempting to stab him in the chest from behind. However, in the blink of an eye, Chen Feng disappeared from view as if evaporating. What? Be careful, Shima. He's behind you, a companion warned. Behind me? When? The ninja didn't dare delay, quickly turning around to try to strike with his blade again. But his head turned faster than his body. Chen Feng grabbed the ninja's head with both hands and forcefully twisted it in one direction. When the ninja's body faced him, his head turned away from him again. The sound of breaking bones in the neck was so clear under the dead of night. The group of ninjas shuddered, realizing that their assassination target was definitely not as simple as they had imagined. Everyone attacked together. "Let's kill this guy," an old ninja shouted loudly. In the next moment, the ninjas drew their swords one after another. Under the moonlight, dozens of cold glints collectively aimed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng bent down and picked up the sword of the ninja who had just died in his hands a second ago. He grabbed the blade and crushed it. Then he swung his hand violently, fingers open. Those shattered blades pierced directly into the chests of the ninjas, destroying their internal organs, breaking their meridians, and causing them to fall heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out from the wounds, forming pools of blood. Those who knew understood that Chen Feng had scattered pieces of iron, but those who didn't know might have thought he had a shotgun hidden in his sleeve. Even more terrifying than a shotgun, with a wave of his hand, Chen Feng directly incapacitated nearly half of the ninja team. The rest were so scared that they didn't dare to move, standing there as if petrified. They had been ninjas for a long time, having killed many people and seen many strong opponents. But they had never seen a monster as fierce as Chen Feng. Killing 8 or 9 people in a single wave of his hand, was he really not joking? Chen Feng had no intention of giving them time to catch their breath. Holding the broken blade in his hand, he used the cover of night to swiftly move through the crowd like a ghost. Chen Feng's speed was so fast that even though the ninjas were well trained, their eyes couldn't keep up with him. When they heard strange noises and looked over, they saw their comrades either disemboweled or with their throats slit, bleeding out on the ground, completely lifeless. Fear rolled over them like towering waves, overwhelming every remaining ninja. Watching their comrades die one by one in front of them, with death getting closer and closer, some even lost control and wet their pants. When they finally reacted and tried to escape, they felt a cold sensation on their throats. Then came the sharp pain, suffocation, and a moment later, they fell to the ground with a dull thud, unable to discover where Chen Feng was until the end. "You're not human. You're a demon." Even though he saw it with his own eyes, the old ninja leading the team still couldn't believe that his elite ninjas, trained over half a lifetime, were wiped out by Chen Feng in less than a minute. The next moment, he sensed a strong killing intent. The old ninja's heart was immediately on edge. Without delay, he raised his hand and smashed the smoke bomb he had already crushed on the ground. With a bang, a large cloud of smoke quickly rose, enveloping him completely. This was a ninja's essential escape technique. The old ninja knew very well that it would be difficult to eliminate Chen Feng with his own strength alone, so he needed to dispatch more ninjas. "I'll spare your life for now." Taking advantage of the smoke as cover, the old ninja planned to escape into the forest. But when he turned around to check, he was horrified to find that Chen Fong, with an expressionless face, was already catching up to him. A large hand quickly covered his entire field of vision. Before the old ninja could dodge, his face was firmly grasped by Chen Feng's hand like a basketball. With a thud, his body involuntarily fell backward, the back of his head hitting the soft ground hard. "Old man, what made you delusional enough to think you could escape?" Chen Feng increased the pressure with his 5 fingers. Through the gaps between his fingers, the old ninja looked at Chen Feng in extreme terror. He couldn't understand how such a monster like Chen Feng could exist in this land of Disya. You can't kill me. My heart is connected to an intelligent chip. Once I die, my comrades will know immediately and come to kill you. The old ninja tried to intimidate Chen Feng, hoping to gain a chance at survival. Seeing Chen Feng release his hand, the old ninja couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. The people of Dasha are indeed all cowards. They can't handle a scare. However, when Chen Feng straightened up, his actions were completely opposite to what the old ninja had in mind. He quickly lifted his foot and held it above the old ninja's head. You! Bang! Splat! Without giving the old ninja a chance to finish his words, he ruthlessly stomped down. Just like a watermelon, it burst instantly, splattering everywhere, on the weeds, on the tree trunks. Due to historical reasons, Chen Feng had never had much fondness for these little cherry blossoms. If the old ninja dared to threaten him, it was like seeking death, impatient to die. Chen Feng had no reason to be polite to such people, it was just kill and be done with it. Chen Feng had long seen through the cherry blossom people, and dealing with them, one must not be polite. The more polite you are, the more they will take advantage of you. On the contrary, the more cruel you are to them, the more they will fear you, and the more they will respect you from the bottom of their hearts. Chen Feng picked up the fallen short sword and opened the old ninja's chest, indeed finding a tiny microchip inside, flashing red light. He stabbed down with the sword, shattering the chip and piercing the heart. At the same time, at a secret base, Lord Huatian's heartbeat has stopped, and the chip has been violently destroyed. The person in charge of monitoring took off his headphones and reported to the man next to him. Bang! 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 A dozen senior ninjas couldn't handle just one Dasha person? What a disgrace! The man raised his hand and angrily slammed the table. Spread the word, send out all the ninjas, I want to see his head on a spike before sunrise. The man said with deep hatred. Yes. The subordinate immediately got up and followed orders. A total of 132 senior ninjas were mobilized, forming groups and setting off on the road to Fashanju. If they couldn't bring back Chen Feng's head, they would not give up. If they couldn't bring him back, the man would definitely not let them off lightly, at least skin them alive. Outside the villa area, at the south gate, a black van stopped. The window rolled down slowly. An old man with wrinkles all over his face, looking about 70 years old, was staring fiercely at Fashanju on the mountaintop with a pair of sharp eyes that were completely different from his appearance, full of vitality. Master, the one who hit me is inside, you must avenge me. He can look down on me, but dare to look down on our Tianquan gate. It's despicable. It's hateful. Zhou Baihao, who was sitting beside him, added fuel to the fire. His side still ached faintly. Don't worry, junior brother Zhou, master brought me here to find you a way out. Senior brother guarantees that he will smash his head to pieces later, let him know the consequences of looking down on Tianquan Gate and harming my junior brother. The tall man sitting in the driver's seat confidently assured. Thank Lu Nan. After all, not to mention that Lu Nan didn't dare to offend Yi Qingcheng, Zhou Baihao himself didn't have the courage either. Not to mention, there was also Guanya, who was a dominant figure in Yangchang. If the two of them joined forces to deal with him, it would be easier to kill him than to crush an ant. Chen Fong was really lucky, using some means to deceive such extreme women. He didn't want to make enemies with someone who could live in a villa worth $1 billion. Wait. Those guys from earlier. Lu Nan slammed on the brakes. Considering the attitude of Guwu Qingjian earlier on the mountain, he didn't want to attract their attention, so he decisively turned off the car lights. What are they doing? Lunan squinted his eyes, trying to focus his gaze and see further. It looks like they're dealing with someone, they've all drawn their swords. Zhou Baihao took out his phone, opened the camera function, zoomed in with 2 fingers, and enlarged the image. From 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, all the way to 50 times. It's him! Although the image was somewhat blurry, Zhou Baihao still recognized Chen Fong at a glance. That little white-faced guy whose punch had broken 2 of his ribs. Even if he turned to ashes, Zhou Baihao would never forget. He chuckled softly, serves him right. So those people were after him. I knew his arrogant and domineering attitude, looking down on everyone, would sooner or later meet his match. I didn't expect Retribution to come so soon. Zhou Baihao just wanted to applaud. This time, there was no need to take action. The play of using someone else's hand to kill was about to unfold. In contrast, Guwu Qingjian was full of confusion. Absolutely certain, among the hundreds of ninjas surrounding him, only Chen Fong was present. This was the puzzling aspect that left Guwu Qingjian completely baffled. How could Chen Fong, no matter how powerful he was, have the ability to make the Morita family dispatch 100 elite ninjas? Even for someone as strong as Guwu Qingjian, it would be extremely difficult to take on 10 well-trained ninjas, each equipped with various ninja weapons, barehanded. It could be said that there was no chance of winning. Facing 100 ninjas? It was a hopeless situation. Turning back to Chen Fong, he let out a lazy sigh and said, "You guys are really slow." Yes, he deliberately stayed behind, waiting for them to come to him. He didn't want to be disturbed by these intruders while he was sleeping peacefully later. Couldn't they have chosen daytime? Don't ninjas sleep at night? Attack! Kill him! Dozens of ninjas held their short blades in front of them, blades aimed at Chen Fong, and charged forward. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, as the distance closed to 2 meters, aiming at Chen Feng's neck, they swiftly attacked, attempting to make a fatal blow. However, just as they swung their blades, Chen Fong miraculously disappeared when they were inches away. Ha! The next moment, the ninjas suddenly realized that something was very wrong. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and they felt something draining from their throats. When they touched their necks, their fingertips were covered in sticky blood. Startled, they fell to the ground one after another, struggling briefly before bidding farewell to this world. This scene instantly alarmed the group of ninjas who had thought it would be an easy task to deal with just Chen Fong. "Quick, everyone attack together, this kid is not simple," someone shouted. They wanted to combine their strength to defeat Chen Fong, who was facing a siege of a dozen senior ninjas, and still managed to counterattack and swiftly kill them. Seeing this scene, Zhou Baihao's anxious heart sank, and he tried to reassure himself. Don't panic, even if he's strong, he couldn't possibly take on 100 by himself. But the following scene dealt a heavy blow to Zhou Baihao. Chen Fong broke the arms of 2 ninjas and took their swords. With a flash of cold light, the two were separated. Then, Chen Fong transformed into a war god, swiftly moving through the dense crowd like flowing water. Wherever he went, bodies fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river. The entire road was dyed a different color, quickly flowing towards Zhou Baihao and his companion's car. The strong smell of blood filled the air, stimulating their nerves. Only after a moment of distraction did they realize that all the 100 ninjas had already been defeated. Only Chen Fong remained, surrounded by bodies and the sound of dripping blood from the still-warm blades. Against the backdrop of the silver moon, backlit, the dark figure with indistinguishable facial features looked like a god of death descending to earth. This scene, coupled with the countless headless bodies and limbs at Chen Feng's feet, was enough to shock even Guwu Qingjian, a seasoned martial artist. It was too brutal. Killing without mercy. The inner shock was profound, and the fear was palpable. Even witnessing it firsthand, they couldn't help but wonder if they were dreaming. To take on 100, and not just any 100, but 100 elite ninjas, and emerge victorious barehanded? Was this not a joke? Even Guwu Qingjian found it hard to believe, thinking it was exaggerated even for a movie. Guwu Qingjian couldn't fathom this level of combat. Prowess. If Chen Fong were equipped with weapons, or fully armed, what kind of terrifying effect would he have? Modern warfare weapons. Thinking about this, Guwu Qingjian almost wanted to strangle Zhou Baihao, the traitor who dared to provoke Chen Fong. Looking at Zhou Baihao again, his expression was equally grim. He had thought that Chen Fong would at most have some superficial martial arts skills, and with the help of his master and senior brother, they would surely make him kneel and beg for mercy. Who would have thought that facing hundreds of people, Chen Fong not only was not overwhelmed, but instead, with his own strength, he aggressively slaughtered the opponents. This combat power is no different from cheating, it's outrageous to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the car window being knocked on, Zhou Baihao's back shivered, not daring to look, and shouted to Lu Nan as if seeing a ghost, "Senior brother. Quickly, drive away." Bang! Immediately, the sound of the car window shattering rang out, with a few blood-red scratches on his face from the flying glass shards. Ha! Following that, a strong sense of suffocation came from his neck, as Chen Feng's large hand, like a tiger's mouth, tightly gripped it. What a coincidence, we meet again, are you with them? Chen Feng glanced at the mountain of corpses behind him, questioning. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to pass by, I swear I won't have any ideas about those two women again, please spare me. Zhou Baihao's face was as pale as paper. The 1.9-meter tall Lu Nan's expression was no better. As the owner of the luxury car, he knew very well that the glass of the car was bulletproof and could easily withstand handgun bullets. However, in the last second, it was shattered by Chen Feng's punch. If only he had known earlier that Zhou Baihao wanted revenge, he would have definitely beaten him half to death first, then permanently cut ties and scolded angrily, "If you want to die, it's fine, but don't drag me into it." Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Feng said, increasing the pressure on Zhou Baihao's neck. In a daze, Zhou Baihao seemed to see two people, one black and one white, waving to him in the distance. His brain quickly worked, and he said cleverly, "I'm here to apologize to you, please, don't kill me, I beg you." Seeing that Chen Feng didn't believe him, Zhou Baihao took out his phone, 1 million, right now. Transfer it immediately. 1 million? Chen Feng felt that this was too cheap for Zhou Baihao. Zhou Baihao understood and said, 2 million, how about 2 million? Chen Feng's hand loosened slightly. Seeing a chance, Zhou Baihao didn't hesitate to raise the price, 300, no. 4 million. This time, Chen Feng's hand was about to completely let go. 5 million. Brother, I really only have that much, please have mercy, don't treat me like trash, spare me. Zhou Baihao was close to tears. He felt wronged, very wronged. The revenge was not achieved, and he had lost 5 million for nothing. Chen Feng thought he had cut the leak enough, so he let go of his hand and recited his bank account number. All right. I'll make the money right away. Zhou Baihao greedily breathed a few breaths, trembling hands, opened the banking app. Entering the account number, he transferred 5 million, not a penny more, not a penny less. Brother, I've transferred it to you. As soon as Zhou Baihao finished speaking, Chen Feng's phone in his pocket vibrated a few times. Taking it out, it was indeed a message confirming the transfer of 5 million. Chen Feng was about to put it back in his pocket when it vibrated twice more in a row. Picking it up, he saw 2 transfers of 5 million each, totaling 10 million, had been received. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at Gu Wuqing and Lu Nan sitting in the driver's seat and the back seat. As a master, it is indeed my fault to have raised such a rebellious disciple. I sincerely apologize to you. I'm sorry. Gu Wuqing bowed deeply with his hands on his knees. For the actions of my junior brother, I, as the senior brother, also bear responsibility. I'm sorry. Lu Nan followed suit closely. Chen Feng calmly accepted their behavior of rushing to give him money. There was no need to have a conflict over money, and accepting it would not harm him in any way. Don't appear in front of me again in the future, Chen Feng reminded. Definitely. Definitely. The three of them nodded vigorously. Seeing Chen Feng take a few steps back, Lu Nan quickly calmed his mind, started the car, and prepared to turn around and leave. But then, several glaring headlights shot towards them. A long line of cars was speeding up the mountain from below. When they saw the special car models and the conspicuous white license plates, Lu Nan immediately hit the brakes, took his hands off the steering wheel, and dared not make any sudden movements. These people must have come for Chen Feng. After all, he had just slaughtered hundreds of lives. Look at this lineup, it's hard to escape death. Before long, with the lead car braking, the convoy behind all stopped. The doors opened, and many people in full armor got out of the cars one after another. Zhou Baihao had never seen such a scene before, and now he was very scared, worried that he would be mistaken for Chen Feng's accomplice and taken away. Unable to help but have wild thoughts. What if the other party thinks he is a very dangerous person, doesn't even plan to give him a chance to speak, and just executes him on the spot? What then? Regret, deep regret. He wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he have to get involved with Chen Fong? The ancestors were right when they said, trouble comes with the pursuit of pleasure. Wait a minute. If I'm not mistaken, that person, could it be Zhao Xiao? As the other person approached, Lu Nan gradually saw his features clearly and felt a sense of familiarity. Zhao Xiao. Just as Zhou Baihao was about to ask Lu Nan who Zhao Xiao was, scenes of news broadcasts suddenly flashed through his mind. The words War King appeared vividly in his mind. Two figures, overlapping each other. He was the War King Zhao Xiao, there was no mistake about it. Now, Zhou Baihao was even more afraid, his tall and strong body trembling more violently, giving the feeling that he could foam at the mouth and collapse at any moment. He had never imagined that this matter would escalate to the point where the War King Zhao Xiao would personally intervene. The sense of impending death grew stronger. The War King, a figure who held the power of life and death. Even if a mistake was made in killing, no one would be willing to offend a War King for a nobody like himself. The consequences were not on the same level. Despair, extreme despair. Only by thinking positively could he see dying at the hands of a generation's War King as an honor. However, from start to finish, Zhao Xiao didn't even glance at Zhou Baihao and the others, walking straight to Chen Fong and respectfully greeting, Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen? Zhou Baihao, Lu Nan, and Gu Wuqing were all stunned to hear these words from Zhao Xiao. They looked at each other in confusion. Before this, they had never imagined that the lofty War King would show such respect to someone, and not just on the surface. It was hard to imagine what astonishing background Chen Fong must have. His godlike and abnormal combat power had already amazed the three of them. They had never thought that his identity was so significant that even the War King had to show deference, more than just a little. No wonder Yi Qingcheng and Guanya were so obedient to Chen Fong. Everything was now explained reasonably. Zhou Baihao's heart suddenly felt relieved. He thought that being able to appease Chen Feng's anger with 5 million was the most cost-effective deal under the sun. It was truly worth it. You all came really fast. Chen Feng knew very well that with Zhao Zhao's vast network of relationships, anything happening within the city of Zhangcheng would not escape his notice. Not even 1% as fast as Dr. Chen. On the way here, Zhao Xiao was anxious, urging the driver to speed up, stepping on the gas pedal, fearing that Chen Feng would fall victim to the hands of the ninjas. Who would have thought that when he arrived, not a single ninja was left, all ruthlessly wiped out. Over 100 people, not a single intact body could be found. Zhao Xiao only knew that Chen Feng's medical skills were unbelievably strong, but he never expected his methods of killing to be equally ruthless. Even he, with a weapon in hand, couldn't guarantee that he could escape from the hands of over 100 professional ninjas, let alone fight back. Bare-handed? It was even more difficult. He was very curious about who Chen Feng really was. This kind of power could rival, or even surpass, that of a war god. But in Zhao Zhao's memory, there was no war god like Chen Feng. However, it was certain that Chen Feng was no ordinary person. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that all the ninjas were killed with a single blow. Not only the flesh and blood, but even the bones under Chen Feng's blade seemed to be cut like hot knife through butter, incredibly smooth and clean. So, does Zhao Zhanwan want to arrest me? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Dr. Chen said in jest, in this situation, your actions fall under legitimate self-defense. Not to mention, these guys are wanted criminals with countless lives on their hands. Not only will I not arrest you, I will also apply for a reward for you and present you with a flag. Zhao Xiao shook his head in denial. As he said, these ninjas were themselves a social instability factor for Daxia, posing a considerable threat. Zhao Xiao had always wanted to find an opportunity to eliminate them. Chen Fong resolved this issue for Zhao Xiao without any effort, and Zhao Xiao was grateful before he could even express it. On the other hand, Zhao Xiao did not plan to act rashly until he thoroughly understood Chen Feng's true identity. Even if Chen Feng was not the war god of Daxia, offending a peak powerhouse with the strength of a war god was definitely not a good choice for Zhao Xiao. Seeing Chen Feng kill so many people, Zhao Xiao not only did not intend to arrest him, but also wanted to apply for a reward for him and present him with a flag. Zhou Baihao was completely convinced. He had to acknowledge it, whether he liked it or not. Afterwards, the Special Forces members were responsible for handling the bodies and cleaning up the scene. Zhao Xiao then took Chen Feng aside mysteriously, confirmed that there were no eavesdroppers nearby, and then spoke, "Dr. Chen, regarding the matter of poison Yanwang saying that Zhang Zhanwan wants to kill me, what do you think? There is indeed evidence to prove that the person who wants to kill you is related to Zhang Yunlong. As for whether it was his order, my disciple is still investigating to confirm further." Chen Feng was not prepared to make hasty decisions until he received accurate results from Yu Zhenhua. To be honest, Yunlong and I had a life-and-death relationship on the battlefield. I really don't believe he would kill me, but I still have to thank Dr. Chen for informing me. Zhao Xiao sincerely expressed. In any case, as soon as there is a result, I will inform you immediately. Chen Feng did not say much. Loose lips sink ships. Everything depended on Yu Zhenhua revealing the truth. Good. Zhao Xiao nodded. Soon, the scene was cleaned up. The bodies and bloodstains were all cleared away. Well, it's not early, so I won't disturb Dr. Chen's rest any longer. Goodbye. Zhao Xiao turned and got into the car, heading down the mountain with the convoy. Chen Feng sighed, stretched lazily, and planned to continue back to sleep. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a white light shining from a pile of weeds. Walking closer, he pushed aside the grass and found a cell phone. The caller ID was Chuan Daojun. From these 3 words, it was easy to tell that the phone had definitely been dropped by one of those ninjas earlier. Chen Feng pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. "Xiao Qi Jun, are you still alive?" The other person spoke in cherry blossom language. Chen Feng understood. Without deliberately learning, there were many cherry blossom countries' serious criminals in the Heishan prison. After a few friendly exchanges, Chen Feng gradually mastered the language. Compared to Daxia language, cherry blossom language was relatively simple. They are already dead, and they died miserably. Don't worry, before long, you will join them. Chen Feng responded. Who are you? Why is Xiaoqi Jun's phone in your hands, could it be? The voice abruptly stopped, but the sound of rapid, heavy breathing could be heard. The other party clearly could not accept this reality. I won't let you go. No matter where you escape to, I will definitely. The voice stopped abruptly again, but this time, there was no more breathing. There was only the sound of a heavy object hitting the floor. Immediately, a familiar woman's voice entered Chen Feng's ears. Master, the disciple has silenced this guy forever. Cold and proud, it could only be said that this disciple had never disappointed Chen Feng. Well done. Next time we meet, I will give you some private tutoring. Chen Feng's idea of tutoring was to teach Cold and Proud some new assassination methods and skills. Thank you, Master. Even though they were separated by a phone, it was still easy to imagine how excited Cold and Proud was. By the way, I heard you have encountered a lot of trouble recently. Do you need my help? Chen Feng asked again. Xiao Shimi told you, right? No need, just a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals who can't recognize themselves. The disciple can handle it, no need to trouble the master, let you deal with them, it's too embarrassing. Cold and Proud Shui Wanju refused. Okay, then be careful yourself. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feng threw it on the ground and stomped on the phone. He turned around and headed back to Fushan residence. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Xiao and his convoy had just left the villa area. He sat in the passenger seat, tightly holding his phone, waiting for a call. He decided to use his War King authority to have someone investigate Chen Feng's personal information. Zhao Xiao was really curious, never before had he developed such a strong interest in a person. Thinking that he rarely used his authority, he shouldn't be unable to find any valuable information, right? Buzz buzz buzz. 3 or 4 minutes passed. Zhao Xiao finally saw the familiar nickname calling. There are results.